He was just a teenager working as a power-leveling player at an internet cafe. Yet here he was, going head-to-head with a professional esports god in Glory's Peak Arena. At Excellent Era Internet Cafe, the sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air like rainfall as teenage Suze focused intently on the Glory competitive arena. On screen, two swordsmen dueled with their health bars dangerously low, tension mounting with every second. Suddenly, 15 sword-wielding shadows appeared on the battlefield. Both players had simultaneously activated Sword Shadow Step, one creating 8 shadows, the other 7, making it impossible to distinguish real from fake as deadly intent filled the air. His opponent was as cautious as a fox while Suze remained focused like a hawk, but in the midst of their standoff, everything changed. One mistake, Suze accidentally triggered a skill he shouldn't have used, exposing a fatal opening. His opponent instantly seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating combo that brought Suze down. The word defeat flashed across his screen in bold letters, and his dream of a 1,000-win streak vanished just 2 victories short. Rage boiling over, Suze glared at the Blue Bridge Spring Snow swordsman who had ended his streak, only to receive a taunting message. Again, 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 get lost. Suze snarled through gritted teeth, but as he typed his response, he caught a whiff of something burning. Looking down, he saw smoke rising from his keyboard. Admin, your keyboards are trash. How is this thing smoking? Soon after, a female staff member silently replaced his keyboard. This wasn't the first time, and she was beginning to suspect Suze was deliberately breaking equipment. With his new keyboard ready, Suze continued his bitter rivalry with Blue Bridge Spring Snow. Sword-piercing clouds. If you can beat me, you're definitely a pro player. Just wait till I'll get my revenge. Blue Bridge Spring Snow. I'm right here. Come and PK if you dare. The two engaged in a typing war, their hand speed reaching incredible levels as the chat window scrolled frantically. When it came to typing speed, Suze never backed down from any. One had literally typed his previous keyboard into smoking submission. After venting through their text battle, Suze's anger subsided somewhat. He ignored Blue Bridge Spring Snow's continued taunts and logged off directly. 998 consecutive wins. While there would still be payment, his power leveling fee would be cut in half. This was the real source of his fury. After 2 sleepless days and nights, seeing victory slip away at the last moment was unbearable for anyone. Moreover, Suze knew that Blue Bridge Spring Snow was no ordinary player, very likely Huang Xiaotian from Team Blue Rain. Meanwhile, at Blue Rain Club, Huang Xiaotian stared blankly at the now offline sword-piercing clouds while his teammates discussed the match behind him. That bastard even cursed us not to win the championship. I'm so pissed, I want to challenge him to a duel. Xiaotian, calm down. What's your assessment of him? Yu Wenzhou's gentle voice interrupted Huang Xiaotian's outburst. Huang Xiaotian collected himself. This guy is strong, his skill level matches mine. If his equipment hadn't been slightly inferior, I might have lost. Plus, his sword shadow step might even be better than mine. Yu Wenzhou nodded. He's precise at seizing opportunities, but also tends to give others openings. He can execute 8 complete shadow images, yet his hand speed fluctuates, and his positioning is unusual. I suspect he's using combination keys to release skills. As he said this, a hint of envy flickered in Yu Wenzhou's eyes. With his own hand speed barely over 200, watching his opponent use combination keys to burst out skills inevitably stirred some jealousy. No wonder I felt like his skill cooldowns were faster. If you use combination keys, both cooldown and mana consumption are significantly reduced. Huang Xiaotian had an epiphany. Glory skills could be activated through hotkeys or combination keys manual input. Combination keys required extremely fast hand speed and were incredibly difficult, but offered shorter cooldowns and lower mana costs. Professional players rarely use this method due to the severe strain on their hands. Yu Wenzhou explained. Professional players don't use manual input. The cost is too high and can easily cause irreversible damage. Huang Xiaotian's fighting spirit ignited. Help me keep track of this sword-piercing clouds. The moment he comes online, set up a match for me. Su Buiyuan nodded. Xiaotian, is this guy really a professional player? No, Yu Wenzhou replied calmly, but he has professional level skills. Outside Glory's competitive arena, Suze pulled out his account card, silently vowing to himself would definitely make a comeback and ensure that even professional players would remember his name. At that moment, Suze had already handed the account card to the delivery guy. He closed the door of his rental apartment and collapsed onto the cheap but spacious bed, catching up on some much-needed sleep. As night fell, he slowly woke up and checked his phone. There was still half an hour before Glory's 10th server opened. The internet cafe was right at the street corner, but he decided to stay in his rental place instead. The computer setup here was better, with superior graphics card and memory compared to the cafe's machines. The only downside was the keyboard break, one every 3 days. It wasn't just about his fast hand speed. The main issue was his uncontrollable left-hand strength, constantly sending keycaps flying in all directions. For the next day and a half, he stayed home grinding dungeons solo. At 7 in the morning, his character reached level 20 and successfully changed class to swordsman. After learning the skills, he went back to bed for more sleep, waking up in the afternoon. After washing up, he still headed to the internet cafe. Pushing open the cafe door, he habitually placed his ID card on the front desk. Just as he was about to say the usual, a crisp female voice interrupted him. What usual? Looking up, he saw a short-haired girl tilting her head at him. Her unfamiliar face and clean, sharp demeanor made Suze's heart skip a beat. This girl didn't look like an ordinary staff member at all, more like the cafe owner. But he knew the real owner was someone else. Sure enough, the next second, the actual owner Chun-Gua quickly walked over. Why are you here again? Her initially smiling face instantly dropped. This keyboard destroyer gave her endless headaches, but she couldn't exactly kick out a customer, so she had to swallow her frustration. Hee hee, your machines have great specs, so I come here to surf the net, Suze said with a laugh, trying to smooth things over. Please don't. My keyboards can't handle your abuse. Chun-Gua rolled her eyes. Suze touched his nose, embarrassed, but unable to argue back. Seeing Chun-Gua was busy with other matters, he tactfully retreated toward the staircase. Fine, go upstairs. I got better keyboards this time. If you break them again, I won't let you off. Chun-Gua added menacingly. With permission granted, Suze quickly slipped upstairs, mentally noting that the owner was actually quite nice, and he should be gentler in the future. But honestly, he wasn't deliberately destroying keyboards. His left hand's speed and strength were just ridiculously overpowered. This all traced back to 3 months ago. Suze had transmigrated into the world of the king's avatar, and came with a choose 2 from 10 cheat system. Without hesitation, he picked God's left hand and ultimate reflexes. Ultimate reflexes was exactly what it sounded like, human limit reaction time of 0.1 seconds. God's left hand gave his left hand incredible speed, made it immune to damage, and granted it mysteriously overwhelming strength. With this God's left hand, Suze decided to pull off some flashy moves and became a manual input player. In his previous life, he had read the King's Avatar novel, though only once, and many plot details had become hazy in his memory. However, he clearly remembered that Yishio would appear at Happy Internet Cafe, which was precisely why he had traveled so far to move to this city. Since he had transmigrated into the King's Avatar world, he figured he might as well experience the professional esports scene firsthand. Unfortunately, his personality made him unwilling to join other teams. She only wanted to wait for Yishio. He had only officially entered the glory scene 3 months ago, and was just beginning to catch the attention of professional players, with no formal club invitations yet. To prepare, he had spent over 2 months familiarizing himself with glory's systems and mechanics. At this moment, as he walked from the second floor toward the staircase, he was still reflecting on the young man who had followed behind the boss lady earlier, most likely Yishio. He had actually planned to visit the internet cafe 2 days ago to meet him, but overslept, and by evening he felt too lazy to go, so he gave up. After a moment's thought, he decided to stop overthinking and simply headed downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he saw a crowd gathered around the counter, watching a glory PK match on screen. Several hundred yuan bills were scattered on the desk, clearly serving as impromptu stakes. After asking around, he learned that the girl controlling the character was called Sister Tang, by everyone undoubtedly Tang Ro. Since she was on one side, her opponent was naturally Yishio. He found a corner and quietly observed the match. Tang Ro's fierce gameplay clashed with Yishio's self-crafted silver weapon, the myriad manifestations umbrella, creating such spectacular scenes that even the spectators gasped in amazement. Someone offered to pay Yishio to craft a silver weapon for them, but was politely declined. When the battle ended, Yishio collected the cash from the table and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to follow, Chun-Gua's voice stopped him. Hey, why did you come downstairs? Don't tell me you broke another keyboard? He had to turn around and explain calmly. No, I just noticed it was lively down here, so I came to watch the show for a bit. Watch the show? Chun-Gua's expression immediately soured. Tang Ro was her best friend, and describing the PK as watching a show sounded like mockery to her ears. Realizing his poor choice of words, he quickly corrected himself. Well, not exactly a show. How should I put it? The battle was indeed spectacular. Spectacular how? Spectacularly getting crushed. Chun-Gua didn't voice this thought, but glared at him fiercely instead. He raised his hands innocently. Pretend I said nothing, okay? Just as he was about to slip away, he suddenly turned back and asked, by the way, boss lady, do you have any Blade Master account cards? What for? Chun-Gua's tone was clearly hostile. I'd like to borrow one. I want to PK someone, he replied. Chun-Gua was about to refuse outright, but then heard him add, the person I want to PK is Yishio. Huh? You want to challenge him? Chun-Gua couldn't hide her surprise. Yishio's skill level was obvious to all, yet this quiet customer who had been using the computers upstairs actually dared to challenge him. Could he really be a hidden expert? Did her internet cafe really harbor so many talented individuals? Seeing Chun-Gua's prolonged silence, he shrugged to indicate he wouldn't force the issue and turned to leave. But then he heard Chun-Gua call out, I can lend you an account card, but the equipment is pretty basic. If you actually manage to beat him, I'll forgive you for breaking those keyboards from now on when you come here. he gently protested. The keyboards just aren't durable, that's not really my fault. Haha. Chengwa didn't buy it. Wait here, I'll go get an account card. Chengwa dropped this line and quickly walked away. Soon after, she returned with an account card in hand. He thanked her and headed straight in the direction Yishio had gone. Chengwa and Tang Rou exchanged glances, hesitated for a few seconds, then followed. They too wanted to see the outcome of this PK. Walking up behind Yishio, Suze tapped him on the back. Yishio turned around to see a young man with delicate features and a clean demeanor. Need something? He asked casually. How about a PK? Suze smiled, his tone relaxed. Yishio frowned. I'm pretty busy right now. I'm Yi Jianling Yun. Suze said calmly, though it sounded like a declaration of war. This immediately made Yishio sit up straight. Yi Jianling Yun was a rising star who had been making waves in the arena lately, frantically pursuing a 1,000-win streak. Though Yishio rarely paid attention to outside developments, he had heard this name before. If this person really was who he claimed to be, then he was worth checking out. If his skills were up to par, maybe he could even recruit him for his team. PK is fine. Yishio's eyes lit up. How about we make it interesting? 1,000 per match, best of 3. Suze held up one finger. That's quite a stake. I don't have that much money to lose to you. Yishio laughed carelessly. You don't think you'll lose. True, but you seem pretty confident yourself. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have come to challenge you, Suze shrugged. Fair point. Still, betting this much seems unnecessary. Yishio tried to dissuade him. Then let's make it one decisive match. You just won 1,100, keep 100 for cigarettes. You're really confident. Yishio's smile grew wider. I'm always confident. All right, see you in the training room. Yishio said no more, having already decided to teach this self-proclaimed Yi Jianling Yun a lesson. The two entered the training room, and battle quickly commenced. Yishio controlled Jun Mo Xiao in a straight sprint, closing in on Suze's swordsman. Suze refused to engage directly, using triple slash to create distance. His opponent was the glory textbook, after all, wielding the unreasonable, unspecialized clash needed to play it safe. A minute passed, and Yishio still hadn't found an ideal opening. Both sides traded health while their mana bars dropped in sync. Yishio quickly noticed something was wrong. Logically, his opponent shouldn't have this much mana left. Things seemed to be going south, so he became fully alert. Both players were hiding their trump cards. Yishio didn't understand Suze's playstyle, and Suze likewise lacked experience against unspecialized mechanics, so he adopted the safest strategy: absolutely no direct confrontation with Yishio. This was the first time Suze had played so defensively, with virtually zero openings. But Yishio's skill was undeniable, caught several opportunities, and nearly finished his opponent with combos. Suze relied on his extreme reflexes to barely escape danger each time. The stalemate continued until Yishio ran out of mana first, while Suze still had a quarter of his mana remaining. Facing a manaless unspecialized, he stopped retreating, and his aggressive nature finally showed the true colors of an opportunist. After a flawless burst combo, Suze narrowly won. If they played again, the outcome could go either way. On screen, the word defeat flashed as Yishio gripped his mouse, stunned for several seconds. It wasn't that he couldn't handle losing, had even held back, but Suze's playstyle had thoroughly shocked him. Manual input, this is incredible. Yishio couldn't help but exclaim. As the glory textbook, he could tell from Suze's character's subtle movements that his opponent was actually manually inputting skills. It was precisely because he realized this that he was even more amazed. In this world, there are actually people who play with pure manual input. Yishio's gaze remained fixed on the pair of slender, yet slightly reddened hands across from him. Normal players would already be struggling at 500 actions per minute. But during their recent match, while he had pushed his hand speed to around 600, his opponent had still managed to keep up with the rhythm perfectly and with pure manual input. Converting between their different input methods, Yishio estimated that guy had broken through at least 900 APM, which was absolutely ridiculous. Playing like that will ruin your hands. Yishio took a deep breath, setting aside his surprise as his tone carried genuine concern. Suze flexed his wrists with a faint smile. Thanks for the concern, but I have my ways of dealing with it. Now, shouldn't you honor our bet? He didn't carry himself with a victor's arrogance, knowing full well that Yishio had indeed been distracted and somewhat stunned by the manual input technique. Yishio was straightforward about it, pulling out the 1,000 yuan he'd been clutching and handing it over, though it pained him a bit. At least this money wasn't something he'd really wanted anyway. Chen Guo and Tang Rou stood behind them, watching eagerly. Yishio decisively stuffed the money into Suze's hand, thinking to himself that the money would only burn in his own pocket. You're very skilled, Yishio offered an honest assessment. So are you. Suze replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. The unspecialized put tremendous pressure on Mei, almost lost. He had calculated in his mind. Theoretically, an unspecialized could learn 120 skills, but a max-level character only had 4,000 skill points, maybe 5,000 with skill books. Skills below level 20 required at least 10 points per level, meaning 100 points for max level. Junimo Xiao was only level 20, with at most 1,000 skill points. Unless Yishio was crazy enough to only upgrade all skills to level 1, he could barely manage 100 skills, but that was impossible. Those core skills requiring precise timing would definitely max those out. How would your performance be without manual input? Yishio asked. Not much different, Suze shrugged. Manual input is just my advantage. It's prone to mistakes, but when executed flawlessly, it's considerably stronger than conventional operation. With that, he casually pocketed the bills. Yishio's gaze fell on those hands, seeing no obvious abnormalities, but he couldn't help advising. It's really too damaging to your hands. You shouldn't use it long term. Sorry, I'll pass on that advice, Suze smiled. I'm planning to enter the professional scene. Are you interested? Yishio was taken aback, not understanding why he'd suddenly thrown out that statement. Did his opponent know his identity? But even if he did, he was currently a retired player. Suze didn't elaborate further, simply raising his hand. I mean it literally. Do you know me? Yishio raised an eyebrow. After a moment's thought, Suze extended his hand first. Nice to meet you. I'm Suze. Yishio. Yishio gave him a brief handshake. Good, now I know you. Back to our conversation. With that, Suze pulled out his account card and handed it to Qinghua. Remember to stock up on extra keyboards. He then turned and headed upstairs to the private rooms. The three watched his retreating figure, each lost in their own thoughts. Yishio glanced at Suze's former station, where the keyboard was emitting faint wisps of smoke. It was probably done for. Qinghua had initially felt secretly pleased that Suze had beaten Yishio, but following Yishio's gaze to see the casualty, her heart clenched painfully. Bastard. He broke another one of my keyboards. Though her skills were average, she could still tell how intense that PK had been. Both players had been like pianists on stage throughout, their fingertips flying across the keys in dense afterimages. Yishio, what's that guy's skill level? That's professional standard, right? Having heard Suze mention entering the professional scene, she couldn't help but ask. She might have just witnessed the birth of a future pro player. Yishio's expression was complex as he looked at the blackened keycaps, saying quietly, his skill level is on par with someone like Huang Xiaotian. Is someone at Huang Xiaotian's level really that exaggerated? Qinghua was clearly skeptical. She knew Huang Xiaotian's abilities all too well. Who was Blue Rain's ace player, after all. Yishio couldn't be bothered to waste words and simply threw out the most straightforward fact. I just hit over 900 APM and executed 8 afterimages with Sword Shadow Step. Huang Xiaotian can manage 7 at most. What do you think? That impressive? Qinhua's eyes widened in shock. She had been so focused on watching Yishio's hands that she completely missed the details on screen. I can't exactly say I'm better than Huang Xiaotian. Yishio rubbed his chin, his tone casual. Probably about 60-40 odds, with him taking 40 and me taking 60. If you can go toe-a-toe with him. Qinhua's mind raced with calculations. Does that mean I could watch you and Huang Xiaotian have an epic showdown? Pretty much. Yishio replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, in the game, Suze was busy upgrading his silver weapon. Flowing Light LV.10. Type. Lightsaber requires lightsaber mastery weight, 2.2 kilograms. Attack speed, 16. Physical attack, 276. Magic attack, 268. Strength 43. Attack speed 10. Lightsaber mastery 2. Damage 60 reduces by 5 for each skill in quick slot. Looking at these stats, Suze smiled with satisfaction. Flowing Light was his trump card brought over from the 9th server. Since he never used skill quick slots, he earned that full 60 damage bonus. At the current stage, this was practically equivalent to instant kill everything. Even more valuable was the 16 attack speed plus 10 attack speed boost, making it the fastest lightsaber in glory, truly in a league of its own. This weapon was Suze's creation, modeled after the data from Balyamonk's sword in a 2D game. He just needed a bit more material to upgrade it to level 15, and he planned to ask Yishio for help. But remembering he had just won money from him, Suze decided on some reciprocal courtesy, treating the internet cafe staff to a good meal while buying a carton of premium cigarettes as a gesture of goodwill. Without hesitation, Suze pulled out his phone and ordered food. For the cigarettes, he'd better make the trip himself. A carton of premium smokes wasn't cheap, and paying upfront felt risky, while not paying felt inappropriate. He left the cafe and walked to a tobacco shop a street away that only sold authentic products, completing the payment, verification, and bagging in one smooth process. When he returned to the internet cafe, the takeout boxes were already empty. Clearly the feast had been completely devoured. Unfortunately, there was none left for him, since he had placed the order under Yishio's name. Suze carried his bag toward Yishio's usual spot, but only saw Tang Ro there, chin resting on one hand, staring intently at the screen. Where's Yishio? Suze asked. He went to the smoking area. Tang Ro looked up and gave a brief reply. Oh, thanks. Suze nodded and was about to turn away. Wait a moment. Tang Ro suddenly spoke up. Suze stopped and looked slightly puzzled. Is there something you need? I heard you mention wanting to enter the professional scene, so you must know quite a bit about it. Do you know about One Autumn Leaf? Tang Ro's tone carried a note of seriousness. I do. What about it? Suze was a bit curious about why she would ask such a question. If you were to PK against one autumn leaf, what would be the odds? Tang Ro's gaze held genuine curiosity. That's hard to say. Suze rubbed his chin, recalling for a moment. I fought against one autumn leaf's original owner once and barely won. If he could still control one autumn leaf to fight me, it would probably be 50-50. He gave a relatively conservative answer. PK battles were inherently difficult to quantify. Suze thought to himself that when he was in good form, he could truly slay gods and demons. But when he was off his game, he might also perform poorly. His words weren't born of arrogance. The confidence from his silver equipment was undeniable. Once he reached level 70, he believed his weapon would be ridiculously powerful, making even Cassia pale in comparison. As for the myriad manifestations umbrella, they weren't even in the same league. There was no comparison. After listening, Tang Ro didn't think Suze was bragging. Instead, she nodded seriously. What level is Yishio at? Guogwa said he's a retired professional player. Are all professional players that amazing? Not necessarily. Suze shook his head. There are mediocre professional players too. As for Yishio, you'd better ask him yourself. I won't say much about it. He knew clearly that he'd need Yishio's help later, so he couldn't gossip behind his back and appear loose-lipped. If there's nothing else, I'll go find Yishio. After getting a response from Tang Ro, Suze turned and headed toward the smoking area. Cigarette smoke drifted in the dim yellow light, and Yishio's familiar silhouette leaned against the wall. Suze walked straight over and handed him an entire carton of premium cigarettes. I'm short on materials for making my silver weapon. Could you help me ask the major guilds for some? Such expensive cigarettes. Yishio was startled. He'd never bought such good cigarettes in his life. Just as he was about to decline, he heard Suze say, I don't smoke. If you don't take them, I'll just throw them away. Then don't waste them. Yishio quickly accepted them. Tell me, what materials do you need? Add me as a friend later, and I'll send you the list. My game ID is hair like snow. As Suze finished speaking, he prepared to return to the private room. Wait a moment. Yishio called out to him. Something else. Suze raised an eyebrow. What do you mean else? Yishio was speechless. You mentioned earlier about wanting to go pro together. Were you serious? Yeah. Don't you have the same plan? Suze asked back. I just have the plan, but I'm not sure about implementing it. If you really join, then I'd have the motivation. That sounds great. Any other concerns? Yishio pondered for a moment. Forming a team has many requirements. You'd need to help me. I don't have money. Suze immediately distanced himself. I'm not asking you for money. Yishio rubbed his forehead. We don't have enough people. Help me recruit some. What about Tang Ro? She's great, very promising. Suze answered without hesitation. I've been watching her for a while. Seems like you're not just watching her technique, right? Yishio gave him a suggestive look. Oh, come on. Suze couldn't be bothered to explain, could hardly say he'd read the original story and knew a bit about Tang Ro. Anyway, you handle it as you see fit. I was just suggesting. If it works out, help me train Tang Ro, and I'll get those materials for you. Yishio nodded without pursuing the matter further. Fine, anything else. But let me be clear up front, I can't handle hardship. Suze shrugged. Don't go pro if you can't handle hardship. Yishio's expression suddenly became serious. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're talented. Glory isn't a one-person game. All right, I can handle it. Suze quickly backed down. Facing this version of Yishio, Suze felt a hint of pressure. However, he also gained some insight into Yishio's temperament. You could joke around with him about anything, but once it came to professional attitude, he became like a completely different person. Suze sat down at the computer next to Tang Ro and logged into the game again. As soon as he came online, Jun Maxiao's friend request popped up immediately. He clicked accept and casually sent over all the rare materials he had prepared. After completing the transaction, he opened his notes and continued pondering the crafting plan for the silver weapon, Flowing Light. At this point, Hair Like Snow had already reached level 23. For Suze, Glory's so-called max level was merely the starting point. What truly captured his attention was this silver weapon he had poured his heart and soul into. To research it, he had spared no expense, even losing quite a bit of hair in the process. Thinking about his increasingly receding hairline, his previously spirited demeanor instantly deflated. Forget it, time to go home. With a self-deprecating remark, he stood up to leave. Before departing, he remembered Yishio's instructions and turned to Tang Ro, saying, when you have time, check out Autumn Tree's guides. They'll save you a lot of detours. Also, get some rest early. The moment the words left his mouth, he bolted like he was logging off and running away. Tang Ro removed her headphones and watched his hastily retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Is he trying to hit on me? It wasn't narcissism. Suze's strange behavior just now was exactly like those shy guys who muster up courage to talk to someone and then immediately flee. However, she'd seen this type of thing plenty of times and didn't pay it much mind. Suze had already left the internet cafe, grabbed a quick dinner from a street vendor, returned to his rental apartment for a hot shower, and crashed into bed. The next day, he didn't get up until after 10 o'clock. After washing up and combining breakfast and lunch into one meal, he headed back to the internet cafe. Walking past a row of computers, he was surprised to find Tang Rou still sitting in the same spot. Didn't sleep all night? He asked softly as he approached. Got too absorbed in playing and lost track of time. Tang Rou replied with a gentle smile. I see. Suze pondered for a moment. How about giving me your account card? I'll help you level up to 20 while you get some sleep. Just don't tell Yishio. Thanks, but no need to trouble yourself. I prefer doing things myself. Tang Rou politely declined, though this only reinforced her suspicion about his hitting on her theory. Suze didn't insist, and simply started up the computer next to her. He wasn't in a rush to level up. Yishio still needed his help breaking dungeon records, and leveling too quickly would actually prevent him from entering lower-level dungeons. It was only when he had nothing else to do that he thought about helping Tang Rou power level. Seeing him browsing through materials, Tang Rou asked curiously, "What are you researching?" "Silver weapon crafting plans," Suze replied without looking up, simultaneously entering the arena to farm points. 250 points could be exchanged for a level 25 purple equipment piece, which was upgrade material for flowing light. Oh, Tang Rou responded, and somehow her drowsiness began to fade without her realizing it. Soon, Suze had been matched with an opponent. Most players in the new server are around level 20, and at this stage, they don't have many skills. Suze has an absolute advantage when facing these players. This advantage comes from the silver weapon, Flowing Light, that he equipped at level 10. In terms of stats alone, Flowing Light's base attributes can already match a level 20 orange weapon, and with an additional 60 damage bonus, the output is simply outrageous. The moment the battle began, Suze pressed the sprint key, and his character shot forward several meters like lightning, then leaped into the air. Before landing, a silver flash appeared, silver light falling blade descended, immediately followed by an uppercut that launched his opponent into the air. After his character landed, he seamlessly connected two basic attacks, the blade light forming a continuous stream, then added a consecutive thrust. Just as this combo was ending, uppercut's cooldown finished perfectly, and he launched his opponent into the air once again. In just a few seconds, his opponent's health was reduced to critical levels. Suze casually added a draw slash, a cold gleam flashed, and his opponent's character fell to the ground. He had originally wanted to show off with a shadow step, but thought better of it. It was completely unnecessary. 10 consecutive wins were as easy as drinking water. Tang Rou, who was watching from the side, was stunned. She stared at Suze's fingers, the rapid clicking sounds like drum beats. How did you train your hand speed? Suze removed his headphones and shrugged. I have some foundation, but it's mainly natural talent. Doesn't your hand get injured when you move that fast? Tang Rou pressed. No, I'm left-handed and I've practiced. Suze really didn't know how to explain in detail, and just hoped she wouldn't dig deeper. But Tang Rou clearly didn't believe him. Looking at those rapidly moving hands, she thought to herself, pushing this hard, something's bound to go wrong eventually. Realizing she seemed to be cursing him, she quickly looked away. Suze understood what she was thinking and decided to change the subject. Are you interested in going pro? Going pro? Tang Rou was startled. She had never considered this path. Her only goal was to defeat Yishio. Yeah, you're like me. Your hand speed is at a talent level. In esports, that's a stepping stone. And only by entering the professional scene, defeating masters step by step, can you finally beat Yishio. Suze directly used Yishio as bait. As he expected, Tang Rou pondered for a few seconds. Going pro is fine, but I'd have to defeat many professional players before I could beat Yishio? Is he better than all of them? Tang Rou had originally just wanted to experience life, and happened to develop an interest in glory, so she wasn't opposed to professional competition. Hearing her soften, Suze secretly breathed a sigh of relief and struck while the iron was hot. Of course Yishio is amazing. You can't find 5 people in the scene who are stronger than him. Can't find 5 people also means he's not unbeatable, right? Tang Rou's tone was calm. You could put it that way. Suze smiled. You'll understand his strength later. Let me help you level up to 20 and change classes first. Can't keep dragging this out. What are you waiting for? Tang Rou sensed there was more to his words. It's complicated, can't explain it all at once. Suze waved his hand, seeming somewhat helpless. Seeing he didn't want to elaborate, Tang Rou didn't press further. Regardless, she accepted the power leveling proposal. Then I'll go upstairs and rest. Go ahead. Their brief exchange sounded odd, but neither paid it much mind. Tang Rou, however, might have been overthinking things. After taking over Tang Rou's account card, Suze immediately began operating the character to level up. From dawn to dusk, the dim lights of the internet cafe were filled only with the sounds of mouse clicks and the rapid rhythm of keyboards. Glory's early game leveling was inherently simple, and Suze, familiar with the game mechanics, blazed through at breakneck speed. By evening, he had raised Han Yen Rou to level 20 much faster than Tang Rou's progress in the original story, yet still within reasonable bounds. In the original, Tang Rou's unfamiliarity with the game slowed her pace, while Su Mucheng, equally skilled at Glory, had also taken less than 10 hours to level a new character to 20. The 3-day time frame was merely for appearances. As night fell, Tang Rou pushed through the door to take over the account. Suze stood up, yielding his seat, and pointed at the screen. After you change classes, you can proceed to the next stage of training. What's the next stage? Tang Rou asked, sitting down and turning her head toward him. You'll have to ask Yi Xiao, Suze said with a shrug, speaking frankly. I'm only slightly better at PvP and glory. In other aspects, I'm about the same as you. About the same as me? Tang Rou paused, puzzled. This was the second time he'd said something like this. Yet their actual interactions amounted to only 2.5 encounters. What gave him the confidence to claim he understood her? To her, this felt like arbitrarily claiming kinship, using words to forcibly bridge distance somewhat jarring. While she was still wondering, Suze's phone buzzed in his pocket. The words "Mom" on the screen made his brow twitch with obvious hesitation, but he still steeled himself to answer. Yeah, I know. After a few brief exchanges, he stood up and began gathering his things. Something urgent? Tang Rou noticed the change in his expression. I need to go back to my hometown, Suze said quickly, handing over the account card. Keep this for now and help me pass it to Yi Xiao. I have to go. With those words, his figure was already rushing out of the internet cafe. Meanwhile, after Yi Xiao received the account card, his work of clearing dungeon records became considerably easier. At this moment, he leaned back in front of his computer, with the attribute panel of the silver weapon, Lu Guang, displayed in the window. Incredible, Yi Xiao commented softly. This silver weapon's stats and effects were clearly custom-made for Suze, just as the myriad manifestations umbrella belonged to the unspecialized class, while Lu Guang was exclusively designed for manual players. Ordinary players could barely manage with manual controls, but in professional matches, it would be suicidal. No one would dare take such a risk. I need to find time to have a talk with that guy, Yi Xiao calculated in his mind. Letting Suze continue with manual controls was impossible, but the kid was quite proud probably wouldn't listen to advice until he was thoroughly defeated. With this thought, he simply leveled up Suze's Lu Guang by a few levels. The screen finally settled on. Lu Guang, level 20. The lightsaber requires lightsaber mastery. Weight, 2.2 kilograms, attack speed, 16, physical attack, 376, magic attack, 368, strength, 60, attack speed 10, lightsaber mastery skill level 2, increases damage by 60. For each additional skill in the quick skill bar, damage is reduced by 5. The base stats of this lightsaber, flowing light, were significantly higher than those of the myriad manifestations umbrella of the same level, and its additional attributes were equally practical. However, when Yi Xiao saw the last line, for each additional skill in the quick skill bar, damage is reduced by 5. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, really wanted to erase this negative effect directly. But remembering that flowing light wasn't his equipment after all, he had to restrain himself for now, planning to discuss it thoroughly with Suze later. While he was pondering this, Tang Rou walked over to his desk. Suze hasn't come back yet? He's been gone for several days, Tang Rou asked casually. She didn't have much interaction with Suze himself, but she used his account card daily, so naturally she cared about his schedule. He texted saying he'd arrive today, should be soon. Yi Xiao replied, shaking his phone. He also said he brought some local specialties. Want to pick him up from the airport? Don't we need all hands for the dungeon run tonight? Tang Rou reminded him. We're running Frost Forest, just waiting for him to get back, Yi Xiao said casually. Trying to break Excellent Dynasty's record? Tang Rou's eyes lit up. Yeah. Yi Xiao nodded. In truth, the Frost Forest record had long lost its appeal to him. Tonight's dungeon run was purely to test Suze. His impression of Suze had always been limited to 3 points: fierce operation, fast hand speed, sharp reflexes, but his game sense was barely at professional level. That's exactly why he was more curious. If Suze could shore up his weakness in game sense and add that terrifying hand speed, just how strong could he become? Dungeons were the best way to observe comprehensive ability. Yi Xiao sent a few more messages on QQ. Suze has arrived in H City, but what? Tang Rou pressed. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Yi Xiao didn't elaborate, but from the text messages, he keenly sensed that Suze's mood wasn't right, seemed less enthusiastic about his account and silver weapon than before, which was a dangerous sign. Did he mention anything to you before he left? Yi Xiao asked. Not much, just seemed down, said he was going back to his hometown, then left in a hurry, Tang Rou recalled. Just as she finished speaking, a figure stepped through the training room doorway. Suze was back. Couldn't give us a heads up that you'd arrived? Yi Xiao greeted him, though he vaguely sensed something was wrong. Telling you in advance wouldn't make me arrive any earlier, so it's the same either way. Suze's sentence was as simple as a theorem. He casually handed over a paper box. Tea from my hometown. After barely 3 sentences of small talk, he was already sitting at a computer, swiping his card to start up. Yi Xiao turned his head. You're logging into a different account? Yeah, I have urgent business. What business? Challenging guilds. Once logged in, the screen clearly displayed, E. Jian Ling Yun. Suze began frantically accepting challenges again, but this time with a very clear target challenging various professional players, and ranked first on his list was Blue Bridge Spring Snow. Strictly speaking, it was the other operator of Blue Bridge Spring Snow, Huang Xiaotian. After watching 10 PK matches, one soared above the clouds and Blue Bridge Spring Snow each claimed 5 victories, resulting in a perfect tie of 5 wins and 5 losses. Yishio rubbed his cigarette pack, urgency evident in his voice. Your opponent is an opportunist, but you're too fond of giving him opportunities. After 10 rounds of competition, he had gained a more intuitive assessment of Su Zhe's abilities. Your playstyle is aggressive enough, but it also leaves big openings. If your reflexes weren't fast enough, you probably wouldn't have won a single match. Su Zhe shrugged. Well, that's just my personality. Yi Xiu pointed out a bigger concern. In professional competition, an aggressive personality isn't necessarily an advantage. In unknown fights, you might go 50-50 with anyone, but what if you're facing 2 opponents simultaneously? Su Zhe had already considered this weakness. He understood he still had many shortcomings. Glory, after all, wasn't a single-player game. What do you think someone like me could get for a signing fee? Su Zhe suddenly asked. Yi Xiu paused for a moment before giving his estimate. In terms of signing fees, around 3 million. But if you really want to be a starter, you'd need to train for a while longer. Which team are you thinking of joining? Hearing this, Yi Xiu somewhat detected Su Zhe's intentions and felt a bit regretful. Su Zhe also seemed apologetic. I'm short on money lately, so I probably can't wait for you. Family emergency? Yi Xiu asked. Yeah. Su Zhe answered straightforwardly. How much do you need? Let me see if I can lend you some. Yi Xiu was direct. Su Zhe looked at him puzzledly. Aren't you even poorer than me? Yi Xiu was momentarily speechless, then waved his hand. I can borrow from others. It has nothing to do with whether I'm poor or not. He began counting on his fingers. 300,000 for surgery, plus follow-up treatment. Probably around 1 million total. Su Zhe nodded. About right. It's a family member who's sick. Yi Xiu pondered for a moment. How about I lend you 500,000 first? Even as he said this, he felt somewhat troubled. He really didn't have money, and while Su Muching did, he didn't want to ask her. But Su Zhe's talent was truly remarkable. The 3 million estimate was only based on his current level, and he could see that the other's potential hadn't been fully tapped. A year from now, he might be the next Wang Jieshi. No, Su Zhe and Wang Jieshi were still different. Su Zhe was currently in an unsealed state and could continue growing. Wang Jieshi had deliberately sealed his magician playstyle, and while he'd be strong once unsealed, it would be difficult for him to break through further. One was a potential stock, the other a top-tier god. Their positions weren't the same. Su Zhe remained silent for a long time. Yi Xiu prompted. What's wrong? Still have concerns? No concerns. It's just that I don't like owing favors. Su Zhe still hesitated. What favors? Just send me your account number, and I'll transfer the money later. Yi Xiu smiled. Do we need to sign an agreement? Su Zhe finally compromised. Even after transmigrating, he still understood the filial duties children owed their parents. We can sign one or not, but if you could promise me one thing, that would be best. Yi Xiu said. What thing? Don't play hand-drubbed accounts. After hearing this, Su Zhe fell into a brief silence before saying, You should know that every game character has limits, and manual operation is my advantage. People have limits too, and playing like this will ruin your hands. Yi Xiu stared at him with a serious expression. No, it won't. Su Zhe's tone was firm. How can you be so sure? Yi Xiu shook his head, feeling both helpless and worried. Do you know Sunjipping? He had to retire early because of hand injuries. And you still dare to play manual blade master? You really have no fear of death. Faced with Yi Xiu's questioning, Su Zhe didn't know how to explain. For a moment he couldn't exactly tell him about his cheat ability. Could he? He could only shrug. Different people have different constitutions. Just like no one can explain how many miraculous Indians there are in India, I definitely understand my own situation better than you do. You'd better take it easy. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Yi Xiu could only hand back the Lord Grimm account card. Log on, let's run Frost Forest. Su Zhe took the card and turned his head to ask, Didn't you pull an all-nighter last night? Aren't you going to catch up on sleep? It's just running a dungeon. Won't take long. I'll rest after we're done. Yi Xiu answered casually. In reality, he no longer needed Frost Forest to test Su Zhe's abilities, but he had promised Tang Rou earlier that they'd run it once, and if he changed plans now, he'd definitely face consequences later. After logging into Dancing Ring, Su Zhe joined the team. The party list showed 4 IDs: Lord Grimm, Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, and Dancing Ring. Let's go to Frost Forest. Lord Grimm typed in team chat. Aren't we missing one person? And who's playing Dancing Ring? Steamed Bun Invasion spoke directly through voice chat. It is I. Su Zhe also turned on his mic, his response full of dramatic flair. Hearing that slightly low, magnetic teenage voice, Steamed Bun immediately followed up. What's your zodiac sign? Su Zhe looked toward Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu explained. That's just how Steamed Bun is enthusiastic with everyone. You'll get used to it. Then he typed in the channel. Just the 4 of us. For people? Aren't we trying to break the record? Tang Rou couldn't help but ask. Who says 4 people can't break a record? Suze countered. Yi Xiu chimed in. Theoretically possible. Depends on Aze's performance. That silver weapon of his is crucial. Aze. Suze raised an eyebrow. Don't make up random nicknames. How about Little Sue then? Forget it, whatever you want. Suze simply gave up resisting. At the dungeon entrance, the current record stood at 12 minutes, 55 seconds 42. The countdown ended, and the dungeon opened. Lord Grimm took aggro, pulling clusters of monsters through the forest. Soft mist and steamed bun invasion followed closely behind, unleashing torrents of damage. Suze's dancing rain split off alone down another path, heading straight for the first boss. Certain bosses had specific mechanics that would force interruptions during solo fights, but there weren't many such bosses. Suze's hand speed went wild all the way, his skill combinations flowing seamlessly, as if the keyboard and mouse had become natural extensions of his arms. Finally, the results screen appeared. 12 minutes 24 seconds 37. More than 30 seconds faster than the old record, and with only 4 people. For people breaking a 5-person record, how incredible was that? As soon as the record was announced, business immediately came knocking at Yi Xiu's door, while on the other side, Lu Hao was completely stunned. The Frost Forest record completely shattered Lu Hao's hopes. He understood that with his current abilities, breaking this time was absolutely impossible. Even if he pushed himself to the absolute limit and managed to barely surpass a 4-person record with a 5-person team, that would only be another form of humiliation. Games have limits. Characters have limits too. But the truth was Lu Hao was still far from reaching that ceiling. In reality, no player had ever truly touched the ultimate threshold. Even Su Zhe, known as the manual control master, could only be said to approach it infinitely. In other words, when ordinary players controlled their characters, they were just players. But when Su Zhe placed his hands on the keyboard and mouse, it was as if the character himself had personally logged in. That was roughly the idea. The dim yellow lights of Xingxin Internet Cafe, mixed with the low hum of computer fans and the rhythmic clicking of keyboards. Yi Xiu had just finished a round of combat and simply left his character idle in place. He waved to Su Zhe. I'm going to catch some sleep. Keep an eye on the game and don't let anyone sneak up on us. Go ahead. Su Zhe nodded, but his hand paused midair. Noticing his hesitation, Yi Xiu smiled and added, I'll handle the money situation in a bit. Don't worry about it. All right, thanks. Su Zhe felt a warmth in his chest, his tone sincere. Yi Xiu waved dismissively, shuffled upstairs in his slippers, and soon disappeared at the end of the second-floor corridor. The screen's glow reflected on Su Zhe's face as he turned his attention back to the account warehouse, where he noticed the arena win rate was now 99. The previously perfect record now had 1 loss. Before he could speak, Tang Rou explained first, her voice carrying a hint of embarrassment. I accidentally lost once when I was helping you with the arena matches. It's fine, doesn't matter. Su Zhe shrugged, then asked curiously, did you also play manually that round? Yes. Tang Rou nodded. How did it feel? Su Zhe asked with a smile. It was okay, but my hands couldn't keep up after playing for a while. As Tang Rou spoke, she unconsciously studied Su Zhe's hands, slender with defined joints, yet incredibly agile, as if they could burst into amazing speed at any moment. Such hands should have belonged to a girl playing piano. So how could they maintain efficiency during high-intensity operations? She couldn't figure it out. Do you play piano? Tang Rou voiced her confusion directly. No. Su Zhe shook his head calmly. I'm just a kid who grew up in the mountains. Never had the chance to touch something as sophisticated as a piano. It's not that sophisticated really. Tang Rou coughed lightly. With your talent, you'd probably pick up piano pretty quickly. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow with a half smile. What? Want to teach me piano? He remembered Tang Rou's competitive spirit. Could this girl be targeting him, planning to settle scores on the piano? Just the thought was somewhat terrifying. I haven't offended you, have I? He added half-jokingly. Tang Rou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She did want to win once when it came to hand speed, but after trying manual control for a few rounds, she had to face the reality of the gap between them. Her first attempt ended in direct defeat, and while she won a few rounds afterward, she truly felt the limits of human capability. Toward Yi Xiu, she still had the drive to surpass him, but facing Su Zhe's hand speed, she could only admit defeat. At the same time, her curiosity about how exactly Su Zhe developed these hands grew stronger. Honestly, I'm really curious how you developed this hand speed. Tang Rou asked straightforwardly. It's not me that's strong. Su Zhe spread his hands, speaking with mock seriousness. It's my 18 years. Tang Rou was puzzled. What does your hand speed have to do with your age? The hand speed of 18 years of being single. Su Zhe lifted his chin slightly. It's hard for me to explain to you. I've been single for 20 years. Can you say something useful? If I had your hand speed, I'd have a better shot at beating Yi Xiu. Beating Yi Xiu isn't that hard, Su Zhe said. Tang Rou froze for a moment, then looked up and asked, you have a way? You have to defeat yourself before you can defeat others, understand? Su Zhe's tone was calm. Tang Rou was speechless, her mind echoing with the phrase, listening to your words is like listening to words. thinking sarcastically to herself. Just 2 words like listening, like winning. Suze caught the subtle change in her expression, shrugged, and continued. Actually, you don't necessarily have to defeat Yishio. The Yishio you're facing now isn't at his peak anymore. Suze had read through the original source material, and in his judgment, Yishio's peak was probably 2 or 3 years ago when he was still controlling one autumn leaf. Back then, Yishio was truly a top-tier battle mage player. Now, although he had switched to playing an unspecialized character, and the myriad manifestations umbrella had raised his professional ceiling, what truly made him shine was still the rhythm of a battle mage. In other words, no matter how strong the current Yishio was, he couldn't compare to his best self from 3 years ago. The unspecialized class just masked this difference. Tanro listened intently. Initially, she had started playing Glory to defeat Yishio on the competitive stage. But when Suze told her that his golden period had passed, she suddenly realized that even if she won in the future, it would be after Yishio's decline. With this thought, her obsession with surpassing him actually loosened a bit. These past few days of grinding dungeons and chasing records had given her a new appreciation for the pure joy of competition. After a brief silence, Tang Ro got up to return to her room for some sleep. Suze stayed behind to help Yishio watch his account. When evening fell, he finally received the 500,000 yuan loan from Yishio and planned to head back, intending to transfer the money to the necessary accounts tomorrow. You're leaving? Yishio called out to him. What else? Suze stopped in his tracks. A friend is coming later. Could you help me deal with him? Yishio smiled meaningfully. This friend of yours isn't simple, is he? Suze caught on to something. Well, you've crossed paths with him before. If you had come back earlier, I wouldn't have had to call him. Can't you just tell him to leave? That's why I want you to handle it. Yishio spread his hands helplessly. Suze chuckled. All right, if it's him, I'll be sure to give him a proper welcome. Yishio half-jokingly warned. Don't kill anyone. Then he added, we're going to be grinding records later. If you have time, could you go buy some late-night snacks? No problem. Suze agreed and pushed open the internet cafe door. The night breeze carried the aroma of street-side barbecue. Under the dim yellow lights at the internet cafe entrance, Suze immediately spotted a suspicious figure lurking in the corner. The person had messy blonde hair, was looking around nervously, and had a shifty expression. Suze walked straight toward him, and the figure immediately shuffled back 2 steps, as if afraid of being recognized. Seeing this reaction, Suze instantly confirmed his suspicion. This was the blonde player who had broken his 1,000-win streak, the professional player Huang Xiaotian. That 1,000-win streak represented Suze's business, and having it cut short was like having his income stolen. Today was the perfect opportunity to settle this score. Suze didn't linger. He still needed to buy snacks, so he brushed past Huang Xiaotian and headed toward the convenience store at the street corner, thinking to himself, the interest on breaking his win streak couldn't be overlooked. Tonight, he'd give this guest a proper welcome. As for exactly how to welcome him, that would be settled when he returned. When Suze returned with the late-night snacks, Yishio had just finished his work. Your midnight snack. He handed the plastic bag containing soup to Yishio, then passed another portion to Tang Ro, before sitting down with his own steaming hot stir-fried noodles, deliberately excluding Huang Xiaotian from getting even a bite, just to annoy him. Where's mine? Huang Xiaotian immediately bristled. Are you guys even human? Suze glanced at him and leisurely sipped his sour plum drink. Aren't you always clamoring for PK matches? How about we have a round after I finish eating? Who are you supposed to be? What's your skill level? Huang Xiaotian remained sharp-tongued, but considering Suze's connection with Yishio, he toned down his attitude somewhat. Yi Jianlingyun. You're Yi Jianlingyun. Huang Xiaotian's neck shrank back as he instantly perked up. PK, PK, PK. Right now, right now. Suze deliberately lowered his head to pick up noodles. What's the rush? Let me eat first. Huang Xiaotian stomped his feet beside him. Damn, can't you eat faster? Don't rush, take it easy. Suze intentionally chewed more loudly. After about 10 minutes, he finally put down his chopsticks, and both players entered the arena using their alternate accounts. Level 27 Flowing Wood versus Level 25 Hair, like Snow, while Huang Xiaotian seemed to have the level advantage. Their equipment was worlds apart. Not to mention neither had enabled the correction mode. The battle quickly became a one-sided massacre. Huang Xiaotian caught several openings but couldn't deal damage due to skill gaps, while every opportunity Suze seized caused his opponent's health bar to drop in chunks, as if a major artery had been severed. This is completely unplayable. After losing over 10 matches in a row, Huang Xiaotian nearly smashed his mouse in half. I'll use my main account another day. Your character has a silver weapon, it's totally unfair. Despite his complaints, his attitude already acknowledged Suze as an opponent of equal caliber, which he actually was. This is my main account. Suze shrugged. Then what about Yi Jianlingyun? Someone else's? Damn, it's already 2 a.m. now. Suze raised his wrist to check the time, his voice drawn out. Huh. Huang Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed dramatically. I'm screwed. Before finishing his sentence, he rushed out of the internet cafe as if fire were chasing him. Watching his panicked retreat, Suze exhaled a stifled breath. Satisfying. Yishio smiled while picking his teeth with a toothpick. What's this about? Did he offend you? Big time. Suze curled his lip, then added, I'm going to work on some power leveling accounts first. Really short on money? Yishio frowned slightly. Why not practice team coordination instead? If you really want to go pro, I can arrange some tactics for you. You'll arrange tactics for me? Is that reliable? Suze raised an eyebrow. The key is coordination. You know about void twin ghosts, blooming flowers blood scene, and screen formation tactics, right? You and Tang Rou are both the type with fierce mechanics, fast hand speed, and direct confrontation styles. But you have one advantage over her. You're good at finding opportunities. With her there, you'll have even more chances. As long as you coordinate well, it's almost unsolvable. Yishio wasn't exaggerating. That frontal assault tactic could only be broken through sheer individual skill, and Suze was difficult to handle. Even Yishio couldn't guarantee a sure win against him. More importantly, this tactic perfectly suited both their personalities and playstyles, especially with Suze wielding the silver weapon Flowing Light, which forcibly elevated the Blade Master's originally modest burst damage by several levels, making his killing efficiency comparable to an assassin's. Imagine a Blade Master who is already agile and flexible with decent output suddenly possessing terrifying burst damage. The consequences would be quite frightening. The most crucial point is that this high burst ability also has an incredibly short cooldown. Of course, to leverage this advantage, you need to use manual operation like Suze does. With manual control, skill cooldowns are reduced to 90 of their original duration, and mana consumption drops to 90 as well. Don't underestimate this mere 10 difference for professional players. It's like night and day. Unfortunately, almost no real pros dare to play manually. Without Suze's God's left hand, their wrists could be ruined after just one high-intensity match. Plus, they can't get their hands on Suze's weapon with this silver weapon, Flowing Light, attribute. So attempting manual play would be pure self-torture. After Yishio finished explaining, Suze quietly withdrew his sword soaring through clouds account card and asked, should I practice coordination now? You've got plenty more to work on. Go find Tang first. Yishio waved him off. All right. Suze nodded, left the front desk, and walked over to Tang Rou's all-night gaming station, pulling out the chair next to her and starting up another machine. Tang Rou removed her headphones. Yishio wants me to PK with you. He says it'll help improve my skills. Are you free? In a bit, Suze replied. A bit. Tang Rou didn't quite understand. An hour later, she finally grasped what a bit meant. As she prepared for a new match, ready to give it her all, she noticed her opponent, hair like snow, wasn't moving at all. Glancing sideways, she saw Suze had fallen asleep with his head resting on his elbow. Who would have guessed this guy hadn't slept in 2 days? Tang Rou bit her lip thoughtfully, then finally went to her room and brought back a light gray blanket, carefully covering Suze with it. His sneakers were caked with yellow mud, dirtying the chair and leaving several mud spots on the blanket's edge. As she tucked the blanket around him, her fingertips accidentally brushed his somewhat delicate facete was burning hot, clearly indicating a fever. Should she wake him or let him sleep? While Tang Rou hesitated, Suze's eyes fluttered open slightly, his vision hazy, catching only her silhouette and a faint, pleasant fragrance. He'd always disliked strong perfumes, but enjoyed this subtle scent. The next second, he closed his eyes again, pulled the blanket tighter around himself, and turned his head to the other side. Tang Rou decided not to disturb him further, only checking his forehead temperature every few minutes. At 7 in the morning, the winter sky in H-City was just beginning to lighten. The cold seeped into the internet cafe, waking Suze. You're awake? Want some hot water? Tang Rou handed him a paper cup filled with hot water. Suze rubbed his eyes and drained it in one gulp, but frowned. It tastes strange. What is this? Ginger water with a tiny bit of alcohol to ward off the cold. Oh. He lifted the blanket and noticed it was stained with mud from his shoes. Looking up, he asked, is this your blanket? Tang Rou nodded. It's dirty. Should I wash it? No need. Suze was silent for 2 seconds, then said quietly, thank you. You're welcome. Tang Rou smiled, then said seriously, you still have a high fever. Should I go to the hospital with you? No need. Minor illnesses don't require doctors. I have to go to the bank in a bit. Suze waved dismissively. A fever isn't a minor illness. Isn't it? I think it is. I have high resistance. Suze seemed completely unconcerned and had always dealt with fevers by toughing them out. Tang Rou felt helpless but tentatively offered. You're going to transfer money, right? If you trust me, I could handle it for you. The moment the words left her mouth, she felt uncertain. 500,000 yuan wasn't a small amount, and most people wouldn't entrust such a sum to someone they'd only known briefly. Yet Suze agreed almost without hesitation. That would be great, thanks. Take down my phone number and add my QQ. I'll send you the account details. He handed his bank card directly to her. Given Tang Rou's family background, this amount of money clearly wasn't enough to tempt her into any wrongdoing, and he was confident about that. Tang Rou took the card but couldn't help asking, you trust me this much? What else would I do? Suze glanced at her casually. What else indeed? Tang Ro was completely bewildered by those 3 words. How could he say something like that so naturally? Tang Ro had no idea where Suze's trust in her came from, but inevitably, her curiosity about him deepened. Want to rest in my room for a bit? The moment the words left her mouth, she realized how inappropriate they sounded, but it was too late to take them back. No thanks, I'll head back to my place and take a shower. Suze's voice was hoarse from the fever. All right then. Tang Ro secretly breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely worried he might have agreed. She carried the blanket upstairs while Suze left the internet cafe with unsteady steps, his forehead feeling even hotter than it had that afternoon. Back in his cramped rental room, he didn't even bother turning on the lights, took a quick shower, and collapsed into bed. That evening, he missed Tang Ro's text message until his phone vibrated. The ringtone jolted him awake from his dream. In the nightmare, a massive monster with an indistinguishable face had been chasing him relentlessly while he ran desperately, waking up drenched in cold sweat. Xiaoze, why is there suddenly 500,000 yuan in your account? What have you been doing? The voice on the other end belonged to the original owner of this body's mother, panic evident in her tone. I borrowed it from someone. Suze leaned against the sink, his voice weak. Who would lend you 500,000 yuan all at once? Don't do anything foolish. Mom, I know. He pressed his hand to his forehead as he walked into the bathroom. I'm going to grab some food first, then I have work later. After hanging up, he rinsed his mouth and washed his face, mentally organizing the facts. The original owner was a migrant worker who came to the city, while he himself was getting by through glory. Then he headed out to find food. When he returned to the internet cafe, Tang Ro was completely absorbed in operating Han Yen Ro in an arena PK match, not noticing his arrival. Her opponent, a swordsman named Dao Dao Ba Dao, attacked fiercely with professional level skill. After 47 seconds, Tang Ro was defeated 4 seconds slower than he remembered from the original story, but things change, and perfect alignment was hardly expected. After the match ended, Tang Ro finally noticed Suze. She casually moved her character into a room called Find Me Next Door, then turned to ask, feeling better? Told you it was just a minor illness. Suze leaned back in his chair and casually asked, password. 500000. The string of numbers exactly matched the 500,000 yuan amount, as if serving as some kind of reminder. Afraid I won't pay you back? Suze raised an eyebrow with a helpless smile. Who knows? A faint smile appeared on her cool features. Suze commented offhandedly. You look pretty when you smile. Are you saying I don't look good when I'm not smiling? She immediately shot back. That's not what I meant. He simply shut his mouth and controlled Fa Ru Shui back to the town, then headed to the arena. After depositing 500,000, Suze entered a room. You're here? Yishio turned on his mic, his voice lazy. Yeah, what's the plan? Am I here to watch the show, or to work? Suze sounded equally lazy but with a hint of fatigue, his voice echoing in the arena. Tang mentioned you were sick, didn't expect you'd actually show up. The rules are already set, Yishio replied. Aren't you the one making the rules anyway? Don't worry about me. I can fight while sick, Suze said indifferently. He had already prepared himself the moment he saw the room password. Since you insist, go ahead then, Yishio chuckled. At that moment, Wang Jieshi's voice appeared in the channel. Who is this? What are you up to now? A master. Want to play around with him? Yishio asked. A master? Wang Jieshi's tone was full of doubt. For Yishio to call someone a master, they'd need at least professional level skills. But where did Yishio find such a person? Absolutely a master, but also a newbie. Why don't you use your magician playstyle to guide him a bit and help me teach him a lesson? Yishio continued. Can someone be both a newbie and a master at the same time? Wang Jieshi thought to himself. Moreover, Yishio specifically requested he use the magician playstyle, implying he might not win without the signature approach. He certainly wouldn't be led around so easily. Glancing at Suze's character, Fa Ru Shui, with its Blade Masterclass designation, he simply called out to Lu Xiaobia. Xiaobia, go meet this master. All right, I want to see just how skilled this master really is, Lu Xiaobia said eagerly. In the spectator seats, everyone waited for the two to enter, but the interface showed no entry prompt. What's going on? Lu Xiaobia was puzzled. It says I can't participate in battle. Check the participation conditions, Yishio said casually. There are participation conditions to fight him? Lu Xiaobia was even more frustrated. System settings, Yishio reminded. Wang Jieshi quickly figured it out, his gaze falling on Yishio's character's betting interface. A wager? You think he can win? Let's see. He's crafting a silver weapon, and I can't be both father and mother helping him gather materials, Yishio shrugged. Crafting a silver weapon? Wang Jieshi caught the key information. This was the rhythm of entering the professional scene. But what was his actual skill level? He looked down at the stakes, 7 magic shale stones. While these rare materials could drop from small monsters, the probability was pitifully low, making 7 pieces no small amount. Such high stakes. Are you certain of victory? Wang Jieshi pondered while staring at Fa Ru Shui. Well, have you decided? The guy's sick, so fight or not, give us an answer. Yi Xiu urged. He's guaranteed to win? Against Lu Xiaobia? Wang Jieshi still hesitated. Whether he wins or loses is his business. Even if he loses, I can win it back, Yi Xiu said confidently. That would make us nothing but sparring partners, Wang Jieshi said helplessly. You're overthinking it. Last night Huang Xiaodian got beaten to death by him. Your Lu Xiaobia would need to switch to his main account to stand a chance. Yi Xiu dropped the bombshell. At these words, Wang Jieshi's body stiffened, and the spectators showed various expressions. I'll make arrangements. Wang Jieshi decisively ordered his subordinates to prepare materials. Wait, let me give you 2 lists, Yi Xiu added. A few minutes later, the battle room was created, and Su Zhe and Lu Xiaobia were about to face off. Give it your all, don't hold back, Wang Jieshi instructed. I will. Lu Xiaobia's eyes burned with fighting spirit. The system countdown reached 0, and battle commenced. Lu Xiaobia charged forward first, but Fa Ru Shui, move fast arrow draw slash suddenly cut through the air. Who would fall for such an obvious attack? Lu Xiaobia thought to himself and immediately blocked. However, this draw slash was just a deliberate opening Su Zhe created at medium range. Draw slash had a longer cooldown than block, but he never intended to rely on it for damage. Even though Lu Xiaobia successfully blocked, it could only negate 70 of the damage, and the remaining 30 still dealt considerable damage to him. That damage is absolutely ridiculous. From the spectator seats, Wang Jieshi stared at the damage numbers after the block and couldn't help muttering. That's exactly why I said you'd need to bring your main account to beat him. Yi Xiu chimed in with a smile. With that kind of damage, Xiao Bi is at a disadvantage. Wang Jieshi rubbed his temples. Maybe he should just skip blocking altogether. Taking a bit more damage would be better than getting his openings exploited. Monday morning quarterbacking. Yi Xiu commented flatly, turning his attention back to the match. Lu Xiaobi had just executed a block when Su Zhe's triple slash launched him into the air with its 3rd strike. As his character was sent flying, sword light rained down like a sudden downpour, the combo flowing like water. What incredible sword work! The audience erupted in amazement. Silver weapon? Wang Jieshi asked Yi Xiu, turning his head. Yeah, not bad. Yi Xiu replied. Pretty impressive. But what's with this Fa Ru Shui's movement? What's he doing with all that swaying? Wang Jieshi raised his second question. Yi Xiu certainly wasn't going to reveal all his cards, so he casually deflected. Maybe a flashier the movement, the higher the damage? Huh. Wang Jieshi stopped pressing, though his mind was racing. He'd originally brought his team here just for practice, never expecting to encounter such an unexpected windfall. And this windfall probably wasn't something anyone on his team could handle with confidence. On screen, Su Zhe's Blade Master continued his silky, smooth combos launcher, Shadow Step, another damage sequence sign, just 20 seconds. Lu Xiaobi's Dao Dao Ba Dao was completely defeated. This result was hard for the Tiny Herb members to accept. They'd come to challenge Yi Xiu, only to be intercepted by this sudden Blade Master. This Blade Master's skill transitions are way too smooth. You're telling me he's a newbie? Wang Jieshi's tone carried obvious doubt. Natural talent player, can't you tell? Yi Xiu shrugged. 20 seconds isn't enough to see much, but his hand speed is clearly much faster than Xiaobi's. If you don't pay attention to his movement, no one would guess he's actually manually inputting commands. At most they'd think his equipment has cooldown reduction. Wang Jieshi shared his assessment while growing more puzzled. Are his hands okay? Can't see any problems for now. Yi Xiu smiled. Your luck is incredible. Wang Jieshi sighed. Thinking of poaching? Do you know the password to this room? Yi Xiu suddenly asked. 500000. Wang Jieshi answered offhandedly. No, it's 500,000. Isn't that the same thing? Wang Jieshi raised an eyebrow slightly. That's the 500,000 he owes me. Just 500,000. Wang Jieshi had thought it was some huge problem, but hearing this, he relaxed. If money can solve it, it's not really a problem. You guys already have a Blade Master. Yi Xiu's words brought him back to reality. Besides, his playstyle doesn't suit Tiny Herb, or any team for that matter. Just like your magician style it in, you have to seal it away to integrate with the team. Wang Jieshi responded quietly, lost in thought. At that moment, Su Zhe, having defeated Lu Xiaobi, typed on screen. Next. How about I fight you? Wang Jieshi replied. Anyone's fine. Su Zhe showed no weakness. Whether it was Wang Jieshi or Gao Yingjiet didn't matter to him. Even if Wang Jieshi brought out his magician playstyle, he'd fight just the same. That style was similar to unspecialized, with its greatest feature being unpredictable changes that made it impossible to anticipate the opponent's next move. However, Su Zhe was the natural nemesis of such players. His playstyle relied primarily on reaction speed, with prediction and combat experience playing lesser roles. This was precisely why he managed to defeat Yi Xiu's unspecialized character in their first encounter. But if they faced off a second time, the outcome would be uncertain. In other words, whenever Su Zhe faced an unfamiliar opponent for the first time, his win rate was remarkably high as opponents didn't understand him, and he didn't understand them either. In such information vacuum direct confrontations, his near-superhuman reflexes became his sharpest weapon. At that moment, The countdown on screen reached 0, and the match between Su Zhe and Wang Jieshi officially began. Wang Jieshi's which glided across the ground on her broom, opening with a bright magic missile aimed straight at his face. So aggressive? Su Zhe's heart skipped a beat, but his hands grew steadier. The magic missile wasn't lethal, but once it caused a stun, the follow-up combo would definitely be more than just a simple fireball. The light streaked past as the blade master, hair like snow, sidestepped with a sliding motion, barely letting the flames explode behind him. Su Zhe smoothly raised his sword to probe, swinging upward in a silver arc, but only hit empty air. Both sides exchanged moves continuously, constantly testing each other. He never rashly unleashed more skills, not to conserve his burst potential, but to prevent his opponent from figuring out his attack rhythm. A level 25 Blade Master had limited available skills. Su Zhe had learned roll, sprint, quick recover, guard, rising slash, consecutive thrust, silver light falling blade, draw slash, triple slash, and lightsaber mastery. Beyond these, he had only picked up splitting wave slash from the general swordsman tree for the magic swordsman class. He decisively abandoned other skills due to tight skill points and excessive recovery frames. Missing attacks only to get countered was a losing proposition. On the other side of the screen, the witch's movements became increasingly elusive. From the fact that his opponent immediately closed distance, Su Zhe was 80% certain the player was Wang Jieshi himself. In the spectator seats, Team Tiny Herbs members' eyes lit up. The captains unleashed. Lu Xiaobia couldn't help but whisper in excitement. Still bitter about his earlier loss to Su Zhe, he now watched with rapt attention. The high-speed flying witch swung her broom, scattering ice crystals that danced in the light like beautiful cold fragments. This was the magician's stage presence. Looking at the Blade Master's side, hair like snow moved like still, deep water. Su Zhe responded to change with constancy, keeping his eyes locked on the witch flying up and down around him. Those ice crystals were clearly visual interference, but he forced his camera to keep up, each mouse adjustment precise as if measured with a ruler. I absolutely cannot lose the first match. This was his persistence, his stubborn obsession. After several minutes of high-intensity play, sweat beaded on his forehead, and the rapid camera movements made his eyes ache. Just then, his opponent's rhythm suddenly shifted. The attack was coming. Opportunity. Lightning flashed through Su Zhe's mind as his sword tip rose, connecting rising slash immediately into shadow step. When he fought Yi Xiao, he had been completely focused, but this time he was even more serious. Shadow step didn't create a decisive positional advantage against Wang Jieshi, but Su Zhe relied on extremely high APM and manual animation canceling techniques to forcibly reduce several skill cooldowns by fractions of a second. Sword lights splashed as consecutive thrust, triple slash, and silver light falling blade flowed seamlessly together, ending with draw slash's brilliant strike. The screen suddenly froze. The words "glory" flashed in golden light. Phew, Su Zhe exhaled deeply. Then his vision went black and he pitched forward. Bang! His forehead struck the smoking keyboard solidly. The screen shook, and he lost consciousness. In his daze, he seemed to hear someone calling out anxiously, and felt someone lifting him up. That person who helped him up was fragrant and soft. Inside the tiny herb training room, the air felt as if someone had hit the mute button. Everyone sat around the blue glowing screens in silence, their eyes fixed on team captain Wang Jieshi, who had just lost the PK match. On the surface, he remained composed, his fingers resting motionlessly on the keyboard, but inside, his emotions were churning like a stormy sea. That opponent who had defeated him was simply too strong. However, winning or losing wasn't the most important thing. If he could recruit that person to Tiny Herb to fight alongside him, the team could practically sweep through the professional league, and his force-identifying magician playstyle could finally be unleashed. For this possibility, he was even prepared to bench Lu Xiaobia. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Whether he could successfully recruit the player was uncertain, but without trying, he wouldn't be satisfied even if the chances were slim. Leaving the competition area, he moved to the spectator zone and quickly opened the communication panel, sending a friend request to Hair Like Snow, but received no response. Wang Jieshi frowned and decided to message Yi Xiao's Lord Grimm instead. I need to talk to that Hair Like Snow about something. Have him accept my friend request. Trying to poach my people right in front of Mado, you think that's appropriate? Yi Xiao replied instantly, his tone playful, yet cutting straight to the point. Yi Xiao had roughly guessed Wang Jieshi's intentions. Su Zhe wasn't skilled at five-person team coordination, but he was extremely suited for duo cooperation. There were quite a few people who could work in sync with him. Wang Jieshi was one, Zhou Zikai was another, and even Sun Xiang could barely qualify. I just want to talk to him about something. Nothing more, Wang Jieshi typed back. I'll ask for his opinion, but you should be mentally prepared. Won't go with you. Yi Xiao's reply carried certainty as he sent a message to Su Zhe. After waiting a moment with no response, he messaged Tang Rou, but that also went unanswered. Strange, what are those two doing? Yi Xiao muttered, telling Wang Jieshi to wait a moment as he walked down the aisle to find them. The lights at Tang Rou's usual station were still on. On the two monitors, soft mist and hair like snow stood quietly in the glory scenery, but their operators were nowhere to be seen. After a moment's thought, Yishio sat down at hair like snow's position and operated quickly, first accepting Wang Jieshi's friend request on Su Zhe's behalf, then typing for half a minute before decisively deleting the friend, all in one fluid motion. I'll mention it to Zhe when I get the chance. I'm just helping him reject Wang Big Eyes, Yishio said to himself. He knew all too well how persistent Wang Big Eyes could be. Rather than let Su Zhe deal with the headache, he'd take the hit first. After finishing this, Yishio pulled out both account cards. Soft mist didn't matter much, but hair like snow absolutely couldn't be left for someone to steal. He pocketed the cards and quickly returned to his seat while dialing Tang Rou's number. The call connected after a dozen seconds, and Yishio got straight to the point. Where are you two? Did something happen? You didn't even pull your account cards. There must be some emergency. Tang Rou's response confirmed his suspicion. Su Zhe just collapsed. He has a high fever now and is in my room. How is he? Does he need to go to the hospital? Yishio pressed. Guogua called a doctor for a house call. It shouldn't be too serious. That's good. I'll come over after I finish up here. Can you help me take care of Su Zhe for now? I will, Tang Rou said. After hanging up the phone, Yishio let out a soft sigh. He hadn't expected Su Zhe to actually be fighting while sick, and the intense mental concentration had likely worsened his condition. If he had known, he never would have let Su Zhe go head-to-head with Wang Jieshi. But regret was useless now. Yishio turned his gaze back to the screen, his lips curling into a smirk as his expression instantly sharpened. You little brats from Tiny Herb, your big brother's getting serious now. Try not to develop any psychological trauma. With that, he switched to full power mode. Upstairs, in a room filled with delicate fragrance, Su Zhe lay quietly on the bed. Tang Rou sat beside him, looking at his haggard face with mixed emotions. She had always been competitive, but Su Zhe seemed even more stubborn than her. That joking remark about them being pretty much the same now felt particularly apt. She gently placed a warm towel on Su Zhe's forehead and tucked the blanket around him. Just as she was about to get up, an ice-cold but surprisingly strong hand grabbed hers. Don't go. Su Zhe called out those 3 words in his delirium. Tang Rou hesitated for a moment, then sat back down beside the bed. The strength of that grip surprised her. It didn't feel like a sick person's at all. If she hadn't seen him burning with fever herself, she might have suspected he was taking advantage of the situation. His hand was ice-cold, and she instinctively wondered, could she warm up hands like these? Staring at this boy who was 2 years younger than her, she vaguely sensed that Su Zhe was hiding many stories. A woman's sixth sense, something ineffably subtle. Knock, knock, knock. The sound interrupted her thoughts. Chunguo called from outside. Xiao Tang, open the door, the doctor's here. But Tang Rou was trapped by his grip. She finally managed to free her somewhat blue hand to open the door. The doctor came and went, leaving medicine and a few instructions. Why don't you sleep in my room? Don't play glory tonight, Chunguo suggested. Someone needs to watch over him. You go sleep. Tang Rou shook her head. Then make sure you get some rest too. Chunguo returned to her room. The door closed again. Tang Rou went back to the bedside. Without games to distract her, her sleep schedule quickly returned to normal, and before long, she was fast asleep with her head resting on the bed. At 4 in the morning, Su Zhe slowly awakened. The delicate fragrance in the room immediately told him this was a girl's bedroom. The light was still on, and a short-haired girl was sleeping with her head on the bed. From his angle, she looked flawlessly beautiful. He carefully got out of bed. The impulse to carry Tang Rou to the bed flashed through his mind, but he restrained himself. Propriety between men and women must be observed. He walked to the wardrobe, took out a jacket, and gently draped it over her shoulders. Tang Rou was a light sleeper and woke at the slightest sound. Ahem. Su Zhe cleared his throat, feeling a slight itch, and said, I was worried you might catch cold. I didn't expect you to wake up so easily. Your way of expressing things. Tang Rou rubbed her temples. I'm just a light sleeper. Hearing the phrase wake up, she still felt a bit awkward, but added, would you like some water? Yeah. Su Zhe nodded slightly, his voice hoarse. I haven't had much education, so my communication skills are what they are. Tang Rou picked up a disposable cup and walked to the water dispenser, pressing the hot water button. The cup quickly became hot from the steam. As she turned around, she said quietly, you're not very good at social interactions, are you? Actually, neither am I. Steam rose from the rim of the cup as she handed it to him. Feeling any better? The doctor prescribed some medicine for you to take later. I'm okay, I guess. Su Zhe took the cup, warmth spreading through his palm. I've had a lot going on these past few days and haven't been sleeping well. I really don't usually take medicine. Will you take it now? I can take it. He stopped insisting. After taking the medicine, Su Zhe's complexion visibly improved. Tang Rou leaned against the bedside, still drowsy from being woken up. Do you want to rest a bit more? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Su Zhe hesitated. Well, something inappropriate has already happened. If you get sicker, that would be even worse. Should I take that as you cursing me? He tried to ease the awkwardness with humor. You can take it as me caring about you. Tang Rou's tone was calm. Then thank you. Su Zhe said softly. He ultimately felt too embarrassed to lie back down on the bed, but didn't know how to refuse such kindness either. He always found it difficult to reject this kind of goodwill. After a while, he asked, "Don't you need to sleep? I saw you had fallen asleep leaning against the bed earlier. I can go downstairs and pull an all-nighter. Staying up late can make you sick." Suze reminded her. Both had strong purposes and were equally stubborn. One wanted to go downstairs and stay up all night, letting the other stay and sleep. The other felt the same way. In fact, there were only two solutions: either sleep together or stay up all night together. Tang Ro definitely wouldn't agree to sleeping together, and Suze didn't suggest it either. In the end, he chose to go downstairs and stay up, while Tang Ro stopped insisting a compromise from both sides. Arriving on the first floor, Suze closed his eyes to rest in a reclining chair. This so-called all-nighter was really just sleeping in a different place. Tang Ro went to find Yishio to get her account card back. More than 10 minutes later, she returned to her seat to see Suze half leaning in his chair, expression peaceful but still showing traces of fatigue. Tang Ro shook her head helplessly. "I told you to sleep in the room, but you insisted on coming here to sleep. What were you thinking?" "I was thinking about too many things." Suze didn't open his eyes, responding faintly. "Hmm? What were you thinking about?" Tang Ro couldn't help but be curious. "I was wondering why your game name is Han Yen Ro, and whether it has any special meaning." Suze had indeed been pondering this for a long time. Han was just randomly chosen. Yen comes from Zhu Yen Xia, and Ro is from my name. It's that simple. Tang Ro answered patiently, then asked in return, "Does your game name have any meaning?" "White-haired swordsman, lonely as snow, the loneliness of being at great heights." Suze's eyes brightened a bit. "There's also a song called Hair Like Snow, the loneliness of being at great heights." Tang Ro fell slightly silent. She didn't dare think too much about what this loneliness represented. To avoid awkwardness, she logged into the game and changed the subject. "I don't think I've heard of that song." Only then did Suze realize that the song Hair Like Snow didn't exist in this world, which made things a bit awkward to explain. "I heard it in a dream." He simply gave the most convenient explanation, shamelessly claiming the song as his own without batting an eye. Though in his previous life, he had been a diehard fan of Jay Cho and couldn't bring himself to disrespect his idol. "You can hear songs in your dreams." Tang Ro covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Suddenly remembering how Suze had grabbed her hand earlier to stop her from leaving, her mind wandered. "Were you dreaming just now too?" "I don't think so. I don't remember." Suze didn't understand why she was suddenly asking this. Tang Ro wondered if it might have been one of those intimate dreams, her face warming slightly as she changed the subject. "Have you ever been in a relationship?" At this, Suze opened his eyes and studied her seriously for a moment before answering. "No." "Really?" Tang Ro clearly didn't quite believe him. In fact, Suze couldn't be sure whether the original owner of this body had ever dated anyone hadn't inherited complete memories. But in his previous life, he had indeed been single for over 20 years. Being pressed on the matter, he became uncertain himself. "I don't think so." Not wanting to go in circles on this topic, he turned the question around. "Why are you asking? Do you have something in mind?" "What could I possibly have in mind?" Tang Ro immediately denied it, but her tone lacked confidence, so she changed the subject again. "Do you still remember that song from your dream? How about singing a bit?" The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them asking a sick person to sing. "Sure," Suze readily agreed. "Maybe another time. You're still sick. Just an impromptu verse, it's fine." Suze raised his hand in a casual gesture. Tang Ro was indeed curious about what melody this Hair Like Snow had, so she didn't insist otherwise. At 4:30 a.m., the internet cafe was filled with the constant clicking of keyboards, the humming of computer fans mixed with noise from headphones, creating quite a cacophonous environment. In this atmosphere, Suze's voice, clear as mountain spring water, suddenly cut through the air. "Wolf Fong Moon, the beauty grows frail. I raise my cup, drinking all the wind and snow." Who overturned the cabinet of past lives, stirring up dust and disputes. As soon as his voice rang out, nearby customers not wearing headphones instinctively removed them or stopped typing, standing up to look around. Soon, they found the source, that handsome young man with long bangs and delicate features sitting by the wall, next to the famous internet cafe goddess, Tang Ro. Tang Ro had quite a reputation in this area's internet cafes, with many considering her their dream girl. Seeing Suze sitting with Tang Ro and singing so beautifully, many felt jealous but only dared to grumble internally. In reality, they were overthinking it. Suze simply loved singing and paid no attention to those prying gazes, completely immersed in the melody. With no regrets, I carve a monument of eternal love for you. As the final note faded, the noise returned, but those few minutes of silence still rippled through everyone's hearts. Tang Ro looked at Suze, waiting for him to remove his headphones before speaking. "This seems like an ancient-style love song, right?" "Yes," Suze nodded. "When you heard this song in your dream, were there any images?" "This song should be about a woman, shouldn't it?" Tang Ro asked, having guessed from the line, "The beauty grows frail," that it was about a woman. "No," Suze replied. "Then can you remember the complete song?" Tang Rou pressed further. She remained skeptical, suspecting that the so-called hearing songs in dreams was just an excuse. Perhaps Suze had simply heard it somewhere before. Give me the keyboard. Suze straightened up, took Tang Rou's laptop, quickly opened QQ Zone on the desktop, and his fingers flew across the keys. In less than 2 minutes, the complete lyrics of Hair Like Snow appeared neatly in the document. Seems like you remember it quite clearly, Tang Rou commented, staring at the long passage of text on the screen that had been typed almost without pause. Suze paused for a moment, then logged into his own QQ account on the same computer and typed out the song titles he could still recall from his memory into his space. Blue and White Porcelain, Fireworks Cool Easily, Orchid Pavilion Preface, Sea of Flowers. There weren't many songs, and he knew these melodies would eventually fade from his memory, so while he still remembered them, he organized and saved them all. Finally, he shared the Hair Like Snow post from Tang Rou's space to his own profile, making it 5 songs in total. After finishing all this, he closed the laptop and returned to his original position to rest with his eyes closed. These are songs too. Tang Rou pointed at the beautiful verses on the screen and asked quietly. Yes. Suze simply nodded. The answer was within her expectations, but seeing the actual lyrics still left Tang Rou stunned. While Suze was resting, she secretly searched on Baidu and found some similar verses, but none matched these lyrics exactly. She couldn't imagine where Suze could have learned them. Could he have written them himself? But that didn't seem likely either. Still puzzled, she shared the other 4 songs to her own QQ space before clicking on the game icon again. The earlier interaction with Suze had distracted her considerably, and when she resumed playing the dungeon with Yishio, her mistakes noticeably increased. After finally clearing the dungeon, Tang Rou exited the game and opened Suze's QQ profile. His friend list contained only her and Yishio, yet it was divided into 7 or 8 groups, with the glaring empty status making her almost certain that Suze had conducted a massive friend deletion. What had happened to him? Why did he delete everyone? Looking at the account registration date, this was definitely not a secondary account. The more Tang Rou thought about it, the more curious she became, following the clues to investigate further. In the visitor records, one profile picture appeared most frequently, but had abruptly stopped 3 months ago. From the nickname to the profile information, it was almost certain to be a girl. She clicked on the girl's space, which contained many photos, mostly of the same pretty-looking girl. Was Suze secretly in love with her? An ex-girlfriend? Or a failed confession? But he had personally said he'd never been in a relationship, so she couldn't be an ex-girlfriend. Various speculations swirled in Tang Rou's mind, but then she felt she was being too nosy and quickly closed the window, turning instead to browse game materials. Outside the window, the sky was beginning to brighten, and she stretched, thinking about buying breakfast later. 7 in the morning was when the all-night session would end. Around this time, groups of college students from nearby universities began leaving the internet cafe, making the place quite noisy all of a sudden. The sudden cacophony jolted Suze awake. He leaned back in his chair and stretched, only to feel a sharp cramp in his calf. The intense pain hit him like a wave. Bang, 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 his knees reflexively knocked against the desk, causing his headphones to bounce up. Tang Rou, sitting beside him, was startled by the commotion. She turned to look at Suze, who was trembling all over, her expression filled with bewilderment. What's wrong with you? For a moment, she genuinely thought Suze had suddenly fallen ill or developed Parkinson's disease. My leg cramped up, Suze said awkwardly, taking a sharp breath as he tried to straighten his calf. I told you to go sleep in the room, but you wouldn't listen. Serves you right, Tang Rou chuckled, her tone carrying a hint of mischievous satisfaction. Next time for sure, Suze replied quickly. Tang Rou didn't know how to respond to that, so she changed the subject. Want some breakfast? I can get you something. Just bring me a cup of soy milk. Thanks, Suze said without ceremony. Just soy milk? Nothing else? Tang Rou raised an eyebrow. I don't really like the breakfast here, he said bluntly. Skipping breakfast is bad for your health, Tang Rou said seriously. You're still sick, you know. Then imported soy milk would work too, Suze said with a subtle innuendo. There's no such thing as imported soy milk, Tang Rou said, completely missing his crude joke. Suze didn't bother explaining. 2 cups of soy milk then. All right, she shrugged in acceptance. 2 cups of soy milk for breakfast? You never tried that before. With that, Tang Rou pushed back her chair and left the internet cafe. Once her figure disappeared through the doorway, Suze felt for the medicine in his pocket and headed to her room. The room had its curtains half drawn, with morning light casting mottled patches of brightness on the floor. In the small bathroom next to the wardrobe, there were 2 spare toothbrushes. He took the liberty of using one, quickly brushing his teeth with cold water. He figured Tang Rou wouldn't be petty about it. After rinsing the toothpaste foam down the drain, he placed the toothbrush in an empty cup, then poured some warm water and swallowed his medicine. Having finished all this, he returned to the training area to find Yishio. Yishio was leaning back in his chair, swaying slightly. When he saw Suze approaching, he handed over an account card. I heard you had a high fever last night. Feeling better now? Much better. I can work tonight. Suze said, pocketing the account card. Still, get more rest, Yishio said, tapping his cigarette ash. You don't need to handle the tiny herb situation. Wang Jieshi wanted to invite you to join, but I declined for you. Suze nodded calmly. Which kind of is that? Yishio chuckled. Either one, Suze answered briefly. Tisk, you're as taciturn as Zhou Zikai. Yishio stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and shook his head helplessly. You need to communicate more with your teammates, Comrade Aze. I'll try. Suze thought to himself that he was clearly different from Zhou Zikai, just preferred expressing his thoughts in the most concise way possible. As they talked, Tang Rou had already returned with a plastic bag. Steam rose from the opening, and the aroma of soy milk mixed with fried dough sticks filled the air. Being the considerate person she was, she naturally hadn't forgotten to buy breakfast for the others. Yishio took the paper bag and raised an eyebrow at Suze with a smile. Thanks to you, I get to mooch breakfast from Tang Rou. I suggest you brush your teeth first, Suze shot back directly. Did you brush yours? Yishio countered. I did, Suze replied. He had wanted to say, none of your business, but considering their harmonious relationship, he decided not to be too blunt. Then I'll go brush my teeth. Help me play my character for a bit, Yishio said, getting up. Before leaving, he added, if you want to improve quickly, play Lord Grimm more. I can give it a try, Suze responded. Nearby, Tang Rou also spoke up. I'm heading upstairs first. Will you be free later? Suze looked up and asked. What do you want to do? Tang Rou paused mid-step, her heart suddenly skipping a beat as countless possibilities flashed through her mind in just 3 seconds. PK, I want to use Lord Grimm to fight you. Suze repeated Yishio's suggestion. Knowing that the unspecialized class was difficult to master, he didn't dare directly challenge Team Tiny Herbs players and could only practice with Tang Rou first. Upon hearing the word PK, Tang Rou should have been fired up with fighting spirit, but somehow she felt inexplicably uncomfortable about this proposal. Noticing her odd expression, Suze quickly added, if you're tired, just go to bed early. I can familiarize myself with the unspecialized class first. You go ahead and get familiar with it first. I'll come find you later. Tang Rou nodded and turned to go upstairs. Suze withdrew his gaze and silently weighed the pros and cons of sparring with Tang Rou. The advantage was that her aggressive rhythm was perfect for him to figure out the unspecialized class's offense and defense. The downside was her stubborn refusal to give up once they started fighting. She would definitely be relentless. I should probably go easy on her when the time comes, right? He muttered under his breath, then focused his attention back on Lord Grimm. Both being level 25 characters, the unspecialized class had a densely packed skill list with dozens of skills visible at first glance. In the hotkey bar, skill activation methods were divided into 2 categories. 1. Single keys. 2. Control-Shift-Alt, any single key combinations. He first dragged Lord Grimm into the practice room to slowly test out moves. The unspecialized class's versatility truly lived up to its reputation. Even Suze was almost tempted to switch to playing an unspecialized character. However, he still preferred manual input, pure keyboard combos. While the unspecialized class could use manual input, it had too many skills, and each key combination couldn't be repeated. With his current limits, he could set up at most 20 key combinations. Any more would risk accidental activation. The more key combinations, the higher the probability of mistakes. This was also one of the reasons he could defeat Wang Jieshi. No matter how strong Wang Jieshi was, using a level 20-something witch, he couldn't display much of his true strength. Once skills were limited, Suze's advantages were infinitely magnified. His superhuman hand speed, extreme reaction time, plus decent gaming talent were his winning cards. However, those 2 talents were so dazzling that they overshadowed his actually quite good operational understanding. On screen, Lord Grimm was continuously performing combos in the practice room, while Suze's keyboard clattered away. He wasn't yet familiar enough with the unspecialized class's skill connections. This should be followed by an uppercut. An uppercut would work fine here. A muffled comment suddenly came from behind him. He turned around to see Yishio holding a steamed bun, chewing while commenting. Falling flower palm into shadow clone? I'm a bit confused. Pretty cool, isn't it? Suze smiled. Too impractical. Yishio gave his professional assessment after swallowing the bun. But it's creative. Most people wouldn't expect you to play like that. Seems like you're really confident in your hand speed. Hehe, the unspecialized class is pretty fun. How about getting me another myriad manifestations umbrella? Suze took the opportunity to make his request. Are you planning to take an unspecialized character into competition? Yishio asked. He had already decided to make Suze his successor, which was why he suggested letting him try playing Lord Grimm. After witnessing Suze's incredibly creative gameplay, his conviction only grew stronger that fluid hand speed and instantaneous tactical intuition seemed tailor-made for the unspecialized class. With targeted systematic training, even Yishio couldn't imagine what kind of spectacular performance that would produce. I don't plan to compete professionally with an unspecialized character, but it's quite fun to play around with occasionally, Suze responded seriously after hearing Yishio's question. Just for fun? Don't you want to win a championship? Yishio blurted out. Isn't having fun enough? Do you find glory interesting? Is the professional scene interesting? Suze fired back with 3 consecutive questions, then added, besides, I don't necessarily need to use an unspecialized to win a championship. Yishio was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Suze wasn't limited to the unspecialized class his manual blade master could equally dominate at the highest level. He had simply assumed Suze would be his successor and gotten tunnel vision. At that moment, he pictured the professional scene witnessing the birth of both the first unspecialized and the first manual player simultaneously. Audiences roaring with excitement, commentators shouting themselves hoarse, matches completely electrified. Thinking about this, he unconsciously broke into a smile that was half yearning, half sleazy. Suze was completely immune to that expression, had long since become numb to such antics. Want a PK? Yishio straightforwardly issued a challenge. You use Lord Grim, I'll use Dancing Rain. I'd like to try out your manual playstyle. Suze was different though even without the manual light. He would still pursue the manual route. This was precisely the difference between them. Yishio prioritized effectiveness, while Suze pursued enjoyment. Yishio quickly booted up a nearby computer, inserted his card, and logged into Dancing Rain. The two entered the arena for free combat. Keyboard clicks merged into a continuous rhythm as light and shadow surged across their screens. Chain Bridge, Ruins Town, Snow Peak Valley. Every map was illuminated by their skill effects. After several rounds, they were evenly matched. Yishio adjusted his headset, speaking with complete candor. Your mechanics are already flawless, but you lack competitive experience. On simple maps, you can consistently outplay me, but once the terrain gets complex, your aggressive plays become less fluid. Yours pattern dodging and shadow step are the best I've ever seen. Combined with your reaction speed, most people can't even recover when they show an opening, but you can instantly capitalize on it. You're truly a genius. Faced with such blatant praise, Suze smiled and accepted it. It was simply the truth, so there was no need for false modesty. He was a very straightforward person. In his original world, there was a 2D side-scrolling game called Dungeon Fighter Online. Glory was extremely similar to it, except Glory was 3D with several more dimensions of operational complexity. Having mastered directional key gameplay, he was like a fish in water in the 3D environment, with pattern dodging and shadow step becoming his signature techniques. In this regard, even Yishio would probably have to admit defeat. They played a few more rounds together. You don't mind if I smoke, do you? Yishio shook out a cigarette, lighter already positioned at the filter tip. I do mind. Suze didn't even look up. Yishio's hand froze midair, and he withdrew it with a wry smile. Then I'll go play in the non-smoking area. Suze added casually, waving the account card in his hand. I'm taking Lord Grim with me. You don't mind, do you? Go ahead. Yishio didn't care at all. Suze smoothly pulled out the card, pocketed it, and left with a swagger. Behind him came Yishio's amused murmur. What a cocky kid. The non-smoking area was noisy but completely smoke-free. Tang Ro was already seated against the wall, headphones half on, fingers flying across the keyboard. Suze booted up the computer next to her and casually set down a cold can of Red Bull. The metal can clinked crisply against the desk. Tang Ro barely glanced over as Soft Mist spear pressed her arena opponent into critical health. Her hand speed increased, and the opponent was finished off in one combo. Need me to open that for you? Suze asked offhandedly, calculating internally. I'll have to crush her later, better build some goodwill first for safety. She wanted to refuse, but her hands were still busy, so she said, that would be helpful, thanks. Suze pulled the tab with a sharp crack and teased, want me to feed it to you too? No need. Tang Ro tilted her head slightly, finding his enthusiasm a bit excessive but not bothering to make an issue of it. Lord Grim logged in successfully, the message box scrolling rapidly. Suze ignored it all, waiting only for Soft Mist to enter the room. The first match began with Tang Ro like a blade charging forward, closing distance, attacking fiercely. Suze attempted some flashy combos and was defeated in 30 seconds. In the second round, he adjusted his rhythm in several places, but was still crushed in 47 seconds. In the third round, he caught an opening and managed a reversal at 55 seconds, losing the first 2 rounds as a show of respect. After that, Suze completely unleashed himself. Lord Grim switched between staff and sword, chained throws with short jumps, and finished with silver light falling blade. The display was as gorgeous as an exhibition match. But Tang Ro was being combo-locked and dominated. She could accept being crushed heated by Yishio, but she couldn't tolerate this concert performance style of beating when a simple sky strike float into quadruple thrust could finish the job. Why show off with fancy moves? Outside the screen, her slender fingers had turned white from gripping, short hair falling to hide her profile, teeth biting her lip. A single thought pressed deeper and deeper in her mind. She had to win back, more urgently than defeating Yishio, almost becoming an obsession. Seeing her delay in clicking ready, Suze turned and urged, ready up. Tang Ro's fingers trembled slightly as she clicked those words. For the next dozen or so matches, They continued with the most direct confrontations, which meant each round lasted less than a minute. Except for those first two victories, success never returned to soft mist. Again, again, again. Tang Rou's voice rose, her tone even trembling at the end. The further they went, the faster Tang Rou lost. It wasn't that Su Zhe had become much stronger, but rather that Tang Rou had completely lost her composure, fighting without any strategy whatsoever. Su Zhe's extreme reactions had always relied on seizing opportunities, and now that his opponent had completely lost her rhythm, he defeated Tang Rou with almost no effort at all. The moment he finished his move, he sensed waves of killing intent from behind. A circle of people had gathered in the internet cafe, all glaring at him with fierce expressions. Again, Tang Rou stood in front of the computer, her voice suppressed and trembling. Her voice was like the mournful cry of a lark, filled with indescribable emotions that seemed both sorrowful and desperate. Su Zhe's heart tightened, and he forced himself to remain calm as he replied, "Let's not do this anymore." Again, Tang Rou spoke once more, this time with firm and resolute determination, showing no sign of backing down. She was naturally strong-willed, and Su Zhe knew this all too well, but he hadn't expected her to actually cry. Crystal tears slid down her cheeks, and her lips had been bitten until they bled from excessive force, the bright red color striking to behold. This version of Tang Rou instinctively filled Su Zhe with a sense of fear. The onlookers couldn't bear to watch anymore and began trying to dissuade her. "Girl, you should stop playing. Yeah, don't put yourself through this." Someone even turned their anger towards Su Zhe. "What kind of skill is it to bully a young girl?" "Exactly. If you're so capable, let's have a real-life PK, and I'll even let you use only one hand." Tang Rou paid no attention to these comments, but Su Zhe couldn't pretend to be deaf. He stood up, suppressing his anger as he explained, "Who's bullying her? We're just playing around. She's doing endurance training. Why are you all making such a fuss?" Brawlers reach their peak at level 20, but her battle mage is only in the 20s. This was never meant to be a fair fight. What he said was true, but no one understood his technical jargon. The words "insulting people" were already written on every spectator's face, though Su Zhe himself hadn't noticed. Before he could finish speaking, an irritable guy slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Su Zhe and shouting, "Kid, I've been annoyed with you for a long time, and today I'm going to teach you how to be a decent human being." He then reached out to grab Su Zhe's left arm, wanting to drag him outside for a real fight. The moment his hand made contact, Su Zhe suddenly exerted force and pulled back with his other hand. The man was caught off guard and found himself twisted around and pushed toward the desk. The movement was so fast that the surrounding people had no time to react. Just as the man's forehead was about to hit the hard surface, Su Zhe reached out to block it, preventing disaster, but causing his own hand to be cut by the sharp edge of the table, blood immediately gushing out. He had no time to deal with the pain, pushed the man away, turned around, and ran frantically toward the internet cafe exit. Only then did everyone react, looking down at the spots of blood by the table, then at the unharmed man on the ground, immediately understanding whose blood it was. No wonder he ran so fast. That guy's hand, it's not ruined, is it? TSK, what a shame, such fast hand speed, what a waste. A Sharpie player who had seen Su Zhe get injured during the counterpull couldn't help but sigh. Tang Rou didn't bother wiping her tears and grabbed her jacket to chase after him, leaving both their account cards still plugged into the computers, swaying back and forth. Meanwhile, other internet cafe staff rushed over to restore order. Outside the internet cafe, Su Zhe rushed into a deserted alley and leaned against the weathered wall, gasping for breath. He raised his left hand and saw the blood in his palm was still wet, quickly wiping it away with his sleeve. He couldn't leave any trace. His God's left hand never stayed damaged. In less than 3 seconds, the wound had healed completely, even the tiny fingerprints restored to their original state. He had fled in such haste precisely to avoid being seen in this bizarre moment. If word got out, wouldn't people treat him like a freak? His left hand was perfectly fine, but to avoid suspicion, he still needed to go to the pharmacy to buy some gauze and pretend to be injured. Playing pretend was exhausting, but even the most honest person sometimes had to learn to disguise themselves. No one could escape life's inevitable compromises. Just as he left the alley entrance and was about to head to the pharmacy, he caught sight of Tang Rou pursuing him, standing on the sidewalk looking around frantically. Su Zhe's heart tightened, and he immediately turned and ran. Tang Rou happened to spot him bolting away and immediately gave chase. Su Zhe glanced back and groaned inwardly. Why was this woman chasing him? His hand's secret absolutely could not be discovered by anyone. Tang Rou was completely bewildered but could only grit her teeth and speed up. Su Zhe had originally planned to go to the pharmacy, but now he had to change course and run toward his rental apartment, hoping to hide for a while. Under the streetlights, their shadows stretched long, one behind the other. Tang Rou's stamina ultimately couldn't match Su Zhe's, and she could only watch helplessly as he rushed into the residential building and bounded up the stairs several steps at a time. She stopped at the bottom of the building, wiped away her sweat, then knocked on the landlord's door. The landlord was a man in his 50s who immediately became suspicious when someone came asking about his tenant. Young lady, what's your relationship with him? I have to keep tenant information confidential. I can't just reveal it to anyone. We're friends, Tang Ro answered straightforwardly. Friends? And you don't even know his room number? The old man squinted at her, instantly transforming into Sherlock Holmes. Let me guess you chased a man here. He didn't rob you, I can tell that much, but he's obviously avoiding you, which means you two have some kind of relationship, and it's complicated. Did he do something wrong to you? You haven't known each other long. Did he con you out of money? Break your heart. His deductions were logical, but completely off the mark. Tang Ro knew the landlord had professional ethics and couldn't think of a good solution for the moment, so she bit the bullet and said directly, actually, I'm pursuing him. Please, sir, help me out. You should have said so earlier, made me waste all that detective work, the old man grumbled, but his hand waved generously. Room 307. Go on up yourself. Thank you. Tang Ro bowed and quickly climbed the stairs. Arriving at the door of 307, she raised her hand and knocked. Suze, are you there? Suze's low voice came from inside. Just a moment. After a while, the door finally opened. Noticing several band-aids on Suze's left hand, Tang Ro asked, is your hand okay? It's nothing serious. Did you chase after me just to ask about this? Suze countered. Well, then why did you run away? Then why did you chase after me? Suze shook his head. I don't know either. Tang Ro scratched her head, genuinely unable to think of a reason. Only then did Suze take a good look at her, slightly chapped lips, a left hand stiff from gripping the mouse, fingertips with tiny traces of blood seeping around the nail beds from prolonged typing. Does it hurt? He asked, lowering his voice. Your hand, does it hurt? A little. Only at that moment did Tang Ro notice the small stinging pain from her fingernails. Should I massage it for you? Suze asked tentatively. Would that help? Tang Ro thought about how he typed even faster than she did, yet remained uninjured, figuring he must have some special care technique. It really helps. Then, should we try? After a moment's hesitation, she didn't refuse. Suze reached out and took her delicate hand. His palm was cool from years of contact with electronic devices, and when it touched Tang Ro's warm hand, a refreshing sensation spread through her fingertips. Tang Ro felt half peaceful and half nervously at a loss, unable to tell whether it was comfortable or awkward. Why are you using your left hand? Can't you use the uninjured one? Seeing Suze massaging her hand with his left hand that had band-aids on it, she suddenly felt concerned. I'm left-hand, I told you before. Suze explained casually, naturally not mentioning that switching hands would significantly reduce the effectiveness. This reason was convincing enough, and Tang Ro obediently fell silent. 10 minutes later, he stopped. Continuing further would seem inappropriate. Is it done? Tang Ro asked as she watched him let go, her tone carrying a hint of reluctance. Not yet. Can't you feel it yourself? How would I know if you ask me? She answered honestly. It really does feel much better. Thank you. Tang Ro flexed her fingers, the stinging sensation noticeably reduced. You're welcome. Suze smiled with pursed lips. The girl who had just been brought to tears by the game was now thinking him quite amusing indeed. Can I look at your wound? Tang Ro pointed to the band-aids on his hand. No. Suze refused directly, but immediately added, it's just a minor injury, nothing worth seeing. Does it hurt? No. That was the truth. I want to ask you something. Tang Ro hesitated for a moment. Are you at your peak state in glory right now? My condition is different every day, so I can't answer that. Suze gave an ambiguous response. Tang Ro found it hard to understand, but she also realized that he was only 18 and would only get stronger in the future. At this thought, her heart felt like it was blocked by a stone, both stuffy and inexplicably filled with a mix of joy and melancholy. Why was he only 18? Just as these emotions were churning, Suze suddenly remembered something. Oh right, the account card for Lord Grimm is still in the machine. He quickly pulled out his phone to call Yishio. If it were his own card left in the machine, that would be one thing. But this was Yishio's account card. If he lost it, he really wouldn't know how to explain. Hearing that the account card was safe, Suze finally felt relieved. Tang Ro looked at him with confusion. It's just an account card. How could it be more important than your injured hand? She knew that card held extraordinary meaning for Yishio, yet Suze acted as if nothing mattered, offering no further explanation. Deep down, he understood clearly that both the myriad manifestations Umbrella and Lord Grimm carried significance far beyond what met the eye. My hand isn't injured, Suze said, noticing her concern and casually lifting his right hand. Tang Ro examined it carefully and confirmed he was indeed fine. She quietly noted Suze's thoughtfulness. Earlier at the internet cafe, his comment about weight training had shielded her from onlookers' mockery, and now he was prioritizing Yishio's account card. Yet this same person showed her no mercy during matches, delivering all sorts of elaborate beatdowns without any consideration for her feelings. How could someone possess both fierce competitiveness and gentle refinement? Tang Ro grew increasingly curious. Dramatic, melancholic, cunning. Multifaceted Suze seemed to harbor an entire galaxy within himself, growing deeper the more she explored. Why are you staring at me like that? Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Suze's first thought was, please don't drag me into another PK match. No way, no way. My hand is injured, he quickly declared in self-defense. Should we go to the hospital? Tang Ro asked with concern. No need. I won't be able to play games for the next few days anyway. Suze deflected smoothly, secretly amused. After thoroughly defeating someone, you can't give them a chance for revenge. Okay, she responded softly, suddenly unsure what to talk about. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Suze touched his forehead. My head hurts a bit. The fever hasn't broken yet, and I want to sleep for a while. All right, I'll go back and bring you some medicine. Tang Ro immediately stood up. Take your time on the road. No rush, Suze advised, while mentally planning to buy some gauze later so she wouldn't return empty-handed. To Tang Ro, however, this clearly showed his concern for her safety, and saying, no rush, meant he didn't want to trouble her. This person's communication skills still needed work, but fortunately, she could understand him. Tang Ro's footsteps gradually faded away. After the room was left with only music and Suze had listened to about one complete song, he slowly headed downstairs. Nearly reaching the first floor, he spotted Tang Ro chatting with the landlord and quickly retreated to the stairway corner. That was close. Tang Ro usually avoided socializing. How did she end up talking with the landlord? Suze pressed against the wall to eavesdrop. The conversation was clearly already in progress, with the landlord chuckling. That young man in 307 has a quirky personality, but no bad habits. Just his hair is too longy, almost mistook him for a girl when I first saw him. Sir, did you just say Suze moved in only half a month ago? Do you know anything about his daily routine and living habits? Tang Ro asked. Oh my, you should ask him yourself. How would I know these things? All I know is that young man keeps to himself, probably doesn't have many friends. That type isn't easy to win over, but you're a pretty girl, and I can teach you a few tricks that'll definitely seal the deal. Hee hee. Tang Ro found herself cornered by the overly enthusiastic elderly man from downstairs, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and could only nod awkwardly at him. The old man enthusiastically began recounting his past. Back in my day, I was quite the spirited young lad. Plenty of female classmates wrote me love letters. But I wasn't interested in any of those letter-writing girls. The one I had my eye on was a senior 3 years older than me. She had such grace, walking past our classroom door every day after school, aloof by nature, but occasionally adorable, and that contrast was absolutely captivating. At this point, the old man's eyes crinkled with laughter. Later, I won over that senior, and we've been married for many years now. She's back in our hometown, taking care of our grandchildren, living the good life. He stroked his graying temples and concluded. So you see, you can't be too forward, but you can't be passive either. You'll figure it out yourself, just find the right balance. Thank you, sir. I'll be going now. Tang Ro maintained a polite smile and dashed toward the stairwell, afraid of being detained any longer. On the other side of the stairs, Suze leaned against the wall, listening to one more song before slowly heading downstairs. Hey there, young man. The sharp-eyed old man immediately called out. Want to hear my story? No thanks, goodbye. Suze didn't look back. He'd heard all the old man's chatter from upstairs, especially the line about Tang Ro wanting to pursue you. That really caught his attention. Why was she asking about him? That couldn't possibly be true, could it? He pondered as he walked. Admittedly, Tang Ro was excellent, but her personality wasn't exactly easy to get along with, and her family's wealth was intimidatingly superior. He'd never thought about dating, and his standards differed from most people's. The so-called complementary personalities and similar family backgrounds didn't hold water for him. Complementary personalities meant different values and few common topics. As for matching social status, in today's society, even men wanted to marry into wealthy families, let alone anything else. Suze had no intention of marrying up, and even if he liked someone, he wouldn't compromise on this. He was usually carefree about himself and went with the flow, but once his bottom line was crossed, no amount of persuasion would work. Lost in thought, he'd already reached the pharmacy. After buying gauze, he headed straight back to his rental, not even stopping to play with the stray cat at the entrance. Inside, he briefly rinsed his wound and carefully bandaged his palm. Just as he finished tidying up, there was a light, cheerful knock on the door. Suze, it's me. Tang Ro's voice came clearly through the door. She'd arrived quickly. Suze calmly got up to open the door. The first thing Tang Ro noticed was his gauze-wrapped hand, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze, though she didn't ask about it. I'm not disturbing you, am I? It's fine. What do you mean it's fine? Tang Ro was speechless. Why don't you take your medicine first, and then sleep? I'm not tired anymore. Suze changed his mind on the spot. If Tang Ro really wanted to compete, then he'd beat her fair and square until she admitted defeat. Not tired anymore? Tang Ro looked suspicious and reached forward to feel his forehead. His temperature was normal. Tang Ro was truly a bold girl. After confirming that Suze was fine, she turned her full attention to this cramped room of less than 10 square meters, a single bed, a computer desk and chair, and nothing else. The floor was spotless, not because the owner was diligent, but because there was simply nothing to clean. A few thin clothes hung by the balcony, and a jacket stained with dried brown blood lay conspicuously on the bedside. Is your lifestyle always this minimalist? Tang Ro offered an apt assessment. Yeah, the fewer burdens you carry, the lighter you feel, Suze replied flatly. Should we wash that jacket? I see there's a washing machine. She pointed at the bloodstains. I don't wash jackets, just replace them once a year. But there are bloodstains on it. It's not like it's covered in shit. What's wrong with a little blood? Suze's bluntness left Tang Ro completely speechless, and she could only silently marvel at how this guy truly lived by his own rule set was almost enviable. Having said that, he sat down at the computer and began downloading various virtual instrument plugins. With his injured arm making gaming inconvenient, he decided to recreate the songs he remembered best. The melodies couldn't be perfectly replicated, but he'd capture whatever he could recall. Tang Ro stood beside him, not understanding what he was working on, so she quietly observed. After about half an hour, synthesized instrumental accompaniment began playing through the headphones. She leaned in closer, almost shoulder to shoulder with Suze. A pure melody flowed from the other end of the headphones. While it was clearly different from the original masterpiece by Jay Cho, it was still quite pleasant. Suze didn't care about perfection. He was just entertaining himself. After finishing 5 backing tracks, it was time for vocal recording. He simply turned on the microphone and sang straight through without any audio editing or retakes. By the time he finished, it was already 2 p.m. and he was starving. Suze removed his headphones and casually asked, I'm going to eat. Wanna come? I didn't bring money, but I'll go if you're treating. Tang Ro replied straightforwardly. Of course. After all, she had bought him medicine, so a meal was the least he could do. The two walked to a small restaurant near his rental place and ordered several home-style dishes. After sitting down, Suze asked again, want some alcohol? Sure, I can drink, Tang Ro answered without hesitation. He ordered an 800 milliliter bottle of Erguo 2 directly. In fact, Suze had never been fond of drinking in his previous life, not because he couldn't handle alcohol, but simply because he didn't enjoy it. After too many business dinners, he had given up on so-called networking altogether. Now, when treating someone to a meal, he was just following his old habits of hospitality. The food arrived quickly, and he filled Tang Ro's glass with the clear, high-proof liquor. The strong aroma hit her nose, and a hint of belated regret flickered in Tang Ro's eyes. If she had known it was Erguo 2, she never would have said those 3 words, I can drink. She had assumed Suze would order beer at most, never expecting him to go straight for high-proof liquor like Erguo 2. That was just Tang Ro's nature. Once she said she could drink, no matter how many cups Suze poured for her, she would grit her teeth and down them all. After eating a couple of peanuts and a chopstick full of braised beef, she lifted the white porcelain cup. The harsh smell of Erguo 2 rushed into her nostrils, making her brow furrow from the sting. This was her first encounter with such strong liquor, and just the smell alone made her stomach feel hollow. But she still clenched her teeth, tilted her head back, and drained it completely in one gulp, like a stubborn female general who refused to admit defeat. That fierce, huh? Suze was stunned for a moment. He had originally just wanted to pour a casual cup to lighten the mood, even preparing for the possibility that she wouldn't finish if never liked pressuring people to drink. Who knew this little bit of alcohol couldn't stop her at all? He could only hold up the bottle, hesitating whether to pour another cup. Want some more? Tang Ro felt the alcohol rushing to her head and quickly took a deep breath to suppress it, speaking rapidly. No more. I still have things to do later. Afraid that Suze would pour again, the excuse slipped out. Is your business urgent? Suze turned his head to look at her, seeing how hastily she had drunk, figuring in his heart that she really didn't have time to waste here. I'm going to the restroom. Before she finished speaking, Tang Ro's face turned deathly pale, and she staggered to her feet, taking an unsteady step. Suze quickly reached out to steady her, just about to say be careful. Ugh. Tang Ro couldn't hold it in and vomited all over him, making a complete mess of both her own coat and Suze's jacket. Sit down first, I'll get you some hot water. He pressed her into the chair while waving for the waiter to bring a cup of hot water. At this moment, propriety between men and women was thrown to the back of his mind as he lifted the disheveled hair from her forehead and carefully fed her a few sips of water, then gently patted her back to help her catch her breath. The alcohol hit fast and left just as violently. Tang Ro's eyelids grew heavy, and she leaned back in the chair, unconscious, her cheeks burning hot, not like a fever, but more like pure alcohol intoxication. After settling the bill, Suze carried her on his back and left, thinking that she cared about face, and being seen drunk like this would definitely be embarrassing, so it was better to just take her back to his small room. The night wind blew against their faces, and Tang Ro's breathing was warm against his back. At the stairway entrance, the landlord was coming toward them with a pipe in his mouth, and seeing the situation, he laughed heartily while patting the handrail. The student surpasses the master, well done. Suze could only nod awkwardly and quicken his pace. The night deepened. In the pitch-black small room, Tang Ro groggily woke up, stepped onto the cold wooden floor to get out of bed, and first fumbled for the wall lamp. In the dim yellow light, two vomit-stained coats were spread beside the bed, while Suze was curled up in the gaming chair, his head tilted uncomfortably, breathing evenly. She had never imagined that one day she would spend the night in the room of a guy she had only met a few times. Were they even friends? She wasn't sure if Suze weren't Suze. The answer would naturally be no. Thinking that he must have helped remove her coat, her emotions were complicated, but in the end, she still picked up those two dirty pieces of clothing and squeezed into the narrow bathroom. Splash! The sound of water echoed off the tiles, waking Suze, who came to the door with messy hair to see her holding the two large coats, soaking and scrubbing them in the water. It's so cold, don't bother washing them. He opened the door, and a wave of warm air mixed with coolness rushed out. It'll freeze your hands. How can we wear them if they're not washed? Tang Ro kept her head down, continuing to scrub. They won't dry anyway, or mine first. Suze pulled down the only remaining coat from the balcony and handed it to her. Your hands are meant for playing piano, not washing clothes. Are they suitable for gaming? She looked up, the clothes in her hands heavy and waterlogged, wanting to wring them out but unable to apply enough force. Suze didn't respond, reaching out to take the clothes. Let me do it, at least so you don't get hurt again. Your hand is still injured. Tang Ro remembered his old injury. It's fine, my hands aren't as precious as yours. As he spoke, he bent down to wring out the water, his knuckles turning white from the effort. If it's too much, just put them in the washing machine to spin dry. She stepped aside, still wanting to argue. I was planning to use the washing machine anyway. Suze tossed the clothes into the drum and pressed the start button. Is your coat expensive? Can it be machine washed? It can go in. Tang Ro nodded slightly. Tang Ro went back wearing Suze's jacket. Since Suze didn't have a spare jacket, he had no choice but to stay in his dorm and recover from his injury. A week flew by, and he barely went anywhere, thoroughly embodying the concept of rest and recuperation. When Yishio first learned about Suze's hand injury, he broke out in a cold sweat. That table corner had been completely chipped away. The force that could gouge would like that landing on someone's hand. Who could believe it wouldn't leave lasting damage? Yishio was genuinely worried that Suze might be permanently disabled, until Tang Ro confirmed, it's not serious, and he finally relaxed a bit. Still uneasy, he simply confiscated Suze's account card, demanding complete rest and forbidding him from touching even a single game key. Fortunately, the 10th server had plenty of excitement. Ever since the four-person team set the Frost Forest record, the major guilds had reached a bizarre consensus. Instead of spending materials to hire Yishio to break records, they'd rather spend even more materials to beg him not to interfere. So whoever held a dungeon record had to pay materials for protection. Refused to pay? Their record would be broken instantly, turning their guild's carefully built reputation into a joke. What made it even more devastating was that Yishio could break records that ordinary players wouldn't even dare dream of achieving, and he only needed 3 people to do it. The four-person team stopped taking power-leveling jobs, and everyone went their separate ways during downtime. Tang Ro had been training frantically lately, her skills improving by leaps and bounds, but she refused to say why no matter how much anyone asked. As for Yishio, he took the opportunity to clean out all the guild materials from Excellent Era's 10th server warehouse, loyally helping Suze upgrade his silver weapon, Flowing Light, to level 25. The level 25 Flowing Light gained an additional attribute, with complete stats as follows. Flowing Light, level 25. Lightsaber, requires lightsaber mastery. Weight 2.2 kilograms, attack speed 16, physical attack 426, magic attack 418, strength 60, attack speed 10, lightsaber mastery skill level 2. All skills level 125 1, final damage 60, damage 5 for each additional skill, and quick skill bar. This upgrade plan came from Suze's own silver weapon crafting blueprint, which could only push Flowing Light to level 25. He didn't have blueprints for further upgrades, which was giving him a headache. As for what skill level 1 meant, simple and brutal skill levels were directly increased by 1, and equipment bonuses could break through the original level 10 cap, which made Flowing Light seem so advanced. After a week of recovery, Suze decided to return to the game. That day, Tang Ro neatly folded the jacket and handed it to him. Suze took it and casually put it on. Catching a faint fragrance, he asked offhandedly, "Smells nice. Did you wash it?" "No." Tang Ro's face flushed with embarrassment. She glanced at Suze's right hand, noticed the bandages were gone, and quickly changed the subject. "Your hand is better now, right?" "Yeah, I can play games again." Suze flexed his fingers, answering casually. "Good, let's PK later." Tang Ro pulled out her phone, her eyes gleaming with eager fighting spirit. "My hand isn't fully healed yet." Suze immediately backed down. "Who are you trying to fool?" Tang Ro wasn't stupid. It was obvious he didn't want to fight her. "Am I really that scary?" she wondered, staring at Suze's retreating figure. "You'll cry if you lose, so I don't want to play with you," Suze said bluntly, though his tone was completely serious. "Who's crying? You're making that up." Tang Ro protested stubbornly, her neck stiff with indignation. "Fine, then I'll be the one crying if I lose, okay?" I don't want to lose, so I won't fight you. Suze replied, not bothering to hide his shameless reasoning. Tang Ro hadn't expected him to be this unreasonable, and she was completely helpless against it. After thinking for a moment, she proposed a compromise. Then let's skip the PK and level up together instead. Since they couldn't fight, she figured they could at least compete on monster-killing efficiency. The two walked downstairs side by side. At the entrance, Suze suddenly patted his pocket and looked enlightened. I forgot my ID card. No problem, I'll get you a machine. Tang Ro offered without hesitation. Great, that'll save me some money too. Not bad. Suze accepted without any courtesy. As they left together, the landlord happened to pass by and caught every word of their conversation. Oh my, young people these days really know how to have fun. I originally thought this kid was a bronze player, but turns out he's a king. Impressive, the old man muttered to himself, speaking what sounded like complete gibberish. Suze was oblivious to these comments and had already hurried to Happy Internet Cafe. He first went to the counter to retrieve his account card from Yishio, then walked over to the computer Tang Ro had opened for him. The black account card clicked into the card reader, and his fingers moved in a series of smooth, precise operations, clean and efficient like a small performance. A week without touching the game hadn't affected his Chinibu teenager maintaining his cool momentum in the slightest. As soon as his character came online, Yishio's team invitation popped up. Suze clicked accept, and 5 characters appeared in the upper left corner of the interface. Lord Grimm, Feng Shu Yan Mu, Soft Mist, Snowy Hair, and Steamed Bun Invasion. Blazing Forest, let's go. Yishio typed briefly in the team channel. Glory Continent had 4 major forests: Frost Forest, Blazing Forest, Dark Forest, and Light Forest. Frost Forest had the lowest level requirement, while their destination, Blazing Forest, was a level 34-36 grinding area. In their team, the lowest level was 30, Lord Grimm at level 31, and the other 4 all at level 30. Fighting monsters above your level in Glory provided experience bonuses, with a maximum of 5 levels above. But they weren't here purely for leveling if it was just for experience. Dungeon monsters were more efficient and offered better completion rewards. Their real target was Blazing Forest Field Boss. As everyone knew, field bosses were much stronger than dungeon bosses. Dungeons only allowed 5 players at a time, while field bosses had to face hundreds or even thousands of players attacking simultaneously. If field bosses weren't strong enough, they simply wouldn't survive. But no matter how strong they were, they couldn't escape being mobbed by players. This time, they had set their sights on the current map's level cap, existence level 36 Flame, which Kashu. She was a full 6 levels above Suze and the others, an extremely exaggerated level suppression. The elite teams from major guilds were generally only level 32, and even a 4-level gap made them hesitant to act rashly, let alone 6 levels. In Glory, after level 30, if monsters were 3 levels higher than players, skill effects would be significantly weakened or even deemed completely ineffective, making 3 levels practically a life or death line for ordinary players. The 5 members spread out across Blazing Forest to search. The entire forest was remarkably similar to Frost Forest, goblins everywhere. However, the goblins in Frost Forest had bluish skin, while those in Blazing Forest were bright red ice versus fire, a striking contrast. It was clear the game development company had put real effort into creating the game. While hunting for field bosses, Suzy casually killed any red-skinned goblins he encountered along the way. They were just minor mobs, and even with the level suppression, he didn't consider these goblins a threat at all. In the team channel, Hair Like Snow remained lively as usual. Su Muchung, controlling Windcomb Smoky Bath, took the initiative to greet him. Yishio mentioned you before. You're called Ace, right? Yeah. Suzy replied with just one word. Ace was fine by him. Yishio said you were pretty arrogant, but seeing is believing indeed. Su Muchung teased with a laugh. Not really. What should I call you? Suzy asked casually. Su Muchung played a 3, and Suzy immediately threw down a bomb pair, then laughed. Windcomb Smoky Bath, huh? I wouldn't mind if you called me Sister Mo. Actually, Suzy had originally wanted to ask for her real name to end the conversation, but considering that the 500,000 yuan likely came from her, he decided to show some respect. Sister Mo. Haha, you're not nearly as cold as Yishio described. Su Muchung laughed, even more cheerfully. In the channel, Yishio dryly chuckled. Stop chatting, the boss is on my side. Everyone followed the directions to reach a clearing in the woods. A bonfire blazed fiercely, its flames casting dancing shadows among the trees. The fire which Kasha's eyes burned with fanaticism as she raised her staff with both hands, the flame runes at its tip seeming to writhe like living creatures. Around her, various sized flame forest goblins held hands in a circle around the bonfire, shrieking loudly, as if performing some grand ritual. Suzy stared at the scene with a slight frown. He wasn't afraid of ordinary goblins no matter how many there were, but the group around the boss was clearly not cannon fodder. We'll have to lure the boss out to fight. You all brought enough potions, right? Yishio confirmed. Everyone except Suzy indicated they were well prepared. I just got this character back from you, so there are still some left. Suzy replied. Didn't you stock up yourself? Yi Xiao was speechless. Stock up on what? I never buy potions when playing this game. Susie was even more speechless than him. Fine, you're amazing, you do you. Just use them sparingly. Yi Xiao gave up arguing and continued with his orders. You three retreat first. Smoky bath, come with me to balm the bonfire, then wait for my next instruction. Tang Rose soft mist and steamed bun invasion withdrew first. Su Muqing's wind-comb smoky bath began charging her laser cannon, and as the beam condensed, Yi Xiao's thousand chance umbrella also transformed into a gun, firing an anti-tank round toward the altar. Why aren't you leaving? Yi Xiao asked while operating, noticing Susie hadn't moved. There's no such thing as retreat, Susie declared, then used triple slash to dash away in a trail of brilliant sword light. Yi Xiao was exasperated. If you're so tough, then don't you dare run. Susie wasn't being reckless. He was just observing from a distance to avoid causing trouble. As the two led the fire witch in circles, he quietly waited for instructions. Coordinates 1658, 7542. Yi Xiao called out the numbers in the team channel. Susie immediately turned and charged toward the target, with the others quickly assembling as well. Upon arrival, they saw that the goblins led by the fire witch had been cleared out, leaving only the remnants of the bonfire. Now that Yi Xiao and Su Muqing no longer needed to kite, everyone surrounded the witch and began the hunt. Suze was the first to join the battle, boasting the highest damage output among them all alone could match both Tang Rou and Steamed Bun Invasion combined. I'm coming. Steamed Bun Invasion's roar echoed across the battlefield. Before his character even appeared on screen, a brick came whistling through the air, smacking the fire witch right in the back of her head with a satisfying thwack. The boss's flaming hair ornament trembled slightly, as if momentarily stunned, but the effect vanished almost instantly. Tom it right. The stun may not last long, but it can at least interrupt her skills. Yi Xiao immediately called out. No matter how brief, a stun was still a status effect once triggered, it would break any casting sequence. But if the stun failed to activate, the Fire Witch's natural super armor during her incantations couldn't be shaken by ordinary attacks. You've got Poison Needle to use it wisely. Yi Xiao quickly added. Poison Needle was a level 30 rogue skill that, despite its name, dealt no poison damage. Instead, it had two crucial effects: random bleeding and guaranteed super armor break. Super armor meant immunity to knockdowns, launches, knockbacks, interruptions, and skill breaks. Nothing could stop it except grappling techniques. Even at its lowest level, Poison Needle could strip a target's super armor for 5 seconds, extending up to 10 seconds at higher levels. However, under the Fire Witch's overwhelming level advantage, the duration would clearly fall short of 5 seconds. Even so, Steamed Bun Invasion followed Yi Xiao's instructions, staying close and mobile, ready to strike with that crucial needle at any moment. Within the battle circle, every time the Fire Witch raised her hand or swung her staff, crimson light would spread from her feet throughout her entire body, a visual manifestation of her super armor. With this protection, her movements were completely unrestrained, her skill casting unstoppable. Suddenly, she spread both arms wide, and the fiery glow exploded outward. Within several meters of her position, even the air seemed to ignite, and the withered wood and dry grass on the ground burst into flames with a soft whoosh. Meteor fall. Yi Xiao recognized the attack instantly, his heart tightening. This was the Fire Witch's devastating area effect Ultimatia meteor shower of flaming stones that would consume everything within the circle. Poison Needle. With no time for explanation, Yi Xiao barked the order. Steamed Bun Invasion was ready, and without hesitation, a cold gleam flashed as the needle found its mark in the Fire Witch's back with a soft thunk. In the next instant, the flaming armor surrounding her suddenly extinguished. True to his cautious nature, Steamed Bun Invasion immediately ducked behind a nearby tree after landing the attack, fearing retaliation. That's some crazy abstract art right there, he muttered, knowing the super armor was gone but not daring to linger. Suze had already closed in, delivering an uppercut with his heavy-backed greatsword that literally pried the Fire Witch off the ground, the weight nearly snapping his blade in half. Yi Xiao arrived right behind him, his staff sweeping in a circular dance to catch the airborne boss. Under the level suppression, Steamed Bun Invasion's Poison Needle had only managed to break the super armor for less than a second, but both players had seized that fleeting opportunity to complete their skill interruptions, forcibly snuffing out the meteor fall. Pay attention to how we interrupt the boss's skills. Don't worry, the boss's aggro is on his A, so he's got your backs. Yi Xiao still had the presence of mind to continue coaching Steamed Bun Invasion and Tang Rou. Hearing this, Suze's expression turned speechless. Well, thank you very much. Wild bosses had absurdly thick health pools, and Suze, responsible for both damage output and holding aggro, had nearly worn out his keyboard's directional keys from all the frantic button mashing. Yi Xiao's words seemed to give them confidence. Baozi Invasion's character suddenly looked up, like a firecracker instantly ignited, typing, "When no one's got my back, I keep quiet. When someone's got my back, I throw heavy punches across the public chat with resounding force. Perhaps because Su Zhe was present, Tang Rou operated with extra focus. Yi Xiu's voice commands were mostly directed at Baozi invasion, but she was naturally quick-witted and only needed practice. Unfortunately, her lack of experience still showed it was Tang Rou who made the mistake. Watch out. Dodge. Yi Xiu's warning exploded through the voice chat. Su Zhe had already sensed something was wrong. Time to bail, he called out in slang, using his character's triple slash to escape. In the game, attack speed directly affected the casting of offensive skills, only offensive skills, which was different from Dungeon Fighter Online after all. Su Zhe fled first, but Tang Rou and Baozi invasion were caught in the Flame Witch's deadly grip. Both were melee classes, engaged in close combat with the boss. Tang Rou's moment of hesitation triggered the Flame Witch's skill. A magical barrier expanded instantly with her at the center, the air boiling, as if ignited. Large and small fireballs trailing blazing chains of flame crashed down like a meteor shower. The two frantically clicked their movement keys, but couldn't escape unscathed. In the blink of an eye, both sky and ground became a sea of fire. When they finally broke free from the range, both health bars were down to a sliver, forcing them to retreat to the edges to consume potions. My fault, Tang Rou admitted briefly. No one blamed her. Su Zhe immediately stepped up to take over the damage output. With his reflexes, he could have easily coordinated and interrupt earlier, but he didn't want to overstep. Sometimes failure teaches more than smooth sailing. The battle continued. No player in the 10th server knew that such a high-difficulty fierce battle was taking place in the Blazing Forest. 5 characters challenging the wild boss Flame Witch, who was more than 4 levels above them. Most players' attention was still focused on the wild bosses in Frost Forest, Boneyard, Desolate Land, and Line Canyon. Blazing Forest? Soon enough. The first-tier characters were already past level 32, just waiting to reach level 33 before launching their plans to hunt the Flame Witch. Both Line Canyon and Desolate Land had followed this same rhythm. 1 a.m., then 1:30 a.m. The Flame Witch Kasha's health bar finally reached 0, and the system message flooded the screen. System announcement. Players Lord Grim, Windcomb Smoke Bath, Soft Mist, Drifting Snow, and Baozi Invasion have achieved the first kill of Flame Witch Kashu. This announcement, mixed in with the nonsensical chatter of the World Channel, looked just like random gibberish from newbie players. Flame Witch first kill. What truly exploded were the emotions of veteran players, experienced players, and experts. No way. Impossible. Almost every high-level player in the 10th server cried out at their screens simultaneously. Even in the happy internet cafe at that moment, scattered exclamations could be heard. The initial wave of excitement over the newly opened 10th district had passed, and the glory players at Xingxin Internet Cafe were no longer primarily focused on that server. Most of the veteran players pulling all-nighters were from other districts, so they couldn't see this news and remained completely indifferent. Hundreds of computer terminals blazed with light throughout the cafe, but only a scattered few truly noticed the unusual activity on the forum rankings. These players didn't know each other and could only express their holy shit amazement to friends and game channels. The night shift manager, Lord Grim that is, Yi Zia, kept his head down organizing receipts, completely unaware that outsiders would never imagine this nighttime record had come from his own hands. Otherwise, after those previous late-night record breaks, he would have been surrounded by players crowding around his seat. Finally killed it. Tang Rou lifted her head from the keyboard and let out a long breath. The Flame Witch's high damage had kept her nerves taut throughout, terrified that one operational mistake would ruin all the team's efforts. On screen, after the final blow landed, the boss suddenly transformed into a blazing inferno. Flames danced, revealing her fierce visage, then roared skyward before the firelight extinguished, leaving only a few pieces of equipment and materials lying quietly on the ground. 2.5 hours. Su Zhe leaned back in his chair, hands shoved in his pockets, head tilted back 45 degrees, striking a pose of loneliness like snow. Too lazy to even glance at the drops. Not easy at all, not easy. Let's see what dropped. Yi Xiu smiled as he moved closer, opening the loot window. Flamestone, I'll take this one. He smoothly pocketed the material, then clicked on another piece of equipment. Crimson Moonbelt, for Little Tang. The rest goes to auction. Everyone agreed without objection. Only then did Su Zhe look up, continuing his cool act. Give me a full set that boosts movement and attack speed. No matter how fast, I can handle it. Working on it. That kind of equipment doesn't come cheap, Yi Xiu replied with a smile. Su Zhe simply suggested. If that doesn't work, just start a guild. There are so many casual players in the new district, recruit them as workers, and we'll save ourselves the trouble. You're really not holding back, Yi Xiu shook his head. Managing a guild is exhausting work, and now isn't the right time. This comment enlightened Su Zhe. Once they established their own guild, they would cut off material supplies to all the major guilds, which wouldn't be worth it. But those big guilds couldn't stay suppressed forever. They were definitely scheming for a breakthrough. However, even if a team of professional players came, it would be hard to shake the current situation. Dungeon records required 5 top-tier damage dealers, and their side wasn't lacking any. What other guilds had, they had too. What others didn't have, they also possessed. The myriad manifestations umbrella and handcrafted skills. Even if other guilds actually got their hands on these, who could utilize these 2 divine weapons to their fullest potential? Yishio himself was too lazy to handcraft skills, let alone others. As for the myriad manifestations umbrella, who could be more skilled than Yishio? This living glory textbook? The answer was no one. This was an unsolvable situation. Unless the major guilds abandoned the records and gave up entirely, they could only be led around by the nose. But as long as it was a game, there were rules. Wandering Land dungeon records could only be registered if completed within level 30. As long as any character in the team exceeded level 30, the new record would be invalidated. At this moment, Lord Grimm had already reached level 31, making him ineligible to continue breaking Wandering Land records. Just then, outside the Wandering Land dungeon entrance, 5 figures stopped side by side. They were from Bluebrook Guild, all top-tier expert players. Their purpose was also obvious. They wanted to exploit the rule loophole that Lord Grimm had exceeded the dungeon's level limit to set an unbreakable extreme record. 24 minutes, 41 seconds, and 46 milliseconds. When the latest dungeon record for the Land of Exile was announced, the Bluebrook Guild immediately issued a bold challenge. Lord Grimm, the record stands here, waiting for you to break it. The player who sent this message was called Rao and Shui Yang, and he was now using his fastest typing speed to spam the message repeatedly. The world channel was instantly flooded with his provocations. Online players who saw this message couldn't help but shake their heads. Lord Grimm was already level 31, yet they were asking him to break a level 30 dungeon record? How thick-skinned could they be? Of course, theoretically Lord Grimm could create a new character to take on the challenge, but most players didn't care about such details. The fact remained, a level 31 character simply couldn't participate in competing for level 30 dungeon records. In Kongji City, the evening light spread across the cobblestone streets. Yishio and Suze were strolling around while browsing the chat window when they happened to see this noisy message. Bluebrook Guild's little stunt is probably affecting our business, isn't it? Suze casually opened the auction house, purchased a piece of level 30 equipment set, and asked offhandedly. To some extent, yes. Yishio looked at the screen and smiled. But I'm guessing this wasn't Lanhe's idea, probably cooked up by those few people in Bluebrook Guild who think they're clever. Can you handle it? Suze looked up. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Yishio closed the trading interface. Do you remember the tactics I mentioned to you? When did you ever explain tactics to me? Suze scratched his head, having no recollection whatsoever. The Twin Phantom tactics. Yishio said with certainty. Twin Phantom. Suze was stunned. Never heard of it. Are you sure you're not misremembering? I said from the very beginning that I'd create a custom tactical system for you. Yishio reminded him. So you're planning to use it to break the Land of Exile dungeon record? Just the 2 of us. Suze was so shocked he nearly stood up. 2 people trying to break a record? Dream on. Yishio waved his hand and began explaining in detail. Twin Phantom isn't just 2 people, but the core is indeed 2 people. The remaining 3 classes can be combined however we want. Twin refers to your Fa Ru Shui and Tang Rose, Han Yen Rou 2 absolutely cannot die. Phantom represents infinite possibilities and adaptability, meaning the remaining 3 classes can be arranged in any combination. As long as we ensure you 2 survive, the tactics succeed. He explained it systematically, and Suze straightened up as he listened, finding this approach both innovative and impressive. When do we start practicing? Suze asked. Tomorrow. Strictly speaking, the lineup should ideally include a support class. Yishio added. I'm also incorporating the screen tactics to further ensure the safety of the twin. Honestly, this playstyle is several versions ahead. It's practically unbeatable. Yishio knew in his heart that even the strongest system required teamwork to execute. The theoretical optimal formation needed 4 people, with the 5th being flexible. Having support would be even better. Theoretical discussions were ultimately useless. Whether they could actually achieve results depended on coordination. He was still waiting for a suitable support player, class, Ghostblade. Suze roughly pieced together the scenario of Twin Phantom, understanding that this wasn't something Yishio had invented out of thin air, but rather a deconstruction and recombination of 2 mature strategies. These 2 tactics were the shadow tactics and screen tactics. Suze was quite intrigued by this tactical approach and was already looking forward to tomorrow's arrival. He composed himself and lay down directly at the internet cafe's computer desk, his breathing gradually becoming steady as he quickly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, there was another person in the world equally focused on tomorrow. The lights were still on in the Tiny Herb Club's training camp dormitory, where Qiao Yifun sat in front of his screen, his fingers rapidly tapping across the keyboard. Professional players couldn't afford to have their days and nights reversed like Yishio did. Especially someone on the fringes like him had no room for error. During the day, he strictly followed the club's schedule, with training and rest periods executed to the second. But as soon as evening came and his personal time began, he immediately switched to Ghostblade research mode. He studied guides, watched videos, and even spent his own money on 2 new Ghostblade account cards to personally test various combo details. What truly made his blood boil, however, was that character he was leveling from scratch, 1-inch Ash. Because once this character reached level 30, he would have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the great god, Yichio himself. Just thinking of those 4 words, glory textbook, energized him like he'd been plugged into an electrical outlet. Lately he'd been sleeping very little, yet felt no fatigue at all. He still woke up punctually each morning, and during daytime assassin training, he even felt his performance had improved. Whether this was psychological or genuine improvement, he couldn't tell. Today was the agreed-upon account transfer day, meaning 1-inch Ash would soon reach level 30, and he could officially visit the great god Yichio in the 10th server. During the lunch break, still feeling somewhat uneasy, he specifically contacted the power leveling service to confirm the completion was flawless. After receiving positive confirmation, he nearly jumped with excitement. During the afternoon's formal training, his friend Gao Yingjie immediately picked up on his good mood. "What's up, Yifun? You look so happy." "Hee, do I?" Xiao Yifun grinned foolishly. Gao Yingjie reached toward his forehead. "Are you okay?" "I'm really fine. Come on, training's about to start." Xiao Yifun nimbly dodged and sat back down at his computer. But within 2 minutes, the corners of his mouth were curling upward again uncontrollably. Gao Yingjie noticed this and felt secretly worried. Knew Xiao Yifun's future with the team was uncertain and that he was under tremendous psychological pressure. Though Gao Yingjie himself was being heavily promoted by the club and viewed as the great god's successor, he still had no authority to do anything for his friend at this moment. After dinner, Xiao Yifun snuck out of the club like a thief. In reality, he didn't need to be so cautious in the training camp. He was just a benchwarmer nobody, not even qualified to tighten bottle caps at professional matches. No one would pay attention to where he went. Precisely because of this, his confusion about the future was even greater, but Yichio's appearance was like a lamp lighting up at the end of a dark corridor. Returning to his dormitory, he took a deep breath and inserted the 1-inch Ash account card into the card reader. Login, loading, and the character appeared in the center of the screen. In his friends list, Lord Grimm showed a green light. Xiao Yifun quickly sent a private message. "Senior, I've reached level 30. After sending it, he held his breath and stared at the monitor, anticipating a reply from that familiar yet revered ID. However, at this moment, Lord Grimm was idle, while Yichio himself was playing on a different account. Around 10 o'clock at night, Suze arrived at the internet cafe yawning. After working non-stop with less than 5 hours of sleep, he had been dragged by Yichio to practice tactics. He had just finished showering and rushed over while still damp from the steam. At the all-night computer Tang Rou had booked, Yichio was controlling Han Yen Rou while Tang Rou herself stood beside him watching. "You're here." Yichio looked up and greeted him. "Obviously," Suze replied, casually turning on his computer and placing a whole bag of Red Bull on the desk, his specially brought energy booster. In fact, he only needed to use his god's left hand to massage his head to relieve fatigue without any side effects. But bringing Red Bull could hint that he wasn't good at staying up late. Hoping Yichio would reduce the training load accordingly, Yichio glanced at the row of cans. Pretty generous, buying so many drinks. "No choice. What's just a drink to you guys is life support for me," Suze sighed. "Actually, I'm almost broke. Next month's rent is already questionable." "Really that bad?" Yichio asked suspiciously. "Why would I lie? Do you guys need a network administrator here?" "No salary needed, just food, lodging, and internet access." "I'll ask the boss lady for you. She'd probably agree if there's no salary involved." "You still need to get paid though," Tang Rou interjected. "I'll talk to Guagua. She'll pay you." "You guys are really nice. But let me be clear, even though I don't want a salary, I also won't actually work." Tang Rou was stunned for a moment, then became annoyed. "Get lost. And here I was worrying about you." Yichio also shook his head with a smile. "Come to Desolate Land. Let's get familiar with the dungeon first." "I'm already this miserable, and you're still thinking about dungeons," Suze pouted. "Are you serious? You think I'm joking?" Suze shot back, then winked. "If I became good friends with the boss lady, would she support me financially?" Yichio raised an eyebrow. "You're really not joking?" "Half and half," Suze said as he controlled Fa Ru Shui toward Desolate Land. At the dungeon entrance, the teammates were already assembled. Seeing 1-inch Ash, Suze instantly remembered the identity. Little Angel Ifan. "Let's practice coordination first, then do the official run at midnight," Yichio announced in the team channel. After entering the instance, he began commanding. "Ifan, don't use Shadow Clone. The monsters won't target you. Just dodge AoE attacks and keep up with the rhythm. Baozi, too many mistakes. Don't put skills you can't use properly on your hotbar. Azay, follow my rhythm closely, and do your own thing when you're free." The grinding speed during the coordination phase wasn't fast, and there was no rush. The key issue was that Yichio would slack off from time to time. Suze yawned out of boredom and suggested, "Baozi, I suggest you learn from me and not put skills on your hotbar." "Huh? Then I won't use any skills." Baozi was immediately confused and said, "Then how can you still use your skills?" "Baozi, don't listen to him. He's trying to lead you astray." Yi Xiu glanced at Su Zhe, who was operating the keyboard with one hand while casually sipping from a half-empty can of Red Bull with the other. "Pay attention and keep up with the rhythm," Yi Xiu said with an unfriendly tone. "I am keeping up. You told us to do our own things during downtime." Su Zhe replied confidently. "I meant things in the game." Yi Xiu felt exhausted. This guy was clearly causing trouble on purpose. During those few seconds of distraction, the situation slightly deteriorated. "Did I cast this ice formation wrong?" Xiao Yifan asked timidly. "No, you did well," Yi Xiu first affirmed, then turned to call out Baozi's name. "Baozi made the mistake. Focus and don't let trash talk affect you." Actually, the ice formation was cast too early, but it was exactly Xiao Yifan's remedy after Baozi's failed monster gathering. The Ghost Swordsman's level 30 skill, Ghost God, Ice Soul, created a barrier that dealt ice damage every second to enemies who stepped into it. With a chance to completely freeze targets, it was an extremely aggressive ghost formation. After criticizing Baozi, Yi Xiu continued explaining tactics to Xiao Yifan. There was actually a better way to handle this. Those three monsters that Baozi scattered were facing directly toward you. You should have used Moonlight Slash to knock them back first, then cast the ice formation to cover them all perfectly. But there weren't just three monsters that scattered. Xiao Yifan said quietly. "Trust your teammates. Your teammates are strong. You just need to do your part well and leave the rest to them. Don't pressure yourself, and don't put pressure on your teammates. That's what teamwork means." Xiao Yifan asked anxiously. "With this mistake, is there no hope for the record?" "The record isn't important. We're here to practice team coordination. Awareness and judgment are tonight's main themes. In a professional match, if this situation really occurred, you wouldn't even have a chance to cast the ice formation." Yi Xiu patiently guided him. "Even in small dungeons, you should push yourself to improve your awareness." "Yes, yes." Xiao Yifan nodded repeatedly, as if a door was being pushed open. The stagnant bottleneck was being pried loose bit by bit. Whether it was due to changing classes, the master's guidance, or both, he couldn't tell. The only thing he was certain of was that even in such small dungeons, as long as he took them seriously, there was still plenty of room for improvement to be discovered. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the clock pointed to midnight. Yi Xiu's voice suddenly became serious. "This time we're doing it for real. Everything before was just warm-up. The pace will be much faster now, so keep up." He looked towards Su Zhe and Tang Rou, then reminded Tang Rou. "Pay attention to how I execute fast attacks." Tang Rou nodded attentively, extremely curious about what the coordination between Yi Xiu and Su Zhe would look like. Upon re-entering the dungeon, Yi Xiu and Su Zhe's gameplay immediately became razor-sharp. Yi Xiu controlled Han Yanrou, employing Tang Rou's signature aggressive style, but with even more precision and lethality than the original owner. Su Zhe's Fa Rushua, wielding the silver weapon Flowing Light, maximized damage output, while his full attack speed and movement speed gear made his character's actions astonishingly fast. So fast, everyone except Yi Xiu exclaimed almost simultaneously. Baozi Invasion and Xiao Yifan struggled to keep up visually, still unable to match the pace. Fortunately, this was just a dungeon, not a professional match. Dungeons had fixed difficulty caps that high-level players could clear, let alone a professional player like Yifan. As for Baozi, he could only adapt gradually. Su Zhe paid this no mind, neither needed to nor would teach others. At the 17th minute, the team charged triumphantly into the back garden, where the final boss toy appeared in their view. Blade formation. Yi Xiu's voice cut sharply as they charged. Without hesitation, Xiao Yifan controlled 1-inch Ash, unleashing Evil Spirit Blade Slash. Ghost Mist churned, Blade Souls manifested, and the barrier fell into place. Almost simultaneously, Feng Shu Yin Mu's hand cannon roared, a single shot striking the leisurely patrolling Toya. Toya spun around sharply, leaping up the stone steps and launching a flying kick. Yi Xiu maneuvered Han Yenrou to sidestep and close in, swinging the war spear in a precise circle swing that forcibly dragged the airborne Toya to the ground. So fast, Tang Rou watched from the sidelines, feeling a long-absent sense of defeat. To drag Toya down with circle swing while he was airborne required positioning, hand speed, micro-operations, and prediction, all four of which Yi Xiu possessed. Su Zhe could do the same, but he relied more on reaction speed. After hitting the ground, Toya immediately used Earthquake Wave to get back up. Yi Xiu had already retreated, calling out loudly, "Switch!" Su Zhe instantly followed up, Fa Rushua leaping high to avoid the tremor, sword light descending from above silver light, falling blade. So fast, Xiao Yifan exclaimed for the third time. He couldn't decipher the coordination between the two, only seeing their seamless connection like flowing clouds and water, unable to distinguish whether Han Yenrou was following Fa Rushua or vice versa. Blade Souls and Ice Souls alternated continuously. 1-inch Ash deployed ghost formations in sequence while supplementing damage output with Ghost Slash, Moonlight Slash, and Full Moon Slash. Ghost Blade's individual damage was inherently lower than Blade Master's, so he had to invest his limited skill points in various ghostly powers. In just 1 minute, Toya's health bar had been reduced by 1/3. At this pace, they could finish in just over 2 more minutes, with room for minor mistakes. But this was merely a dungeon boss. Yishio wouldn't make mistakes. Unless Suze made a mistake with his skills like Baozi Invasion did, there was no way he would mess up. As his understanding of glory deepened, his already rare flaws disappeared even further, making his gameplay nearly flawless. Xiao Yifan sat beside him, watching Suze's fluid finger movements, feeling nothing but admiration. He's incredibly strong. He knew very well that he wasn't the key to breaking records. Ghost Blades could indeed boost the team's overall damage output and crowd control, and theoretically, the more team members there were, the more dramatic the improvement would be, which was why major guilds were willing to invest resources in training Ghost Blades. However, professional league matches could only field 5 players at most, which severely compressed the Ghost Blade's unlimited enhancement potential within the small team framework. In teams of this scale, a Ghost Blade's overall value might not necessarily crush other classes. Tiny Herb already had a Ghost Blade, so there was no way he could replace the veteran starter. Yifan wasn't stupid no matter how talented he was. What would it matter if he trained to perfection? If he couldn't make the starting lineup, should he transfer? But which team would specifically make room for a rookie Ghost Blade? Thinking about this, his confidence began to waver. Watch out, the boss is almost at critical health. Yishio's reminder pulled him back to the dungeon. On screen, the swordsman named Hair Like Snow was entangling the boss with fierce movements. This guy had easily defeated Lu Xiaobia and even beaten his own captain. Just as the boss's health bar had only a sliver left, a white flash swept by. Draw blade slash. The boss fell instantly. Xiao Yifan clicked his tongue in amazement. This person was terrifyingly precise even when stealing the final kill, a true opportunist. System announcement. Congratulations to players Han Yenro, Feng Shu Yenmu, Baozi Invasion, 1-inch Ash, and Hair Like Snow for breaking the dungeon record for Desolate Land, with a time of 20 minutes, 30 seconds, and 22 milliseconds. The world channel fell silent for a second, then completely exploded. New server players didn't have much concept of dungeon records, and weren't as shocked by the numbers as veteran players would be, so most of the messages flooding the screen were congratulations. Surprisingly, most of the praise went to Bluebrook Guild, and that person called Cloud Piercing Blade, also known as Poplar Beach, the guy who constantly challenged Lord Grimm on the world channel, shouting things like, "If you're so good, come break our record." What happened? Lord Grimm couldn't even be bothered to log on with his main account, and easily slapped them in the face with an alt. To say it wasn't embarrassing would be a complete lie. To save face, Poplar Beach immediately spammed the world channel. "So you actually broke our record. Not bad. Do you have time for a duel now?" Yishio didn't rush to reply, giving his seat to Tang Ro while returning to his workstation. "Should I go teach this cloud-piercing blade a lesson?" Suze asked casually. "Up to you," Yishio shrugged. He had tasks piled up like a mountain and was happy to delegate this stylish bullying to someone more professional. "Then help me set it up." "I'll use my main account," Suze said. Yishio looked surprised. "Don't you not have a main account?" "I bought one sword soaring cloud." "How much?" Yishio raised an eyebrow, thinking no wonder this guy had been complaining about not having money for rent lately. Turns out he'd blown it all on an account. "Not too expensive." The seller was getting rid of a blank account with no equipment. "How are you going to fight without equipment?" Yishio frowned slightly, wondering if Suze was being overconfident this time. Too much confidence becomes arrogance. "I'll have him give me a set of equipment. If he doesn't, he'll regret it." Suze smiled slightly, a sunny smile that somehow gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. The night passed. After the duel in District 10 ended, Raoan Shuiyang immediately switched back to his main account and spent the entire night in the arena, specifically targeting high win rate players for continuous challenges, practicing frantically until dawn. The next afternoon, he logged back into District 10 and first scanned through the online player list. Last night's intense battle had left him with barely any sleep, his body utterly exhausted. Yet every time he closed his eyes, arena scenes flashed through his mind, making it impossible to calm down. The search result flickered. Lord Grimm was online. Without hesitation, he called out on the world channel. Instantly, players across the entire server perked up. "Here it comes, it's finally happening. Go create the room yourself," Lord Grimm quickly replied. At the internet cafe, Yishio pulled out his phone and called Suze. The response came, "On my way." A few minutes later, Suze sat down at the computer next to him. "Got the equipment ready?" Yishio cut straight to the point. "I'll have my opponent give me a set, then sell it later to help with household expenses," Suze replied with a relaxed smile. "Suit yourself." Yishio said no more. Tang Ro at the front desk, however, craned her neck and asked, "Has it started?" "Has it started?" "Not yet. They're discussing things," Suze replied casually. Tang Ro immediately asked a staff member to watch the front desk, and came running over. In the arena, the room was set without a password, and spectators eager to watch the excitement poured in, causing the player count to surge upward. The watching eyes made Raoan Shuiyang feel immense pressure, but he had deliberately arranged it this way, wanted to clear his shame in front of everyone. When the room finished loading, he saw his opponent's character name Sword of the Soaring Clouds. The name made his heart skip a beat. This was the guy who had nearly defeated even Huang Xiaodian, and he had personally witnessed those terrifying 8 phantom shadow steps. A moment of hesitation flashed by. Sword of the Soaring Clouds typed in the channel. Give me a set of equipment. Why should I give you equipment? Raoan Shuiyang instinctively shot back. Think about it. I'll hit ready in 1 minute. Suze replied calmly. No need to think. I admit you're strong, but the outcome isn't decided yet. One match to determine the winner, or best of 3? Raoan Shuiyang asked. You won't give me equipment? I won't force you. So let's begin, Suze shrugged. At that moment, his account only had a level 70 purple weapon, with all other equipment slots completely empty. Wait, you're fighting me without equipment. Raoan Shuiyang was stunned. I don't have equipment, and you won't give me any. Suze had already clicked ready and added. I'm thinking, if I kill you while naked, it won't sound good when word gets out. Damn it. If you don't have equipment, let's go to the correction arena. Raoan Shuiyang gritted his teeth. Not switching. Right here. Don't waste time. Suze refused. Fine. If you can really beat me naked, I'll quit the game entirely. Raoan Shuiyang made his threat. Words are useless. Let our skills do the talking. Suze raised his hand and hit the final confirmation. The battle began. Raoan Shuiyang controlled his character to charge forward, determined to make this arrogant Sword of the Soaring Clouds suffer. However, at the very first exchange, Sword of the Soaring Clouds' footwork shifted slightly, and 8 phantom shadows suddenly spread out shadow steps. The spectator area instantly exploded. My god, what am I seeing? Holy shit, 8 of them. Could this be some professional player? Which professional player can pull off 8 phantom shadow steps? At least I've never seen if this is absolutely ridiculous. I actually hope this Yi Jianlingyan can win. He's so arrogant, and I love that kind of persona as long as he doesn't lose, or I'll be laughing at him for the rest of my life. In the arena, Suze controlled Yi Jianlingyan and suddenly stepped forward. 8 afterimages instantly spread out in a fan formation, firmly locking Rao and Shuiyang in the center. This was the Blade Master's awakening skill, Sword Shadow Step. The afterimages danced, and sword light crisscrossed, dazzling the audience. Rao and Shuiyang snorted coldly and immediately unleashed his awakening skill, Sword Dominates the World. A circular sword aura exploded from beneath his feet, washing out in a 360-degree attack with no blind spots. Any target hit would fall into obvious stun. However, his seemingly fierce counterattack fell right into Suze's prediction. Suze had originally intended to use these 8 afterimages to force out his opponent's awakening skill. Now he operated Yi Jianlingyan to counter with the same, Sword Dominates the World. The 2 circular sword auras crossed almost back to back. Yi Jianlingyan took advantage of his opponent's stun to execute a zaped triple slash, carving out sharp zigzag lines, then followed with Rising Dragon Slash, to leap into the air, skillfully avoiding Rao and Shuiyang's immediate Immortal's guidance. Before the airwave settled, Suze landed a silver light falling blade, its cold gleam like a waterfall, then followed up with an upward strike, launching Rao and Shuiyang into midair. At this moment, Suze connected with Shadow Step, his figure shuttling like a ghost, keeping his opponent suspended in the air with no way to return to the ground. Fighting without equipment drastically reduced Suze's attack stats, and his mana was so tight, he didn't dare waste it on high-cost skills. For him, this was destined to be a difficult hard-fought battle. After completing each combo, he immediately pulled back distance, never giving Rao and Shuiyang any window for counterattack. Whenever his opponent tried to close in, he used agile movement to show them what opportunism really meant. Rao and Shuiyang watched as his character clearly had faster movement speed, yet he could never catch an opening, being led around by the nose by Suze. He was nearly mad with frustration. He finally regretted not equipping himself properly if he really lost. He had sworn a toxic oath to quit the game. The moment Suze approached again, Rao and Shuiyang went Allen, releasing Sword Shadow Step once more. This time there were only 4 afterimages, but it was enough to disrupt vision. He wanted to use this to force Suze into using an area skill, then strike back. The plan succeeded halfway. Suze did indeed cast a skill instantly, but it wasn't an area skill. Instead, it was a simple and unpretentious upward strike that precisely hit his real body. Rao and Shuiyang was instantly stunned. His opponent had locked onto his real body without hesitation, making his Sword Shadow Step completely useless and instead giving his opponent an opportunity. After taking another full combo, he would be instantly defeated and could only hope for Suze to make a mistake. But even if Suze made a mistake, so what? The skill gap was so vast that even fighting without equipment was crushing. They seemed to be from different eras entirely. Rao and Shuiyang's heart trembled. Even looking at the professional scene, there were probably no more than 10 players with this level of strength. And those who could play Blade Master to this godlike degree previously, there was only Huang Xiaotian. And now there was another, Yi Jianlingyun. An even more terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps even Huang Xiaotian might not necessarily beat this person. Finally, the battle ended. The arena fell into dead silence both inside and out, and only after 3 seconds did chaotic croaking erupt. Suze typed, "If you're quitting the game, how about leaving your equipment to me?" Humiliation. Naked humiliation. Rao and Shui Yang was nearly choked to death by this sentence, almost dying young. He had been overconfident, thinking he could easily defeat an unequipped opponent, but instead dug his own grave and made an even bigger fool of himself. Soon, his embarrassing defeat spread like a plague. The world channel of the 10th server was flooded with the same topic: Jun Mo Xiao, Rao and Shui Yang, Yi Jianling Yun, unequipped Blade Master, 8 afterimages, explosive kill. Keywords emerged endlessly. In fact, this matter didn't have much to do with Jun Mo Xiao, but everyone witnessed what true arrogance looked like. This Blade Master shouldn't be called a Blade Master at all, but rather a mad Blade Master. Some players even joked that this was the Blade Master himself logging on. At this moment, the Blue Brook Guild's channel in the 10th server was completely silent, with everyone quietly watching the discussions in the world chat. The highest level character in the guild was only level 33, but behind these accounts were Blue Brook Guild's core members: the true guild leader Chun Yilao, Commander Lan He, Elite by Yin Fei, and others were all present. Only Rao and Shui Yang was absent. That usually arrogant expert had forcibly logged off after his defeat in the arena and hadn't logged into the 10th server's branch account since, as if truly living up to the phrase, accepting defeat gracefully and quitting the game entirely. Blue Brook Guild always discussed important matters in game because Chun Yilao disliked typing. "Who watched the match?" he asked first. "I did." Lan He activated voice chat, accompanied by a long sigh. "What did you think?" "Everything they're saying in world chat is true, not exaggerated at all. It couldn't be more exaggerated even if they tried." Lan He helplessly reviewed the situation. By Yin Fei interjected, "That Lord Grimm really didn't leave any room for mercy." "It might not necessarily be Lord Grimm." Lan He shook his head. "I've been in contact with Lord Grimm for a long time. The one-sword soaring cloud who fought today is a manual player." "Captain, you mentioned the manual player Dancing Rain before, and I suspect these two might actually be the same person. But what if Rao and Shui Yang really quits the game?" Bai Yin Fei worried. "His skills weren't good enough, yet he loved showing off. When he met someone who could show off even better, we can only hope he doesn't develop psychological trauma." Lan He said. Though he didn't get along with the other party, he couldn't help but feel sympathetic at this moment. Chun Yilao also sighed. One Lord Grimm was already headache enough. Now another suspected Dancing Rain has appeared. Both have skills above professional level, but professional players wouldn't play manually. I'm afraid they're hiding their identities, or they might simply be retired gods. We can only ask professionals to help confirm. Lan He agreed. Chun Yilao quickly returned to the main topic. "What's the current situation in the 10th server?" After the Desolate Land dungeon record was completely destroyed, player enthusiasm briefly recovered but then dropped again. Today alone, guild applications decreased by 70%. Lan He provided the data. Line Canyon. "We agreed with tyrannical ambition not to compete for it, right?" "Yes." "Then we'll have to endure the humiliation for a while. You guys stabilize the guild situation first. I'll go ask Captain Yu about the situation." After dropping this line, Chun Yilao logged off to contact Yuan Zhou from Team Happy. On the other side, Suze exited the arena after finishing his PK match. He had bought this account purely to work and earn money. It was still early before Yishio would form his team, and he was too embarrassed to continue borrowing money, so he could only work as a scavenger in the heavenly domain, reselling equipment to make ends meet. Ever since gaining the god's left hand 4 months ago, his control over that strange power in his left hand had become increasingly proficient. He no longer accidentally broke keyboards, and the small rented room was sufficient for him to game peacefully. Just as Suze was hunting around the heavenly domain and scavenging equipment, Yishio and others in the 10th server were also being pursued and blocked by other players, but no one had time to notify him. He was currently enjoying his killing spree when his vision suddenly locked onto another target who also made a living by stealing equipment. Stullard. That guy had just made a big profit in a dungeon, his backpack bulging full. Seeing this scene, Suze felt somewhat tempted. Earlier, several major guilds had been fighting over a field boss when Suze swooped in for the killing blow, grabbed some rare materials, and fled. He didn't bother picking up much of the equipment dropped by other players. At almost the same moment, Destroyer, one of the top scavenger players, keenly sensed something was wrong. That oppressive feeling of being watched wasn't his imagination. His current hiding spot was extremely well concealed, so anyone who could spot him had to be a master. Destroyer was always pragmatic and never took unnecessary risks. He logged off cleanly and vanished without a trace. Suze searched the area thoroughly but couldn't find a soul, leaving him somewhat frustrated. He hadn't intended to rob any One, just remembered that Destroyer was part of Yishio's team and wanted to propose a collaboration. It seemed this scavenger not only preferred working alone, but was also frighteningly cautious. Before he could think further, chaotic footsteps echoed from the distance. Members of the guild whose boss had been stolen caught up, their faces filled with murderous intent as they glared at the ID that had robbed them, soared above clouds. This top-tier expert who could create 8 afterimages with his sword shadow step technique should have been competing professionally, yet here he was scavenging and stealing bosses. In their eyes, his greed knew no bounds. The moment the main force appeared, Suze turned and ran, creating distance first. The movement speed differences between classes immediately became apparent. Slow classes like shield warriors and elemental mages fell further and further behind, leaving only a few moderately fast pursuers still giving chase. This gave Suze exactly the operating space he needed. He never intended to actually flee, was just selecting his opponents. Long-term scavenging had allowed him to assemble a quite decent equipment set, 4 soared above clouds. PK looting and stealing field bosses were daily routines for him. So naturally, he wasn't wearing trash gear. Just when his pursuers thought he was fleeing in panic, Suze suddenly turned back to attack. Sharp sword light carved cold arcs through the air, and a lightly armored assassin fell to the ground before he could even react. Holy crap, that sword was fast. Don't back down. Everyone attacked together. Taking down sword above clouds is worth bragging about for a year. No one retreated. Instead, they grew more excited. Suze used instant movement to close in, executing a 3-hit combo with both strikes and thrusts, followed by Immortal's guidance to launch his target airborne, then finished with blade against the wind. In just a few seconds, another player fell. He casually picked up the dropped equipment and flashed away again, moving so fast his afterimages hadn't even faded. Ordinary players often couldn't handle such high movement speeds, but Suze controlled it effortlessly with his god's left hand and extreme reflexes, without any drift whatsoever. Through his headset, he could only hear the panicked footsteps of his prey. Keep chasing. Chase a little longer, and I'll wipe you all out, he murmured to himself, though his heart raced with excitement. A single orange-grade item above level 60 could sell for at least 500 to 10,000 yuan, and these players had at least 3 orange items each. By his calculations, this haul would net him several 100,000 yuan. Some might say that killing and looting was immoral, but Suze saw it as simply following the game's rules. If they truly found it cruel, the developers could have made death not drop equipment. Not to mention that in God's domain, death penalties would only be harsher. He wasn't making excuses for himself. His actions never required explanation to anyone. Those fragile players loved moral grandstanding, but he rejected it entirely. If they had the skill, they were welcome to try looting his equipment, had that awareness too. While Suze's side was bustling with excitement, steamed bun invasion's situation was equally eventful. Outside Kongji City, in the desolate and quiet village of Harder, steamed bun invasion had originally just been passing through nearby. As he himself had said, this place was close by. Little did he expect that this obscure map, barely touched by any players, would become the perfect cover for his escape. The village's dilapidated earthen houses leaned at odd angles, with blind spots everywhere among the crumbling walls, perfect for a game of hide and seek. Steamed bun invasion crouched low and made his way into a dried-up well. The well wasn't very deep. When he straightened up, he could barely peek out to observe what was happening above ground. The once peaceful village of Harder had been thrown into chaos by his intrusion. Over 10 guild players pursuing him rushed into the village with scattered footsteps, their hushed conversations drifting down into the well. Steamed bun invasion quickly ducked down. If he could adjust the audio settings, he would have cranked the game's sound to maximum. However, Glory only allowed players to turn sound effects on or off to maintain realistic distance perception, with volume depending entirely on how close the character was to the sound source. He held his breath and listened. Where did he go? He's still in the village, can't be far. This guy's pretty cunning, hiding in a place like this. If this were a leveling area, let's see where he'd hide. The footsteps moved closer and farther away as the group clearly searched everywhere. Steamed bun invasion was considering whether to peek out when suddenly a white flash appeared before his eyes. Someone was logging in. A player named Dim Light suddenly spawned at the bottom of the well. Before steamed bun invasion could greet him, the other player exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you?" "Shh, don't talk. Someone's chasing me." Steamed bun invasion immediately lowered his voice. "Huh? Steamed bun invasion? You're with Lord Grimm's group," Dim Light blurted out. Though his voice wasn't loud, it was enough for the pursuers above to catch. Steamed bun invasion frowned. "That's right, it's me. I'm getting out of here now." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked off the well wall and leaped out. A quick scan revealed several players rushing toward him, so he turned and ran. Dim Light in the well panicked. "Hey, wait." He also tried to jump up, but due to poor control of his strength, his feet hit the well's edge. Just as he was about to climb out, he bounced back down to the bottom. "There's another one down here." The pursuers, unsure of Dim Light's identity, immediately raised the alarm. "Oh no, Could this be a trap? Someone wondered suspiciously. The players who had originally rushed into houses and around walls all stopped in their tracks, fearing there might be an ambush waiting. The group chasing steamed bun invasion numbered only about 10, though fewer than the crowd surrounding Su Muching and Xiao Yifan at the Land of Exile. They coordinated better since they came from just 2 guilds. Unlike bitter enemies such as tyrannical ambition and excellent dynasty, these 2 guilds could still discuss things when situations arose. During this brief hesitation, dim light in the dried well finally gathered enough strength for another powerful jump. This character wore cloth armor and wielded a magic staff, clearly a mage class. After climbing out of the well, Wei Guang glanced around and, ignoring the pursuing players, spotted the direction where Baozi invasion had escaped and gave chase. The players who followed them out of the well saw the 2 running away like smoke and realized this didn't look like an ambush at all. Their wariness immediately diminished by more than half, and they shouted as they pursued. This way, Wei Guang caught up with Baozi invasion, who was running around the village aimlessly without any sense of direction. He raised his hand to point out a path and charged ahead first. Baozi invasion eagerly followed behind, his steps chaotic but not slow. The 2 weaved through the low wooden houses and stone-paved alleys of Hader village, turning left and right. At first, they could still hear the chaotic footsteps and curses of the players behind them. But in less than 2 minutes, these sounds completely disappeared as if blown away by the wind, and the village returned to the quiet emptiness of only system NPCs wandering about. Did we lose them? Baozi invasion craned his neck and looked around furtively. Wei Guang suddenly frowned. Isn't your weapon an orange weapon? Yes. Baozi invasion nodded. Why don't you use it? I don't have one. How can you not have one? Too expensive, the boss won't buy it. After Wei Guang pressed further, Baozi invasion honestly offered another reason. Wei Guang felt frustrated inside. He had always assumed that Lord Grimm's group was fully equipped with orange weapons, but reality was slapping him in the face. It felt like a genius mathematician's blackboard full of formulas being proven completely wrong, wanted to bang his head against the wall. Boss? Lord Grimm. Wei Guang confirmed. Yes. Do you know him? Baozi invasion's eyes lit up. No, I don't. Wei Guang replied sullenly, his mind still puzzling over why his intelligence had been so inaccurate. How can you not have orange equipment? Because I don't have money. Baozi invasion answered with his usual honesty. But you must have used some before, right? You're level 31, now what about orange weapons from before level 28? No, I've never used any. Baozi invasion shook his head. That's impossible. Wei Guang refused to believe it, feeling like the person in front of him was talking nonsense. Baozi invasion simply waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. You know the way, so lead me out first. His frank tone made him treat Wei Guang like a familiar new friend. Wei Guang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't refuse. Fine. Tell me where Lord Grimm is, and I'll lead the way. In Kongji Forest. Baozi invasion blurted out. All right, follow me then. Wei Guang agreed with mixed feelings. He wanted to find Lord Grimm to gather more intelligence, and this was a ready-made opportunity. In comparison, Baozi invasion, who was also being hunted, was in the most miserable situation. His equipment was so shabby it was appalling. At this moment, however, Suze was already thriving in the heavenly domain. Only when his backpack was so full it couldn't hold anything more did he log off with satisfaction. This trip had yielded nothing but purple equipment at minimum, plus a pile of rare materials. Unfortunately, he couldn't use them for now, so he simply logged back into the 10th server to focus on new ideas for his self-made silver weapon. The character 1000 creations came online in Kongji City. Suze opened the equipment editor and dragged rare materials into the window one by one. Suddenly, he deliberately threw in an ordinary Materialis Superior Soul Crystal, typically used only for making purple weapons. Then he dragged Flowing Light from the weapon slot to the center position. He wasn't sure if it would work, but he had to try once. Worst case, he could start over. And if it succeeded, the level 30 Flowing Light would surpass the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. It has to succeed. Suze clicked Begin Enhancement, while silently praying in his heart. Although failure would just mean starting over, who would willingly accept failure? The progress bar quickly reached the end, and the system displayed a notification. Silver weapon enhancement successful. But Suze wasn't satisfied, wanted to see the real result. And he saw it. Flowing Light, level 30. Lightsaber mastery requirements. Weight 2.2 kilograms, attack speed 16, physical attack 476, magic attack 468, strength 77, attack speed 10, lightsaber mastery skill level 2. Inherent 60 damage bonus, but each additional skill placed in the hotkey bar reduces damage by 5. This silver-white lightsaber's crafting skill is called Flow. Upon activation, the character enters a charging stance while enhancing 5 Blade Master skills. 1. Block Invincible Block. Complete immunity to all damage during blocking. 2. Great Draw / 360-degree sword energy with massive range and explosive damage. 3. Silver Light Falling Blade Silver Light Rising Blade. aerial uppercut with forced float, ignoring super armor, equally devastating damage. 4. Triple slash quintuple slash, ultra high-speed 5-hit combo that can serve as a movement skill with moderate damage. 5. Rising Dragon slash ultimate Rising Dragon slash, 3 consecutive Rising Dragon attacks with both damage and control upon hit. Flow itself has no cooldown and consumes no mana. Only the 5 enhanced skills consume mana as usual. The only restriction is that it cannot be assigned to combination keys and must be placed in the hotkey bar, though the 5 damage reduction is negligible. Suze caressed the lightsaber, unable to put it down, his eyes blazing with fervor. Even better than I expected, he whispered in admiration. In the hearts of dungeon fighter players, flow and handcrafted light are both legendary beliefs. Before he could spend much more time with flowing light, Yishio's Lord Grimm sent a private message. Lord Grimm, where are you? Lord Snow, Sky Accumulation City. Lord Grimm, come to Sky Knowledge Forest and bring Tang Ro with you. Lord Snow, pick her up? Can't she find her own way? Lord Grimm, she's being blocked. Lord Snow, all right, wait for me. I'm heading over now. After sending the message, Suze controlled Lord Snow toward the gates of Sky Accumulation City. At that moment outside the city, Tang Ro had fought her way out with spear in hand, only to be surrounded by a group of players. Yet she showed no retreat, her spear dancing with cold light that forced enemies back wherever it struck. Inside the city, Suze was also being watched. What started as 1 or 2 players following from a distance quickly grew into a temporary alliance. Lord Snow hasn't noticed us, right? He's showing no caution at all. Never mind that. Once he leaves the city, everyone focus fire. Soft Mist escaped earlier, absolutely cannot get away. Suze reached the city gate with over a dozen players conspicuously trailing behind him. Looking beyond the gate, he spotted another dozen or so lying in ambush outside. With one step, he left the safe zone. The ambushers ahead remained eerily still, seemingly afraid that any sudden movement might spook their prey. Yet Suze's pace remained unhurried, as if taking a leisurely stroll, showing no sense of crisis whatsoever. Attack! At that moment, over a dozen players following behind Fa Rouxue also exited the city, ready to attack Suze. Just as they were about to charge forward, they saw Fa Rouxue lower his head slightly, placing one hand on his sword hilt in a charging stance for an unsheathing strike. Who could he possibly hit from this distance? The moment this doubt crossed their minds, the answer came swiftly. Great unsheathing slash. A hidden mechanism activated. The fully charged strike unleashed a thunderous explosion of sword energy, sending a semicircular slash simultaneously toward both the blockers ahead and the pursuers behind. Health bars across the crowd plummeted in unison, with many losing more than half their lives instantly. Someone stood stunned. Is this really an unsheathing slash? Are we playing the same game? Others with shorter tempers simply cursed. This has to be a hack. Suze controlled Fa Rouxue to turn around, preparing to clear out the pursuers behind him first. Oh no, he's coming for us, one player screamed, instinctively fleeing toward the city, completely forgetting they still had superior numbers. But Suze had no intention of letting any target escape. His character still had several pieces of equipment to upgrade, and this group of well-equipped assassins was perfect for donating money. Attack together. What are you afraid of? Another player shouted, activating his super armor skill and charging forward. Suze narrowed his eyes. Silver light rising blade traced out at approximately a 25-degree angle, the sword tip catching the plate-armored player and dragging him into his companions. Immediately after, 5-stage slash lit up 5 angles, 5 stages, sword light weaving a brilliant pentagram. 2 squishy players fell on the spot, and even the plate-armored player was slashed to death in the combo. What the hell? 3 stages for stages? Am I seeing things? The crowd exclaimed, unwilling to believe it was actually a 5-stage slash. In their panic, some still tried to counterattack, but their damage output was limited. Suze dodged when he could, and when he couldn't avoid attacks, taking the hits barely scratched him. With his incredibly high attack speed, he caught one target after another with full combos. In the blink of an eye, all the players who had been weakened by the great unsheathing slash were down. The companions on the other side, still hesitating whether to provide support, hadn't even moved before seeing only white lights and corpses scattered across the ground. Killing these guys is like clearing trash mobs, Suze muttered, controlling Fa Rouxue to pick up all the dropped equipment from the ground before walking forward with leisurely steps. Seeing this, the remaining blockers retreated one after another, even suspecting he might be a master who had descended from the realm of the gods, but this was clearly a new server. They didn't dare make a move, but Suze showed no mercy. The unsheathing stance appeared again, and the group immediately scattered in all directions. After 2 seconds of charging, sword energy tore through the air. Every fleeing target was hit. Suze followed up with 5-stage slash for the pursuit, finishing off the slowest runner with silver light rising blade. Fa Rouxue's burst damage rivaled that of an assassin. The fully charged great unsheathing/packed power comparable to the level 70 skill Phantom Formless Sword, and Silver Light Rising Blade's utility was no less than Immortal's Guidance, with shorter cooldowns and lower mana costs. After clearing out the blockers once again, Suze collected the newly dropped equipment and continued walking unhurriedly toward Kongji Forest. No one dared to cause trouble for him along the way. Upon reaching Kongji Forest, Suze encountered a level 27 Blade Master Heiden Lu Mu. Holy crap, holy crap. What's up with that silver weapon of yours? Let me see it. Lu Mu's eyes lit up, his opening words immediately betraying his inner excitement. Lu Mu was naturally Huang Shaotian. True to his reputation as a sword saint, he saw through to the essence of the matter at a glance, knowing that Suze's skills came from the silver weapon. 500,000. Suze spoke in a flat tone. What 500,000? Huang Shaotian's hand paused as he looked up in confusion. To take a look, pay first. Suze's tone remained level, but left no room for negotiation. Holy crap. Highway robbery. Huang Shaotian's eyes widened in disbelief, thought Yi Xiu had already hit rock bottom, but apparently there was someone even more ruthless. His only response was a sudden burst of sword energy. Suze controlled Fa Ru Shui to charge up a great draw slash, cold light cutting through the air straight toward Huang Shaotian's Lu Mu. Starting a fight without warning? Where's your martial virtue? Huang Shaotian cried out, hastily maneuvering Lu Mu to leap into the air, barely dodging the vicious sword energy. The sword energy didn't stop there, continuing to sweep forward and forcing Junimo Xiao, Feng Shu Yanmu, and Icun Hui to jump up and dodge as well. Han Yanro, Bao Zi Ruqin, and Mei Guang didn't react in time and were hit heated by the sword energy. Mei Guang, who had the weakest defense, saw his health bar instantly turn red and nearly collapsed on the spot. Someone's ambushing us. Bao Zi Ruqin shouted, but no one paid attention. Everyone's focus was locked on Fa Ru Shui targeting Huang Shaotian. Suze pressed the pursuit command, and Fa Ru Shui touched the ground with his toes before Silver Light Rising Blade shot through the air. Though Huang Shaotian wasn't weak, the unfamiliar skills and excessive speed left him only able to barely dodge sideways while preparing an upward counterattack. Just as their sword lights crossed, Suze had Fa Ru Shui slide sideways behind Lu Mu and strike with a backhand upward slash, managing to launch Lu Mu into the air first. Huang Shaotian fell silent and immediately controlled Lu Mu to use triple slash to forcibly create distance. However, Suze then unleashed quintuple slash, with the first 3 strikes charging up to slow the rhythm before the final strike suddenly accelerated, precisely catching up to Lu Mu. At the same time, Silver Light Rising Blade had finished cooling down, and Suze used Flow Enhancement to release it again with almost no recovery time. The blade soared through the air and directly hit Lu Mu, sending the character high into the air. Fa Ru Shui landed and continued with thrust, upward slash, and basic attack in a 3-hit combo. Amid the interweaving light and shadow, Lu Mu's health bar was comboed down to critical red, leaving just a sliver of health. After the series of moves concluded, Suze didn't say another word. Only the afterimages of character skills remained in the air, and the atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. Except for Yi Xiu, who was closest and had heard their conversation, everyone else only saw Suze suddenly attack everyone indiscriminately. Huang Shaotian looked down at the near-death Lu Mu and fell into thought. 500,000 just to look at a silver weapon? Unless the guy was crazy. When he looked at Yi Xiu's myriad manifestations umbrella back then, it didn't cost him a penny, but that was because they were close. He wasn't close with Suze, so it was understandable that the other party wouldn't want to show it, but what was the point of attacking? If he wouldn't show it, then so be it. At this moment, he had absolutely no desire to PK with Suze again. He knew without trying that he would definitely lose. When fighting Yi Xiu's unspecialized character, he could still barely cope by relying on his understanding of skills, but Fa Ru Shui's skill set left him completely baffled. The 5 displacement triple slash was still acceptable, and the great draw slash with its larger range was troublesome, but ultimately avoidable. But that continuously jumping Silver Light Rising Blade with high damage, short cooldown, and instant super armor was simply ridiculous. Suze sighed, wondering to himself if he was asking for too much. But given Huang Shaotian's wealth, 500,000 didn't seem like much of a burden. You'll really show me? Huang Shaotian stared at the screen and finally spoke. Huang Shaotian asked, "Pay up." These 2 words appeared in the channel, as direct as always. Suze lifted his hands from the keyboard and replied leisurely, "Talking about money hurts our friendship." Huang Shaotian immediately switched to a buddy-buddy tone. "Come on, don't be so cold." But Suze wasn't buying it at all. Huang Shaotian had previously cut off his income stream, and he remembered that crystal clear. Rolling his eyes internally, he simply closed the chat window and turned to ask Yi Xiu, "What's the activity you called me here for?" Yi Xiu glanced at him and shook his head with a sigh. "Your personality is really terrible." He knew Suze was always straightforward, but this way of doing things was hard to approve of. Then again, A gentleman seeks wealth through proper means. Suze was just conducting business that didn't work out, so Yi Xiao couldn't say much. Suze shrugged and explained, I was just letting him experience the skill's power firsthand. He wanted to see it, so naturally experiencing it personally would be most intuitive, don't you think? Yi Xiao was speechless. That actually made sense. But using your own teammate as a test subject at the slightest disagreement was really inconsiderate of team bonds. In fact, Suze just wanted to gauge the skill level of others in the team. Tang Rou and Baozi invasion still needed work, and Dim Light wasn't strong in operations either. We're going to run a dungeon record later. Yi Xiao changed the subject to business. What dungeon? We agreed on PK. Huang Xiaodian immediately protested. Go PK with drifting snow. We don't have time to keep you company, Yi Xiao casually suggested. Fighting him would just be asking for abuse. That blade master on your team is pretty good. I'll take him on. Huang Xiaodian quickly changed his tune. The player behind, 1-inch Ash, Xiao Yifan, felt his heart warm when he heard a professional god praise him as pretty good, which strengthened his resolve to play Blade Master. However, he wasn't confident about actually piking yet. Of course, if God Yi Xiao gave the order, he wouldn't refuse. He just didn't know that Huang Xiaodian didn't consider him a professional player at all, just a regular online gamer. Xiao Yifan's current skills were top tier in online gaming, but still far from professional level, and he'd only been playing Phantom Demon for a few days. Being noticed by a god made him both nervous and delighted, so he quickly typed in the public chat. Thank you for the praise, senior. Senior? Who are you calling senior? Who exactly are you? Huang Xiaodian reacted like someone had stepped on his tail, instantly bristling. Having just been beaten by some nobody, if his sword saint identity got exposed, how could he show his face in the scene anymore? I'm Xiao Yifan. Xiao Yifan was startled by his reaction and cautiously gave his name. Xiao Yifan. Huang Xiaodian raised an eyebrow, catching on to the term senior, a common address in professional circles. Online games usually used expert or boss, rarely senior. So he quickly deduced this person was likely a professional player. But searching his memory from the professional scene to training camps, he couldn't match the name at all. Never heard of this person. At his wit's end, Huang Xiaodian had to ask Yi Xiao for help. Old Yi, who is this guy really? Don't tell anyone about me being here today. If word gets out, I'll fight you to the death. Huang Xiaodian was desperately trying to salvage his image. Yi Xiao had no intention of selling out Huang Xiaodian, so he said, Yifan, are you mistaking him for someone else? Do you know who he is? When Xiao Yifan heard his name called, he nervously stammered, Huang, Huang, twice in voice chat, still unsure how to address him. Calling him Huang Xiaodian directly seemed too casual. Master Huang wasn't respectful enough, and Senior Huang Xiaodian seemed more appropriate. But the term senior often made certain pro players uncomfortable. Are you trying to say he's Huang Xiaodian? Suze simply spelled it out for him. Like hell. Huang Xiaodian exploded on the spot, first glaring angrily at Suze's character, then turning to Xiao Yifan and saying, Little brother, you've got quite an imagination. How could I possibly be Huang Xiaodian? You're not. Xiao Yifan was stunned. Of course not. If I were really Huang Xiaodian, how could I get beaten this badly by hair like snow? Huang Xiaodian spoke rapidly, his tone full of humiliation. Xiao Yifan wasn't stupid and immediately caught on. The great god Yi Xiao had said earlier that hair like snow could defeat Huang Xiaodian, and now with a level 31 fighting a level 27, getting beaten made perfect sense. Since this Blade Master Senior wanted to hide his identity, he played along. I'm really sorry. I saw how skilled you were and thought you might be the Blade Master Senior. Xiao Yifan was pretending not to know, but someone else genuinely didn't. Blade Master? What's that supposed to be? Baozi Invasion chimed in enthusiastically. The most skilled among blade users, Wei Guang explained casually. Hearing this, Baozi Invasion scoffed and patted his chest with a big brother attitude. Haha, are you kidding me? The most skilled blade user here is obviously hair like snow. Little brother, follow me and I'll show you the world. When these words reached Huang Xiaoyan's ears, he felt utterly humiliated. Looking at the arrogant Baozi Invasion, he wanted nothing more than to beat him senseless. However, he was too lazy to continue arguing, so he casually challenged Yi Xiao to an arena match and had Yi Xiao's Lord Grimm send him back to town for free naturally by getting killed. After Huang Xiaodian left, Yi Xiao remembered their main business. They planned to run the Line Canyon dungeon, but their team now had 2 extra people. If they wanted to break records, Wei Guang's skills were clearly insufficient. His weaknesses couldn't be fixed with just a few words from Yi Xiao. With such a newcomer, breaking records seemed nearly impossible. Was it really impossible? Yi Xiao glanced at Suze's hair like snow. If they brought this expert along, even while carrying Wei Guang, they might still be able to make the leaderboards. Wei Guang had decent talent, and taking him through dungeons might help them figure out new record-breaking strategies. While he was still pondering, Suze spoke up. I have some business with Wei Guang here. You guys go ahead with your dungeon run. You're not coming. Yi Xiao was surprised. The team is full, and I really do have something to discuss with him. Suze had just remembered Wei Guang's identity in the original story. Though he couldn't recall all the plot details, he remembered this person was no simple character. Yishio nodded. He guessed Suze had also noticed Wei Guang's potential and wanted to recruit him first. Coincidentally, this was exactly what he wanted to do, so he might as well let Suze handle it. Then we're off. Be careful of those big guilds hunting you down. After Yishio finished speaking, he led his team away. Suze watched as the team names gradually grayed out one by one in the team channel, then casually opened the friend's interface and sent a friend request to Dim Light with a click. Dim Light barely hesitated before clicking his mouse to accept the request. What do you want? He asked straight to the point. Let me introduce myself. First, I'm Suze. The other party said directly. Suze? Your real name? Dim Light frowned. This was the first time he'd encountered someone revealing their real name right after meeting in a game. What's your name? Suze asked in return. Real name. Dim Light confirmed again. Why not? Suze shrugged. Luo Ji. Dim Light gave his name. Luo Ji sounds like a mathematician's name. Suze joked, then threw out a new question. What do you play Glory for? Hobby, Dim Light answered concisely, then added, plus some other reasons I'd rather not discuss. I understand. Suze pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Want to try something high-level? High-level. Dim Light didn't understand. Like custom equipment, Suze said methodically. I have some ideas and need a mathematical genius like you to help verify them. You know what brainstorming is, right? Same principle as chemical reactions combining strengths. Let me show you my silver weapon first. As he spoke, he controlled his character to slightly turn the long sword on his back in the sunlight, causing a flash of cold light. Dim Light's confusion deepened. How do you know I'm a mathematical genius? Actually, what makes you think I am? From your name, Suze winked. Besides, I understand a bit of mysticism, believe it or not. Should I believe it? Dim Light rubbed his forehead. Doesn't matter if you believe it or not, the key question is, want to try some high-level gameplay? Suze's tone shifted. I heard you're writing dungeon guides. I don't research dungeons much, but breaking records comes down to three things: technique, equipment, and strategy. As long as you achieve a breakthrough in one of these three areas, you can set new records, he summarized clearly. Dim Light nodded. That's about right. And then, instead of grinding away at strategy, why not start with equipment? Suze raised his sword, pointing toward the distance. It's like math problems using old formulas versus creating your own. You know which one's more advanced. These words made Dim Light's eyes brighten. His guides did mention quite a few orange equipment pieces, but if he could create stronger silver equipment, he could solve problems at their source. Though honestly, this concept sounded simple and crude. Moreover, crafting silver equipment was far from easy. Brainstorming, huh? He weighed the idea in his mind and found himself somewhat tempted. His research into glory was already deep, and now he was curious about that silver weapon. The typical affliction of mathematicians and almost obsessive fixation on research results stirred within him. After a moment, Dim Light took a deep breath. Before accepting your invitation, I want to confirm something. Go ahead. Suze stopped walking. You're one sword soaring cloud, aren't you? Dim Light asked. Yes, Suze answered straightforwardly. With that confirmation, Dim Light had no more hesitation. He had studied one sword soaring cloud, currently the only player who could completely execute the 8-shadow sword shadow step. One more shadow than Swordmaster Huang Xiaoyan's 7 shadows. This name had only recently emerged, but had been growing stronger at an alarming rate. Recently, one sword soaring cloud had defeated Blue Brook Guild's flowing tree with no equipment and taking no damage, showing skill that rivaled professional gods. Where are you now? Should I come find you, or? Dim Light immediately opened his schedule and began planning his itinerary. H City, Maple View Residential Complex across from Excellent Era Club. Call me when you arrive. Suze sent the address. After the two exchanged contact information, they headed toward the exit of Empty Knowing Forest. At this moment, outside the Kongji Forest, elite members from 7 major guilds had all stealthily arrived, surrounding the entire woodland in layers. However, among these 7 guilds, only 3 guild leaders had actually shown up. The remaining leaderless members wandered through the forest like headless flies, searching through grass and rocks, foolishly hoping to catch Yishio and his group red-handed. Damn it, are they idiots? Do they think people would just sit there waiting to be slaughtered? Guin, the guild leader of Samsara, stood behind a withered tree, watching the chaotic figures scrambling everywhere, feeling utterly exasperated. I just received word. Yidu Han Tan, the leader of tyrannical ambition, lowered his voice. That swordsman hair like snow has entered Kongji Forest. They say he fought his way here all the way from Kongji City. What the hell were those idiots we left to guard the city doing? Absolutely useless. Chen Yihui of Excellent Dynasty cursed under his breath. Complete trash indeed. Yidu Han Tan snorted in agreement. Gu Yin twisted the knife further. Weren't those guards from your Excellent Dynasty? That single sentence left Chen Yihui's face burning with embarrassment. His heart, even more frustrated, was the last to learn about his own guild's mess. Just as he was about to retort, another notification came through Yidu Han Tan's headset. Just received new intel. Lord Grimm and his team have gone to One Line Canyon. One Line Canyon. Guin looked up in frustration. Don't tell me they're actually planning to run a dungeon? I've been so busy I haven't even had time to touch a dungeon. And here they are, casually taking down dozens of our people before heading off to leisurely run dungeons. They're not taking us seriously at all. These guys aren't planning to break records, are they? Yidu Han Tan felt equally frustrated. At this very moment, Tyrannical Ambitions team Captain Jiang Yu was personally leading elite guild members from the Heavenly Domain to study One Line Canyon, preparing to set an earth-shattering record to restore the guild's reputation. Meanwhile, Yidu Han Tan's mission was supposed to be working with the other guilds to block Lord Grimm's progress, but clearly, the opposition felt no pressure whatsoever. In the end, Chen Yihui was the most frustrated of all. His hatred for Yi Xiu ran bone deep, and upon hearing that Lord Grimm had entered a dungeon, he shouted without thinking. Then what are we waiting for? Everyone to One Line Canyon. With that command, all 7 guilds immediately turned around and rushed toward One Line Canyon. Deep in the jungle, beside a protruding rock face, Suze pushed aside the thorny bushes and emerged with Wei Guang, one in front of the other. They've all withdrawn, Suze said calmly. Are you sure? Wei Guang still seemed worried. Relax. Suze shrugged. He didn't say sure, but added, even if there are stragglers, I can handle whatever's left. Honestly, if I weren't bringing you along, I could easily cut through them 7 times over. The two walked side by side along a hidden forest path, their conversation muffled by the leaves and barely audible beyond a few meters. Wei Guang asked curiously, if you're this skilled, why don't you go pro? If I had your abilities, I'd have rushed into the professional scene long ago. Of course, she had no idea that Suze's gaming skills had only rapidly improved over the past month. In his previous life, Suze had played World of Warcraft and been a manual professional player in Dungeon Fighter Online, but back then he was stubborn and willful, insisting on not using keyboard macros, which ultimately led to his downfall. Now, he remained just as willful, but he held 2 golden advantages that was the source of his confidence. In the 3 months since arriving in the Glory World, his first priority had been figuring out how to craft the weapon Lu Guang himself. The time he'd actually spent on technique, all told, was about a month. Hearing Wei Guang's question, Suze smiled. I will enter the professional scene. Want to come with me? I'll help you win a championship. Wei Guang shook her head, though her tone remained gentle. I can't do it. I can do it even if you can't. I already said I'd take you along. Suze casually tapped on his keyboard and said offhandedly, if your skills aren't up to par, then focus on improving your equipment. But Glory has never been a one-person game. Mei Guang looked up with a serious tone. No matter how strong you are, you can't make it without teammates. Right? Glory isn't a one-person game. Suze squinted and smiled. Glory is a 2-person game. He was half joking. So you help me craft the silver equipment I want, and then I'll take on 5 opponents by myself in the arena. You're way too confident. Unless you're cheating, how could you possibly take on 5 people? Mei Guang was both amused and exasperated by his tone. At the very least, I could counterkill 1 or 2 of them. Suze said as he typed in a string of commands. You'll understand once you see my silver weapon. Get yourself an account in God's domain, and I'll give you the materials. The initial investment for researching silver equipment is huge. Mei Guang pushed up his glasses. Do you really have that many rare materials on your own? Boss hunting, PK scavenging, and practicing combat strategies for being ganged up on. Suze said it like it was nothing. That'll ruin your reputation. Mei Guang looked worried. In online games, strength is everything. When I, Su, do something, why should I need to explain myself to others? Suze entered his dramatic mode. Mei Guang followed behind, looking at the character, hair like snow, in front of him, finding it hard to connect this ridiculous hairstyle with its real-world operator. The two swaggered back to Kongji City, where Mei Guang waved goodbye and logged off first. Suze didn't waste time either. He logged out of hair like snow and switched to his alt account, Soared Above Clouds. The first thing he did after logging in was dismantle some equipment and put a few pieces up for auction to get cash. He still had 500,000 in debt, and he couldn't rest easy until he paid it off. After handling his finances, Suze continued his scavenging journey. Scavenging meant doing everything. Wherever there were crowds, that's where he went, running through 4 or 5 wild maps each night. Sometimes he'd get unlucky and wipe, but overall he still made steady profits. Generally, level 50 wild map bosses yielded over 1,000 yuan, but if rare equipment or materials dropped, the profits could skyrocket 100 or 1,000 times, no exaggeration. During those days of borrowing from the World of Warcraft concept, except for logging onto hair like snow to run dungeons with Mei Guang, Suze spent all his other time on Soared Above Clouds. After days of stealing monsters and materials, this ID became completely notorious, reaching the point where everyone wanted him dead. Whenever players encountered him, they'd attack without a second thought. That evening, Suze was controlling Soared Above Clouds, hiding in a corner to regenerate mana, when his phone rang. I'm at the place you mentioned. Mei Guang's voice came through the phone. Oh, wait a moment. Suze hid his character safely and logged off, then rushed downstairs. Downstairs, Meiguang stood in his scholarly attire, his eyes behind his glasses gleaming with excitement, next to a large suitcase. He was struggling to lift it with both hands. Let me. Suze lifted it with his left hand, and the several dozen-pound suitcase felt like it was filled with cotton. He easily turned and headed upstairs. Meiguang was stunned for 2 seconds before catching up. I thought gaming experts would be physically weak in real life. Logic can't explain many things in reality. Suze replied casually. That's true. Meiguang stepped into the cramped rental apartment, surveying the space of barely 10 square meters, and frowned. 2 people living in such a small place. You take the bed, I'll sleep in the chair. Suze placed the suitcase in a corner and pointed to a newly installed computer by the wall. You'll use that computer from now on. My silver equipment depends entirely on you. Meiguang nodded, showing no dissatisfaction with the shabby environment. He was here solely to research silver equipment. I've saved all my silver equipment design concepts in a folder on your computer. Suze pulled out a chair and sat down. Study them yourself, and let me know what materials you need. I'll figure out how to get them. Setting aside the design philosophy of the silver equipment for now, Meiguang just wanted to check out the attributes of the silver weapon Liuguang. Suze handed him the account card for hair like snow, his fingertips never stopping as he continued controlling one sword above the clouds to frantically grind monsters in the dungeon. Meiguang logged into the account and immediately went through Liuguang's equipment panel from top to bottom. As the attribute details appeared one by one before his eyes, he finally understood what Suze meant earlier when he said, take a look first before deciding. Almost before his brain could fully process everything, he teleported the character to the practice arena and began field testing Liuguang's crafting skills. This design philosophy is way ahead of its time, he said after enhancing all 5 skills, staring at the screen while unable to contain his amazement. The skills look completely transformed. This trip was definitely worth it. The skills were completely redesigned from the ground up. Suze glanced at his screen briefly before looking back down to continue his damage output. This is as far as I can take it. I have no ideas for how to upgrade the silver weapon further. Do you have any thoughts? I want the crafting blueprint for Liuguang at level 5, Meiguang responded readily. It's in the folder. I've annotated the design philosophy for all the equipment, Suze said before diving back into his gameplay. The conversation came to a pause as Meiguang quickly opened the folder, going through the notes one by one and comparing the data, while Suze stayed in the game, grinding dungeons for practice. Each focused on their own tasks. It wasn't until nightfall that Meiguang finally stopped his research, rubbing his arms. Dinner first. Suze exited the dungeon and stretched. Yeah. Though already starving, Meiguang agreed, but felt too embarrassed to be the first to suggest it. Suze led him to a small restaurant he frequented, expertly getting a menu and passing it over. Order whatever you want. Unlike last time when I treated Tang Ro to drinks, this time you can drink if you want, or skip it if you don't. Meiguang simply ordered 2 dishes, but before he even picked up his chopsticks, he steered the conversation back to the silver equipment. I've looked at your design philosophy. Honestly, it's not fully mature, but it's very inspiring, he said, adjusting his glasses. However, Liuguang's upgrade path went in the wrong direction. There's no way to continue advancing it. Is it completely unsalvageable? Suze's grip on his chopsticks tightened. For now, you'll have to make do with it. Meiguang spoke slowly but with certainty in every word. After dinner, I'll make you a materials list and create a transfer account to craft a new Liuguang and send it to the 10th server. Suze frowned slightly. What will happen to the new Liuguang? Hard to say. It might be stronger, or it might not be as good as the current one, but at least it can continue to be upgraded. Meiguang paused, then added a reminder. If you're really planning to enter the professional scene, a level 30 Liuguang definitely won't cut it. Hearing this, Suze stopped his chopsticks mid-motion, his expression thoughtful. Of course, it's also possible that my skills are limited and I haven't figured it out yet. I'll go back and consult my professor, Meiguang added. Your professor? Suze recalled that the other person was a quite prestigious professor, the impression gradually surfacing. After dinner, the two walked back to the rental apartment. Meiguang continued poring over the data, sending Suze a detailed materials list, while Suze went online to battle in glory. Light leaked through the curtain gaps onto the keyboard as they worked through the night. Early the next morning, Meiguang prepared to return to school with his laptop bag. Leaving so soon after arriving? Suze noticed his empty hands, but understood the other's luggage was still in the room, so he would definitely be back. No time to waste. Wait for my good news. Meiguang waved with a smile and disappeared around the corner of the residential complex. Suze had originally wanted to see him off, but stopped himself. Returning to the building entrance, the landlord mysteriously approached him. Hey kid, I haven't seen your girlfriend around lately. Did you two break up? The landlord stood at the stairway entrance, holding his thermos cup with a curious expression on his face. The dim hallway light made his graying hair gleam as Suze looked up at him, carrying a bag of instant noodles he'd just bought. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, Suze replied, She left me because I'm broke and couldn't buy her a handbag. How about you cut my rent a bit, so I can save up some money to win back my lost love? Sigh. The old man let out a heavy breath, his face full of sympathy for Suze. Tomorrow's Christmas, you know. Young people need to work harder and strive more. But cutting the rent? That's never going to happen, not in this lifetime. I don't know how to do business, so I can only barely get by collecting rent. It's not easy for me either. Yeah, I'm sure it's tough, Suze said, knowing it was pointless to argue further, though he still felt reluctant to give up. But I still think your rent is too expensive. How is the rent expensive? The landlord immediately got agitated, his voice echoing through the narrow hallway. It's been the same price for years. Don't just make things up. The market is really tough right now. Maybe you should look at your own problems instead. Has your salary gone up over the years? Have you been working hard? He went on and on, absolutely refusing to budge. Suze's head started throbbing from listening to this, so he simply grabbed his bag and hurried upstairs. When he reached his door, he muttered under his breath, "Whatever. Today was Christmas Eve." For him, what really mattered was the in-game event. Glory always opened new servers on a fixed schedule each year, and the first holiday after a new server launch was always Christmas. This holiday event was traditionally the golden opportunity for leveling up and treasure hunting. In the old servers, most characters were already at max level, so leveling didn't mean much. But in new servers, level was everything. Every second during the event was as precious as gold. Suze entered his room, tossed the instant noodles onto a corner of his desk, turned on his computer, logged in, and directly accessed his Glory 10th server account. Compared to the old servers, new servers always had more players. Tons of veteran players flocked here for the novelty, while newcomers rarely went to old servers. This back and forth made the 10th server particularly crowded. With players generally at lower levels, everyone was crammed into low-level maps grinding monsters, and the screen was filled with moving figures everywhere. Although the server performance was robust enough to avoid lag, the sheer number of people created enough obstacles for the Christmas event. This year's event had a competitive element. Catching Christmas thieves was this year's theme. The storyline was as simple as it gets. Thieves had stolen the gifts that Santa was supposed to give to players, and players had to get those gifts back. Then Santa would distribute Christmas gift packages based on the number of recovered gifts. Each package, when opened, guaranteed one experience reward plus one random bonus item. The quest had no limit on repetitions and could be cycled infinitely. Therefore, the developers specially created a leaderboard, the Christmas Hunter rankings, where players were ranked by points calculated from the number of Christmas thieves caught. At the event's end, players could claim one final grand prize based on their ranking, with higher positions earning richer rewards. The event had one small detail. Players could choose not to immediately return the gifts stolen from Christmas thieves to Santa, but use them first to improve their subsequent hunting efficiency. The gifts came in all varieties: potions, speed scrolls, special equipment, and even other rare items. To accommodate different skill levels, the leaderboard wasn't a unified ranking, but was divided into separate boards with 5-level intervals. Players within the same range competed only on the same leaderboard, and final rewards were distributed according to their respective levels. As for those who leveled up during the event and changed intervals, they would automatically carry their scores into the new intervals leaderboard. The Christmas event starts at 12 o'clock. With only minutes left until the hour, Suze remained glued to the event description. Christmas thieves scattered across various maps, divided into 3 tiers: normal, elite, and boss. The higher the level, the more generous the points and gift packages upon defeat. He rubbed his tense temples, mentally rehearsing another core rule: the thieves' first strike ownership determination. Whoever strikes first gets locked ownership, unless that player is killed and ownership gets reshuffled. Simply put, this was a chaotic battle that tested both skill and luck. Suze never believed in so-called luck, mainly because his fortune had been consistently terrible for years. He looked up and snorted coldly. "If misfortune truly weighs upon my fate, I shall break through it with my sword alone." As his words fell, he teleported his character to the blazing forest area, gripped his weapon with both hands, and charged up, great sword draw. Red light flickered around the blade tip. At exactly 12 o'clock, as the skill cooldown reached 0, Suze struck with full force. Boom. A sword energy that spanned half the map tore through the blazing forest. Everything in its path: bushes turned to charcoal, fire elemental fragments exploded into countless sparks. As for how many Christmas thieves' first strikes he could claim, he couldn't predict. What was certain was that this slash cut through countless players' health bars. Low-level, poorly equipped adventurers even vaporized instantly, only managing to see the floating gray, 9,999 damage numbers. Before the sword light faded, several Christmas thieves had already appeared, black-clad figures moving like shadows, short daggers gleaming coldly, so fast they left afterimages. Following closely behind was an even denser crowd, trampling through dead leaves with a single target: Suze. In the chaotic throng, he caught sight of a massive dark shadow, a boss thief. Time to make a strategic retreat. Suze decided instantly, using other players' aggro as cover to escape. As soon as Great Sword Draw cooled down, he turned back for another sweeping strike. Players who had been stunned by his first attack had already consumed health potions, so while they took damage again, their health barely stayed above the danger zone. But Su Zhe's notorious reputation was now crystal clear. It's Fa Ru Shui. He's the one who hit us just now. Everyone attacked together. Kill Fa Ru Shui. Players roared as they gave chase. In the chaos, the red-skinned goblins native to Blazing Forest were also disturbed by the sword energy's aftershock, swarming towards Su Zhe in groups, chattering as they swung their wooden clubs. The scene grew increasingly intense. Su Zhe still had the fastest movement speed on the field, and could even spare time to charge up counterattacks. But if this continued, being mobbed to death was just a matter of time. With no choice, he sprinted toward the higher-level City of Sin. The City of Sin housed monsters level 37-39, with a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere. The moment he entered the area, Su Zhe immediately put away his great sword draw. That elite monsters here were no joke. Fortunately, the red-skinned goblins dared not cross the boundary, but the player pursuit only intensified, with some even abandoning the Christmas thieves entirely. On the World Chat channel, numerous players were verbally attacking Su Zhe. Su Zhe didn't care at all, hadn't stolen anyone's kill, just used a skill at most. The World Chat exploded as players watched Hair Like Snow's blade strike, while speculating whether that terrifying damage came from a silver weapon. The moment someone shouted "silver weapon" in the channel, it triggered countless gasps and naked greed. If they could get their hands on this divine weapon, wouldn't they dominate the professional scene and claim the martial arts throne? As a result, the number of players hunting Su Zhe skyrocketed, resembling a scene where masters competed for the legendary Dragon Slayer blade. In a short time, Su Zhe had slain dozens of Christmas thieves, propelling himself to first place on the level 31-35 leaderboard. However, each time he collected gifts became a life-or-death challenge. Hundreds of ordinary thieves, over 10 elite thieves, plus a boss thief following him like a shadow. Fortunately, his training in the divine realm had long accustomed him to being hunted from all sides and honed his lightning-fast looting skills. While others couldn't even see what the thieves looked like, he was already being chased across mountains and valleys by hundreds of them. However, Su Zhe felt uneasy. This situation seemed to have gotten out of hand. Hiding in the City of Sin had indeed shaken off most players, but a group of skilled players had still followed him in. Worse yet, the thieves stuck close behind, completely exposing his position. Reluctantly, he opened his inventory and discovered Lady Luck had smiled upon him again. 2 skill scrolls usable during the event: Rising Dragon Slash and the awakening skill, Sword Dominion. Su Zhe confirmed their use without hesitation. Sword Dominion instantly boosted his attack speed and power. His blade work, already fast enough to leave afterimages, now became nearly invisible to the naked eye. Though the effect was temporary, it was enough for his plan. In comparison, Rising Dragon Slash, with its short cooldown and enhancement potential, was the key. Su Zhe lured a large group of thieves into a secluded dead end in the city. Instead of rushing to clear the ordinary thieves, he used them as shields while targeting the boss thief. The boss was a rogue class with amazing burst damage, but couldn't reach Su Zhe with agile positioning and invincible blocks. Su Zhe remained composed even while surrounded by dozens of thieves. If things got out of control, he could use ultimate Rising Dragon Slash for forced control, which even the opponent's super armor couldn't withstand. After about half an hour, all the thieves lay defeated, their dropped gifts forming a small mountain. Just as Su Zhe finished collecting them, over 10 players blocked the exit, all bearing the Jia Dynasty guild emblem. Su Zhe glanced at them and silently admired their audacity. "Hand over the silver weapon, and we'll spare your life," the lead swordsman demanded harshly. "Oh, this silver weapon cost me tremendous effort and luck to accidentally create," Su Zhe replied leisurely. "You want me to just hand it over? Is it bound?" the swordsman pressed. "Not bound." Su Zhe waved the weapon in his hand. "But if you really want to fight, I'll store it in my inventory in 1 second, and you won't be able to loot it even if you kill me." He wasn't afraid of the Jia Dynasty, but a new plan flashed through his mind, so he feigned compromise. "How about this? I have no hope of upgrading this silver weapon." "Why not?" "First, I lack materials. Second, my skills are limited, so I can only reluctantly part with it." Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, the dozen or so players from the Jia Dynasty fell into silence. They indeed couldn't craft silver weapons themselves, but Team Jia sure had a dedicated research department. If Su Zhe was willing to hand over the weapon, they could develop an upgrade plan, and Team Joshua's chances of winning the championship would skyrocket. As for just how overpowered Flowing Light truly was, they had already witnessed it in battle. High attack speed, multiple crafting skills attached, and upgraded versions at that. This single weapon could rival multiple pieces of top-tier equipment. In the hands of Su Zhe, whose skills were decent but not top-tier, it was undoubtedly somewhat wasted. Unfortunately, none of them had the authority to make such a decision. "Then wait a moment, let me talk to our guild leader," the swordsman said reluctantly. "Sorry, I don't have that kind of time." Su Zhe shook his head, his tone calm but unquestionable. I'll be posting the detailed attributes of flowing light on the forum shortly. Whoever offers the highest price gets it. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen Jia dynasty players wanted to persuade him further, but then they heard Su Zhe add casually. So now, would you please die for me? What? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat simultaneously. The next second, Su Zhe controlled, hair like snow, and charged forward. 1. Sword Dominion activated. 2. Extreme Dragon Slash forcibly gathered the dozen players together like herding small monsters. 3. Silver Light Rising Blade followed immediately. 4. Finally, he charged up Great Draw Slash, raising it high and slamming it down just as the targets were about to hit the ground. Brilliant sword energy swept across the sky, and amid the thunderous noise, nearly 100 bandit monsters were drawn in. Su Zhe took advantage of the situation to clear the field, with experience and drops flowing into his account. After finishing up, he simply posted a message in the World Channel. I deeply apologize for my previous behavior. I will be selling the silver weapon. For details, please check the forum sale of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Immediately after, he uploaded a screenshot of flowing light's attributes along with a sales notice. In fact, he really did intend to sell it. There were 2 reasons. 1. The crafting starting point was too high, locking out future upgrade potential. 2. When upgrading from level 25 to 30, his operational error left an irreparable flaw. Even worse, flowing light couldn't be dismantled. Any attempt would result in complete destruction, yielding no materials whatsoever. Mei Guang had warned him about this last night, and he had relevant experience himself, making him almost certain of this fact. But this inside information absolutely couldn't be made public, or who would pay a high price? So to the outside world, he only said he got lucky and accidentally made it. Although his approach was somewhat unethical, Su Zhe had his bottom linear starting price of 2 million. After all, he had already invested nearly hundreds of thousands in early materials and trial-and-error attempts, so he needed to make some profit back. Besides, flowing light really wasn't bad. 5 enhancement skills, ultra-high attack, and attack speed. These base attributes alone could rival a level 40 orange weapon, not to mention the additional bonuses from crafting skills. More importantly, every silver weapon was a priceless treasure, with its true value depending on how much the buyer valued it. Honestly speaking, if Su Zhe's flowing light fell into the hands of another professional swordsman player, it would absolutely be a devastating weapon. Players at Huang Xiaoyan's level could pose a serious threat to Su Zhe even without manual controls, potentially overwhelming him in combat. Their enhanced skills would be enough to compensate for any attack power gap, and once a real fight broke out, Su Zhe wouldn't gain much advantage. So while monitoring the market, he pondered, what price would the buyer of flowing light offer? Would they choose to upgrade flowing light, or simply dismantle it? Whether upgrading or dismantling, both would cause irreversible changes to flowing light itself. If someone could truly crack this puzzle, Su Zhe would have to accept defeat. But then he reconsidered if those research departments really had such capabilities, they would have already created even stronger silver weapons long ago. Ultimately, flowing light's design philosophy simply didn't belong to this world. Setting aside thoughts about flowing light, he continued farming Christmas thieves in Sin City. Players kept pursuing him relentlessly, hoping to make his equipment drop. Su Zhe felt helpless, but showed no mercy. Every player who chased him became his experience points and loot. Looking at the drops on the ground, he sighed. Wealth truly moves people's hearts. Just then, Yishio's message popped up. You're selling your silver weapon? Yeah, need to exchange it for money to buy materials, Su Zhe replied simply. I took a look, and you'd better not sell that silver weapon. You'd be arming your enemies. Once a weapon like that falls into the hands of a skilled blade master, they'd be even more troublesome than unspecialized players. Wouldn't that make things more exciting? Su Zhe responded. The message window remained silent for a long while before Yishio sent another message. Just finished farming Christmas thieves. Come over to our location first. Let's talk face to face. He then attached coordinates, also located within Sin City. Before heading out, Su Zhe made a detour to find Santa Claus, turning in his collected gifts for a stackable gift box. It only took up 1 inventory slot. Very practical. Fortunately, Santa Claus could be found in every leveling area, making quest tenants convenient. Arriving at the coordinates, Yishio was frantically pulling monsters, seemingly without pause. Su Zhe caught up and asked, what did you want to tell me? Your silver weapon can't be upgraded anymore? Yishio got straight to the point. Huh. Su Zhe was stunned, not expecting Yishio to be so direct. He wondered if Yishio had noticed something. Even if it can't be upgraded, it's still terrifying. Are you sure you want to sell it to future opponents? Yishio confirmed again. Depends on how much they're willing to pay. The decision is mine, Su Zhe said casually. Suit yourself. Yishio stopped trying to persuade him and changed the subject. Help me pull monsters. Let's do a wave strategy. You really want to do a wave strategy? Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. See that tower spire? Yishio sent new coordinates. In the distance, a towering spire stood out starkly against the gray sky. Yishio continued explaining. Pull the monsters there, then we'll jump up to the spire together. The thieves will follow and climb up, and when they reach the top, we knock them off falling from this height. They'll die instantly. Got it. Oh. Suze nodded and immediately split up to pull monsters after joining the party. Sin City didn't have many players, but thieves were everywhere. Suze's greatsword draw had built-in penetration effects with one swing. Dozens of thieves were sent flying in waves. He chose two directions, simultaneously dragging monsters toward the spire. The spire couldn't be reached by ladders. You had to jump up level by level using leverage. Magic classes with insufficient jumping ability couldn't reach the top without skill assistance. Suze's jumping height was decent, and his sky-piercing rising dragon slash could provide 3 consecutive displacement segments straight into the sky. Suze led 200 to 300 thieves and began climbing the tower. It had to be said that Yishio truly lived up to his reputation as the glory textbook. Even such an outrageous strategy could be pulled off by him really knew how to play. Both sides fought fiercely for nearly 10 hours straight before the major guilds finally couldn't sit still and began to emerge. Yishio simply switched to cooperating with some of the guilds. While Suze remained completely indifferent after all, he had already reaped enough benefits. At 2 a.m., Suze tossed the silver weapon, Flowing Light, to Yishio for 500,000 yuan and immediately logged off to catch up on sleep. As for how Yishio would mess around with Flowing Light next, he couldn't be bothered to care. Before shutting down, he opened several thousand accumulated Christmas gift packages in one go, watching rare materials flood into his inventory while his character level shot up to 41. After selling the silver weapon, there was temporarily nothing left to play in the 10th server, so Suze simply focused all his energy on the god's domain. A few days later, Concealed Light sent him a message saying there had been a major breakthrough in researching the new silver weapon. Over the phone, Concealed Light excitedly promised, "Once I finish making the new Flowing Light, I'll send it right over." "When are you coming?" Suze's tone was flat. "Planning to visit S City. The All-Star Weekend is about to start too. I express mailed you a ticket. Did you receive it?" The All-Star Weekend was Glory Professional Alliance's signature event held on the first weekend of each year. This year, Samsara was hosting at their home venue, with 24-star players from different classes all selected through player votes. Suze originally had no interest in such events, but considering his friendship with Concealed Light, he decided to make the trip. "You cover the ticket, so let me book the hotel," he readily agreed. "I've already booked the hotel too," Concealed Light quickly replied. Suze was speechless and could only respond, "All right then." After hanging up, he immediately headed to the airport. Around 1 p.m., he arrived at the high-end hotel Concealed Light had booked over 1,000 yuan per night. The cheaper rooms had long been snatched up, so there was no choice. At least they each had their own room, which provided some psychological balance. In the room, Concealed Light was tinkering with the equipment editor using a newly created character. Suze walked over and asked, "Working on a silver weapon?" "Yeah. After consulting with my teacher and incorporating your design concepts, I've come up with several schemes. Want to take a look?" Concealed Light asked. "No need. Go with whatever you think is best." Suze showed complete trust. The two stared at the screen, waiting for the progress bar to finish loading. A silver flash appeared, and the new Flowing Light was complete. Flowing Light, level 5. Lightsaber, requires lightsaber mastery. Weight 2 kilograms, attack speed 18, physical attack 230, magic attack 220, strength 30, spirit 20. Additional attributes: critical rate 20, movement speed 10, attack speed 15, strength, stamina, spirit 10, strength 300. Each skill added to the quick skill bar reduces strength by 25. Crafted skill, Flowing Heart. After using Flowing Heart, corresponding skills Thrust, Leap, Rise, and Fury will be released based on character movements. Suze continued reading the detailed description of Flowing Light. Pierce, triggered by using Flow Heart followed by a basic attack. Leap, Flow Heart followed by Jump basic attack, must be completed within 1 second. Rise, Flow Heart followed by basic attack jump, with a 0.2 second time limit. Fury, double-click Flow Heart to instantly gain 10 attack and critical hit bonus. Not bad, right? With your hand speed, the Flow Heart combo series shouldn't be a problem for you. Wei Guang turned the panel towards Suze. The stats are indeed impressive, but 300 strength points still can't match 60 extra damage. What a shame. Suze frowned slightly. That's debatable. Wei Guang shook his head and explained, the higher the strength, the greater the physical panel boost. If strength is too low, when facing high stamina classes, even the highest attack will struggle to break through. I should remind you that these additional attributes won't increase with weapon level. I'm mentally prepared. If the additional attributes could also grow, I really could take on 5 opponents at once. Suze joked. However, the basic 4 stats physical attack, magic attack, 30 strength, and 20 spirit can be upgraded. Wei Guang looked up. Did you bring your account card? I'll transfer the weapon to you. Suze was ready and handed over the hair like snow account card. After Flowing Light was successfully inherited to Suze's character, Wei Guang began working on upgrading the silver weapon. Empty accounts could transfer servers, but couldn't carry items, But there was a loophole. Equipment placed in the equipment editor would transfer with the character. Wei Guang exploited this feature, combined with high-tier rare materials only available in God's domain, to complete the silver weapon creation. The upgrade phase didn't require those top-tier materials for now. Fortunately, Suze had stockpiled plenty of Christmas packages on hair like snow, so common rare materials weren't lacking. You're still missing some materials here. Wei Guang checked the list. List what's missing, and I'll figure out how to get them. Suze readily agreed. Let's upgrade Flowing Light to level 35 first. After saying this, Wei Guang buried himself in selecting materials, afraid of making any mistakes. Suze tactfully didn't disturb him and headed out could grab some food and get his hair styled while he was at it. At the salon, he directly requested the Wandering Warrior style and dyed it pure white. After the haircut, the staff thoughtfully gave him a few hair ties. Walking out, he exuded an air of roguish handsomeness, which could be summed up in 4 words: lonely as snow. With the silver weapon breakthrough, his mood was naturally good. The new hairstyle was a small reward for himself, but Wei Guang deserved even more recognition. After spending several hours on his hair, he grabbed packaged food and headed straight to the hotel. In the room, Wei Guang was still buried in his pile of materials. Suze placed the bag on the table. Brought you some food. Then he helped massage Wei Guang's temples. Wei Guang tensed up at first, only relaxing after confirming Suze had no ulterior motives honestly. He had been a bit panicked for a moment. Let's get ready to go. The All-Star Weekend opening show starts at 8, and it's almost 7 now, Suze said. After the head massage, Wei Guang felt much more refreshed and alert. He had no idea that the technique was exactly what Suze called mysticism, only feeling as if his mind had been rewired like cleared circuits, with flashes of inspiration making even his thoughts about custom equipment much clearer. Suze dubbed this intellectual collision, mystical addition, his mysticism combined with Wei Guang's mathematics, and no one could predict what sparks might fly. After a quick bite, the two left the hotel. Since hotels near the venue had been fully booked long ago, they had to stay farther away and hail a taxi. Traffic was heavy and congestion inevitable, with car horns honking incessantly throughout the street, clearly demonstrating the fervor surrounding All-Star Weekend. Suze felt neither particularly fond of nor averse to crowds, following Wei Guang as they squeezed through the masses. The queue for ticket checking snaked endlessly, stretching beyond sight. So many people. Wei Guang couldn't help but exclaim. So noisy, Suze casually agreed. Following the flow of people, they finally entered the competition venue. This esports-dedicated arena rivaled regular sports stadiums in scale, but the densely hung electronic screens gave it an exceptionally high-tech feel. Watching live differed vastly from streaming. Broadcasts only followed the director's camera cuts, but here, each player's main perspective had its own large screen, allowing audiences to switch viewpoints at will, complete with slow-motion replays and commentary displays. The two found seats in a back row amid the crowd, with the time approaching 8 o'clock. At exactly 8, the background music cut off abruptly, and the venue instantly darkened like a movie theater. The next second, a beam of white light shot straight up from the center of the arena to the ceiling, and virtual projections slowly descended within the light column, holographic models of glory characters spinning down one by one, as if descending from heaven. The All-Star event featured 24 players total, but due to overlapping professions, surprisingly no one had signed up for the summoner position. If you went pro, you'd definitely be the summoner star, Suze said with a smile. That's not necessarily true, Wei Guang replied, knowing his own limitations and simply shaking his head. Suze chuckled softly without saying more. The first character to appear was one autumn leaf, followed by dancing rain. Under the holographic projection, the characters seemed to come alive with breathtaking realism. Each character's appearance triggered thunderous cheers from the audience that completely drowned out Suze and Wei Guang's conversation. When the 23rd character landed, the light beam paused for several seconds, the deliberate pause instantly whetting everyone's appetite, as if the previous 23 were merely a prelude and the true centerpiece was about to take the stage. This was, after all, Samsara's home turf, so the final character to appear was naturally Samsara Team's ace character, the sharpshooter known as the Gun King Cloud Piercer. With such a grand entrance by one-shot piercing clouds, the screams and applause in the arena were absolutely earth-shattering. Suze found himself surrounded by Reincarnation Team fans, his eardrums buzzing from the deafening noise, even his breathing following the rhythm of the crowd. But just as the wave of excitement swept past his ears, spotlights illuminated the center stage again. 24 professional characters made their entrance one by one, their skill demonstrations hitting the audience like real combat. Light exploded, flames swirled, ice walls shattered, and the sound effects were so realistic they made hearts race uncontrollably, pushing the crowd's emotions to one peak after another. After the skill showcase ended, it was followed by 1v1, 2v2, and finally a massive 12v12 battle royale. Electronic screens flickered and changed, skill collisions thundered like lightning, and every explosive moment in the audience ignited fresh cheers. Suze was completely caught up in the atmosphere, wishing he could transform into a swordsman and charge onto the stage for a 1v24 battle, cutting down all opponents. Just as the audience had shouted themselves hoarse, Reincarnation's ace character, one-shot piercing clouds, suddenly soared into the air. The silver-white mech shot straight up toward the arena ceiling, trailing blue flames like a meteor's path. The other 23 characters followed closely behind, also transforming into meteors in pursuit. In an instant, 24 beams of light rushed to the dome and exploded with a thunderous boom, scattering countless fragments of light like massive fireworks spreading across the sky. As the light fragments cascaded down, many spectators instinctively reached out to catch them, only to touch empty air, finally realizing the stunning power of holographic projection. The lights suddenly blazed to full brightness, and the circular giant screen suspended overhead switched scenes, broadcasting real fireworks simultaneously launching outside the arena. The brilliant display of lights overlapped with the indoor holograms, creating a double impact of virtual and reality intertwined. The host finally spoke. The annual All-Star Weekend officially begins. Immediately after, the first contestant for the Rookie Challenge was announced, Dai Yinchi from Team Thunder. When her name was called, the applause was neither cold nor enthusiastic, polite but curious. Dai Yinchi wasn't the most dazzling among this year's rookies, but the phrase female player was attention-grabbing enough. Suze looked toward the arena. The girl was petite, obviously young, but smiled with confident composure, showing no signs of stage fright. She turned to wave at the audience in all directions, her voice clear as she announced her challenge target. I would like to challenge Captain Chu Yunxiu of Team Misty Rain. She first explained her reasoning in third person, then added, Sister Chu is a heroine among women, and I've always admired her. I'm taking this opportunity to challenge Sister Chu and hope to receive her guidance. Her words were respectful and well-measured, showing both respect and leaving room for either outcome. Winning would skyrocket her attention, while losing wouldn't draw harsh criticism. The audience wasn't particularly excited about this, offering only token applause. The name Chu Yunxiu had already risen from the player seats and entered the arena. According to the rules, selected guests couldn't refuse challenges. Even if chosen consecutively by multiple rookies, they had to accept them all. After all, the Rookie Challenge was designed to pave the way for newcomers, so some accommodation was only natural. Speaking of being selected consecutively, the most tragic case in history belonged to Yi Qiu. In the first All-Star competition, all 7 registered rookies without exception chose Yi Qiu as their target. The last rookie to take the stage was too lazy to come up with new reasons and simply said, same as above, which was truly amusing. The Rookie Challenge is mainly about veterans giving newcomers some guidance. Dai Yinchi and Chu Yunxiu sat on opposite sides of the battle platform, their fingers dancing rhythmically across their keyboards. On screen, their characters exchanged skills back and forth, but their playstyles remained steady and conservative throughout. In the audience, Suze propped his chin on his hand, blinking several times as he nearly dozed off. After 10 uneventful minutes, Chu Yunxiu naturally claimed victory. The two players nodded politely to each other in front of the cameras, bringing this lackluster duel to a courteous end. The lights came up and the holographic projection slowly retracted as the host's voice boomed. The second rookie challenger from Team Tiny Herb, Gao Yingjie. This time, thunderous applause rolled from the center of the audience all the way up to the VIP boxes. Even with the club's promotional support, genius Gao Yingjie was already a hot commodity. As the future successor to Wang Bu Lu Xing, his delayed debut had glory fans practically climbing the walls with curiosity. Hello everyone, I'm Gao Yingjie. The young man stood under the spotlight, his voice sliding from high to low until the last 3 words were so quiet they seemed scattered by the wind. Even he could barely hear himself. His head hung so low it nearly touched his chest, as if he wanted to dig a 3-bedroom apartment right there on the floor and immediately move in to hide. The player I want to challenge is our Tiny Herb captain, Wang Jieshi. He pronounced the name clearly enough, but his subsequent challenge reasoning was so quiet it buzzed like a mosquito by everyone's ear. The director repeatedly urged him through the earpiece to speak louder, to little effect. Finally, Wang Jieshi in the audience took the initiative to stand up and save the young man from his predicament. The veteran stepped onto the stage, and with a few well-chosen opening remarks, he steadied the situation. Amid the applause, the two took their positions on opposite sides of the competition platform. The lights dimmed again, plunging the massive venue into darkness. After the random map was confirmed, the holographic projection unfolded in the center, with virtual terrain spreading layer by layer. 2 which characters spawned at opposite ends of the map, and the battle erupted immediately with sparks flying, testing the waters. Oh, now this is interesting. Suze's previously relaxed posture shifted forward slightly as he focused on both players' operations, his interest ignited. Gao Yingjie's got skills, very fast hand speed. Is Wang Jieshi planning to make way for the rookie? What's he thinking? Dim Light watched the skill exchanges in the projection, looking completely puzzled. He's not using the magician playstyle. Suze observed quietly, explaining in a low voice. It's basically going easy on him. His desire to win isn't that strong. Veterans letting rookies have their moment is pretty normal, right? Dim Light nodded. But to most of the audience, Wang Jieshi's operation still looked rigorous, showing no signs of slacking off. Suze tapped the armrest. I could be wrong in my assessment, but if he loses, Wang Jieshi will face quite a bit of pressure. The audience only sees results. They can't tell if someone was holding back or not. In fact, Wang Jieshi had indeed imposed restrictions on himself, not only abandoning the magician approach, but also deliberately holding back on his skill combinations. Suze's sharp eyes, combined with his incredible memory, quickly caught the unusual gaps in his opponent's skill cooldowns. After all, Suze relied entirely on his brain to track skills, without any shortcut bar time indicators. Without his exceptional memory, his rhythm would have been thrown off long ago. On screen, the two witches entered a war of attrition, their health bars rising and falling, but it was Wang Jieshi's health that was dropping faster. Since this was a regulated match, their attributes were identical. Something was clearly off with the damage. Suze stared at the big screen, his eyes catching the almost negligible gap in the health bars with precision. Looking at the numbers alone, others might think Wang Jieshi had landed 1 or 2 fewer hits than Gao Yingjie, but every single one of his attacks had clearly connected, which spoke volumes. The match pace was lightning fast, making it nearly impossible for the audience to track how many exchanges had actually taken place. Only a few could catch such details. Yi Xiu was one, Yu Wenzhou another, and Suze. Now, the battle was nearing its end. Wang Jieshi's character was being gradually cornered. For a witch, pressuring an opponent into a corner was the most basic combo strategy. Forget Gao Yingjie, any professional witch player in the league would be unlikely to make mistakes in this situation. Even after the emotional impact he'd suffered, Gao Yingjie relied on his practiced mechanics to push through and ultimately claim victory. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Suze couldn't help but applaud. It was quite spectacular, Wei Guang quietly agreed beside him. What did you see? Suze turned, somewhat surprised as he studied him. Could Wei Guang have noticed those details too? The fighting between both sides was spectacular. Wei Guang offered a vague response. Suze silently sighed, realizing he'd overthought it. They weren't even on the same wavelength. Do you know what teaching games are? Suze suddenly asked. Go. Wei Guang raised an eyebrow. Yes. Wang Jieshi was like playing a teaching game, guiding his opponent to follow his layout, yet ultimately letting himself lose, and the whole process felt so natural, as if it was meant to be. Suze's gaze wandered across the screen, his voice dropping extremely low. He's truly a terrifying opponent. Despite his words, the fighting spirit within him burned even brighter. Last time, he'd won through sheer luck. Next time, he wanted to defeat Wang Jieshi hidden with genuine skill. He knew Wang Jieshi remained formidable, but the man's mindset had subtly shifted, and this imperceptible change would eventually leave openings. So you think he lost on purpose? Wei Guang followed Suze's line of thinking. Yes, a teaching game is harder than simply winning. No wonder he played so seriously. Suze concluded. On stage, Wang Jieshi and Gao Yingjie had already stepped down from their platforms. Gao Yingjie had reverted to that timid boy, head lowered as he walked towards center stage. Thunderous applause exploded around him like a dream. Had he actually won? Before the joy could fully register, anxiety crashed down upon him. Wang Jieshi approaching from the opposite direction made his heart nearly stop. How humiliating must it be for the captain to lose to him? Gao Yingjie felt so guilty he wanted to crawl into a hole. Suddenly, someone grasped his left wrist. Looking up, he saw his captain's right hand firmly holding his wrist. The next second, his left arm was raised high, spotlights illuminating their clasped hands as applause surged like a tide once more. Well played, Wang Jieshi said quietly. Gao Yingjie froze, catching a glimpse of genuine warmth in his captain's expression. You must shoulder Tiny Herb's future, Yingjie. This entrustment seemed to block out all external noise. Wang Jieshi released his hand, his silhouette appearing somewhat slender under the lights, yet unwavering in its resolve. When Gao Yingjie came back to his senses, the vast stage held only him, his raised arms still in the air, receiving applause from every direction. After the second match of the Rookie Challenge ended, Gao Yingjie soon stepped down from the stage as well. The media always had a keen sense for news, and within just a few minutes, Tiny Herb's genius rookie outshines Captain Wang Jieshi was crafted into an eye-catching headline. However, the host didn't give the audience time to catch their breath. As soon as Gao Yingjie left the stage, the next challenger's name was announced: Tiny Herb team member, Xiao Yifan. The spotlight followed as the young man stood up under his teammates' somewhat indifferent gazes. His steps were slightly stiff, but he still walked alone toward the center of the stage. In the stands, Suze watched that slender figure and sighed softly. Yifan. He knew clearly in his heart that this battle would be brutal for Xiao Yifan, but failure itself wasn't frightening. What was truly terrifying was losing the courage to face failure. Do you know him? Meiguang caught Suze's whisper and turned to ask. 1-inch Ash. Suze only mentioned the character name. He's 1-inch Ash. Mei Guang exclaimed in a lowered voice. Yes. Can he win then? No. Su Zhe answered decisively. The match hasn't even started yet, and you're already making such a conclusion. Isn't that a bit too discouraging? Mei Guang was somewhat speechless. He had expected Su Zhe to give some evasive answer like, we'll see, but instead, a simple no directly extinguished all hope. Facts prove that Xiao Yifan was almost completely suppressed by Li Xian throughout the match. When the competition ended, the scene was so brutal that even the audience felt heartbroken for him. When the young man left the stage, his expression seemed lost, as if his soul had departed. Li Xian indeed showed no mercy, but the professional arena had always been this way. No one was willing to lose. Are you still watching? Su Zhe suddenly asked. Don't you want to watch anymore? Mei Guang asked back. It's too stuffy here. I'm going to get some late-night snacks. Su Zhe patted his pants and stood up. Then let's go together. Mei Guang also got up, and the two left the venue side by side. The night breeze carried a slight chill as they ordered some barbecue at a nearby street stall. After filling their stomachs, they simply took a leisurely walk back to the hotel. If it were you, could you defeat those people? Mei Guang suddenly asked. Su Zhe thought for a moment. Hard to say, but most of them shouldn't be much of a problem. What if you had a max-level flowing light? Then it wouldn't matter who came. Su Zhe's tone was confident. Mei Guang nodded seriously. All right, I'll help you. He was actually only 18 years old, having skipped grades to enter university, yet his personality was much more mature than his peers. Hearing the other's promise, Su Zhe smiled. Then I'll help you earn the title of professional all-star summoner. Haha, no team would want me. Mei Guang said self-mockingly. Then we'll build our own team and start from the Challenger League. Su Zhe threw out a new idea. Mei Guang fell silent for a moment, his emotions complex. Building a team isn't that simple. It's fine, I have a plan. Su Zhe smiled easily. He had long wanted to join Yi Xiu's grassroots team, not just because of excellent Era's championship in the original story, but because he loved that taste of comeback victory. Even if he had to face Yi Xiu directly, he wasn't afraid their relative strength was still unknown. He just didn't like trouble, so catching a ride would be perfect. What plan? Mei Guang was indeed curious. Yi Xiu is forming a new team. I've already made arrangements with him, and when the time comes, I'll get you a formal team member position. Su Zhe spoke frankly. You know Yi Xiu too? Mei Guang was even more surprised, but then he remembered how Su Zhe had performed the sword shadow step with 8 afterimages on the arena. It wasn't strange that he knew a gaming legend like Yi Xiu. He knew him. Su Zhe didn't offer much explanation and simply nodded along. When the two returned to the hotel, he logged directly into his hair like snow account, showing no interest in the upcoming All-Star weekend. Tomorrow, Yi Xiu would appear with Dragon Raises Its Head, the perfect moment for that legend to officially announce his return. Thinking about this, Su Zhe pondered to himself. Should he enter early, secure seat C1823, and unleash Dragon Raises Its Head, right when the match begins to shock those professional players? In contrast, Wei Guang was much more enthusiastic about the All-Star weekend. Seeing his companion's eyes light up while flipping through silver equipment materials, Su Zhe thought for a moment and reminded him. Sit in seat A1717 tomorrow. There'll be a surprise. What surprise? Wei Guang asked casually, his gaze still fixed on the materials. You'll find out tomorrow. Su Zhe just smiled without answering, then called out. Let's get online. I'll help you level up. Wei Guang was a full 7 levels below Su Zhe. Su Zhe simply took him through the level 3,436 dungeons, then moved to outdoor areas. With the silver weapon flowing light in hand, his monster clearing speed increased dramatically. The early 275 strength points were more brutal than 55 extra damage. Consider that a battle mage's 7th tier fighters will only added 260 strength points. Even a same level unequipped blade master at level 70 would only have around 300 points, showing just how terrifying this silver weapon's enhancement was, and this was just one of Flowing Light's many additional attributes. Su Zhe chose level 39 wild monsters, gaining almost no experience himself, while letting Wei Guang enjoy the 5-level advantage kill bonus. With Su Zhe as a human killing machine, monsters couldn't last more than 2 seconds. During this time, he even casually solo-killed several outdoor bosses, collecting plenty of rare materials. As his level increased, Wei Guang noticed Su Zhe's killing efficiency visibly rising, but couldn't produce comparison data to verify it. So throughout the entire night, he manually recorded experience gain rates, discovering that his leveling curve was actually increasing the higher the level, the harder the experience bar should be to move. Yet this was completely overturned. Do you still have room for improvement? Looking at those rapidly sliding hands beside him, Wei Guang couldn't help but ask. Of course, some operational details could be better, Su Zhe said while pulling out the keyboard. The hotel's keyboard had 7 broken commonly used keys, the 4 directional keys plus several combination keys. Without these keys meant more redundant operations, more extreme hand speed and reactions, but he didn't seem to mind. Others tapped keyboards, but Su Zhe glided across his. That devilish rhythm made Wei Guang feel like he was witnessing a deity, and such sliding keywork with virtually no mistakes could only be described as heaven-defying. The next day, Su Zhe and Mei Guang leisurely made their way to the venue. We've gone too far. Our seats are back here, Mei Guang said from behind, reaching out to tug at the brim of Su Zhe's cap. We're not going the wrong way. I'm taking you to Section A, Row 17, Seat 17, Su Zhe replied over his shoulder without stopping, continuing forward. When they reached Section A, Row 17, Seat 17, Su Zhe stopped in front of a young girl and asked softly, "Excuse me, would you mind switching seats?" Huh. The girl looked up to see a wide hood, face mask, and a few strands of flowing white hair. Though she couldn't make out his features, the mysterious appearance was enough to make her heart race. She had always been a sucker for attractive guys. Sensing her interest, Su Zhe simply removed his mask, smiled slightly, and asked again, "Could we switch seats?" You can just sit next to me," the girl immediately said, shifting in her seat and turning to her companion in seat 18. "Ling Long, switch seats with him. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Why don't you switch instead?" He asked to switch with you. Ling Long in seat 18 grumbled unhappily. Su Zhe cleared his throat and explained, "Actually, it's my friend who needs to sit here, not me." "What?" Both girls froze, their gazes shifting to Luo Ji, who was standing beside Su Zhe. Luo Ji turned bright red under their stares, hung his head, and started heading back to his original seat. Su Zhe thought this had really backfired. Down below, the two girls whispered to each other for a moment. Then the girl from seat 17 simply got up and went to sit in Luo Ji's original spot. "I've switched seats with you. Please, have a seat," the girl in seat 18 said politely, patting the chair. Su Zhe hesitated for a couple of seconds before finally sitting down. The girl beside him seemed reserved, only occasionally stealing glances at him and quickly looking away when caught. Su Zhe decided to ignore it and focused on waiting for the event to begin. The second day of All-Star Weekend featured the most audience interaction, with various fun mini-competitions scheduled throughout. Each event would randomly invite audience members to participate alongside the registered contestants. The big screen first used holographic projection to preview the day's events. Then the activities moved into the first segment, hurdle racing. The arena lights flashed, and a standard synthetic track appeared holographically in the center, with 8 lanes numbered 1 through 8 that looked incredibly realistic. The host then took the stage to organize the selection process. Since all audience seats were numbered, the star players could use any method to randomly select audience members to come on stage and compete alongside the professional players. The first round was handled by Zhou Zikai, the ace player from the hosting organization Samsara. "Zikai, how do you plan to select the 4 audience members?" the host asked, passing him the microphone. Whatever works." Zhou Zikai thought for a moment and gave a brief answer. "We have computer random selection, or you could just call out numbers yourself. If you have any creative ideas, that would be even better," the host patiently guided him. "How about it? Want to try something different?" "Random selection." Zhou Zikai remained concise. "Random selection? You mean computer random selection?" "Yeah." After selecting 3 audience members this way, the host was somewhat helpless, simply hoping to keep the event from becoming too monotonous and add some variety. "There's one last audience member. Zikai, how about we try a different approach? Just pick any seat number that comes to mind, and we'll invite that audience member up," the host suggested. "Oh," Zhou Zikai responded softly. "So what number are you thinking of?" 17. He threw out a number. 17. The host raised an eyebrow and repeated, then asked with a smile, "Can you tell us why you thought of 17 so quickly?" Zhou Zikai made an sound but didn't explain, just quietly looked at him. The host was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked down to discover a prominent 17 printed on the left chest of his own t-shirt. The director quickly cut to a close-up shot, and the audience burst into laughter. The host wasn't embarrassed and smoothly continued. "Since it's 17, then 17 it is. But seats in Samsara's home venue are divided by section, row, and number." Following his reminder, Zhou Zikai simply completed it. Section A, Row 17, Seat 17. After seeing Zhou Zikai off the stage, the host wiped his sweat, truly deserving of being the league's most difficult person to interview. In the stands, Su Zhe from Section A, Row 17, Seat 17 could only smile wryly as he stood up. Had originally wanted to give this opportunity to his logic classmates sitting in the same row. At center stage, 4 professional players and 4 lucky audience members stood side by side. The host interviewed them one by one, starting with the audience. The first 3 were either nervous or excited, but when it came to Su Zhe's turn, his composure quite surprised the host. "Sir, please introduce yourself." "My name is Yi Liangchun." Su Zhe nodded slightly. "I'm new to Glory, ID Luaji Yunyet." The name was made up on the spot, but the ID was real, just a newly registered level 1 account. "A new Glory enthusiast, and you're not intimidated at all facing professional players." The host smiled. "Will Mr. Yi Liangchun use his own account to participate, or shall we provide one?" "You provide it." Su Zhe added. "Give me a gunner." Besides Blade Master, gunner was what he was most familiar with. After finishing the audience interviews, the host turned the microphone to the four professional players. When it was Zhou Zakai's turn, his palms were sweating. Zakai. Zhou Zakai looked up. How about it? Are you confident about winning? After a brief hesitation, he only gave one word. Good. The host didn't probe further and quickly ended the interview, announcing, First event hurdle race. Prepare to begin. This competition was purely for entertainment and completely ignored fairness. Professional players used their own account cards, audience members used theirs if they had them, or used ones provided by the organizers if they didn't. 8 people stepped onto the competition platform, and 8 characters simultaneously appeared on the track. The most eye-catching was naturally Zhou Zakai's one-shot piercing clouds. Gray wind coat, black top hat, camera angle lowered, standing quietly behind the starting line of lane 1. Beside him was another gunner, but with much more shabby equipment the character Su Zhe had temporarily borrowed. On your marks, get set. Bang. The starting gun fired. Immediately after, bang 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 bang, a series of crisp gunshots exploded. The audience was startled, thinking the starting gun had malfunctioned, then saw 2 gunners almost simultaneously execute flying gun. Flying gun relied on high-speed shooting to maintain flight, far more difficult than flying cannon. Zhou Zakai, as the number 1 gunner, had long mastered this technique. As soon as the gunshots rang out, he controlled his character to instantly turn and fly backward, immediately leaving the other 6 far behind, leading purely on reaction speed. However, someone was actually faster than Zhou Zakai. When using the flying gun technique, characters touch the ground far more frequently than with flying cannons. Su Zhe suddenly unleashed his hand speed, and the gunner on screen raced along the track like a bat gliding in reverse. With the first hurdle right ahead, he didn't even bother adjusting his camera angle, directly launching into rapid fire. While the firing rate went wild, he seamlessly chained into Barrett Snipe, the massive recoil launching his character clean over the barrier. The electronic screen immediately captured the replay, and thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. But then people awkwardly realized this gunner wasn't one shot through clouds. At that moment, one shot through clouds had already caught up and overtook him the next second. The source of the gap was simple wildfire in the left hand, shattered frost in the right, naturally superior attack speed. But this didn't mean Su Zhe had no chance. He suddenly stopped his character and unleashed the skill Spray and Pray. Spray and Pray was originally a 360-degree random barrage. Those unfamiliar with Dungeon Fighter could think of Marco Polo's third skill for reference. However, under Su Zhe's terrifying hand speed, the scattered shots were forcibly concentrated into a straight line of gunfire. While this skill didn't have massive recoil, it excelled in extremely fast firing rate and extended duration. The gunner on stage soared and spun through the air, bullets tracing an almost perfectly straight silver line. The low-flying, spinning figure danced like a waltz, both elegant and fierce, leaving the audience both mesmerized and exhilarated. Not just the audience, the other 6 players also froze in place, their operations nearly halting as they locked their gazes on the 2 gunners far ahead, or rather, on the person competing with Zhou Zakai for first place. On the field, Zhou Zakai's previously calm expression finally showed fluctuation. He saw it most clearly. While he could perform pinpoint spray shooting, he had never attempted airborne, flying gun spray shooting. Without ground support, the recoil was completely different. To control it required extreme dual operations with both directional keys and mouse, needing at least 800 hand speed. To maintain Su Zhe's level of stability, even slightly less skilled players would need 600 minimum. Moreover, the camera angle required continuous high-speed micro-adjustments. Most people would get dizzy from all the spinning and couldn't last until completing the technique. Impressive, Zhou Zakai murmured, becoming even more focused. The venue erupted in thunderous cheers. Some fanatical gunner players were so dazzled by this operation, they actually fainted on the spot, rivaling the hysteria of a Michael Jackson concert. Su Zhe's brilliance completely overshadowed Zhou Zakai, but could only last briefly. When the first Spray and Pray ended, he used dual controls to maximize the skill cooldown, immediately followed by a second thundering Spray and Pray. After exhausting both skills, he had no additional acceleration methods left. His speed returned to ordinary flying gun rhythm, and Zhou Zakai inevitably overtook him again. However, in the player seats, professional players from major teams had firmly memorized the name of the person calling himself Yi Liangchun. They were completely stunned. In the Blue Rain team's seating area, Yu Wenzhou stared blankly at the gunner on the field, feeling that familiar pang of envy once again. If someone like this went pro, I'd say any mage class facing him might as well retire on the spot, he murmured quietly. Huang Xiaotian turned his head, almost startled. Is he even better than Zhou Zakai? I'm not saying he's stronger than Zhou Zakai. Yu Wenzhou shook his head to explain. Zhou Zakai has never lost to any mage class, but this guy's hand speed is even faster than Zhou Zakai's. Any mage going up against his gunner would have no chance of survival. Huang Xiaotian's eyes lit up at these words, tapping his fist against his palm. That impressive? I'm actually itching to spar with him now. Yu-Won-jo pointed at the fluid series of flying gun techniques on the field. Look at those flying gun skill skiting, you wouldn't even be difficult for him. In a real fight, you'd probably lose more often than not. At this point, his brow furrowed slightly. What's this guy's background anyway? His gameplay doesn't look like any domestic pro player. Maybe he's a master who just returned to the country. Captain, we should find a way to recruit him to our team. The championship might be in the bag, Huang Xiaotian suggested eagerly. We'll see. This is still Samsara's home turf after all, Yu-Won-jo replied meaningfully. When we get back, let's keep a close eye on this ideology Yunyan. Meanwhile, Xu Yunxiu felt her whole body tense up. The class she feared most was Gunner. Every time she faced off against Zhou Zikai, she got beaten so badly that psychological scars kept piling up layer after layer. Now, with another Gunner appearing who was no weaker than Zhou Zikai, her professional career suddenly seemed shrouded in gloom. In Tiny Herb's seating area, Wang Jieshi stared intently at the field, a rare shock evident in his eyes. What a powerful Gunner. Gao Yingjie noticed his captain's unusual lack of composure and spoke carefully. Is this person very skilled? It's no longer a question of skilled or not, Wang Jieshi countered. Do you think Huang Xiaotian's 7 afterimage sword shadow step is strong? It's very strong, though there has been someone Jianling Yun who managed 8 complete afterimages, Gao Yingjie answered honestly. Wang Jieshi took a deep breath. All I can tell you is that this chaotic flying gun technique is even harder than an 8 afterimage sword shadow step. After saying this, he sighed again. A lot of talented players have been popping up lately. Yingjie, you'll need to work even harder. Gao Yingjie clenched his fists tightly and nodded solemnly. I will, Captain. Wang Jieshi said no more, turning his gaze toward the other team seating areas. Undoubtedly, some people were already thinking about poaching Yilianchun, and he was no exception. Over at Tyranny, Zhang Xinjie and Han Wenqing exchanged glances. Xinjie, what's your take? Han Wenqing's deep voice still carried its usual intimidating quality. Based on just one chaotic flying gun, we can't see the full picture, but his skill level is definitely solid, Zhang Xinjie responded with his characteristic precision. Chaotic flying gun. Han Wenqing seemed to hesitate. Zhang Xinjie picked up the thread. This technique is probably harder than dragon raises its head, isn't it? Flashy nonsense. Han Wenqing's assessment was brief. Chaotic flying gun doesn't have much practical value. It's not the same type as Yi Qiu's dragon raises its head. However, Zhang Xinjie offered a fair conclusion. But it's still far superior to ordinary flying gun techniques. Keep an eye on this person, Han Wenqing said, then redirected his attention back to the hurdle race. Originally, he had no interest in this event, but now he watched with particular focus. Without realizing it, Su Zhe had become the center of attention for the entire venue. The hurdle race continued, and due to the long cooldown time of random fire, Su Zhe was quickly left behind by Zhou Zikai by a considerable distance. In just a few seconds, the gap between them widened visibly. The electronic timer on the trackside flashed continuously, and waves of cheers erupted from the audience. Soon, the finish line flag dropped, with Zhou Zikai taking first place once again. Su Zhe, who had originally planned to give up, discovered that the other 6 competitors had been left far behind, so he reluctantly crossed the finish line and claimed second place. As soon as the race ended, the spotlights in the center of the venue suddenly focused, and the host quickly stepped onto the stage, raising his voice to energize the crowd. Let's congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning first place in the hurdle race. Thunderous applause erupted once again, both for Zhou Zikai and for Su Zhe, who followed closely behind. The audience had nearly shouted themselves hoarse, but still felt they had gotten their money's worth, even their medicine's worth. As the applause gradually died down, the host handed the microphone to Zhou Zikai. Zikai, do you have anything you'd like to say to the audience? Zhou Zikai fell into a brief silence. Great. Zhou Zikai is expressing his warm welcome to everyone here. The host immediately stepped in to help, and though it was somewhat presumptuous, his experience told him the audience was more interested in what came next. He decided to ask a follow-up question. Zikai, do you have anything you'd like to say to Yilianqun, who won second place? Very impressive. I'd like to have a proper match. Zhou Zikai's tone was firm. The excitement in the venue soared once again. The host smoothly turned and handed the microphone to Su Zhe. Yilianqun, what's your response to Zhou Zikai's challenge? I can't beat him, don't want to fight. After a moment of consideration, Su Zhe simply shook his head. He didn't see the need to stir up trouble, as making a big deal out of it might disrupt the All-Star Weekend schedule. This response left the host somewhat embarrassed, and the audience's enthusiasm cooled accordingly. Won't Mr. Yilianqun reconsider? This is a rare opportunity to spar with a professional player. The host had clearly overlooked one premise: a master of Su Zhe's caliber wouldn't regard professional players as untouchable gods like ordinary players would. Su Zhe calmly added, just a professional player. There will be opportunities in the future. The 6 words, just a professional player, hit the venue and instantly reignited the atmosphere. Outsiders thought he was arrogant, but those who truly understood could sense his confidence. Zhou Zikai picked up on this unusual self-assurance and proactively asked, "You're going to enter the professional scene, aren't you?" "Yes." Suze gave a definitive answer. "I'll be waiting for you." Zhou Zikai responded seriously. The brief interview ended, and Suze returned to the audience seats. At this moment, various teams were deep in thought. On Blue Rain's side, Huang Xiaodian shouted at the top of his lungs, "Captain, Captain, that guy wants to enter the professional scene. Has he already signed with another team?" Yuan Zhou looked thoughtful. Judging by his tone, it's possible. Maybe he's a trump card that some team has been hiding. But if he's really a trump card, why would he come out so openly? Huang Xiaodian frowned. Maybe it's psychological warfare. Yuan Zhou didn't elaborate further. In fact, other teams had their own thoughts as well. On Yishio's side, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this Yi Liangchun, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly felt strange. Meanwhile, Suze returned to his seat, completely uninterested in the attention from various teams and just wanting to keep a low profile. The girl in seat 18, who had been watching him all along, finally spoke up. "You're amazing." Clearly, she had been completely won over by Suze's performance. Suze responded coolly, but internally, he was calculating how to make an early exit. He was certain that plenty of eyes were on him right now. His suspicions proved correct as the surrounding audience had already started looking in his direction. Showing off and then being unable to escape, that was the real problem. He wasn't Yishio, who could pull off a dragon raises its head and then make a graceful retreat. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with this venue, so even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't know which way to go. The girl in seat 18 seemed to notice his predicament and suddenly leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Want to sneak out, right?" A soft fragrance wafted over, startling Suze, who instinctively turned his head sharply. His prominent nose brushed against the girl's soft lips, and she was also startled, reflexively leaning back. Because she was wearing those attack speed-boosting Balenciaga heels, her foot slipped, and she nearly fell into the arms of the male spectator in seat 19. Suze quickly reached out and gently pulled her delicate hand, but her glove slipped off in the process. The girl actually had 6 fingers naturally. She froze for a moment, then fell onto Suze's lap, her face buried between his legs. Suze looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and began contemplating life. In less than 2 seconds, the girl sprang up with a whoosh, completely flustered. Ahem. Suze cleared his throat, trying to ease the awkwardness. "You really have a way to get me out of here?" "Yes." The girl gave him just one word. "Then, could you help me out?" I can." She indeed kept her word, leading Suze through internal passages to slip out of the venue. In the night breeze, he could finally get a good look at this girl. Her fitted jacket outlined her slender curves, a bodycon miniskirt paired with black stockings, and her long legs looked particularly striking under the streetlights. Her shoulder-length twin tails were slightly long, with hair color like autumn leaves carrying a subtle hint of green that looked completely natural. Her face was still hard to make out clearly, and he couldn't tell if she was wearing makeup, but Suze didn't mind. He simply said, "Thanks a lot. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. I'm heading off now." "Why can't you treat me now?" the girl pressed. "Besides, you haven't added my contact info yet. How are you going to treat me to dinner?" "Do you believe in fate?" Suze asked with a smile. The girl was momentarily speechless. Seeing her silence, Suze waved his hand and leisurely walked away. The girl watched his retreating figure without trying to stop him. She considered herself reserved, truly embodying the low-key elegance of a refined lady. "Fate," she murmured softly, her expression suddenly shifting from gentle and graceful to mysteriously playful. "Yi Liangchen, Luoji Yunyan, I'll remember you." She wasn't the only one who remembered these 2 names. When someone concluded the second day of All-Star Weekend activities with a dragon raises its head, countless players went crazy, all trying to find out the origins of Yi Liangchun and the ID, Luoji Yunyan. For a while, various homophonic IDs like Luoji Yunyan and Luoji Yunyan were searched extensively. The real Luoji Yunyan was only level 1, which ironically meant no one paid attention to it, and more people ended up adding the wrong players as friends. Thus, the Glory Circle gained another hotly discussed name, Yi Liangchen. But who exactly was Yi Liangchen? Almost no one knew. A few days passed, and Yi Liangchen's popularity gradually faded. Ordinary people had almost forgotten about him, but professional players wouldn't forget. That evening, the Xingxin Internet Cafe was bathed in soft lighting with voices mingling in the air. Suze pushed through the door, followed by a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses who seemed somewhat reserved, Luo Ji, whose game ID was Dim Light. "Yichio should be back from All-Star Weekend by now. I'll take you to meet him," Suze said in a low voice, explaining to Luo Ji as they walked. Did he really pull off that dragon raises its head move? Luo Ji was still immersed in the shock from the livestream replay and couldn't help but marvel. Yeah. The two walked past rows of glowing monitors to reach the innermost area, perpetually shrouded in cigarette smoke. Suze skillfully booted up 2 machines next to Yishio and casually greeted him. "Did you enjoy All-Star Weekend?" "It was all right," Yishio replied casually, removing his headphones. Noticing Luo Ji behind Suze, he asked, a friend? Mind introducing him? Luo Ji goes by dim light in the game. Suze introduced, then pointed directly at Yishio. This is Yishio, the Yishio you all know. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yishio, Luo Ji, and Chunghua, who was sitting on the other side, all simultaneously looked up at Suze. Chunghua frowned. How did you know that? Mind your own business about how I know. Suze replied with his usual economy of words, yet his tone left no room for argument. Chunghua persisted. Did you know all along? This was the same question on Yishio's mind. He recalled their first meeting how Suze had boldly challenged him to PK and declared his intention to enter the professional scene. Had he seen through his identity even then? Suze had kept a low profile in the 10th server and was quickly forgotten by the player community. During the Christmas event, Hair Like Snow had shone brilliantly, but outsiders attributed the strong performance to the silver weapon Flowing Light, with attention always focused on that first-generation silver weapon. Otherwise, Suze would probably have been targeted by major teams long ago. Chunggua's questioning continued in his ears, but Suze looked at Yishio. I was at All-Star Weekend too. Tang Ro got crushed again, right? You were the substitute. Yes, I was the substitute, Yishio answered with a smile, though he sensed Suze was hiding something. The phrase crushed again made Chunggua slam the table in frustration. What do you mean crushed again? Little Tang won twice, okay. Fine. Suze replied dismissively, pulling Luo Ji to sit down and start practicing. Chunghua felt a bit dejected, but thinking of Suze's operational skills, she had other thoughts. I heard you want to enter the professional scene? Yeah. Interested in joining our team? Suze paused, instinctively looking at Yishio. Yishio smiled wryly. You haven't seemed very enthusiastic lately, even sold me your silver weapon. Still planning to go pro? I just sold a silver weapon. What does that have to do with whether I go pro or not? Suze countered. It has some relevance, Yishio shrugged. Suze pondered for a moment. My rent is almost due. How's your team preparation going? We haven't started yet. Chunghua felt somewhat embarrassed but quickly added, but it'll be soon. If you need a place to stay, I can arrange accommodation for you first. So what stage are you at now? Suze pressed. Currently, we're planning to establish a guild in the 10th server first. The person answering Suze was Yishio, who continued. With Lord Grimm's reputation, plus your silver weapon Flowing Light, as our guild's treasure, we should be able to attract plenty of players. Guild treasure? Suze raised an eyebrow. Can't a silver weapon serve as a guild treasure? Your Flowing Light has been hailed by players in the 10th server as the dragon-slaying blade, Yishio said with a smile. Suze snorted. I think Heaven-Reliant Sword would be more fitting. If you join our team, I'll give Flowing Light back to you. Yishio extended the olive branch. You might as well keep it as your guild treasure. Suze replied indifferently. A glint of cunning flashed in Yishio's eyes. What? Don't want to go pro anymore. After saying this, he tilted his head slightly and winked forcefully at Chunghua. What? Chunghua leaned down and whispered in his ear. Go close the door, don't let him escape. Yishio whispered back. None of these little movements escaped Suze's notice. As he wondered if the two were plotting something, he saw Chunghua get up and run to the door in a few steps. In less than half a minute, she returned and gave Yishio an okay gesture. Now we can have a proper chat. Yishio turned back around, sitting up straight. Suze had just finished clearing a group of monsters in the game and said without looking up, there's not much to discuss. I do have some requirements about meals and treatment. So you're agreeing? Yishio perked up. I've noticed you really do overthink things. Suze's words made Yishio tense up again. Then he slowly added, I agree. With the matter settled, Yishio finally showed a satisfied smile. Should have done this earlier. He then waved at Chunghua. Boss, go open the door. Don't interfere with the internet cafe's business. Suze was both amused and exasperated. Quite the strong-arm tactics. If I had refused, would I not have been able to leave this internet cafe? How could that be? Yishio spread his hands. I don't think so either. Suze chuckled lightly. If he really wanted to force his way out, he wasn't afraid. Still want the silver weapon? Yishio pointed at Suze's screen. I have a new one. Suze shook his head. Oh, let me see. Yishio leaned over. Suze opened Flowing Light's attribute panel. A few seconds later, Yishio cursed, incredible. How does it compare to your myriad manifestations umbrella? Suze asked with interest. Hard to say. Let's test it with a PK match. Yishio immediately sent an invitation. Seriously? Seriously. All right, let me return to the city first. Suze readily accepted the challenge. Their last PK was on the second day after the server opened. Back then, Yishio hadn't used his full strength, while Suze had given his all. Now, fighting again, Suze wanted to see exactly how much he had improved. Soon, Suze controlled his character, Hair Like Snow, and entered the arena. Corrected or something else? Yishio asked. Free mode, Suze replied. Free mode had no restrictions whatever level you were. You used that level. Whatever equipment you had, you used that equipment. Yishio was somewhat surprised because Hair Like Snow was only level 42 and hadn't awakened yet. while Lord Grim was already at full strength. Without considering silver weapons, Yishio's stats were even slightly higher. But once flowing light was factored in, hair like snow immediately gained the upper hand over Lord Grim. Free mode had advantages and disadvantages for both sides, making the outcome unpredictable. At this moment, the PK officially began. As soon as the battle began, Suze controlled Fa Ru Shui to launch an aggressive assault. Flowing Heart, Fury, Flowing Heart, Rise, Silver Light, Falling Blade. He unleashed 3 skills in rapid succession, the rhythms so fast they seemed to blur into one continuous motion. Flowing Heart, Rise was originally just meant for a momentum jump, but it came with absolute super armor, making it impossible for controls like Wave Splitter to interrupt. Using this window, Silver Light Falling Blade came crashing down. Lord Grim's umbrella sword instantly unlocked, first blocking, then sweeping upward in seamless succession. The blade cut through air as Suze rolled away to dodge. Flowing Heart, Pierce shot out, cold light flashing like lightning. Oh, pretty flashy skills, Yishio said casually as he controlled Lord Grim. How about trying this move? As Suze's words fell, Flowing Heart, Leap charged forward, closing the distance in a split second. The blade struck Lord Grim, but only cut through an afterimage. This is exactly why I said unspecialized characters are hard to deal with, Suze muttered helplessly. Trying to bait out all of Yishio's escape skills before finding an opportunity for a combo wasn't going to be that easy. He closed in again with lightning-fast movement. Yishio chuckled. Done with the skill demonstration? Time to get serious? Bring it on. Suze instantly focused, his hand speed exploding. The team members watching from the sidelines widened their eyes. What they thought was intense combat had only been probing. Unspecialized gameplay could be summed up in one word: fast. And what Suze excelled at most was precisely that: speed. 3 grueling matches. First round, Suze leveraged his mana advantage to combo Lord Grim to death. The next 2 rounds, Yishio seized tiny openings to counterattack, winning consecutively. So dirty. Both your class and you as a person, Suze rubbed his temples. In the final match, Yishio played completely defensively, giving no openings whatsoever. Suze even deliberately exposed weaknesses, but Yishio saw through them all, leading to Suze's bitter defeat. The longest match even lasted 30 minutes, with the complex competitive map adding more variables. Once you hit level 70, I might not be able to beat you anymore. Yishio removed his headphones, his tone casual. Suze responded coolly. Hard to say. Whoever shows an opening first might get taken down in one combo. Compared to my unspecialized, your manual blade master is truly terrifying. Yishio shook his head with a smile. Once you catch an opportunity, it's instant death. Unspecialized damage output is still a bit low. Suze just smiled. Yishio turned back to Chunghwa. Boss, what do you think? Chunghwa quickly pulled him aside and whispered. What do you think of Suze? Unlimited potential. His current skill level is already on par with mine. Yishio gave a straightforward quantified assessment. Overall ability around 5 stars. What's the maximum? Chunghwa pressed. 6 stars. 5 stars is already god level. Suze's consistency rating is only 5.5 stars because he plays manually, otherwise he might also be 6 stars. The most impressive thing is still his hand speed. In fact, Yishio's estimate was still a tier 2 high. Suze's game sense hadn't reached 6 stars. He was just forcibly compensating with terrifying reflexes. Otherwise, he'd probably only be 4.5 stars. Then how much would his signing fee be? Would he even consider our team? Chunghwa voiced her concerns. It's hard to say about the signing fee. What do you think Huang Xiaodian would be worth if he transferred? Yishio leaned back in his chair, holding an unlit cigarette between his lips, shaking his head slightly. The main thing is how to keep him here. Then what do we do? Chunghwa immediately deflated. Though her mind was racing with calculations, if they could poach Suze, they might steamroll through the Challenger League and even have a shot at the championship. What can we do? It depends on what he's thinking. Yishio shrugged. Despite his helplessness, he added, we can only try playing the emotional card. Emotional card? Chunghwa was stunned. She thought back their relationship with Suze seemed to consist of fighting a wild boss together once and running a few dungeons. But then again, there had been some special moments like when Suze had that high fever and they'd helped him out quite a bit. At this thought, Chunghwa instinctively glanced toward Tang Ro in the distance. Tang Ro was focused on her gameplay, but sensing their gaze, she walked over. Little Tang, what's your relationship with Suze like? Chunghwa asked directly. I don't know. Tang Ro gave an unexpected answer. You don't know? Chunghwa and Yishio exchanged glances, both surprised. Relationships could be acquaintances, friends, classmates, family, lovers, but rarely did anyone describe them as I don't know. Being able to say those words actually suggested that Tang Ro herself hadn't figured out what she and Suze were to each other. Tang Ro felt equally confused inside. Initially, she'd thought Suze was trying to pursue her, but later it seemed like she might have been overthinking it. Being suddenly questioned now left her feeling a bit flustered. We're planning to invite him to join the team, Chunghwa continued. Could you ask Suze what signing fee he'd be willing to accept? Me asked. Tang Ro was taken aback. She had no idea what an appropriate signing fee would be. You're closer to him. Yi Xiao also encouraged. All right. Tang Ro nodded and headed toward the training area. At that moment, Suze was wearing headphones, leading dim light through monster grinding in the wilderness, completely unconcerned with Yi Xiao and the others' little gathering. Seeing Tang Ro approach, he pushed his headphones down to his neck, his eyes still locked on the screen. What's up? I wanted to ask you something. Tang Ro leaned against the edge of the desk. Go ahead. Suze's hand speed didn't slow as his character's blade flashed, and a monster fell. What signing fee would you be willing to accept? 8 million. Suze answered without hesitation, his tone casual. A tribute to the 8 million warriors. 8 million. Tang Ro's eyes widened in shock. For her family, this amount wasn't much, but for her friend Chingua, it would be astronomical. Suze caught her expression and, without stopping his gameplay, smiled slightly. A bit less would be fine too. How much less? 800,000. But I need it right away. You know my family needs this money. From 8 million down to 800,000, a whole order of magnitude less. Tang Ro couldn't keep up with the pace for a moment. Why? She still asked aloud. Suze thought for a moment, then casually replied. Because of love. Love. Tang Ro's heart skipped a beat. Thinking about it carefully, besides Chengua, she was the only other female team member. Looking back at all their interactions, his sudden concern for her, sleeping in each other's beds, his attentiveness yet ruthless defeat of her in the arena, even the trust and certainty when he handed her that bank card with 500,000 yuan. All of this made Tang Ro realize that Suze was truly a mysterious person, so mysterious that even she, usually unperturbed, felt compelled to explore further. What's going on with you? Suze asked, looking at the silent Tang Ro. I need to calm down. I can't give you a clear answer right now. Tang Ro spoke quickly, then bolted upstairs. She needs to calm down over 800,000? Does Xingxin really not have that kind of money? Suze stared at her disappearing figure, helpless. He wasn't socially inept. Thinking it over, he quickly guessed why she was acting strange. Back at the rental place, he had overheard Tang Ro talking with the landlord, and he thought he caught something about chasing Suze. He figured he must have misheard and didn't dwell on it. But now it seemed something was off. If she's the one trying to chase me, why does she need to cool off? Is she waiting for me to make the first move? We're adults, why be shy? The more Suze thought about it, the weirder it felt. In reality, Tang Ro thought Suze was pursuing her, while Suze thought Tang Ro was pursuing him. They were both mistaken, which was equal parts ridiculous and exasperating. After Tang Ro ran upstairs, Yi Xiao and Chungua noticed the commotion. Seeing the two exchange a few words and then split, they worried the talk had fallen apart or turned into a fight. Chungua hurried upstairs after Tang Ro, while Yi Xiao walked over to Suze. Yi Xiao had long heard about Suze's sky-high asking prices. Back when Huang Xiaodian just wanted a peek at Legang's stats, Suze had the nerve to ask for 500,000. Absurd. What did you two talk about? Yi Xiao asked straight away. The signing bonus. 800,000. Paid after the challenge tournament. Suze said, even lower than his initial price. If that's not acceptable, he'll go to Yijian. Those rich kids aren't short on cash. Honestly, if money weren't an issue at home, I wouldn't even ask for a signing bonus. Only 800,000. Yi Xiao actually found it cheap. Yeah, but I have two conditions. Suze held up two fingers. First, I promised Luo Gid help make him an all-star. A summoner? Yi Xiao raised a brow. That's manageable. What's the second? The account card belongs to me. Deal. Yi Xiao agreed without hesitation. 800,000, and he wanted ownership of the account card? Dream on. Still, the silver weapon Liu Guang cost more than 800,000 just to build. Get the man signed first. Then it's settled. With that, Suze dove back into the game. Yi Xiao rapped the table. I'm going to handle the guild. Come give me a hand. You go ahead. Call me if there's a fight. I need to level up and hit the heavenly domain early. Suze didn't look up. You're not much of a team player, are you? Yi Xiao shook his head. If you want free labor, just say so. Suze rolled his eyes. Heh. Yi Xiao could only chuckle, his intentions laid bare. I'm going to find the boss, Suze said, standing up. Thinking he was going to discuss terms, Yi Xiao waved him on. She went upstairs. Go ahead. In fact, Suze had already gone up. He knocked, and Chungwa opened the door. She gave him a complicated look. Looking for Tang? I'm here for you. I want to discuss something. Come in, then. Chungwa stepped aside, and Suze walked into the two-bedroom apartment. In the living room, the two sat facing each other across the coffee table. Chungwa had completely lost her usual internet cafe boss lady demeanor, facing a master who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the great god Yi Xiao. Even without speaking, he carried an intimidating presence. When she heard Suze mention earlier that he only wanted 800,000 for his signing fee, she briefly wondered if she was dreaming. That amount was so low she'd be embarrassed to offer it. Ahem, what did you want to discuss? Chungwa spoke first, trying to calm her nerves. I need some keyboards. Can you provide them? Suze's tone was calm. Yes, no problem. When do you need them? Anything else? Chungwa was practically ready to grant any request. as soon as possible, and they need to be reliable. We have keyboards in the warehouse. Just wait here, I'll go get them. With that, she got up and left. As soon as the door closed, Tang Ro emerged from her room with a cup in hand. In fact, she had been eavesdropping through the door the entire time. She walked to the water dispenser to fill her cup, then paused on her way back to her room and turned around to ask, "Would you like some water?" "Sure, I'll have some." Suze sighed softly, his expression complex. A thought flashed through his mind. Should he pursue Tang Ro? If she really rejected him, and they became teammates later, seeing each other every day would be so awkward. As for Tang Ro's family background, if he actually won her over, he could confidently declare, even her father would have to show me respect. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Who knew what his mindset would be if it actually came to that? Tang Ro, meanwhile, was trying to interpret his sigh. Was it because she had rejected him earlier? Honestly, she was indeed curious about this guy who was a few years younger than her, and she didn't deny having some good feelings toward him, but robbing the cradle didn't seem quite right, did it? She shook her head vigorously, pushing away these distracting thoughts. She was here for the professional scene, with the goal of defeating all opponents. She handed him the water and sat down across from him. Suze had just begun when Tang Ro immediately interrupted. "I don't have those kinds of thoughts right now. I actually wanted to challenge you to a PK." He quickly changed direction. "All right." Tang Ro nodded. Suze drained his cup in one gulp and got up to go downstairs. At the entrance, Chunguo was coming up with a box full of unopened keyboards. "Just leave it there for now. I'll come get it later." He tossed out the comment and headed straight for the gaming area downstairs. After creating the arena room, he leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, waiting for Tang Ro. Before long, Han Yen Ro entered the room, and the ready button quickly lit up. Suze started the match without a word, immediately launching into a brutal assault, channeling all his frustration onto the keyboard and screen. Through several matches, he noticed that Tang Ro's mechanics were terrifyingly stable, but she lacked the necessary fighting spirit and wasn't particularly driven to win. Even so, he continued to dominate as he should, until even he lost interest. After another match ended, Suze didn't click start for a long time. From 2 computers away, Tang Ro typed, "Still playing?" The air was filled only with the sound of keyboards. Despite being just a few steps apart, they both chose to communicate through typing, creating a palpable sense of distance. Suze shrugged and typed back, "Let's call it here." "Let's call it here" could mean many things. In the evening, Suze and Mei Guang headed back home. Once at his rental apartment, he skillfully booted up his computer and connected to the internet. The moment he logged into Glory, a private message from Yishio popped up. "Coming to the Guild Guardian Demon fight?" The Guardian Demon was the core element of Guild gameplay. Defeating it not only allowed the Guild to tame the creature, but also granted all Guild members the blessing of Guardian's power. Currently, players favored a Tribute Guardian. The Mosted offered the best value since it essentially provided bonus attribute points that players could freely allocate. Throughout the entire game, only Guild Attribute Guardians allowed free point allocation. Other methods like leveling up or quest rewards either had fixed values or restricted allocation choices. Each level of Attribute Guardian gave players 8 free attribute points, reaching the maximum level of 20 mint 160 points. These 160 free attribute points were nearly equivalent to the combat power boost of a max-level orange equipment piece, which explained why major guilds were called major. Ordinary guilds lacked the strength to challenge high-tier Guardian demons, naturally missing out on substantial attribute points. Players sought to keep up with others, so flocking to major guilds became the norm. Xing Xian Guild had now reached level 5, making it urgent to accept Guardian missions and challenge Guardian demons. Once the mission triggered, the system would transport the challenge team into a dedicated dungeon containing nothing but the Guardian demon, with a maximum capacity of 20 players. Suze clicked Join and entered the 20-person team Yishio had just created, with the interface showing Team Full. Without delay, Yishio split the large group into 6 3-person teams and 1 2-person team. "Going in," he said, and with a flash of light, all 20 players were simultaneously transported into the dungeon. Upon landing in the dungeon, black mist swirled around them. While arranging positions, Yishio privately messaged Suze, "You'll draw aggro later and keep the Guardian Demon contained in a small area." "No problem. As long as it doesn't have any weird mechanics, I can handle it easily," Suze replied. In terms of level, attributes, and attack speed, he was the top damage dealer on the field. On the opposite side, Su Mucheng controlled Feng Shu Yen Mu to initiate the fight. 3 cannon shots rang out, with anti-tank artillery flames exploding in the thick fog, leaving only a few tiny sparks on that massive silhouette. A thunderous roar followed, making the air tremble as the enormous shadow suddenly straightened its body. Its towering, ski-reaching form instantly made everyone realize player characters were completely outclassed. As the Guardian Demon approached, Suze activated Flowing Heart, Fury, immediately boosting his attack power by 10. He then executed a triple slash to close in, followed by the aerial combo Flowing Heart, Leap, Flowing Heart, Rise, Flowing Heart, Pierce. This was his newly mastered air combo, launching with Flowing Heart, Leap, connecting with Flowing Heart, Rise for a knockup, and finishing with Flowing Heart, Pierce for penetration. The entire sequence dealt massive damage and maintained super armor status from Flowing Heart, Rise, until the combo's end, making it impossible for ordinary armor-breaking skills to interrupt. Of course, this whole combo didn't take long at its fastest. It could be completed within a second, and at its slowest, it might drag on for 4 or 5 seconds. Suze finished his combo in less than a second, then circled around the guardian demon with swift movements, his sword light trailing fire-like afterimages. At this point, the guardian demon's attack patterns were still quite monotonous, lifting its massive foot and slamming it down hard onto the ground. But given Suze's speed and reflexes, hitting him was nearly impossible. When the guardian demon turned around again to face Suze's character, Fa Ru Shui, it suddenly changed tactics, raising its hand and sweeping it down as fierce winds slashed like axes. Suze caught the telltale signs the moment the giant arm lifted, sidestepping with a sliding motion. He vanished from the wind's path, while his sword energy continued to deal damage along the demon's back. The other players witnessed this scene firsthand, but their own movements unconsciously slowed by half a beat, as if they were so stunned they forgot to press their keys. While watching Suze's solo performance, Yishio calmly issued commands through the guild voice chat. Back row, retreat 2 steps. DPS line, advance 1 step. His timing was perfect, practically hand-holding level guidance. Suddenly, 2 players ignored the orders and insisted on charging forward to clash head-in with the guardian demon. Before they could even get close, their character models were directly erased by the system. System messages. Player Tiao Wei Sheng has been expelled from the guild by guild leader Jun Mo Xiao. Player Qing Run has been expelled from the guild by guild leader Jun Mo Xiao. The two had only stepped 1 body length beyond the safety line Jun Mo Xiao had planned. Yishio didn't even bother asking questions, she simply kicked them out. Challenging the guardian demon required guild membership, so with this expulsion, both players were instantly ejected from the dungeon. The rhythm inside remained undisturbed. Suze continued his close-quarters battle with the guardian demon, his flowing sword light resembling a legendary swordsman dueling an evil demon lord. However, the guardian demon wasn't truly an evil boss. After its health was depleted, it looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, as if acknowledging Suze's strength, then knelt on one knee. The system ruled, challenge successful. From now on, the demon belonged to Excellent Era Guild. System announcements simultaneously flooded both the World Channel and Excellent Era Guild channel. Congratulations to Excellent Era Guild for successfully challenging the demon and obtaining the demon's guardian power of attributes. Players had long since figured out how to use the free attribute points that came with guardian power. Some stared at their newly gained points cautiously, storing them in their warehouse first. Others allocated them cheerfully, without delay. Suze didn't hesitate, he invested everything into strength. If his base strength had been insufficient, he might have deliberated. But when the strength threshold was already high enough, adding 1 more point could potentially create a qualitative change with massive damage output benefits. Guild leader, what was the deal with those 2 who got kicked just now? Seemed like they were from your team. Someone couldn't help but ask in the World Channel. Yishio ignored it, only chuckling in the Dungeon Channel. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. Not hard at all. Not at all. Over a dozen players quickly responded. Next, whether you stay or leave is entirely up to you. Jun Mo Xiao dropped this line, followed by an enthusiastic smiley face emoji. As his words fell, 11 players left the guild in perfect synchronization. Among those he knew, only 2 players remained, DG Mao and Ju Sei. After defeating the guardian demon, Yishio sent another message. Come to the arena, I need your help with something. Suze sighed helplessly, closed his idle window, and hurried to the arena. On screen, Yishio was controlling Lord Grimm in combat against an account named Peerless Beauty. Peerless Beauty was a blade master with decent skills, but only decent at best. During their exchange, his sword would occasionally pause slightly, allowing Yishio to exploit these openings and chip away 2 health bars. I'm here. What's up? Suze typed. This guy is Blue River from Bluebrook Guild. Think you can convince him to help us manage our guild temporarily? Yishio quickly replied. Why are you asking me to handle this? Suze rubbed his forehead. You're also a blade master, and I've noticed you're pretty good at persuasion. Didn't you manage to convince Wei Guang to come to the internet cafe? Yishio replied with amusement. Fine, I'll do it. But give me back my flowing light first. Suze demanded his silver weapon. Yishio raised an eyebrow and said, What are you planning? Expression from the other side of the screen, but still opened the trade window. Suze retrieved flowing light, immediately sent a friend request to Peerless Beauty, and both simultaneously left the PK room. The city was shrouded in deep night, with rooftops covered in a thin layer of moonlight. Suze led Peerless Beauty across connected rooftops, choosing a secluded ridge to stop. Blue River, controlling peerless beauty from behind his screen, finally stabilized his landing, and his first words over voice chat were, "Why did you bring me to a place like this? I have an important task for you." Suze got straight to the point. "Don't you know I'm a spy?" "Spy sounds too harsh. How about switching sides?" Suze made no attempt to hide his poaching intentions. Blue River immediately cursed. "Damn, you're even more outrageous than Lord Grimm." Suze laughed. "Come join us, and I'll give you the silver weapon Flowing Light. It's only level 30, but its attack power is impressive, comparable to level 50 purple equipment. It's incredibly useful and has 5 enhanced skills. Pretty cool, right?" Blue River's tone was probing. "Aren't you afraid I'll just take the silver weapon and run?" "What's to fear? If you really run, I'll just go cause trouble for Blue Brook Guild." Suze shrugged. "Let me lower the conditions. Help us manage the guild for a while. When you want to leave later, you can take the weapon with you, but don't give it to anyone else." These words were neither humble nor arrogant, displaying considerable confidence. Suze knew that, strictly speaking, Flowing Light was no longer exclusively his, but if he really wanted to, making another one wouldn't be difficult. Blue River had already planned to stay in Happy Guild for a while, and these conditions made him even more tempted. After brief consideration, he replied, "All right." The trade window appeared, and Suze placed Flowing Light inside, but waited in vain for confirmation. "Never mind," Blue River sighed. "If people find out I took a silver weapon, I won't be able to explain it." "You're right." Suze thought about it and withdrew the trade. "Come find me when you're ready to leave then." With the matter settled, Suze quickly logged off and left still had a pile of leveling plans waiting. 5 days later, Happy Guild welcomed another batch of high-level players. Suze didn't pay much attention, focusing on leveling up. He would appear when needed for guardian demon battles, but spent the rest of his time grinding levels. At this moment, he was leading Wei Guang in monster hunting at Thousand Waves Lake. The lake water rippled, and lightning flashed around monster spawn points. Wei Guang had reached level 39, while Suze had climbed to level 44. Just as they were getting into the rhythm, a system notification popped. UPA, private message from Yishio. "Someone's planning to make a move against our people. Go handle it." Yishio then explained the situation to Suze. They needed to run the Thousand Waves Lake dungeon and barely managed to gather 5 players. Thousand Waves Lake was a level 40-43 team dungeon, but Suze was the only one at level 44, exceeding the level cap and unable to enter according to the rules. Meanwhile, the major guilds set their sights on Qian Chong, the only team member who met the level requirement, planning to kill him repeatedly until he reached level 44, preventing the team from even meeting the dungeon's entry threshold. Qian Chong was a battle mage who excelled at ambushing players and stealing kills, making him a prime target for hatred. The guilds used the banner of ridding the world of evil to justify their actions, simultaneously blocking Yishio's record attempt while maintaining their righteous facade. This strategy was undeniably vicious. After receiving intelligence from Yishio, Suze immediately sprang into action. While he couldn't enter the dungeon, the entire lakeside became his hunting ground. Any guild players he encountered near the lake were instantly eliminated without a word, combined leveling with PvP seamlessly. Under Yishio's remote guidance and blessed with Suze's mystical luck aura, Wei Guang's skills improved dramatically, with his summoned creatures providing reliable support. Suze wielded his twin silver weapons, Flowing Light, alternating between them as flashing blade lights turned the lake's surface into shattered silver. When more players gathered, he would simply stealth and retreat, returning like a ghost once the crowds dispersed. Taking on 5 players single-handedly was like clearing trash mobs to Suze. He was eager to try Oliver Sussen, but unfortunately, the main forces had all gone to pursue Yishio, so he reluctantly followed. When Suze caught up to Yishio, he found him in a standoff across the lake with Yi Duhan Tan, the commander of tyrannical ambition. "Can we call it quits? We admit defeat this time." Yi Duhan Tan immediately surrendered, adopting an extremely humble posture. "Oh, sure," Yishio replied readily. Yi Duhan Tan's eyes lit up instantly. "Thank you. Territory or reparations?" Yishio immediately presented the conditions. "What?" Yi Duhan Tan responded instinctively, then broke into a cold sweat a second later. Yishio smiled. "Territory means letting us level at Thousand Waves Lake. Reparations, as usual, I'll provide a materials list." Yi Duhan Tan had anticipated this outcome, but still felt his heart bleeding. Isn't this a bit much?" He rambled on, but couldn't produce any negotiation strategy. "Doesn't surrender always involve ceding territory and paying reparations? Letting you choose between the two is quite humane," Yishio said with casual indifference. Suze grew impatient and interjected. "No need to force anyone. We could just PvP and make their equipment drop." Yi Duhan Tan shuddered. "Devil, what kind of person says such things?" But on second thought, killing for loot wasn't uncommon in God's domain. That one-sword soaring cloud had practically robbed every guild's field bosses, earning a notorious reputation. Recently, one-sword soaring cloud had completely disappeared. Could he have really come to the new server to cause trouble? This person before him, with snow-white hair, had a strikingly similar style. At this thought, Yidu Han Tan's vision darkened, as if some great calamity was about to befall him. Yi Jian Ling Yun's reputation in God's domain was no less impressive than that of professional players. In fact, among most casual players, his fame even surpassed that of many pros. Many players didn't pay much attention to the professional scene and could only name the core figures of various teams, but Yi Jian Ling Yun's reputation was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Upon learning that Yi Jian Ling Yun had created an alt account in the new server, numerous guilds decisively chose to pay compensation rather than fight. It wasn't that they hadn't considered sniping him after all. They had tried before in God's domain and sometimes succeeded. But every successful attempt was followed by devastating retaliation. Having nothing to lose, Yi Jian Ling Yun had no reservations and would relentlessly target whichever guild crossed him. The major guilds still had missions assigned by their teams to complete and couldn't afford to waste energy on this. Send elite members? Then no one would compete for field bosses or run dungeons. Send regular members? That was just feeding kills. By Qinxiu Lake, Suze was leisurely grinding monsters and leveling up. When he encountered guild members who refused to pay compensation, he casually killed them. When he met skilled players hiding their guild tags, he killed them just the same. After all, it was impossible for solo players without guild backing to appear on this high-level map. Mei Guang's summoned creature assisted from the side, allowing Su Zhe to practically fight against multiple opponents. Anyone who defied him would first taste a great draw slash, and if they still resisted, extreme rising dragon slash would immediately follow. He charged forward recklessly, killing gods if gods blocked his way, killing Buddhas if Buddhas stood in his path. At this moment, Su Zhe was leveling not far from the Qinxiu Lake dungeon entrance. There were more players here all the guilds needed to run dungeons. Sure enough, he spotted a 5-person team. He controlled Fa Ru Shui to flash in front of them, planted his sword with both hands, and struck a pose that said, "I own this mountain, I planted this tree." Seeing Fa Ru Shui's ID, the 5-person team didn't dare waste words and immediately fled. Wanna run? Not so easy. Su Zhe signaled Mei Guang's summoned creature to block their path while Fa Ru Shui pursued with 5-stage slash connecting into extreme rising dragon slash, then switched weapons to follow up with flowing heart. Rising thrust's seamless combo. Escaping from his grasp was even harder than escaping from Yishio. When it came to bullying weaker players, Su Zhe was more skilled than Yishio. In terms of raw ability, Su Zhe was already Glory's #1, only slightly inferior to other top-tier masters in tactics, awareness, and game understanding. Within seconds, the priest was killed first, and the remaining 4 were forced by the summoned creature to jump into the lake. Jumping into water? They die even faster. Su Zhe controlled Fa Ru Shui to leap into the lake as well. The underwater resistance actually corrected his excessive movements, as if everyone was subjected to 10 times gravity. His movements remained fluid while his opponents moved as slowly as if they had just learned to crawl. After easily eliminating the 4 players, he leaped out of the water again, his gaze continuing to search for other targets. Just then, a friend request popped up with the ID, Yinyut Songsong. After Su Zhe accepted it, he sent a message. "What's up?" Yinyut Songsong was instantly furious upon receiving this message. How dare he ask how? After killing so many members of Misty Rain Tower, he had the audacity to ask how. He took 2 deep breaths, barely managing to suppress his anger, and typed out a negotiation. "Can't you stop targeting our Misty Rain guild? How about killing members from other guilds instead? I can only say that Misty Rain happened to cross my path. I suppose that counts as a special kind of fate. Why don't you tell me where members of other guilds are, and I'll go kill them?" Su Zhe replied. The word fate pierced Yinyut Songsong's eyes like nails. He wished he could claw out those 2 words, or better yet, gouge out his own eyeballs. Fate? More like a cursed destiny, he typed through gritted teeth. Misty Rain Tower admits defeat. Oh, then go find Lord Grimm about that. It's not my concern. Su Zhe dropped this line and decisively closed the chat window. Like a sudden turbulent current appearing on a lake's surface, the fish that had been swimming along their predetermined routes were all scattered in chaos. Su Zhe was that current itself, wide-ranging in influence and devastating in impact. On this day, he once again joined Yishio's team. His character had reached level 46, with their target dungeon being the level 4446 Dark Forest. With Su Zhe as the team's absolute damage-dealing machine, they completed 3 consecutive runs in half the usual time, setting an astounding record. Swordsman wasn't the highest damage-dealing class in Glory, but Su Zhe had mastered it to perfection. High sustainability, high burst damage, with virtually no obvious weaknesses. Yishio's Lord Grimm was the ceiling for the unspecialized class, while Su Zhe's Swordsman represented the pinnacle of the swordsman system. This record is probably at its limit, Yishio commented while looking at the panel data. Pretty much. I'm almost level 47, so running this again would exceed the level cap, Su Zhe responded. Without other guilds competing, Don't you find this kind of grinding boring? Dungeons are inherently tedious, regardless of records, Suze replied flatly. That's why you're better suited for the professional arena. That's where the real challenges are, Yishio persuaded. Didn't I already agree to join your team? Suze replied with exasperation. But I've noticed you don't really mesh with your teammates. You've been deliberately avoiding Tangro lately. Did you two have a falling out? Judging by our coordination, I don't have any problems, do I? Besides, Samsara's Josukai is also an individualistic type. As for Tangro, there's no conflict at all, Suze replied dismissively. Is that so? Yishio sent a line of text followed by a confused emoji. Really, it's nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll continue leveling. Suze didn't want to discuss it further and directly closed the chat box. Life in the new server couldn't exactly be called exciting. Without guilds causing trouble, he divided his leveling process into three main components: dungeons, grinding monsters, and quests, progressing according to schedule. Due to the level gap, he mostly operated solo, while Dim Light went to receive systematic guidance from Yishio. On the screen, the character, hair like snow, had silver-white hair flowing gently in the moonlight, holding a sword horizontally. Suze looked at his character interface and felt a faint loneliness in his heart. At this moment, he was just like his character, hair like snow, a white-haired swordsman, lonely as snow, experiencing the solitude of great heights. Day after day, time passed quietly as levels climbed steadily and professional league matches continued one after another. Before long, January was drawing to a close and the spring festival was approaching. Glory's official team had already posted event banners early, featuring eye-catching phrases like longest duration and most generous rewards. However, to match the festive atmosphere, the activities were completely different from the Christmas, combat, and carnage events, making the content seem rather monotonous by comparison. Wei Guang had already packed his bags and headed home, leaving Suze alone in the rented apartment. He leaned back in the desk chair, surveying the empty living room. The cold walls, the half-empty water dispenser, and the low hum of the computer's cooling fans made his solitude feel even more tangible. But this loneliness was something he had long grown accustomed to. As someone who had crossed over to this world, he always felt out of place, and his emotional connection to his original family was surprisingly shallow. Suze wanted to go professional for one reason only. He wanted everyone to remember that there was once a person named Suze who controlled the Blade Master, hair like snow, and left a bold mark in the professional league. History might not record his name, but if he became strong enough, the professional league's records would immortalize his existence, perhaps even surpassing Yishio. Before New Year's Eve, his family called asking if he was coming home. He brushed them off with too busy with work and casually transferred the money he'd earned from scavenging and selling equipment over the past few days. The remaining balance was more than enough to cover rent and utilities. The lights in the rental building went out one by one. Even the hallway lights that usually stayed on all night went dark, and the landlord had returned to his hometown. While others busied themselves preparing for the new year, he was clearing monsters and dungeons. While others gathered around dinner tables for reunion feasts, he waited for matches in the arena. Queue times were indeed longer, but there were still plenty of passionate players, so he could always find opponents. During the spring festival holiday, when most people were still immersed in fireworks and family reunions, the character, hair like snow, glowed with golden light. Level 50, entering the realm of gods. The system announced every player's first entry into the realm of gods, immediately flooding the world chat. The phrase Hall of Masters held irresistible appeal for any player, but for Suze, it was just another tick on his daily progress bar. What truly stunned people was that he was only level 50. The accepted wisdom was that entering the realm of gods at level 50 indicated at least professional level skill. Discussion erupted everywhere, but the person in question remained completely unfazed. He controlled hair like snow while grinding monsters on a level 55 map. With his skills, farming higher level monsters would be no challenge, but the experience penalty for fighting creatures more than 5 levels above made this map more efficient. In the realm of gods, which was almost exclusively populated by max-level characters, the level 50, hair like snow, stood out like a rare specimen, drawing screenshots and private messages from passing players, all of which he ignored. Soon, he arrived at a dangerous zone. This place had no powerful wild monsters. The danger came from jagged cliffs and narrow stone bridges, where one wrong step meant plunging into an endless abyss. Precisely because of this, few people ventured here. Suze navigated the scattered rocks with practiced ease, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. In his previous life, when using the character One Sword Above Clouds, whenever he was cornered, he would lure his pursuers to this treacherous place, and then counterattack. At that moment, Suze logged into the Jianling Yun account on another computer and traded some rare materials to the Fa Ru Shui character. After securing the materials, he immediately followed the upgrade guide left by Mei Guang, feeding the corresponding materials one by one into the weapon editor. A flash of silver light erupted, and the newly forged level 50 lightsaber, Lu Guang, was created. Lu Guang level 50. Weapon type, Lightsaber requires lightsaber mastery. Weight, 2 kilograms. Attack speed, 18. Physical attack, 680. Magic attack, 670. Strength, 70. Spirit, 50. Additional attributes. Critical rate 20, movement speed 10, attack speed 15, strength, stamina, spirit 10. Special effect, strength 300. For each additional skill added to the quick skill bar, strength 25. Crafted skill, Liu Xian sequentially releases thrust, leap, rise, and fury techniques based on character movements. With the silver weapon upgrade complete, he also traded several level 50 orange equipment pieces he had scavenged to Fa Ru Shui, then logged off Jian Lingyun. After all, he didn't plan to use his main account to boost his alt, and besides, with the complete equipment set, Fa Ru Shui's attributes had already surpassed Jian Lingyun. In the Divine Realm, level 70 players were everywhere, and ordinary level 50 equipment was worthless unless it was orange great. After equipping the new gear, Suze was about to control Fa Ru Shui to leave when he noticed a red dot rapidly approaching on his radar. Moments later, a player broke through the monster horde and stopped in front of him. ID. Jiangnan Yanyu, an elemental mage from the Yanyu Lu Guild, clearly skilled. Daring to venture into the Divine Realm at level 50, you must be quite capable, Jiangnan Yanyu said in the local chat. Whether I'm capable or not isn't for you to judge, Suze replied coolly, turning his character to leave. A mature female voice came through his headset. Let me ask you something, have you seen Jian Lingyun? Suze's fingers paused slightly as he countered. Are you looking to cause trouble for him? He silently calculated. This elemental mage who could venture here alone might be useful for grinding monsters and leveling up. Jian Lingyun has stolen several bosses from our Yanyu Lu Guild, Jiangnan Yanyu said with casual amusement. I'm bored, so I came to see if he's really as formidable as the rumors say. Oh, if you're just looking, then I don't know. Suze feigned innocence. So you do know where he is? Jiangnan Yanyu keenly picked up on his tone. Help me level up, and I'll tell you, Suze proposed. Swordsman had weak area effect abilities, and he needed a damage dealer to leech experience from. Help you level? Why should I? Jiangnan Yanyu's laughter was low but playful. Because I'm Fa Ru Shui, Suze said calmly. Yeah, I know your character is called Fa Ru Shui, so what? Her interest seemed even more piqued. When I make it big in the professional scene, knowing that you helped me level will be something you can brag about for a long time, Suze said with quiet confidence, not backing down an inch. Haha, you're really bold to say that. Jiangnan Yanyu burst into laughter. Even the sound of her patting the table came through the microphone. Suze typed expressionlessly. Are you done laughing? Sorry, not yet. Jiangnan Yanyu replied casually, though her laughter gradually subsided. After all, this wasn't really that funny a matter. If you can beat me, I'll consider helping you level up. How about it? Jiangnan Yanyu said. Suze's furrowed brow immediately relaxed since his opponent was asking for a beating. He was more than happy to oblige. With that thought, his character, hair like snow, dashed forward with lightning speed, his sword gleaming coldly as he opened with Immortal's guidance. So fast, Jiangnan Yanyu gasped inwardly, barely managing to dodge at the last second by sidestepping, then quickly raised an ice wall to block the retreat path before charging up Blizzard. Faced with the ice wall, Suze didn't hesitate to draw his blade. Draw slash thundered down, shattering the ice instantly. Just as he was about to pursue, he saw his opponent use instant teleport to create distance, and a flame storm came roaring toward him. Playing this aggressively? Perfect, Suze thought to himself as he channeled his energy, unleashing the triple dash, triple slash. At that moment, Jiangnan Yanyu had already begun chanting the level 70 ultimate skill, Heaven's Thunder, Earth's Fire. If it hit, Suze's meager level 50 health would surely be cut in half. How could he give such an opportunity? His figure flickered as he closed in, but Jiangnan Yanyu proved ruthless, directly using the ultimate to seal the entire area while activating mobile casting. Elemental mages were already top tier in ranged AoE burst damage, but unfortunately, this one had encountered a manually controlled swordsman renowned for speed. Fire pillars, ice spears, and lightning intertwined as Suze moved with nimble steps, weaving through the dense spell barrage. Each dodge grazed the edge of the skills, bringing him ever closer to his opponent's safe zone. Don't chase so eagerly, making me shy, Jiangnan Yanyu said, feeling the pressure but still managing some trash talk. Then I'll beat you a few more times until you're not shy anymore, Suze replied coolly, finally closing in with a surprise, flowing heart. Leap, attack. Jiangnan Yanyu had never seen a swordsman open like this and was caught off guard for a moment. What followed was a lightning-fast sword combo. Leap into rise, then thrust, a short burst. Silver light blade drop, uppercut, triple slash, draw slash, executed in one fluid motion. Continuous thrust, uppercut, rising dragon slash, sustained aerial combo. Reverse wind thrust, falling phoenix slash, harvesting health. Meteor, leap rising thrust, uppercut, launching high again. Finally, Suze stepped back and executed wind-facing single slash, creating a silver-white sword gleam that passed by her ear. A few strands of Jiangnan Yinyu's hair drifted down as her health bar was left with just a sliver. Had enough? Suze sheathed his sword with style, resting both hands on the hilt with a calm tone. Jiangnan Yinyu fell silent for a few seconds. Just as Suze was about to type, she suddenly spoke. You said you want to go pro? Which team are you joining? Help me level up, and I'll tell you once I reach level 70. Suze didn't give a definitive answer. It's New Year, so has time to play games all the time. Jiangnan Yinyu's tone was sullen. When will you have time then? Suze pressed. I don't have time. So you're just going to welch on the bed? I really don't have time, I need to binge watch shows. Cheesy romance dramas? Suze typed. How did you know? Don't all girls like that stuff? What's so interesting about melodramatic romance and tragic love stories? Even if I wasn't watching shows, I'd be out having fun during New Year's. When I have time, okay? I promise I'll help you level up when I'm free, Jiangnan Yinyu assured him. By the time you're free, I'll probably already be max level. Suze grumbled internally, feeling completely ripped off. Running into an untrustworthy female scoundrel during New Year's was truly infuriating. After Suze sent that message, he didn't want to deal with this person anymore. Hey, I only said I'd consider it. How is that being unreasonable? Being called unreasonable left Jiang and Yinyu both amused and exasperated. She quickly sent another voice message. What's the point of playing games all day? Wouldn't it be nice to go out and explore? Like here in S City during the spring festival, the scenery is absolutely beautiful. H City isn't bad either. It's truly a picturesque southern landscape, but unfortunately, Suze stopped typing and switched to voice, drawing out the final note with a lingering tone. No matter how beautiful the scenery, it all seemed irrelevant to him. He felt like just another transient traveler in the city, drifting with the wind. Sensing the subtle melancholy in his voice, Jiangnan Yinyu pressed. Unfortunately what? Not wanting to expose his vulnerability to others, Suze shifted his tone. Unfortunately, in this season of falling petals, one should encounter a beauty. A beauty? That's me. Jiangnan Yinyu couldn't help but smile to herself. If you won't help me level up, then you're not. Suze immediately retorted. Hee hee, call me beautiful lady, and I'll help you level up. You help me level up first, and if I'm satisfied, then I'll call you beautiful lady. Call me what? I think my headset is broken. Beautiful lady. Suze raised his voice half a pitch. Oh, I heard that. On the screen, Suze sent a string of ellipses. For someone so sparing with words, today he'd truly been outmaneuvered. This person really had a wicked sense of humor. Meanwhile, in an elegantly decorated high-rise apartment in S City, a white-haired swordsman wielding a silver-white blade moved with fluid precision on the computer screen, looking every bit like a legendary master. Sitting before the screen was Chu Yunxiu, captain of the Yinyu team. She casually picked up a lady's cigarette from the table, held it between her fingers, parted her red lips, and let the smoke drift slowly. Originally just bored, she had logged into the guild's alternate account, planning to check out this Jian Ling Yun, who had been disrupting guild activities lately, but hadn't expected to encounter such an interesting character. Thinking that her best friend Su Muching was probably spending the holiday with Yishio, she decided to spend her own holiday in the game. But her family kept worrying about her marriage prospects, making her sigh helplessly. She was only 22, hardly cause for such concern. With her qualifications, was she really worried about finding someone to marry? Despite her outward nonchalance, Chu Yunxiu had some peculiar fantasies about her future partner. She loved melodramatic shows and hoped her own love story would be equally exciting like this swordsman before her. Powerful yet pretending to need help leveling. Coolly aloof, yet easily manipulated. The plot was already forming in her mind. So she smiled and spoke into her mic. Since you have such good taste, this beautiful lady will help you level up. About time. Suze immediately responded, his tone still carrying that aloof edge. Hearing his voice, Chu Yunxiu curved her lips. You're from the Xingxing Guild, so you must know Jun Ma Xiao pretty well, right? She had originally wanted to continue probing about Jun Ma Xiao's true identity, but held back at the last moment. I wouldn't say very well, but we have a good relationship, Suze replied. Not very well, but a good relationship. Chu Yunxiu was almost confused by the contradiction, finding his way of speaking increasingly amusing. Level 55 Training Zone, Hessen City. Suze, controlling hair like snow, had barely landed when he began circling the crumbling city walls at a rapid pace. His sword drew the aggro of every monster in sight, as he roughly herded them toward the open plaza nearby. Close behind, misty rain of Jiangnan, Chu Yunxiu's elementalist raised her staff high, unleashing torrents of lightning, ice, and fire that obliterated the monsters in an instant. With an elementalist on the team, Suze's leveling speed visibly accelerated, though he knew full well that Blade Master wasn't the ideal class for pulling monsters. Their division of labor was clear. Suze gathered the monsters into clusters, while Chu Yunxiu harvested them with wave after wave of AoE skills. When both pulled monsters simultaneously, their efficiency multiplied exponentially. The God's Domain naturally offered higher experience drops than regular zones, making leveling remarkably fast, one of the reasons Suze was so eager to break into the God's Domain. But the most important reason was still to gather materials for his silver weapon. Chu Yunxiu's attention was quickly drawn to Suze's weapon. A mere level 51 Blade Master dealing ridiculously high damage, plus several skills she'd never seen before clearly originating from that peculiar silver weapon. What caught her interest even more was Suze's flashy, theatrical combat style, perfectly matching Misty Rain team's stage presence philosophy. But then she reconsidered such talent would be wasted if confined to Misty Rain alone. So while controlling her character to farm monsters, Chu Yunxiu spoke up. You still haven't said which team you want to join. Perhaps I could introduce you. Suze thought for a moment. No particular preference, but Happy Team would be my first choice. Happy Team. Chu Yunxiu was stunned. The other party was from Happy Guild with considerable skill, possibly close to Yiqiu, but she'd never heard of any Happy Team from her best friend Su Muching. You're planning to join Yiqiu's team? But it'll be at least a year before he actually establishes one. Pro careers are short enough as this, though you really want to waste that year. Chu Yunxiu's tone carried a hint of exasperation. I wouldn't call it a waste. Suze maneuvered his character to dodge sideways, adding casually. As long as I want to compete, time isn't an issue. For older pro players, hand speed and reflexes would decline, but Suze wasn't worried about that at all. Chu Yunxiu interpreted his words as youthful confidence, thinking perhaps this guy was just a devoted fanboy of Yiqiu. She suddenly grew curious about his real age and asked, How old are you? Suze paused for 2 seconds, then casually threw out a number, 20. Online, when girls asked his age, he always said 20. When guys asked, he'd say 20 at we. No particular reason. After hearing this, Chu Yunxiu still felt anxious for him. 20 isn't that young anymore. If you really want to go pro, you need to start soon. 20's still okay, right? Suze silently complained, then blurted out, How old are you then? I'm 18. Chu Yunxiu answered matter-of-factly. Hey, you're 18? Suze didn't believe it for a second. What? Is there a problem? Chu Yunxiu snorted lightly. No problem. If you hadn't said 18, I would have guessed 16. Suze spoke without thinking. Women loved hearing youthful compliments, and he certainly understood that. To keep Chu Yunxiu motivated about power leveling him, he was happy to flatter her. Chu Yunxiu rolled her eyes. I'm not that young. Only some little girls would fall for your tricks. Chu Yunxiu said this, but her tone sounded quite cheerful. Aren't you just a little girl? Suze teased casually. Of course I am. Chu Yunxiu kept typing on her keyboard, but her heart fluttered. How could this guy say such charming words in such a cold tone? He was like a domineering CEO straight out of a drama. Having watched too many melodramatic TV shows, her mind suddenly felt itchy, as if she was developing a love-struck brain. Suze, who had seemed edgy and cold in her impression, suddenly transformed into a cool and domineering boss. No, I need a cigarette to calm down, she muttered, and with a click of her lighter, smoke rose as she took a deep drag and slowly exhaled. Hearing that subtle breathing sound, Suze asked, Are you smoking? Or are you using a voice changer? He imagined. Could the person on the other end be some gross guy using a voice changer? If so, he'd want to shout, Demon, taste my sword, and rush over to strike down this monster. Chu Yunxiu didn't understand what voice changer meant at first, but after processing it, she shot back. Who says girls can't smoke? You can smoke, but maybe try to cut back a little. Suze showed casual concern and smoothly changed the topic. Do you smoke? Chu Yunxiu gossiped while maintaining smooth gameplay, without any lag. I quit. Suze explained that he had smoked in his previous life but hadn't touched cigarettes for almost a year, and since crossing into this world, he hadn't touched a single one. How long have you been quit? Chu Yunxiu continued probing. Suze didn't answer directly, instead saying, You're not a professional player, are you? The other person had mentioned being able to introduce him to teams and seemed to have close connections with various teams, so being a professional player was quite possible. Misty Rain Tower, professional player, and a female player. Suze recalled that he had only heard of one female player from Team Misty Rain. Chu Yunxiu. Chu Yunxiu, he blurted out. Chu Yunxiu, who had been resting her chin on her hand while thinking of what to say, was so startled by this shout that she choked, nearly coughing her lungs out from the smoke she had just inhaled. Suze made a soft questioning sound. Just choked for a moment. You actually think I'm Chu Yunxiu? What made you think that? She deflected gracefully. Your skills are really good. Suze explained. Just because my skills are good means I'm Chu Yunxiu? There are tons of skilled players out there. Chu Yunxiu felt she hadn't revealed too much of her abilities and spoke with full confidence. Also, your voice sounds really nice, very much in line with my impression of Chu Yunxiu. Suze added. Chu Yunxiu froze, her lips curving upward uncontrollably before she quickly pressed them together. She was alone in her room, so the gesture seemed rather pointless. But she wondered to herself, why does this hair like snow guy keep being so charming? Wait, something's not right. Suze's voice came through the chat. How do you know Chu Yunxiu has a nice voice? I guessed it. You know what I mean by impression? Like an imagined impression. Suze replied. Actually, he had heard Chu Yunxio's voice once at an all-star weekend event, but it was so long ago that the memory had become blurry. This comment made Chu Yunxio's emotions surge again. He actually fantasizes about me? Fantasizes about what? Nothing inappropriate, right? Could I be his dream goddess? Thinking about how her fans were split half and half between men and women, she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After her mind raced through several thoughts, she asked, "What do you fantasize about Chu Yunxio doing? Or rather, what is Chu Yunxio like in your fantasies?" This kind of easy question put no pressure on Suze at all. Looking at this player from the Jiangnan Misty Rain Guild named Misty Rain Tower, he decided that showering her with compliments was the way to go. Chu Yunxio is just that kind of very special person. Her skills are incredible, her personality is great. She's beautiful, basically perfect. She gives off this sacred feeling that you can admire from afar, but never profane. You know what I mean? Many people have another side they want to hide. Some are timid and submissive in real life, yet can throw punches like the wind online. Suze was no different offline. He was calm and aloof. Online, his words were sharp as blades, something evident from his very first verbal sparring match with Huang Xiaotian. At this moment, Chu Yunxio was basking in the praise, her heart blooming with joy. Hearing others shower her with compliments from a third-person perspective through the screen felt wonderfully surreal, making the corners of her mouth curl up involuntarily. "Since you're praising our Captain Chu so much," she said with feigned casualness, "I'll power level you straight to 70. But," Suze immediately pressed, "I'm spending my time, so you should compensate me, right? How?" Chu Yunxio pondered for a moment. "I haven't decided yet. You owe me for now." Suze never liked dragging things out. "Aren't you afraid I'll back out? Better settle this now." Then, Chu Yunxio weighed her options carefully. "I want something that appears in this world for the first time." "What?" Suze, whose English wasn't great, still blurted out the word. "Could you be any more ridiculous? Then make it two things." Chu Yunxio simply doubled down, making her demand even more outrageous. Ironically, this was exactly Suze's area of expertise. Coming from another world, everything he carried was essentially first edition limited. "Give me your QQ number." He directly asked for her contact information. "What? Want Big Sister's QQ?" Chu Yunxio smiled with squinted eyes. "Yes." Suze's word was final. Chu Yunxio quickly registered a new account and sent it over. After Suze added her as a friend, he casually sent 2 songs with a reminder, "Don't share these online." "Afraid of embarrassing yourself?" Chu Yunxio teased, though inwardly she felt annoyed. An original song did indeed count as appearing in this world for the first time. In the game, her character stopped midair, the monster hunting action coming to an abrupt halt. In reality, Chu Yunxio leaned back in her gaming chair, one long, pale leg crossed over the other, her toes curled tight, revealing her inner turmoil. Through her headphones, Suze's deep and melodious voice flowed slowly with ancient-style lyrics about fleeting prosperity, worldly dreams, life debts, eternal waiting, broken pagoda towers, lost souls, and the promise to wait, through turning history for wine to mature and for the sound of a guzheng. The scenes of joy and sorrow from the lyrics unfolded in her mind, like the love, hate, separation, and endless waiting of a devoted couple. Chu Yunxio's fingers unconsciously tapped on the armrest, her breathing slightly unsteady as she clicked on the next song, closed her eyes, and listened quietly. The rain fell gently, and the old hometown was lush with greenery. "I heard that you were still alone, standing by the weathered city gate, where the roots of ancient trees intertwined with the cobblestones." The sound of a shepherd's flute echoed in the air, drifting from the outskirts of the city to the wild village. "Fate took root in our lives, and we welcomed the laughter of youth, envied by many. The history books, gentle yet unforgiving, refused to pen our story. Fireworks fade quickly, and relationships are easily severed, yet you still ask me if I am serious. 1,000 years later, with deep feelings accumulated over lifetimes, who else is waiting? How could history not be true? The way book speaks of the city of Luoyang, as if you were following the past, wandering through the mortal realm alongside me." Hearing the music, Chu Yunxio became completely captivated, especially by the rap section that built up to a climax, striking her soul. The song played on repeat, and the subsequent blue and white porcelain instantly cooled her interest in the game. The clear melody in her headphones seemed to pull her deep into her memories. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the light rain fell at an angle, tapping against the window frame, making the entire room feel immersed in the song's atmosphere. Chu Yunxio leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and gently swayed her head, lost in the sea of music. Meanwhile, in the game, Suze was grinding alone in the sparsely populated level 55 area, calling out to Chu Yunxio several times in the team chat, but received no response. He decided to give up calling and focused on defeating monsters. As he was grinding, a deep roar suddenly appeared in the lower left corner of the screen. King of the Sewers, Lukash, had spawned. Suze's spirits lifted. During the holiday, the number of online players wasn't too high, but outdoor bosses were always the focus for players, especially since level 70 players often came to lower level areas to snatch resources. As soon as the boss appeared, several guild teams spotted it, and it wouldn't be long before a large group arrived. Soloing is too risky. I should hide for now. He maneuvered his character into a pile of rubble and hid his ID to go idle. Exiting the game interface, he opened the QQ chat window and messaged his friend labeled Yin Shu. What's going on? You promised to help me level up. A few seconds later, the reply came. I just had something come up, but it'll be there soon. I found a boss here. Come over. Suze sent the coordinates. This, Yin Shu, was actually Chu Yunxio's alternate account. He felt disdainful, thinking about how she refused to add him on her main account, and even doubted whether she would keep her promise to help him reach level 70. Switching back to the game, Chu Yunxio's character, Jiangnan Rain, had already jumped down from a high slope and was rushing towards Suze's location. I find you quite insincere. You added me with your alternate account, and it's a newly created one. You really are something. Suze stood up his character, his tone cold but clearly mocking. What? Do you want to add my main account? Chu Yunxio lightly huffed, still in a good mood from the music. It doesn't matter whether you add me or not. Suze shrugged, not voicing his doubts, saying them wouldn't change the outcome. I'll add you with my main account next time I get the chance, and Chu Yunxio trailed off as if remembering something, but didn't continue. That's fine. Suze raised an eyebrow, too lazy to dig deeper. He didn't want to talk anymore. His, that's fine, wasn't a genuine agreement, but a sarcastic dismissal, much like a casual, yeah, sure. During the New Year holiday, guild cohesion wasn't particularly strong across the major guilds. Players from various guilds gradually arrived, but the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious, with everyone adopting a laid-back attitude. After all, it was the new year, and no one felt like scheming. The ownership of field bosses followed the simplest rule: whoever attacked first got the kill. None of this really concerned Suze. He spotted several teams already engaged with the boss from a distance and decided to hold back, waiting to see how things would unfold. Your Misty Rain Tower people are here too. What's the plan? He asked Chu Yunxio in the channel. Suze hadn't confirmed her identity, but had a strong feeling she was likely a professional player from Team Misty Rain. The boss goes to Misty Rain Tower, and we split the materials 50-50. That should be fair, right? Chu Yunxio laid out her terms. Misty Rain Tower is wealthy and powerful, so I'd be foolish to refuse such generosity. Suze had no objections to this arrangement. Then go help our people. As soon as Chu Yunxio finished speaking, Suze immediately controlled, hair like snow, to leap down from the high ground. Sword energy swirled as he executed a rising dragon slash, cutting through the battlefield. Who's that? The sudden appearance of an unknown swordsman instantly put several guild players on high alert. Happy Guild? Since when did Glory have a guild by that name? Wait, look at his level, he's only 51. A level 51 dares to enter the heavenly domain. Exclamations erupted one after another. No one wanted a level 51 player causing trouble, and several were about to drive him away when hair like snow had already closed in on the boss. Another, listening to frogs croaking, followed, the sword light, creating high-frequency vibrations. The watching players were stunned as hand speed and rhythm were completely professional level. Next, Suze executed a zaped triple slash, weaving between man and sword with crisp, precise movements that left everyone's jaws nearly hitting the ground. This kind of vibration technique could only be pulled off occasionally by top-tier experts, let alone in actual combat, while dodging attacks and precisely maneuvering behind the targeted required perfect synchronization of judgment and execution. Yet Suze was merely showing a glimpse of his skills. Sword dominates the world. The buff activated, and hair like snow's attack speed sword. Flowing heart, fury. Both attack and critical hit rates increased. The level 55 field boss was still 4 levels higher than hair like snow, but Suze had no intention of controlling the fielda, focused purely on damage output. This boss, King of the Sewers, Lucaxio, was classified as a thief and ranked among the weakest field bosses in the heavenly domain. At that moment, the boss had locked onto a warlock. Fall back. The boss is targeting you. Teammates shouted, loud enough for even Suze to hear clearly. The warlock rolled away upon hearing the warning, and the boss casually hurled a brick that missed its mark. The warlock had just breathed a sigh of relief when a sword light flashed by. It was the crossing strike between the level 51 swordsman and the boss. The warlock himself didn't die, but his character's health bar instantly emptied, resulting in an instant kill. Bastard! How dare you kill our people? Brothers, take him down. The speaker was a guild leader, not from a professional team's affiliated guild. Seeing a large group charging toward him, Suze immediately warned his team through the team channel, though somehow, Misty Rain had already left the party. Suddenly, a team invitation popped up. Jiangnan Yinyu invites you to join the team. Suze clicked accept without hesitation. At that moment, Chu Yunxio, controlling Jiangnan Yinyu, was positioned as the commander of a 20-person raid team. Her voice came through the voice channel, steady and commanding. Healers keep a close eye on Fa Rushua's health bar. Range DPS clear the ads. Melee focus everything on the boss. The boss was just a level 55 outdoor elite. Apart from Su Zhe's Fa Rushue, everyone else in the raid was level 70, making this a complete stat stomp. The real trouble wasn't the monster itself, but the competing players lurking around like vultures. Chu Yunxiu had the healers watch Su Zhe specifically as a precaution. Dying in the wild meant losing a significant chunk of experience. After giving her orders, she personally charged into the fray. Compared to pure commanding, Chu Yunxiu clearly preferred the thrill of Hansen combat. With the Misty Rain House team backing him up, Su Zhe threw caution to the wind. He controlled his katana character, charging through the battlefield and scattering the kill-stealing players in all directions instead of visiting relatives during the New Year holiday. They were here causing trouble in the game? Time to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, the core members of Misty Rain House had pulled the boss into their kill zone. Level 70s fighting a level 55, it was like bringing a gun to a knife fight. Within minutes, the boss was down to its last sliver of health. Su Zhe maneuvered Fa Rushue closer in advance, and the moment the boss crashed to the ground, he hit the loot button almost simultaneously, his movements swift as lightning. No one's competing with you for it. What's the rush? Chu Yunxiu laughed, though her tone carried a hint of exasperation. Ahem. Su Zhe was momentarily speechless. Just as he was trying to think of an elegant explanation, a system notification appeared, giving him inspiration. Oh, it dropped a chaos crystal. Not bad. A chaos crystal? It's rare, sure, but not rare enough to get this excited about. Chu Yunxiu chuckled. This material only dropped from the king of the sewers, Luca, at an extremely low rate. Precious as it wasn't exactly game-breaking. Using it to change the subject was pretty half-hearted. Regarding the Chaos Crystal, Misty Rain House's research department had run tests. The black and white crystalline particles, fine as sand, were tightly condensed and could change shape at will, but they had yet to find any practical use for it. When mixed into silver equipment, non-transforming gear showed mediocre stats, while transforming equipment became as soft as dough, making it even less practical. However, holding this material, Su Zhe had a bold and seemingly impractical idea brewing in his mind. Wait for me a moment. He dropped this line and immediately alt-tabbed to his desktop, rapidly typing his thoughts into a document before sending it to dim light. When he switched back to the game, over half an hour had passed. Jiang Nanyinyu was still standing quietly in the same spot, apparently waiting patiently. Are you done with your business? Chu Yunxiu asked. Not yet. I need to head back to the 10th server. Can you help me level up another time? Su Zhe said. Hey, get this straight, I am the one helping you. And now I have to check if you're available. Chu Yunxiu's voice rose slightly, her mature tone instantly gaining a more commanding edge. Su Zhe felt a bit embarrassed, but still offered sincere praise. You really do have a nice voice. Don't think flattery will get you off the hook. I don't fall for that, Chu Yunxiu snorted. Caught in his attempt, Su Zhe wasn't embarrassed and persisted. I really mean it, you have a beautiful voice. But I genuinely have urgent business right now. Let's arrange something for another day. After returning to District 10, Su Zhe immediately sought out Meguang. You're already level 51, and you've even entered the Divine Realm. Seeing Fa Shui approaching, Meguang was initially stunned, then marveled at Su Zhe's incredible strength. Not bad. Su Zhe gestured with his hand and cut straight to the point. Did you read the document I sent you? What are your thoughts? What you're asking for is extremely difficult. I'm really not sure if it's even possible. Meguang scratched his head. Your level 30 flowing light will shatter if you continue upgrading it. But this idea of breaking it without completely breaking it, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Meguang was genuinely puzzled. According to common knowledge and glory, when a weapon breaks, it's completely destroyed and can only be decomposed into ordinary materials. But Su Zhe's requirement was different. The silver weapon must break, yet not break down into materials like a mirror cracked into a spider web pattern while still maintaining its overall form. Su Zhe nodded. Exactly, that's the effect I want. The inspiration comes from the magic blade, Thousand Blades, that weapon capable of form condensation. But I don't just want it to condense, I want it to transform, like the Thousand Chance umbrella. He paused and added, the Thousand Chance umbrella involves physical transformation, while I want to create a weapon of infinite forms through metaphysical transformation. The core concept is to turn the level 30 flowing light into a kind of material that exists between upgrading and decomposition. Just listening to this gives me a headache. Meguang gently rubbed his temples. Simply put, we need to use the equipment editor to create a silver weapon with no attributes whatsoever, making it essentially equivalent to a rare material. Using the equipment editor to create rare materials? You really dare to dream. Meguang was dumbfounded, then immediately showed respect for Su Zhe's boundless imagination. This idea spans an entire era. Su Zhe only cared about feasibility. Can you do it? I said I wasn't certain, but I didn't say it was completely impossible either. After pondering for a moment, Meguang added, As it happens, your level 30 flowing light meets one crucial condition. What condition? Suze's spirits lifted. The fact that it will definitely shatter upon enhancement is actually an advantage. With that, we're already halfway to success. What remains is figuring out how to make it break incompletely. Though the statement sounded contradictory, Suze understood. So the weapon must break, and what we need to do is make it break to its limit without completely disintegrating into materials, right? Exactly, that's the challenge. Megwang nodded. Over the next few days, the two spent countless hours at the editor, repeatedly testing their theories. Thanks to Megwang's powerful reverse engineering mindset, they finally managed to transform the level 30 flowing light into a silver-grade item with no level, no attributes, a light sword covered in cracks. It was now an item, no longer equipment. What's next? Megwang looked at Suze, still unable to fathom his ultimate goal. We'll create several more silver-grade items. A war spear, a katana, a dagger, a ninja blade, a revolver, a shield, and an eastern staff. Suze was already confident in his plan. These can be rougher in quality, and the materials don't need to be premium. Having the first experience is enough. With the template established, Megwang crafted the remaining items with ease. And then, Megwang asked again. Now it was time to craft the final product. Suze dragged the dark, dull chaos crystal into the trading interface and casually recited the formula. Chaos crystal as the primary material, attributeless flowing light as the secondary material, and the remaining silver-grade items as auxiliary materials. Will this really work? Megwang stared at the screen, unconsciously adjusting his glasses. Using templates as secondary materials was unheard of, but according to the formula he'd reverse engineered, it was theoretically feasible. Since the data checked out, he began anticipating what the final product would look like. The equipment editor activated. The sound of gears and cursor movements blended together, beating against Megwang's eardrums like a heartbeat. As soon as the progress bar completed, a flash of light erupted. A war spear assembled from countless silver-white fragments leaped from the interface. Black and silver intertwined, cracks covering the spear's body, stretching what should have been an ordinary length war spear to nearly 2 meters. Name, myriad forms. Level 5. Type, war spear. Weight, 1.1 kilograms. Attack speed, 7. Physical attack, 220. Magic attack, 170. Additional attributes, critical rate 25, movement speed 15, attack speed 20. All stats, strength, stamina, intelligence, spirit 10. Crafted skill. Infinite manifestations can replicate and cast all class skills above level 50, including awakening skills, 66-second cooldown. When casting multiple awakening skills, the previous awakening effect will be overwritten. Simply put, if you first triggered the fighter's passive warrior's will, then used the berserker's bloodthirsty rampage, the former passive would be replaced. The attack speed alone is ridiculous. Megwang swallowed hard. 7 attack speed points. 2 points higher than the 1000 chance umbrella, while ordinary war spears only had 13 points. Though the conversion didn't mean a 7-fold difference, the feel would be worlds apart. Even the slowest katanas had around 7 attack speed, with faster blades going even higher. I'm going crazy. We actually made this? As the creator, Megwang felt his mind vibrating at high frequency, nearly breaking down on the spot. After calming down for a while, he began testing other weapon forms using his level 5 alt character, which could naturally equip myriad forms. The war spear form had the highest damage output, though still slightly inferior to the second-generation flowing light of the same level from back in the day. The chaos crystal indeed lowered base attributes. But it was precisely this despised chaos crystal that had forged a silver weapon even more extraordinary than the 1000 chance umbrella or flowing light. The mathematical genius was finally at a loss for words, overwhelmed by unstoppable excitement. He had personally created a weapon capable of shocking the entire professional league. While Megwang was still immersed in euphoria, Suze could no longer contain himself and reached for the keyboard. Hey, let me try it too. Megwang snapped back to reality with an embarrassed smile. Your class can't use this silver weapon. Just wait. Suze grabbed an account card from the drawer. It was the level 1 transfer account Luo Ji Yunyin that Megwang had brought. The name was quite poetic. Great wind sees mountains and rivers with one stroke. Paper clouds and mist half concealed. Paper clouds and mist, ever-changing, actually complemented the weapon myriad forms quite well. However, the account still needed to be leveled to 5. Suze decided to first hand over his main account to power level. It was just money, but the key was safely transferring the silver weapon flowing light. Flowing light's attributes couldn't be known by too many people, and certainly couldn't fall into power leveler's hands. For safety's sake, this step was essential. After arranging the courier service and handing the Fa Rouge Shui account card to the delivery person, Suze returned to his rental apartment, put on his headphones, and began playing the vagabond character Luo Ji Yunyin. It had been quite a while since District 10's server launch. The newbie village was no longer packed with crowds, though you could still occasionally spot a few newcomers wandering around in small groups. However, the bustling atmosphere was nothing compared to those first few days after the server opened. At this moment, at the entrance to the Forest of Green dungeon, Luoji Yunyan was sheathing his blade with a flourish, the number 8, glowing steadily above his character's head as a level indicator. Suze controlled this freshly leveled up alt character and stepped into the waiting area before the dungeon's light portal. The Forest of Green was a public dungeon in the newbie village, officially set as unlimited runs, theoretically allowing players to clear it repeatedly. However, most newcomers would get bored after running it twice, finding the experience points meager and the drops disappointing, then head off to other maps for leveling. The only thing that kept drawing people back was the hidden boss deep within the dungeon that spawned randomly the Night Cat demon. It had a chance to drop skill books, which were no ordinary items. Each book could grant free skill points, with the grade and point allocation entirely dependent on luck, so it still occasionally attracted dedicated players who would challenge it repeatedly. The chat channel was scrolling rapidly, looking for team to farm the hidden boss, have veterans, need healer. Night Cat demon run, need someone who knows mechanics. Just missing a healer. Healers were always in high demand in teams, but truly dedicated support players were few and far between. Most players wanted to be DPS carries. Those willing to honestly pick up a staff were either hardcore players or diehard fans of Zhang Xinjia. In other words, casual players wouldn't touch the healer class. Suze watched for a while, but didn't move. He already had a ready-made team already grouped up with Wei Guang's alt. No outsiders needed. Actually, he had two purposes for releveling an alt character. First, for that silver weapon myriad manifestations that could transform at will. Second, and more importantly, to thoroughly master the unspecialized class. Only an unspecialized character personally leveled from level 1 could truly match his operating habits. His personal skills had hit a bottleneck, stuck on game understanding and situational awareness. As Yisho had said, to master all classes in the shortest time possible, unspecialized was the best route because unspecialized encompassed low-level skills from all classes. These skills had short cooldowns and simple operations, yet were often overlooked by most players. As long as he thoroughly understood these seemingly insignificant moves and combined them into combo strategies, his combat ceiling would be significantly raised. Of course, Suze wouldn't develop his unspecialized into a second Lord Grimm. He set himself a strict rule: learn only 50 skills before max level, absolutely no more. Currently, District 10's level cap was still at 70, and he had only selected 8 skills so far, all maxed out uppercut, falling phoenix slash, block, triple thrust, plus 4 universal skills, not wasting a single point. Running dungeons and grinding in the wild, he'd pushed his level to over 20 in less than a day. As soon as he left the newbie village, he headed straight for Kongji City. The road to Kongji City was filled with level 20 grinding areas teeming with elite monsters, but for the experienced Suze, they were just minor episodes that added some experience. Before reaching Kongji City, he casually had Luoji Yunyan join the Happy Guild. When someone asked why he hadn't changed classes yet, he replied with a smile, "I'm a fan of Lord Grimm." That single sentence immediately ignited the guild channel. Several online members became incredibly enthusiastic, offering monster pulls, potions, and dungeon runs, a complete VIP service package arranged perfectly. Suze enjoyed what could only be described as royal treatment. He was secretly amazed. He hadn't expected Lord Grimm's influence in District 10 to have reached such heights. However, he temporarily didn't showcase myriad manifestations' true transformation abilities, only using the most ordinary blade form, while mixing in with the team. After all, he had learned a full 14 skills from the Blade Master skill tree, enough to handle all current dungeons. During regular team dungeon runs, he also didn't use complex, manual input operations. Only when soloing would he switch myriad manifestations to other forms, slowly integrating the complete unspecialized system. He needed to keep an ace up his sleeve, secretly master the unspecialized class first, then amaze everyone. But then again, it seemed like professional leagues only allowed each pro player to register one competition account, though Suze might have remembered that wrong. With this thought, he hummed in acknowledgement, making a mental note to check the rules when he had time. But leveling up was the priority right now. The unspecialized class already offered high flexibility, and paired with the silver weapon myriad manifestations, the gaming experience was absolutely perfect. So Suze spent 3 days and nights grinding almost without drinking any water, forcibly pushing his newly created unspecialized character to level 37. Meanwhile, the highest level in the 10th server had been raised to 48 by Yishio during the Spring Festival event. With the event still ongoing, that number might continue to climb. Suze's main Blade Master account was being power leveled by professionals, running 247, and had already reached level 55, entering the heavenly domain early, so it didn't count toward the 10th server statistics. These 3 days of immersive experience gave Suze, who had originally been just a glory novice, a much deeper understanding of various class operations and mechanics. With his strong adaptability, he was just planning to take a shower and catch up on sleep when a private message suddenly popped up. Yin Shu, why haven't you come looking for me these past few days? Suze, my account is being power leveled. Yin Shu quickly replied, with me to carry you, why would you need power leveling? Suze's fingers paused, and he actually felt a kind of guilt as if he had stood someone up. He quickly typed a line, I went traveling, didn't have time. After sending the message, he felt this excuse wasn't very solid. Sure enough, Yin Shu pressed with follow-up questions. My vacation is almost over. Suze, huh? Yin Shu, where did you travel? Was it fun? Suze casually typed, northern scenery, beautiful mountains and rivers. Yin Shu, speak normally. Suze corrected himself. B City, it was fun. Yin Shu, I'm also in B City, send me your location so I can see. Suze froze, what? He immediately replied, aren't you in S City? Yin Shu, I came to B City to have fun. Hurry up and send your location, let's meet up offline. The words, meet up offline, instantly jolted him awake from his drowsiness. Were they really close enough for an offline meeting? Absurd images of being harvested for organs popped into his head, but then he remembered his otaku nature made him naturally vulnerable to online romance. It was just that things were progressing too fast, catching him completely off guard. Glancing at the time, it was past 10 at night. Meeting at this hour? He decisively refused. It's too late. I'd be scared to meet up at this time. Yin Shu, not tonight, tomorrow. I'll treat you to a big meal. That should work, right? Suze analyzed clearly. People don't visit temples without reason. What exactly do you want? After this question, the other party took 3 minutes to reply. Aren't you overthinking this? I just saw you're also in B City, so I thought we could meet up casually. Suze replied. Then I don't think it's necessary. He was clearly in S City. What was this about meeting up? Yun Shu persisted. Then what would make it necessary? You tell me. Suze typed quickly. We only know each other in the game, and you added my alt account at that. Do you really think we need to meet offline? This move from the other party was honestly quite outrageous, though he wasn't actually scared enough to back down. But honestly speaking, Suze wasn't afraid of any ulterior motives from the other party either. In a hotel suite in City B, soft bedside lights spilled across the hotel's king-size bed, where Chu Yunxiu sat wearing a knee-length light gray robe, her damp hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. She leaned back against the plush pillows, her long, pale legs crossed, with a warm laptop resting on her thighs, the penguin chat window glowing blue, while two unfamiliar, yet beautiful songs played on loop through the speakers. Though she usually enjoyed binge-watching cheesy romantic dramas while snacking, she had recently tossed the new series, The Year We Held Hands, straight into her favorites folder. Instead of watching others fall in love, she decided to dive in and experience the plot herself. Over the past few days, she had spent nearly all her free time immersed in the online game, though disappointingly, Hair Like Snow had never reached out to her first. On this day, having just arrived in City B, she finished her shower and with still damp fingers, opened her alternate account to message Su Zithi 2 hadn't even exchanged real names yet. Seeing the cold response in the chat window, she pouted and muttered, just because I didn't give him my main account. This guy's being so petty. She felt torn between wanting to protect her identity to preserve the dramatic effect and worrying about appearing insincere. Undeniably, her interest in Su Zhe was growing by the day. His beautiful singing voice, exceptional gaming skills, and the mysterious aura that contrasted sharply with his voice made him seem like the male lead from a cheesy romance drama. She had specifically searched for those two songs, but couldn't find them on any music platform, clearly original compositions with talent that could easily make him famous overnight. If Suze knew how highly she regarded him, he'd probably wave his hands dismissively, saying, I don't deserve credit for being original. Learning that he was also in City B, Chu Yunxiu entertained the idea of meeting in person, though she didn't want to appear too eager. What if his looks didn't meet expectations? How awkward would that be? With this thought, she rummaged through her belongings to find a disposable mask before initiating the video call. City H. Hundreds of kilometers away, Suze saw the video request from Cloud Comb and accepted it almost without hesitation. After all, his desktop computer didn't even have a camera installed. The screen revealed a long-haired beauty in a robe who, despite wearing a mask, couldn't hide her outstanding presence. Suze privately admitted he had always preferred women with long hair. Where are you? Chu Yinxiu asked first. I don't have a camera on this end, Suze replied. Then aren't I at a disadvantage? I can't see you, but you can see me. Her tone carried slight dissatisfaction, yet she didn't hang up. What disadvantage? You're wearing a mask anyway, Suze chuckled. I don't care, send me a photo so I can see you. Chu Yunxiu made her request. Since they were already on video, this wasn't particularly presumptuous. All right, I'll send you a photo from when I was 16 and let you use your imagination. Suze laughed softly. Casually finding a random image online to send it wasn't deception, as he genuinely didn't take selfies. Before long, Chu Yunxiu pressed further. Pretty handsome, but why not send a current one? Did you grow up ugly? No, Suze replied with just 2 words, indicating both no photos and implying didn't grow up ugly. She didn't catch the double meaning. Send me a current photo of yourself. Don't have any, Suze repeated. Fine, forget it then. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name, Chu Yunxiu said. Suze, what about you? Suze said. On the other side of the screen, the girl rested her chin on her hand as the cursor blinked in the private chat window of the local forum. She smiled slightly and typed a line. Me? Everyone at home calls me Xiao. Her tone carried a playful note. Your real name? Suze pressed. He had a pretty good idea who she was, but wasn't completely certain. I won't tell you my real name yet. We'll see when we meet in person. Chu Yunxiu tucked her bangs behind her ear, keeping him in suspense. Suze didn't beat around the bush and threw out a direct question. Want to have an online relationship? Chu Yunxiu was caught completely off guard and almost didn't know how to respond. This guy was way too direct. In fact, Suze had always been like this, both online and offline. That's too fast. She couldn't help but complain. Then I'll ask again in a while, Suze said, leaning back in his chair, seemingly planning to let the question sit. What do you mean ask again in a while? Chu Yunxiu rubbed her forehead and typed helplessly. Then when should I ask? I should at least get to know you first, she muttered, sending the message. But Suze suddenly turned philosophical. When you truly understand someone completely, you quickly lose interest. People are complex, no one can see through another person entirely. A romance can only be unforgettable if it begins when both parties don't fully understand each other. Of course, this approach has risks because you don't understand each other. It's easy to be deceived. This speech left Chu Yunxiu stunned. Even the director of a cheesy soap opera couldn't come up with logic like this. She raised her eyebrows and typed quickly. From what I'm hearing, having an online relationship with you sounds like a very risky thing? You're wrong, Suze replied leisurely. Online relationships have the lowest risk among all types of adventurous romances. As long as you don't get scammed out of money and don't meet in person, everything's fine. Chu Yunxiu laughed. Are you saying this because you're trying to trick me into having an online relationship with you? Unfortunately, Suze couldn't see her smiling eyes. Yes, he admitted without hesitation, sending the message. Chu Yunxiu was even more confused. Why are you actually admitting it? Without realizing it, she was already completely following Suze's rhythm. Because I don't want to lie to you, Suze answered matter-of-factly. You don't want to lie to me? So you're tricking me into an online relationship. Chu Yunxiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's just what you think I'm doing. Whether I admit it or not, does it make a difference? Suze's casual response brought the topic full circle. Chu Yunxiu was completely bewildered. Despite years of watching dramas, she couldn't figure out what kind of person Suze really was, which was exactly the effect he wanted. However, too many jokes could backfire. Suze glanced at the time and closed his laptop. It's getting late. Get some sleep. Should we meet tomorrow then? Chu Yunxiu took the opportunity to test the waters. Suze rubbed his temples as drowsiness hit him. No, I'm flying back to H City tomorrow morning. He wasn't even in B City, couldn't exactly book a last-minute flight to go there. All right then. Chu Yunxiu's tone carried disappointment. Strangely, her fondness for Suze was quietly growing deeper in this sense of mystery. Perhaps Suze was right, dating someone you don't fully understand is more exciting and fresh, like embarking on an adventure. And adventures are always both unpredictable and thrilling. It made sense when you thought about it. People in love always want to maintain some mystery. Chu Yunxiu wouldn't reveal her true identity because if only one person kept secrets, the other would feel insecure. But if both parties wore masks, they'd be drawn to each other through mutual curiosity to negatives making a positive. At that moment, Suze stood up to take a shower. On the screen, Xiao sat quietly lost in thought. He looked at her and said, "Good night." "Good night," Chu Yunxiu replied instinctively. After hearing this, Suze ended the video call. When Suze woke up, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Today was the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. After a quick wash, he went to the neighborhood to grab lunch, then returned to his small rented room. As soon as his computer booted up and his QQ automatically logged in, a series of ding-ding-ding notifications echoed particularly clearly in the quiet room. Suze's friend list contained only 5 people: Yi Xiao, Tang Rou, Luo Ji, Chunghua, and Chu Yunxiu. Tang Rou was always economical with words, and Chunghua wouldn't contact him unless absolutely necessary. So the messages could only be from the other 3. Yi Xiao was the first to speak up. "Did you give your account to a power leveler?" Suze simply replied with "yeah," and the other side went silent, as concise as always. Right after, Luo Ji's QQ account, Dim Light, sent over a long string of attachments, all silver equipment crafting materials, 1 cloth armor set, and 1 light armor set. The cloth armor was prepared for falling paper and mist, being the lightest with almost no impact on encumbrance or movement, primarily boosting intelligence and spirit. The light armor was custom-tailored for hair like snow. While silver equipment was simpler than silver weapons, it involved many components and miscellaneous materials. To actually gather a complete set of silver equipment, the materials alone would be more daunting than crafting a single silver weapon. With Suze's current capabilities, even if he robbed and pillaged every day, It would probably take a full year to piece together a complete set though, who could say for certain? With good luck, it might be faster. After processing the materials, he opened Chu Yunxio's chat window. She had sent "Good morning" at 7 this morning, followed by a series of messages like "Are you there?" and "Have you eaten?" totaling 7 or 8 messages. Suze typed, "Just woke up not long ago." Almost instantly, "My vacation's over." "Yeah, time for matches?" Suze asked. Tomorrow was the 7th day, officially the start of the professional league season. Against 100 Blossoms. "Good luck." Suze routinely offered encouragement. "Did you figure out who I am?" Chu Yunxiu pressed. In fact, she had already heard about Suze's situation from Yixio. "Still not sure. You dare to have an online romance with me without being sure? What's there to be afraid of? It's just online dating, never meet in life, never meet in death. You don't plan to meet in person? Then what's the point of online dating? It's not impossible, but we'd need an emotional foundation first." Suze thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, "So you're agreeing to it?" "Who agreed? You're really dreaming." "Yeah. Yeah what? Dreaming." Chu Yunxiu replied with a string of ellipses, her speechlessness palpable even through the screen. Suze casually typed, "Don't you need to train?" "Yes, talk later." She ended the conversation. Seeing Chu Yunxiu go off to her duties, Suze didn't delay further and logged into the falling paper and mist account. For him, leveling wasn't boring, it was just hacking away at mobs while simultaneously honing his skills. What really gave him headaches were quests, but he had to do them. Quests provided skill points and attribute points. He would prioritize quests that guaranteed skill point drops. As for probability-based quests, he decided to wait until he had guides before attempting them. He remembered that Wei Chun had researched methods to improve success rates, so being thoroughly prepared couldn't hurt. At this moment, he had already maneuvered falling paper and mist to the entrance of the underground prison dungeon. This dungeon exists within the city of Sin, housing some of the most vicious criminals. The underground prison offers fast monster respawns and generous experience points, making it a leveling paradise. Unfortunately, the dungeon rarely drops rare materials, let alone hidden bosses, and can only be cleared 3 times. Dahlia limitation that always left Suze feeling somewhat disappointed. After 3 runs through the dungeon, he upgraded his character, Laji Yunyan's silver weapon Vientian, to level 25. Vientian's upgrade path was unique. It required no rare materials but had to devour 7 types of weapons: war spear, katana, dagger, ninja blade, revolver, shield, and eastern staff, all of which needed to be at least purple quality, with orange being even better. After completing his final underground prison run, Suze immediately headed to Thousand Wave Lake. Most of the game's second-tier players were now crowded here, grinding monsters and rushing levels, making the leveling areas completely packed. Before leaving the dungeon, he had already switched Vientian from katana form to dual revolvers. The fighter's will skill replicated by Sanluo Vientian was also equipped. After landing 120 consecutive hits, it would activate 7th Order Fighter's Will, providing the terrifying bonuses of attack speed 6, movement speed 24, strength 260. With 7th Order Fighter's Will activated, Luaji Yunyan moved through monster groups like a dancer entering a ballroom, unleashing full firepower and speed in a gorgeous, sustained waltz of destruction at Thousand Wave Lake. Among the gunners for ultimate techniques, he had mastered 3: gun suppression, flying gun, and gun fu. This fluid performance quickly caught the attention of nearby players. Some tried to strike up conversations, and one happy guild member walked directly up to him. "Hey buddy, wanna team up? We're all from the same guild." "I'm power leveling, solo is faster." Suze replied politely, but still declined. Though disappointed, the player shared his observation in the guild channel. "I saw a power leveler at Thousand Wave Lake with incredible skills. His flying gun technique is amazing." "Really? Could he be better than our guild leader?" Someone responded dismissively. "I don't know about that, but he's an unspecialized character." Unspecialized? The channel exploded. Besides Lord Grimm, there was actually someone else playing unspecialized. "I'm going to watch." Watching 10086. Word spread like wildfire, even reaching other guilds. Soon, crowds of players rushed to Thousand Wave Lake just to see how strong this second unspecialized player besides Lord Grimm really was. Suze had wanted to level quietly, but found himself surrounded by layers of spectators. Friend requests kept popping up, so he simply set his status to refuse friend requests. Unlike Yixio, he neither needed nor cared to deal with various guilds. As for his identity, only Wei Guang within Happy knew that Luaji Yunyan was Suze's alt character. The two had an excellent relationship, so Wei Guang naturally kept his secret. However, skilled players always attract attention wherever they go. Sure enough, someone else approached. A player strode over with the ID Steamed Bun Invasion floating above his head. "Brother, nice skills. Interested in sparring at the arena?" Steamed Bun Invasion sent the invitation with a grin. "Not interested," Suze replied curtly. "Come on, I'll go easy on you. After we spar, maybe I can get my boss to take you as his underling." Steamed Bun Invasion persisted. Suze was truly speechless and simply typed back, "No need for the arena. Let's fight right here. With those words, his character raised his guns. Under the enhancement of 7th Order Fighter's will, the dual revolvers fired like machine guns, sending a dense barrage of bullets towards steamed Bun Invasion. Hey, I didn't even say start yet. Bowsy Invasion got beaten up badly, his face showing clear annoyance. He always despised this kind of underhanded tactics that went against the unwritten rules of the game. Driven by anger, he controlled his character to start jumping left and right, suddenly accelerating towards Suze's Stullard and grabbing a brick to hurl at him. Suze's fingers trembled slightly, but his body remained perfectly still. He raised his gun and deflected the brick with a single swipe, while casually clearing nearby monsters with fluid movements. So you do have some skills. Time to get serious. Bowsy Invasion muttered under his breath as his character instantly switched into serious mode, closing in for close combat. But Suze had already anticipated. Tishi deliberately left an opening to lure his opponent closer. In a flash, Stullard executed a sliding tackle across the ground, followed by a series of spinning kicks and knee strikes, finishing with an aerial shot that launched Bowsy Invasion into the air. The dual revolvers spat fire, bullets streaming in hot trails as they chased their target. Suze controlled the recoil perfectly, sweeping his opponent straight into a pack of monsters. Before Bowsy Invasion could even land, an ice formation with flickering cold light suddenly appeared beneath Suze's feet. He instantly used his gun to propel himself out of the trap, raising an eyebrow slightly. There were others lying in ambush? From the shadows of a large tree, a ghost blade stepped forward 1-inch Ash. Following closely, a battle mage emerged from the grass, soft mist, controlled by Tang Ro. 3 against 1. Suze typed in the nearby channel. Pick whichever one you want, Tang Ro replied. Suze snorted coldly. Come at me together. With those words, he controlled Stullard to leap into the lake. The spectators were stunned. Wasn't he supposed to take on all three? Why jump into the lake right after talking tough? In reality, Suze hadn't fled, but was using the underwater cover to switch weapon forms. As soft mist was about to follow him into the lake, she was knocked back by a Chi Master's reverse flow strike from the shore. Water splashed as Suze emerged, gripping an eastern staff with both hands. He executed Eagle Stamp, landing 5 consecutive strikes on soft mist's head, then followed with a back knee attack that sent her tumbling back into the water. Meanwhile, 1-inch Ash in the distance unleashed a moonlight slash, its blade light cutting through the air like a crescent moon. Suze immediately activated reinforced iron bones, tanking the damage heat as he charged across the waves toward his opponent. Zaped movement. Xiao Yifan recognized Stullard's advanced pattern but calmly controlled 1-inch Ash to cast the first-level aerial skill Ghost Hand, intending to force Suze back before setting up a plague formation. Got him. He felt a moment of joy, but the next second, a chill ran down his spine. Shadow clone technique? Xiao Yifan cursed his carelessness and spun around quickly. But as soon as he turned, Suze's throat lock caught Impressicelia Brawler's level 15 skill with extended control time after level 10 enhancement. Suze grabbed 1-inch Ash and delivered a flurry of slaps, making the health bar shake violently. However, before the throat lock duration ended, both Bowsy Invasion and Soft Mist had already closed in. A brick came flying through the air, and Suze smoothly controlled Stullard to strike 1-inch Ash with an upward palm falling flower palm. This move caught Xiao Yifan completely off guard. He had expected his opponent to follow up with Cloud Pushing Palm, completely overlooking that battle mages could also use Falling Flower Palm. Falling Flower Palm wasn't a weapon-dependent skill the name said at all. In the end, 1-inch Ash was still too careless. Although he had been training with Yishio all along, Yishio had never systematically taught them how to deal with unspecialized characters, let alone this bizarre, unspecialized character who was completely different from Lord Grimm. Just as 1-inch Ash was sent flying by the Falling Flower Palm, he crashed right into the trajectory of a brick thrown by steamed Bun Invasion, the brick landing squarely on his helmet while the system determined no friendly fire damage. Xiao Yifan himself was left with his head buzzing from the impact. Suze controlled falling paper like smoke to push off with his foot, using a normal jump to pursue 1-inch Ash in midair, but still fell short by half a body length. Eagle Step. He called out the skill in a low voice, and within the pale blue light pattern that appeared beneath his character's feet, falling paper like smoke stepped twice, the first foot stomping hard on 1-inch Ash's chest, the second foot using him as leverage again. For the third step, he didn't continue attacking but used it for positioning, executing a beautiful 360-degree spin in midair to gracefully dodge the sand toss shot by steamed Bun Invasion. This was the opening. At this moment, falling paper like smoke's height put him right in the optimal range for Soft Mist's Phantom Dragon Fong. Compared to the lower-level Dragon Fong, Phantom Dragon Fong had several times more combo hits and damage, but required extremely high operational precision. Tang Ro decisively thrust her spear, but unfortunately still missed. In everyone's sight, falling paper like smoke performed another unsupported jump. Suze had activated the level 15 assassin skill, Air Leap, which allowed the character to gain an additional jump opportunity in midair without needing any foothold. When the skill ended, his height had reached its limit, and from here it would be pure free fall. If he switched to the Blade Master's katana form now and unleashed Silver Light Falling Blade, both the coverage area and burst damage would be nearly outrageous. But he didn't want to expose the transformation ability of the myriad manifestations weapon yet, at least not by blatantly switching to a katana. Suze's mind raced. Switching quietly shouldn't draw anyone's attention, right? Decision made. Falling paper like smoke raised his hand in midair cleric skill Falling Stars. Silver light transformed into meteors, the weapon flying from his hand and exploding in sparks beside 1-inch ash before returning. In that instant of return, the weapon's handle shortened and the blade silently contracted into a dagger. To onlookers, this was simply switching to a backup weapon Tenseiken cooldown, universally accepted as reasonable. The target selection was also clear. The lowest defense on the field belonged to 1-inch ash in his cloth armor, and the Phantom Demon posed the greatest threat to falling paper like smoke take him out first. Suze controlled his character in a flash step, the dagger's cold gleam cutting through the air throat slice. But he underestimated Qiao Yifun's preparation. Black mist quietly spread dark formation, specifically designed to disrupt vision. Before the dagger could touch flesh, 1-inch ash had already stepped into ghost step, his figure flickering and shifting within the shadows. I knew you'd come after me. I've been waiting. From within the darkness, Qiao Yifun's voice rang clear. Immediately, a new debuff appeared in the status bar, weight doubled. However, falling paper like smoke was already lightly equipped, so doubling it was practically meaningless. Suze flicked his wrist and shot several shuriken, forcing back the lurking shadow and using the opportunity to step back out of the dark formation's range. At the edge of the smoke, just as falling paper like smoke steadied himself, 3 attacks locked down his movement options. Tang Ro, steamed bun invasion, and 1-inch ash formed a triangle, completing their encirclement. You're surrounded. So will you surrender, or will you surrender? Steamed bun invasion's somewhat irritating voice came through again. Heh. Suze uttered 2 words. What? You're not convinced. Arena Piquet. Baozi invasion immediately shouted, his eyes sparkling with provocation. Not interested. Suze replied indifferently with a calm tone. Don't interfere with my leveling, okay? Whether it's okay or not isn't up to you. Baozi invasion waved his weapon. You need to wait here for my boss to come and see how to deal with you. Baozi's mouth was always asking for a beating. In real life, he was just a bouncer, full of street attitude. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already pulled out his friends list and quickly sent a message to Mo Jun Xiao. Boss, we caught a skilled unaffiliated player who's supposedly your fan. Yishio was currently controlling Jun Mo Xiao to complete a quest when he saw the message and perked up. Oh, my fan. And plays unaffiliated? What's going on? Baozi invasion quickly replied. We finally managed to surround him. Come over quickly. How many of you are surrounding him? Yishio casually asked. Me, Isiu and Hui, plus Tang Girl. It took 3 of us to suppress him. This guy has 1% of your skill level. Want to recruit a little brother? Yishio chuckled. All right, keep an eye on him. I'm heading over now. After saying this, he controlled Jun Mo Xiao to turn around and head straight for Thousand Waves Lake. At this moment at Thousand Waves Lake, Luo Zhiyunyin was surrounded by the 3 in a semicircle. Suze's knuckles tapped the table as he quickly weighed his options. If he wanted to escape, these 3 couldn't stop him, but as long as he wanted to level here, he had to shake them off. As for fighting Hedon without being able to frequently switch weapon forms, the odds of winning 1 against 3 were too low, especially since his opponents weren't weak. Even the worst among them, Baozi Invasion, had the skill level of Blue Brook Guild's 5 masters. Tang Ro had once defeated Reincarnation's professional player Du Ming, with strength comparable to half a professional. Yisiyuan Hui was an actual professional trainee. Really annoying. Suze muttered under his breath, operated his character to exit combat state, and decisively clicked logout. A white flash appeared, and Luo Zhiyunyin disappeared from the spot. The 3 of them were stunned for a second before reacting. We let our guard down, and he escaped combat to log off. I forgot about that detail. Yisiyuan Hui scratched his head with a bitter smile. If Yishio had been there, he would definitely have attacked every few seconds to prevent the opponent from leaving combat. The 3 lacked experience in this area and really hadn't thought of it. A few minutes later, Jun Mo Xiao arrived at the lakeside, but the target had long vanished. I told you to keep an eye on him, and he just logged off like that? Yishio looked at the empty ground with a helpless expression. Baozi Invasion was dejected. Boss, we really didn't expect him to just log off. Why wouldn't he log off? No one was interrupting him. Yishio shook his head. Forget it. It's my fault for not being clear. Keep an eye on him includes not letting him log off. I thought you meant don't let him run away. Baozi's voice grew smaller and smaller. The person's already gone. It's too late to talk about it now. Did you record the fight? I recorded it. Fan is worthy of being a professional trainee. He was prepared in this regard. At this moment, inside the happy internet cafe, The night filtered through the glass windows while the blue glow from the monitor outlined Yi Xiu's profile in sharp detail. A combat video that Xiao Yifan had just sent was playing on loop, and he stared intently at the screen. At the beginning, Luo Yinyan was frozen in place by an ice formation, then struck down to the water's surface by a spear. The next second, the character burst out of the water, but the weapon in hand had changed from a spear to an eastern staff swinging the staff, stepping forward, 5 consecutive wild stomps, the entire sequence flowing like water as it forcibly smashed Han Yan Ro back into the lake. Smooth operation, perfect rhythm. This is real talent. Yi Xiu couldn't help but comment in a low voice. The video continued. Luoji Yunyan suddenly executed the classic zaped shake, dodging Itsuan Hui's moonlight slash at close range, even managing to insert a shadow clone technique mid-movement without any interruption in positioning. Yi Xiu drew in a sharp breath. This kind of connection required at least 500 APM hand speed. Immediately after, just as Itsuan Hui completed his turn, he was caught by a throatlock skill and received a series of slaps. Then that 3-stage eagle step nimbly dodged the sand throw, flipping in midair to evade Han Yan Ro's Phantom Dragon Fang. The prediction was impossibly precise. How outrageous is this awareness? The more Yi Xiu watched, the more shocked he became. He muttered to himself, how did so many experts suddenly appear in the new server? And it's an unspecialized Luoji Yunyan. Luoji Yunyan? He straightened up slightly, remembering he seemed to have heard this ID during All-Star Weekend. Yi Lianshan. Yi Xiu whispered to himself. In the footage, Luoji Yunyan's fighting style was aggressive yet steady, never greedy for extra damage, fast hand speed, but without any flashy delays. Definitely professional top-tier level. Yi Xiu immediately sent a message to Baozi Invasion. Baozi, keep an eye on Luoji Yunyan. Notify me the moment he comes online. Boss, are you going to recruit him as a little subordinate? Baozi Invasion responded excitedly like he'd spotted prey. Hard to say. First try to build a good relationship with him. After Yi Xiu replied, he rewound the video to watch again. When Luoji Yunyan unleashed the Starfall skill and the weapon transformed into a dagger amid the light and shadow, Yi Xiu raised an eyebrow. Something felt off. In the video, the opponent used 3 weapons that were all silver-white base with black patterns, clearly not matching any existing game templates. 3 custom-made silver weapons? For an unspecialized account to have such luxurious equipment, how wealthy must this person be? And where did they get the materials? A sense of mystery shrouded him, making him increasingly curious about Luoji Yunyan's true identity. He asked around in the guild channel and quickly got information. This account had only risen to prominence in recent days and had been online for 70 to 80 hours straight with barely any breaks. For such an unspecialized expert to emerge only 2 months after the new server opened seemed strange no matter how you looked at it. While controlling Jun Maxiao to browse equipment at market stalls, Yi Xiu pondered repeatedly. Anyone who could play an unspecialized to this level must have a main account behind them, and their background was definitely significant. Fast hand speed, high awareness, strong operation. Suze? The name flashed through his mind. That guy had an eccentric personality and was capable of abandoning his main account to a power leveler while whimsically playing an unspecialized account himself. But to specially craft 3 silver weapons for an unspecialized account? What was he trying to do? More troubling was that Luoji Yunyan shared the same name as that mysterious person Yi Lianshan from All-Star Weekend. Could it be that Yi Lianshan was actually Suze? This thought left even Yi Xiu uncertain. He didn't even dare imagine that Suze's weapons could also switch forms. While Yi Xiu was still puzzling over Luoji Yunyan's true identity, he didn't let it interfere with what needed to be done. Meanwhile, Suze retrieved his main account from the power leveler after several days. The moment he logged in, the system immediately displayed a golden announcement. Congratulations to 10th server player Jun Mo Xiao for entering the heavenly domain. Finally here. Suze smiled slightly, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he directed Fa Ru Shui toward the protagonist mentioned in the announcement. Following the coordinates, he spotted Jun Mo Xiao at a street corner in the heavenly domain. The character was talking with 5 members of Righteous/Guild, with Zhui Yanxia and Linshan Shui standing nearby. As Suze moved Fa Ru Shui closer, Yi Xiu immediately sent a message. Got your account card back? Just retrieved it, Suze replied. Righteous/Guild's leader, Jean Lulan, also noticed the Nakamura level 55 Blade Master named Fa Ru Shui. In the heavenly domain where max-level characters were everywhere, a level 55 character stood out like a sore thumb. In fact, Suze had already snuck into the heavenly domain days ago, but with fewer people around then, no one had noticed. Clearly, Jean Lulan was unaware of this. And who might this be? Jean Lulan inquired. Fa Ru Shui, Suze answered. I know it's called Fa Ru Shui, Jean Lulan said with exasperation. Then why ask? Suze's counter-question left Jean Lulan responding with only a string of a lip. She had wanted to confirm more than just the character name. But seeing he couldn't get anywhere, he gave up. He refocused his attention on Jun Mo Xiao. Are you really Yi Xiu? The genuine article? Yishio smiled. Can you prove it? Why should I prove anything? Believe it or not, that's up to you. Yishio's smile remained carefree and confident. Jean Lulon paused, then realized there was no arguing with that logic, so he continued. All right, if you really are the great Yichio, that's even better. I heard you're planning a comeback and forming a new team. Yeah, I've got some ideas. Perfect timing then. I've been wanting to form a team myself, been planning it for ages, just lacking skilled players. Interested, master? Before he could finish speaking, Zhui Yanxia suddenly stepped forward, pushing Jun Mo Xiao behind her. What terrible timing, the master has already been signed by me. Chengua's voice came through clearly via guild chat. Jean Lulon looked up and down at this female Qigong master who had suddenly appeared, having no recollection of her and clearly not recognizing her as a top player. Who are you? I'm his boss. What kind of boss? Don't you understand what boss means? Chenghua raised an eyebrow. An investor? Jean Lulon pressed for details. Something like that. Chengua's voice weakened, feeling a bit uncertain. Aside from providing food, lodging, and a computer, she hadn't really invested any money in Yishio. In contrast, Jean Lulon was famously known in glory as a Padawan player with a mysterious background, rumored to have vast wealth. Chenghua, just a small internet cafe owner, couldn't compare financially. Her sudden intervention on Yishio's behalf left her feeling somewhat inadequate. If Yishio could really get support from such a wealthy patron, it might be better for him. Between her and Yishio, there was only a verbal agreement, hardly anything official by any measure. Sure, they'd established a guild in the 10th server, but what did that really represent? It was barely even a starting point. There's also Fa Rushua, another heavyweight player. Although he only asked for an 800,000 signing fee, there's still no contract at the end of the day. If Fa Rushua ever loses interest and just walks away one day, Chenghua would naturally be worried. After all, Suze didn't even take that box of keyboards that rightfully belonged to him when he left. Thinking about this, she felt somewhat confused and instinctively turned to look at Yishio, only to see the guy leaning back in his chair with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yes, she's my current boss, Yishio suddenly said seriously, responding to Jean Lulon in the game. Hearing Yishio's personal confirmation, Jean Lulon sent a regretful voice message. I see. What a pity then. He quickly followed up with another line. If it's convenient, could we add each other as friends? We could exchange advice if we have questions in the future. Suze received Jean Lulon's friend request. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he still clicked accept. Thinking back to how he had once snatched a level 65 purple weapon, Jean Foam, from Jean Lulon to craft the first-generation Lu Guang, he felt somewhat awkward about it. The 5 members of Yijan exchanged a few pleasantries with Xing Xin before taking their leave. Watching them depart, Yishio finally turned his attention back to Suze. You've been leaving your account to power levelers lately. Is there something else going on? What he really wanted to ask was, is Suze secretly using the alt account, Luo Ji Yunyan, for activities? But when the words reached his lips, he held them back. If it really was Suze's alt account, and he wasn't saying anything, pressing further would only make things awkward. If it wasn't, then who was Luo Ji Yunyan? Could Yi Liangshan and Suze really be 2 different people? I've been busy with online dating lately. No time to log in, Suze shrugged. Online dating? Yishio was stunned. Male or female? Why don't you just ask if it's human or dog? Suze was speechless. Yishio chuckled awkwardly. Online dating has risks. Be careful not to get scammed. It's not that dramatic, Suze replied calmly. Yishio still wouldn't give up and continued probing indirectly. Even with online dating, you wouldn't completely stop playing the game, right? I was planning to meet my online dating partner in person, so I took a trip to City B. Just got back today. Suze's tone was watertight. Oh, you actually met in person? How long have you been chatting online? Yishio clearly didn't believe it. Just a few days, Suze answered casually. Meeting after just a few days? Don't act like you've never seen the world, okay? And I said I was planning to. Suze patted the chair back, not wanting to continue this topic. Why do I feel like you're being so gossipy? I'm just worried about you getting scammed. I've seen news reports about people getting their kidneys stolen through online dating, Yishio said seriously. A gaming addict like you actually watches the news? Suze raised an eyebrow. Occasionally, Yishio said offhandedly, then changed the subject. Let's talk business. What did you come to see me about? I want to take some guild resources, so I came to give you a heads up first, Suze added. Of course, I won't complain if you don't give them to me. That's not necessary. Take what you want. You could just send a message for something like this. Yishio waved his hand. I'll just take them directly next time, Suze nodded. You're really not being polite at all, Yishio laughed. Suze thought for a moment and said, I'll send you a crafting plan for leather silver equipment later. He never liked owing favors. The value of a silver equipment plan was enough to match the materials in Xing Xin's warehouse, even 100 times over. After all, Xing Xin Guild's warehouse didn't have many resources to begin with. After Suze left, Yishio remained standing in place, the final words still echoing in his ears, leather armor, crafting blueprint. If anyone else had said such a thing, he would have dismissed it as mere boasting. But Suze had already created a silver weapon like flowing light. So having silver equipment blueprints in his possession seemed perfectly reasonable. At this thought, Yishio put away his casual demeanor, his tone unusually serious for once. Silver equipment had to take this seriously. Shenghua, however, wasn't in the mood to listen to the technical exchange between Yishio and Suze. When desert dust suddenly appeared, her heart felt tangled like a mess of threads. The internet cafe claimed to have two great masters, but what did she really have to offer to keep Yishio and Suze? Setting Suze aside for now, with Yishio's skills and reputation, any boss of a new team trying to break into the professional scene would throw out much more generous terms. League regulations stated, the bottom two teams in regular season would be relegated, with two new teams taking their place. Every offseason, capital stirred restlessly. Shunguo believed that any one of those investors was far wealthier than she was. When the time came, the penalty fee for a single-player transfer could crush her as a team owner, and this meager startup fund might actually hinder Yishio's comeback instead. As for Suze's mention of just 800,000, was it really just 800,000? If that was a joke, she simply couldn't afford to pay up. Both Yishio and Chunguo were lost in their own thoughts, the atmosphere heavy with oppressive silence. Suddenly, Yishio looked up and warned, someone's coming. Huh? Chunguo jumped, startled, and quickly switched to her character's perspective. Straight ahead, three players stepped into visual range, but their heads were completely Barino guild names. Be careful, Yishio said in a low voice. In the heavenly domain, major guilds always maintained numerous wild accounts, and players without identification were usually up to no good. While Yishio prepared for battle, Suze had already returned to the 10th server. He headed straight to Happy Guild's warehouse, selecting only a few level 30 orange equipment pieces. Rare materials? The warehouse barely had any, had long since converted them all into equipment to fill storage space. After stuffing the orange equipment into his alternate character's inventory for silver weapon upgrades, Suze switched back to controlling Hair Like Snow and teleported back to the Heavenly Domain. At level 55, Hair Like Snow could now tackle Heavenly Domain dungeons. The dungeons there were densely packed, so numerous that even solo grinding couldn't clear them all, offering high experience and sufficient safety. So he simply buried himself in grinding dungeons alone, quietly and steadily, letting time flow like water. One day, Yishio suddenly pulled Suze into a penguin chat group. The group, named Boldly Red, Professional Player Chat Group. As soon as Suze entered, someone immediately tagged him. He ignored it, first switching the notification settings to Do Not Disturb. Who's this? Who brought them in? Someone claim responsibility. Looks like Yishio added them. Someone in the group replied. The next second, a flood of messages burst across the screen. Yishio, come out, come out, come out, come out, come out. With that many words, it had to be Huang Xiaotian. Chat notifications popped up one after another as the rookie players flooded the screen. Worship the master. Rookie players bow to Master Huang. They were desperately trying to find Huang Xiaotian's invisible visibility permission, convinced that Su Muching must have it, but unfortunately, she wasn't online at the moment. Without waiting for a response, Huang Xiaotian had already begun hosting the Find Yishio operation. Who has Su's invisible visibility? Chu Yunxiu definitely has it. Who's pinging me? The keyword triggered, and Chu Yunxiu was forcibly summoned online. Is Su Muching online? Huang Xiaotian asked again. No. Chu Yunxiu replied curtly. Don't lie. Actually, we're not looking for her, just asking about Comrade Yichio's situation. Huang Xiaotian changed his approach. Just ping Yichio. Chu Yunxiu reminded him. One autumn leaf, 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 one autumn leaf. Huang Xiaotian spammed frantically. Still one autumn leaf? Chu Yunxiu questioned. The air grew slightly tense. The departure of familiar account characters always inevitably made people's hearts sink. Yichio was no longer one autumn leaf. At this thought, the chat fell silent. Who called me? Sun Xiang suddenly appeared. The masters looked at each other, all turning into spectators. Wasn't calling you, looking for Yichio. Huang Xiaotian was blunt. Yichio? He's retired, but still in the group? Sun Xiang was confused. Keep it low-key, Huang Xiaotian reminded him. Be careful, or the group admin will kick you out. I haven't even seen the group admin since I joined. Sun Xiang said. Of course, the group admin is also retired. By your logic, he shouldn't be here either, Huang Xiaotian shot back. Chu Yunxiu brought the topic back. Try pinging Lord Grimm. Hey, who called me? Yishio immediately surfaced. Damn, you were lurking after all, shameless. Huang Xiaotian instantly roared. Hello everyone. Long time no see. Yishio casually greeted. Instantly, lurkers emerged one after another, and worship emojis rained down in the chat. Damn, so many people playing dead. Huang Xiaotian continued spamming. Alright, pleasantries over. I'm out, Yishio said calmly. You only said one sentence. Huang Xiaotian panicked. I'm not you. Yishio's single taunt had everyone in the chat laughing and pounding their desks. Zhou Zakai, what are you laughing along for? Huang Xiaoyan's sharp eyes caught even the usually quiet Zhou Zikai laughing. Hee hee, Zhou Zikai dropped 2 words. Huang Xiaoyan frantically multitasked, responding to the mockery while fearing Yi Xiu would escape. Hey you! Don't run. I'm here, Yi Xiu replied. What have you been busy with lately? Leveling. Yi Xiu answered slowly. Another row of desks got pounded. Everyone knew Huang Xiaoyan was asking about something else, but Yi Xiu's answer was flawless. Damn, who's asking about that? Huang Xiaoyan fumed. Then what are you asking? Yi Xiu continued playing dumb. What are you doing joining that righteous bestowal? Huang Xiaoyan pressed. Playing an online game. Joining a guild perfectly normal, Yi Xiu said calmly. Stop playing dumb. Really, which of your teams would take me? I'd go immediately. The key is, there aren't any, Yi Xiu said. Come to our Blue Brook Guild. Huang Xiaoyan extended an olive branch. Do you have the authority to decide that? No. Yu Wenzhou jumped in first, slow hands, but quick fingers. Yi Xiu led the desk-pounding laughter. Unable to save face, Huang Xiaoyan quickly changed topics. Let's duel. Arena, I've been wanting to challenge you for ages. Let me properly experience your unspecialized. I'm only level 52, you really have the nerve? Yi Xiu countered. We'll use correction mode. With correction mode, what's the point of fighting? Correction mode eliminated equipment advantages, obviously having a huge impact on god-tier accounts like Huang Xiaoyan's. Come on, come on, come on. Huang Xiaoyan provoked repeatedly. Fine, Yi Xiu responded. The next second, a row of wide-eyed emojis flooded the chat. No one expected these two would actually fight. In less than a minute, numerous professional masters appeared in the heavenly domain, and the world channel here exploded like a bomb had gone off. After Suze finished setting up his Donut Disturb mode, he returned to the chat interface and saw a long string of group messages. He glanced through them and found most were about professional players challenging Yi Xiu to battles, but he wasn't particularly interested. The more pressing matter was finishing his dungeon runs. At the moment, his character, Fa Rouge Shui, had reached level 58, just one step away from max level. Once he hit max level, he'd need to start large-scale scavenging to maintain the expenses of both accounts, which was no small financial pressure. However, during his brief downtime before logging in, Suze casually clicked on Chu Yunxiu's avatar in the group and sent a friend request. In less than half a minute, she actually accepted it, which surprised him with its speed. You just joined the group, right? Haven't seen you before. Which team are you from? Xiu. Suze typed those 2 simple characters. You've got the wrong person. I'm not her. Aren't you Chu Yunxiu? Fine, I am. Chu Yunxiu reluctantly admitted. Haven't been on your alt account lately? My alt got hacked. Oh, that's good then. How is that good? Chu Yunxiu's tone carried confusion. I thought I'd been dumped. Don't flatter yourself. I never agreed to anything. So when will you agree? When you can win a championship. Goodbye. After Suze replied, he directly closed the chat window and switched back to the game to continue his dungeon runs. Need to win a championship just to have an online romance? What a joke, he muttered under his breath, his fingers flowing smoothly across the keyboard. As for whether Chu Yunxiu's "wait until you win a championship" comment was a joke or something else, he couldn't be bothered to analyze it. On the other side, Chu Yunxiu stared at the word goodbye in the chat box, completely baffled. What did this person mean by suddenly saying farewell like that? But the stranger it was, the more curious she became. She sent another message but received no response. In fact, Suze's adventurous romance rhetoric had somewhat moved Chu Yunxiu's heart, but that wasn't the only reason for her interest. She specifically asked her close friend Su Muching about him, who then passed the question to Yi Xiu. The final assessment was just one brief line: strange personality, but not a bad person, keeps his word. It was precisely that phrase, strange personality, that completely hooked Chu Yunxiu's curiosity. At this moment, Suze's attention was entirely focused on the dungeon. When the progress had barely reached 1/10 completion, a video call request popped up, with Chu Yunxiu's name displayed. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked accept. The screen lit up, and Chu Yunxiu straightforwardly showed her face without any mask or deliberate posing. Even in the mediocre lighting of her room, her beauty was enough to outshine many entertainment industry actresses. What are you doing? Running dungeons, Suze replied flatly. What about you? I'm at the arena watching people PK. Huang Xiaoyan is fighting some people from Excellent Dynasty Guild. Don't you want to come watch? Many professional players are here. Whether I go or not doesn't really matter. Suze's gaze remained fixed on the dungeon progress bar, his fingers continuously operating. For him, experience points were currently more important than excitement. Actually, this PK wasn't purely a friendly match, but rather a show deliberately arranged by Yi Xiu, simply using the many professional players to build momentum for Excellent Dynasty Guild. Then Suze thought of something else and asked, since you're going pro, have you ever thought about winning a championship? Who goes pro without wanting to win a championship? What kind of question is that? In the video, Chu Yunxiu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Suze stared at the screen and added, but from what I know about you, you don't seem to have a particularly strong desire for championships, sir. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Either way, you won't win a championship at Misty Rain. What? Are you looking down on me? Chu Yunxiu's tone carried a hint of displeasure. I'm stating facts. It's not that you lack skill, it's that the team isn't good enough, Suze said bluntly. This hit a nerve. Chu Yunxiu fell silent for a moment, having to admit inwardly that he was right, though many things were beyond her control. She countered, what about you? Don't you want to win a championship going pro? Me? I'm definitely going to win championships, Suze said with unwavering confidence. But I'm pursuing more than just championships. What greater achievement could there be beyond championships? Chu Yunxiu blinked in confusion, feeling oddly conflicted about Suze's confidence. Definitely going to win championships? Who dares say such a thing? If he was just boasting and couldn't deliver, it would be quite embarrassing. She didn't particularly like people who talked big, but if he could actually win a championship right from his debut, that would align with her fantasy of an ideal boyfriend. At this thought, Chu Yunxiu unconsciously reached for her cigarette pack, about to light one. Suze noticed her movement and asked, do you smoke because of stress? Maybe. I can't even remember when I first started smoking. Chu Yunxiu held the cigarette between her fingers, her tone casual. You're not going to try to get me to quit, are you? Could I? Suze asked softly, genuinely disliking the smell of smoke. I could consider it. Chu Yunxiu waved the cigarette pack. But what would I get for quitting? Who knows? Faced with this question, Suze couldn't come up with an answer and could only say, it doesn't matter if you don't quit. After all, this was just an online romance. He thought to himself, though he wasn't even sure if this counted as an online romance. She was the one initiating frequent video calls, so it probably counted, right? As for how much Suze actually liked Chu Yunxiu, he couldn't say he was deeply smitten. But currently, she was indeed the only woman he had feelings for. As for Tang Rou, Suze didn't deny that she was a good person, but he still harbored reservations about her 1 versus 3 incident, making bold declarations without leaving herself any room for retreat. It was confidence, sure, but her skills couldn't support that level of confidence. What Suze minded wasn't Tang Rou's failure to keep her word after losing, but rather that approach of burning bridges in certain situations. It could be frightening. Of course, Tang Rou's earlier rejection had unconsciously deepened this feeling, though he didn't realize it was just a misunderstanding. Undeniably, Suze had indeed entertained thoughts of wanting to date someone at the time, but that thought, like a wisp of smoke, was blown away by Tang Rou's words and drifted toward Chu Yunxiu instead. Reality is sometimes more melodramatic than TV dramas. Perhaps one person's appearance is merely to introduce another. Watching Chu Yunxiu smoking on screen, Suze blurted out, I'll go buy a webcam tomorrow. Chu Yunxiu nodded. Suze remembered something and added, that photo I gave you last time was fake. I know. Chu Yunxiu replied casually. After chatting with Chu Yunxiu for quite a while, they said goodnight to each other and ended their video call. Whether Chu Yunxiu went straight to sleep was uncertain, but Suze clearly had no intention of resting, was controlling hair like snow, to grind monsters and level up in dungeons. In the following days, his routine became extremely simple. Eating, brief sleep, occasional chats with Chu Yunxiu, and the rest of his time was devoted entirely to the game, either grinding dungeons or rushing to steal bosses when they respawned. With his continuous actions, Hair Like Snow's reputation in the realm of the gods was approaching that of one sword soaring cloud, and he too quickly became a notorious scavenger. On this particular day, Suze was following his usual routine of scavenging and boss stealing. His character had reached level 70, while the highest level among other players in the 10th server was only 67. While he was busy, Chunghwa suddenly pulled him into a discussion group called Happy Team Chat Group. Seeing this group, he casually pulled Dim Light in as well. Yi Xiao and the others would definitely have no objections to his presence. Everyone in the group was chatting quite lively, but Suze didn't participate much in the conversation. Instead, he operated Hair Like Snow to head to a main city to prepare for silver equipment crafting. He had a set of light armor silver equipment blueprints called the Radiant Light set, consisting of 5 pieces: helmet and shoulders, top, bottom, belt, and shoes. After desperately collecting materials during this period, Suze finally managed to craft the entire set and upgraded each component to level 30. During this process, Chu Yunxiu had been a great help. She exchanged equipment and materials that Suze couldn't use with Misty Rain House, allowing him to successfully obtain the silver equipment materials that would have been difficult to gather otherwise. This wasn't something that could be accomplished through robbery alone. It required the kind of foundation that Misty Rain House possessed. However, after obtaining the set, he immediately encountered a frustrating little episode. The Radiant Light set wasn't the pure strength bonus he had envisioned, but rather had an additional spirit attribute alongside strength. Dual attributes meant that each stat value was diluted. Spirit provided more mana, but what Suze lacked wasn't mana, it was ultimate damage output. Fortunately, this equipment wasn't entirely useless. It happened to be perfect for his unspecialized account, Falling Paper and Clouds. Originally, he had planned to craft a cloth armor set for Falling Paper and Clouds, but now this need could be saved. After logging into his unspecialized account and returning to the 10th server, Suze completed a discreet transaction and transferred the radiant light set over. With the equipment in place, falling paper and clouds gained considerable defense and stun resistance in one go, along with the following attribute: strength 240, spirit 220, fixed bonuses, movement speed 20, attack power 50, jump height 20. Set effects: 3-piece set attack power 200, critical rate 25, 5-piece set an additional attack power 400, which was a direct enhancement to the weapon's base attack, quite substantial. Honestly, the Radiant Light set was indeed more suited to the unspecialized account's needs. Mana, attack power, and basic attributes were all covered, and these were exactly what the unspecialized class lacked most. Left with no choice, Suze had originally planned to craft a light armor set for the Blade Master class, but it ended up being used for the unspecialized class instead. Life really was unpredictable. Stared at the screen and let out a rueful sigh. After setting his Blade Master character, Fa Ru Shui, to auto-farm with an experienced treasure box in the dungeon, he got up and moved to the computer next to him, logging into his unspecialized character, Luo Zhiyun Yin, to continue leveling. At this point, his Blade Master was nearly maxed out, except for the level 60 silver weapon Lu Guang. Every other slot was filled with purple and orange gear. But to progress further, whether it was rare materials or silver equipment blueprints, everything depended on scavenging for a chance to collect them. The problem was, his scavenging route was being watched closely. His Blade Master character was now public enemy number 1, making business increasingly difficult. So he turned his attention back to the level 37 Luo Zhiyun Yin. The level 37 Luo Zhiyun Yin wore 6 pieces of silver equipment, with fighters will activated to the 7th tier, creating spectacular light effects. Suze's fingers danced across the keyboard, controlling his character as he cut through enemies from Thousand Wave Lake all the way to the Dark Forest. Monsters fell like wheat being harvested, and he finally experienced the pure joy of being a pay-to-win player. Time flew by, and on April 1st, Luo Zhiyun Yin finally reached level 50. Next came the challenge quest for Realm of the Gods. Suze had already completed it once with his Blade Master, so switching to the unspecialized class was a breeze. With the silver weapon, Wan Xiang, in hand, the unspecialized class's burst damage and flexibility even surpassed his beloved manual combo, Blade Master. He had given these two classes names, Lu Guang Blade Master and Wan Xiang Unspecialized. He couldn't decide which one to use for the competition. The unspecialized skill mechanics conflicted with someone on the team, while the Blade Master suited his taste better, but improving its equipment would require more scavenging. Fortunately, there was still time before the challenge tournament, and for now, he just wanted to get Luo Zhiyun Yin into the realm of the gods. Halfway through the quest, a message from Chu Yunxiu popped up in the chat window. "Hello, want to get married?" Suze replied with 3 question marks. "Just kidding, happy April Fool's Day," came the quick follow-up. "Won your match and feeling playful?" Suze typed back. "You watched the match too?" Chu Yunxiu asked. "Of course. You played really well." Suze typed seriously, though his eyes never left the game. He just sensed that Chu Yunxiu was in a good mood and took a gamble, which fortunately paid off. Even if he'd guessed wrong, he had a backup plan ready. Change the period to a question mark and claim it was a typo. A perfect contingency plan. A few seconds later, Chu Yunxiu sent another message. "I just got back to my room. What are you doing?" "Doing quests in the game," Suze replied, then suddenly remembered a business opportunity and typed. "I have a blueprint for crafting a cloth armor silver equipment set. Would your team be interested? Our team has its own research department, so we probably won't need it." Chu Yunxiu politely declined, not really believing Suze could offer anything particularly high-end. Suze frowned with disappointment. But other teams might not have research departments. He immediately thought of the Yizhan Guild. So he casually asked, "Want a video chat? I'm going to take a shower first." "Go shower." Suze added an urgent emoji, then switched back to Fa Ru Shui, opened his friends list, and contacted Jean Lulan. He sent a message. "You there? Interested in silver equipment?" While training in the arena, Jean Lulan suddenly received a message from Fa Ru Shui. The private chat box in the bottom right corner of the screen was flashing non-stop, containing just a few short words. "Are you there? Interested in silver gear?" Jean Lulan paused for half a second, his hand instinctively breaking the combo he was executing. How could he say he wasn't interested? If he weren't somewhat unfamiliar with Fa Ru Shui, he would have suspected this was an April Fool's joke. "Name your price." He replied without hesitation, showing no intention of verifying the authenticity of the message first. After all, the operator, Lu Guaning, was known for his wealth, earning him the nickname Boss Lu within the team. "Well, it depends on the transaction method. Are you looking to buy it outright, or something else?" A new message came in, signed by Suze. "First, tell me how much silver gear you have." Jean Lulan was a bit confused, thinking to himself, can silver gear even be rented out? But the next message quickly clarified the meaning of buying out. "I have the crafting plan for silver cloth armor. Your team should need it, right? Last time I saw, 3 out of your 5 members were cloth armor classes." Suze's message was straightforward. Jean Lulon quickly recalled the 5 characters: the Berserker, Battle Mage, Elementalist, Psychic, and Priest. Indeed, aside from the Battle Mage, the last 3 were all cloth armor classes. What was more alarming was that the silver gear plans had always been a closely guarded secret within the team, never before offered for sale. Now, Suze was openly presenting it to him. This was unheard of. Although Jean Lulon had seen his fair share of big deals, he couldn't help but doubt. Are you sure you have the silver gear crafting plan, and you want to sell it to me? Words are not convincing. Let's meet in person. They'll send you a materials list, and you can bring it over. They'll show you right then and there. Suze clearly preferred to skip the small talk and got straight to the point. Immediately, a materials list of nearly 10,000 words was sent over, scrolling from the top of the screen to the bottom without an end in sight. In addition to the materials needed for cloth armor, there were also rare materials required for upgrades, such as radiant light, flowing light, and myriad forms. Jean Lulon stared at the dense text, feeling a chill run down his spine. Is this the amount needed to make one piece of cloth armor? Even at level 70, it shouldn't be this much, he thought, but only sent a relatively polite message. Isn't this a bit excessive for the materials? Not excessive. This is the complete set of materials for a level 70 cloth armor, and it's a full set. If I weren't short on cash lately, I wouldn't bother selling it. Suze replied promptly. A full set? Jean Lulon gasped. But thinking about Fa Rukshu's reputation for being troublesome and reckless in the realm of gods, he was more concerned about Suze's character. Why would someone like him have access to the silver gear plans? Before Suze could explain, Jean Lulon pressed on. Are you quite familiar with Ichio? Yeah. Suze replied with a single word, then urged, so, do you want it or not? I have things to do later. Yes, definitely. Send me your location, and I'll bring some of the materials over first. You know how much preparation is needed for all this. Jean Lulon typed, while having the warehouse manager record the quantities of materials. He then added, please send me the materials list for one piece of silver gear first. Suze completely understood this cautiousness and felt no displeasure. He promptly sent over a separate materials list for one piece of silver cloth armor. The other parties simply didn't trust him, claiming they needed to prepare materials, but in reality, they just wanted to verify things first. Soon, Suze arranged to meet Jean Lulon in a team dungeon. The dungeon's boss had already been cleared, leaving the massive stone hall empty and quiet, with only the occasional flicker of magical runes flowing across the floor. Jean Lulon's 5-person team stood in a line, each with their inventory full of materials. Did you bring the stuff? Suze glanced over and asked directly. We did. Jean Lulon was equally brief, then traded over the entire pile of glowing materials from his inventory. After confirming the quantities were correct, Suze reminded them. I'm telling you up front you'll have to pay for the silver gear I craft. No problem, please begin. Jean Lulon gestured with his hand, his attitude straightforward. Suze wasted no more words and immediately got to work according to his planned approach. Flames danced on the silver crafting table as he fed materials into it one by one. With system notifications chiming continuously, the prototype quickly took shape. After completing the silver equipment, he immediately proceeded with upgrades. Each level consumed an astounding amount of materials, but maximized the attribute bonuses. As materials were steadily consumed, he forcibly pushed the equipment's level higher and higher. Finally, a brilliant silver radiance settled on the interface level 70 silver gear. Suze took a screenshot and sent it to the team channel. Satisfied? He asked in a flat tone. The channel fell dead silent. Jean Lulon's 5 teammates stared at the attribute panel, speechless for a long moment. Being able to craft silver gear at this stage was already unthinkable, but having such outrageous stats was completely beyond their expectations. However, this cloth armor's attributes weren't quite suitable for priests. It would be perfect for chi masters and elemental mages instead. But such minor flaws were completely insignificant compared to the godly overall stats with attributes this explosive. Who cared about minor details? Seeing the continued silence, Suze prompted again, why is nobody talking? This finally snapped them back to reality from their shock. Jean Lulon stepped forward. Brother, name your price. I want to buy out your crafting formula exclusive rights. Buyout won't work, but I can craft 3 sets for you, with after-sales service included. Suze firmly refused. If he really let them buy out the formula, his secret edition of other materials would be exposed. What after-sales service? Level 75 upgrades. Suze replied, then added, you know how it is, silver gear crafting formulas are always trade secrets. I really don't know what to charge. Too high and it might hurt our relationship. Don't worry about it, just tell us. Jean Lulon indicated he should speak freely. How about 500 million? Jean Lulon's mouth twitched, and he said bluntly, pretend I never asked. What's the processing fee then? The so-called processing fee covered Suze's labor and technical expertise, plus essentially an information leak fee. Once silver gear circulated, there was risk of reverse engineering, though the probability was extremely low. For processing fees, 20 million for 3 sets. If that works for you, we'll do it. Suze gave his final quote. He wasn't being too greedy, since he'd already taken some advantage with the materials and felt slightly guilty about it. Though considering these rich kids, there was no need to be overly polite. As for the 20 million, he'd already planned to give Mei Guang 10 million, since the formula contained mostly Mei Guang's hard work. 20 million wasn't a small sum even for these wealthy second-generation kids, so Suze wasn't in a rush and gave them plenty of time to consider. But in fact, they only pondered for a moment. Deal. I'll have people prepare the materials now. 3 days from now, same place. Also, I think we should sign a contract. Jean Lulon said. No need for a contract. Suze traded the silver gear he'd just crafted to Jean Lulon as a show of good faith. Bring the materials over, and you can choose to trade them one piece at a time. No need to worry about me stealing your materials. After all the trading is done, then you pay me. How's that? Jean Lulon was stunned. Brother, aren't you afraid we won't pay? This is honestly the first time I've met someone as straightforward as you. Suze was actually just trying to avoid hassle, while also believing they wouldn't stiff him. You wouldn't skip out on 20 million, would you? Besides, I'll be entering the professional scene later. His implication was clear: if you dare to cheat me out of money, when we meet on the competitive stage, I'll absolutely crush you until you can't show your face in the professional scene. After chatting for a while, Jean Lulon left with his people. Inside the dungeon, the character, Fa Ru Shui, was still quietly idling. Compared to the unpredictable guild territories in the open world, this place was obviously much safer. Whenever he had nothing to do, Suze always liked to park his character in a dungeon as a temporary safe haven. At that moment, a familiar avatar popped up on the communication panel. Chu Yunxiu was calling for a video chat. Have you been waiting anxiously? She asked with a smile as soon as the call connected. Suze looked at the screen. Did you just blow-dry your hair? Yes. Chu Yunxiu raised her hand to tousle her freshly blow-dried, fluffy long hair. Under the light, that soft white nightgown made her look even more like the girl next door, combining allure with gentleness in a way that made Suze's heart skip a beat. When are you free? Maybe we could go on a date or something. Suze said straightforwardly. I'm free anytime when I'm not competing. Chu Yunxiu blinked. What? You want to meet in person? Just asking. Suze replied in a flat tone, though he didn't deny it. Just asking. Chu Yunxiu's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Suze thought for a moment. In a few days, he might get 20 million, give 10 million to Mi Guang, and the rest would be perfect for traveling and relaxing. So he shared his real thoughts. I might go traveling, or I might not. So I'm asking if you have time. Oh, Chu Yunxiu drew out the sound. I'll think about it. You must think about it carefully, Suze said with mock seriousness. Suddenly, Chu Yunxiu on the screen showed a mischievous smile. How about you sing me a song? If I'm in a good mood, I might get carried away and say yes. Suze was silent for 3 seconds. I can sing, but I'm turning off my camera. Why? Getting a stand-in singer? Otherwise, why turn off the camera? What do you want to hear? Anything. How about Little Bug Flies? The children's song I'm thinking of? Chu Yunxiu asked in surprise. Yes, the children's song. Though she complained about it being a song to put kids to sleep, she couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Suze cleared his throat, turned off the camera, and sang the entire children's song softly. Before the song ended, his phone vibrated and incoming call interrupted them. Chu Yunxiu noticed the caller ID and asked, Who's calling you? Yi Qiu. Suze lifted his phone. Let me take this first. He put it on speaker and answered directly. Want to come out for late-night snacks? Baozi just arrived today. Yi Qiu's voice came through the speaker. Suze glanced at Chu Yunxiu, a subconscious yet considerate gesture. Chu Yunxiu was quite satisfied with his look and nodded approvingly. Permission granted. Stay safe. With her approval, Suze's lips curved slightly as he replied to Yi Qiu. Give me the address then. Come to the internet cafe first, we'll go together later. All right. Suze hung up and looked at the screen. I'm heading out then. Get some sleep early. Bye-bye, Chu Yunxiu said. After ending the video call, Suze headed out toward the happy internet cafe. Under the night sky, streetlights cast a pale yellow ribbon of light across the sidewalk as he walked over his own shadow, quickly reaching the familiar internet cafe. Several figures had gathered near the front desk. Yi Qiu with a cigarette between his fingers, Chun-Gui standing with her arms crossed, Tang Rou nodding with a smile, and another young man with long bangs covering half his face. Bao Rongxing. You're here? Yi Qiu looked up in greeting. Huh? Boss, who's this? Baozi examined Suze's distinctive hairstyle, his eyes lighting up as if he'd found a kindred spirit. He's hair like snow. Yi Qiu deliberately only mentioned the game ID, clearly wanting Suze to introduce himself. Baozi immediately stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello there. I'm Bao Rongxing. Character name Steamed Bun Invasion. Suze. Suze shook his hand. Baozi nodded approvingly. Good name. You look like you can fight too. Where did you used to hang out? I spent 2 years slaughtering chickens at RT Mart. Suze said casually. Haha, you're really funny. Baozi laughed heartily. Seeing the two getting off track, Chun-Gui quickly interrupted. All right, now that everyone's here, let's go. If we keep dawdling, the late-night snacks will get cold. Suze had only planned to meet his future teammates anyway, so he readily agreed. The group of 5 left the internet cafe and headed to a nearby late-night eatery. The restaurant was filled with cooking smoke mixed with spicy aromas. Just as they entered, Yishio seemed to spot some acquaintances and paused, raising his hand toward 2 people at a nearby table. What a coincidence running into you here. One of them smiled back. Yes, what a coincidence indeed. Yishio clearly had no intention of chatting and simply waved. We won't disturb you. Please continue. However, the other person pressed on with a smile. No disturbance at all. These people with you, are they your new team members? Why don't you introduce them? We'll be dealing with each other eventually. His smile wasn't genuine. Suze glanced at the man, wondering to himself. Someone from Excellent Era? He asked Yishio quietly. Who's this guy? Chui Li, Excellent Era's manager. The one next to him is the owner, Tao Xian. Yishio explained briefly. Since you're going pro too, you should pay attention to the professional scene. I'll worry about that when I have time. Suze shrugged indifferently. Their whispered conversation was overheard by Chui Li, who laughed loudly. Your teammate doesn't seem very professional. That won't work in the pros. Suze couldn't be bothered to respond and found an empty seat to sit down. Feeling ignored and losing face, Chui Li continued, provoking Yishio. Can you even manage a teammate like this? Heh. Can you manage your team? Yishio replied coolly. Chui Li was immediately speechless. The atmosphere grew tense until Tao Xian stood up and said in a cold tone. Enjoy your meal. We'll be leaving now. With that, the two departed. Once they were completely gone and the food had arrived, Suze chatted with his teammates while eating. He preferred to focus on his food and didn't talk much. Chungwa suddenly remembered something. Wasn't Excellent Era playing an away game today? Why weren't those two with the team? Yeah. Yishio nodded, responding between bites. They might get relegated. Chungwa's imagination ran wild. They wouldn't deliberately get relegated just to oppose you in the Challenger League because they know you're forming a team, would they? That would be giving me too much credit, wouldn't it? Yishio chuckled, then added. Either way, Excellent Era will definitely make big moves next season. What do you mean? Chungwa pressed. After this season's performance, if they don't make changes next season, does Excellent Era want to go bankrupt? Yishio shrugged. Then why aren't they making moves now? Chungwa still didn't understand. Maybe the current situation is just too much for them to handle. Yishio said, looking toward the empty seats where the two had been sitting. On April Fool's Day, Team Excellent Era didn't deliver an outstanding performance in their match, but their competitors were equally disappointing. As a result, what was supposed to be the biggest highlight of this round passed by without any excitement. No one expected that just one day later, Excellent Era Club would hold a press conference and drop a bombshell. Club manager Chui Li personally announced that Sun Xiang, the popular rising star who had recently joined the team this season, might miss all remaining matches due to poor physical condition. Facing persistent questioning from reporters, he added with a heavy tone that Sun Xiang's health issues had been apparent for some time, but given Excellent Era's difficult situation, the player had been pushing through. Now he had no choice but to sit out. That evening, in the training area on the second floor of Happy Internet Cafe, Chungwa stared at the news headline on her screen and turned to Yishio in shock. Is Excellent Era really planning to give up on next season and tank their way into the Challenger League? The two had briefly discussed this possibility the night before, so Yishio could only shake his head and sigh. I don't think they'd deliberately tank, but from the looks of it, the team has probably lost control. Is Excellent Era really finished? Chungwa couldn't believe it. Yishio didn't explain further, just shook his head quietly with a complicated expression. The next day, Suze arrived at the internet cafe as scheduled. According to Yishio's arrangement, Wei Chun would come today, and everyone would officially begin joint training. Suze controlled troubling rain to organize materials while hearing Chungwa mutter. Why isn't Old Wei here yet? He said he'd come today, Yishio replied without looking up. It was already dark outside, but Wei Chun still hadn't shown up. Just as Chungwa was about to complain again, a QQ message suddenly chimed. The cashier downstairs notified them that someone was looking for the boss. Oh, that might be Old Wei, Chungwa said to herself. Hearing this, Yishio paused his game, and Tang Ro, knowing the new team member had arrived, also stood up to follow. Bao Rongxing didn't even understand what was happening, but seeing the three move quickly, he immediately decided he couldn't be left out, and hurried to follow. Suze leisurely brought up the rear. As soon as everyone came downstairs, they saw a scruffy, bearded guy leaning against the cashier counter. He was smoking, puffing away, with 2 bulging duffel bags casually piled at his feet, making the cashier girl frown from the smoke, though she didn't speak up due to his status. He looked around, and when his gaze swept to the stairway and he saw Chungwa leading the group, his eyes immediately lit up. Old Wei, Yishio called out first. The man quickly approached, but instead of shaking hands with Yishio first, he stared at Chungwa and asked, and this beautiful lady is? Our boss, Yishio introduced with a smile. Oh my, what a pleasure to meet you. Wei Chun immediately extended his hand. Chungwa's mind instantly conflicted. Wei Chun had already given her the first impression of a flirtatious middle-aged man. and now seeing him in person with his eyes lighting up at the sight of a beautiful woman, her impression continued to decline. But he was a team member after all, and she was the boss. She had to maintain appearances. She reluctantly extended her right hand, while secretly deciding that if this guy pulled the trick of holding on and not letting go to take advantage, she absolutely wouldn't give him any more face. However, after Wei Chun grasped her hand, he simply shook it a few times, said hello, I'm Wei Chun, and let go. The moment his hand dropped, his gaze bypassed Chen Guo and locked firmly onto Tang Rou. His squinting eyes gleamed even brighter, and his whole demeanor suggested he was about to pounce. And who might this be? He asked, his right hand already eagerly extending toward Tang Rou. Tang Rou, Yi Xiu introduced proactively, without mentioning her in-game name, Han Yenrou, since Tang Rou and Wei Chun had no prior connection. What a lovely name, lovely name. Hello, hello, Wei Chun praised repeatedly, his palm advancing straight toward Tang Rou. Just as the two were about to make contact, another hand intercepted Baozi, flipping his long hair, moved faster than Wei Chun and grabbed the man's hand. Hello, hello, I'm Bao Rongxing, but close friends call me Baozi. The sudden interruption left Wei Chun stunned for a moment. He mechanically responded with a good, then shook off Baozi's handshake and turned to whisper to Yi Xiu. These are all the team members you recruited? Yes, though they haven't been playing glory for long. Their skills are quite decent, Yi Xiu replied without any modesty. Wei Chun frowned. Where are the experts you mentioned? They're right there. Yi Xiu indicated with his chin. Everyone's gaze fell on Su Zhe. Su Zhe has captain-level abilities. His blade master is no weaker than Huang Xiaoyan's. Yi Xiu smiled. You could even replicate Blue Rain's dual-core sword and curse strategy. Oh, Wei Chun immediately approached, sizing up Su Zhe from head to toe. I heard from Yi Xiu that you fought Huang Xiaoyan and won. It wasn't just luck, was it? Perhaps some luck was involved, Su Zhe replied calmly. Don't call me Yi Xiu, call me Yi Xiu, got it? Yi Xiu corrected from the side. So you really do have an alternate account? Wei Chun exclaimed in amazement. Yi Xiu waved his hand. Come on, let's get you settled first. Which way? Wei Chun asked, following with his luggage. To where you'll be staying. Everyone helped carry his luggage, and within 5 minutes of leaving the internet cafe, they arrived at the Shanglin Garden residential complex. Chen Guo had rented a small villa here. While not luxurious, it had a clean courtyard and pristine white exterior walls that were quite pleasing to the eye. There are 6 bedrooms upstairs. When we have more people, some might need to share rooms. Sorry for the inconvenience. Chen Guo reminded everyone as she led them upstairs. It might be an inconvenience for a certain gaming god, but I, Wei Chun, come from humble beginnings. These conditions aren't inconvenient at all, Wei Chun said firmly, patting his suitcase. Thank you, Chen Guo replied, her smile brightening at his easygoing attitude. At this moment, Su Zhe spoke up. I'll take the 6th room. That was the innermost room on the 2nd floor. After speaking, he added, I'll go back to pack my things and bring them over. You all carry on. Zhe is moving now. I'll help you with your luggage. Baozi offered enthusiastically. Let's go then. Su Zhe nodded, greeted Yi Xiu and Chen Guo, and left with Baozi. Speaking of Baozi, he's not a bad guy, just has some weird thought processes and tends to run his mouth a bit. When Su Zhe was moving, he didn't have much luggage, a few sets of clothes, 2 computers, and nothing else worth taking. All of this fit into 2 large cardboard boxes plus 1 suitcase. He called a cab and transported all his belongings to his new place. That day, Su Zhe pushed open the door to the training room on the 2nd floor of Happy Internet Cafe. Several private rooms had been knocked through to create a spacious practice area. Ever since deciding to form a team, Chen Guo had put considerable thought into this space. Though simple, it was quiet enough. Su Zhe arrived with his hair like snow account card, making him the last person to report in. As soon as he arrived, he saw Baozi and Wei Chun facing off in the arena. Oh no, I lost. Baozi slapped the table, looking regretful. Don't act pitiful. This result is perfectly normal, Wei Chun said smugly, raising his eyebrows. Yi Xiu didn't go over to watch, but just hearing their scores made him shake his head and sigh. TSK, rock bottom. Wei Chun, someone of your caliber beating a newbie who's only been practicing for 4 months. And you can still be this proud, truly shameless. Right, no need to feel bad. Baozi suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. We can go again right away. Wei Chun was stunned for a moment, unable to follow this line of thinking. Come on, don't be scared. Let's go another round. Baozi waved his hand. Damn, would I be scared of a rookie like you? Wei Chun grinned and readily accepted. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Round after round of wild laughter exploded through the room. Wei Chun won consecutively, then won some more. After the 8th match ended, Chen Guo pushed the door open and looked around. What's going on? 8-0. Wei Chun propped up his chin and struck an exaggerated 8 pose. Seriously? Chen Guo looked at Yi Xiu in surprise. Why are you looking at me? It's him playing against Baozi, Yi Xiu shrugged. Seriously? Chen Guo turned her gaze to Wei Chun. Like Yi Xiu, she felt that for someone of Wei Chun's status to be this proud about beating Baozi really lacked class. Wei Chen didn't care about any of that and remained in high spirits. How about that, kid? Sigh, impressive, impressive. I had no idea you were this good, old Wei. What's your background exactly? Baozi exclaimed repeatedly. You'd better sit down for this. I am the former captain of Team Blue Rain, the renowned former operator of Soxar. Hope I didn't scare you. Wei Chen announced his credentials. Oh, oh. Baozi's calm reaction left Wei Chen unsatisfied. Saquatno? What's that? Baozi looked completely confused. You don't even know that. The Alliance's #1 warlock character, a supremely great existence. Wei Chen emphasized. Really? Baozi cooperatively expressed amazement. Wei Chen turned to Yi Xiao with a serious tone. Newbies really need to brush up on their knowledge. Does knowing these things really matter? Yi Xiao countered. Of course. Wei Chen put on a sacred expression. This is the inheritance of knowledge and faith. Buddy, why don't you tell us about Baozi's skill level instead? Yi Xiao steered the conversation back on track. Not bad. For a newbie with 4 months of practice, it's pretty decent, Wei Chen replied. You're feeling guilty. Yi Xiao hit the nail on the head. Damn, what do I have to feel guilty about? Wei Chen shouted. You almost lost, didn't you? Yi Xiao said. Huh, he's still far from beating me. Wei Chen muttered stubbornly, though his hands were already typing in the chat window. Damn, almost screwed that up. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for being so stubborn. Yi Xiao immediately shot back with a string of laughing emojis. The flashing text on screen made the atmosphere in the training room even livelier. Suze sat nearby, quietly watching these two veterans banter. In his previous life, although he was also a professional player, he had always been alone. Combined with 2.5 years of solitude, he thought his heart had become as cold as a blade's edge. It wasn't until he met Chu Yunxiu and Yi Xiao's group that he discovered these glory enthusiasts seemed to possess an irresistible magnetism. Aze, want to have a match with this old man? Wei Chen turned around, pulling Suze back from his thoughts. Want to test my skills? Suze raised an eyebrow. Exactly my intention. Let's see how you compare to Huang Xiaotian. Wei Chen lifted his chin. The two immediately started their matches. 10 minutes later, 2 games were finished with Suze winning 1 and losing 1. He had clearly held back in the second game, which Wei Chen naturally noticed. Stroking his beard, he praised. Not bad, not bad. You talk less than Huang Xiaotian, but your plays are sharper. You can force opportunities even when there aren't any. Old Wei, what's your overall assessment? Yi Xiao leaned over. Huang Xiaotian is a harvester type, while Aze is an assault specialist. Wei Chen thought for a moment, then gave a more straightforward comparison. Huang Xiaotian is like a national-level Han Exine, while Aze is like a national-level Luna. You flatter me, Suze replied coolly. Just then, a video call request suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of his screen. Wei Chen's sharp eyes caught it. Oh, Xiao Xiao? That avatar is a beauty, and she looks familiar. Suze cleared his throat lightly. Online girlfriend. Well, I'll be damned. So young and already into online dating instead of focusing on your career? Answer it. Let this old man have a look. Wei Chen egged him on. Suze couldn't be bothered with him. If you have that much free time, I suggest you work on team coordination. That Tang Ro over there has decent skills, go spar with her. With that, he decisively clicked decline and typed in the chat. There are people here, not convenient for video. Unless you don't mind being watched, of course. After handling the message, he stood up and patted the table. I'm heading back. You guys continue. He turned and left the training room. The moment the door closed, 3 pairs of eyes followed his retreating figure. Wei Chen's expression was both disdainful and envious. Yi Xiao looked thoughtful. Tang Ro's expression was complex and unreadable. Perhaps some things, once missed, are simply missed. Rather than dwelling in regret, it's better to let go. That guy's into online dating? Yi shameless, do you know what's going on? Wei Chen spoke first. He mentioned it before, but I thought he was joking. Yi Xiao shrugged. I caught a glimpse of that avatar. The more I look at it, the more it resembles Chu Yunxiu. Wei Chen frowned in thought. Chu Yunxiu? That's unlikely, right? Probably just a fan of hers. I'm more worried about Aze getting scammed. Yi Xiao shook his head. Getting scammed is unlikely since they're doing video calls, Wei Chen said. Back in his room, Suze immediately started a video call with Chu Yunxiu. The screen lit up, revealing Chu Yunxiu wearing a light-colored casual shirt paired with denim shorts, her shoulder-length hair casually pinned up, highlighting the gentle and graceful beauty characteristic of girls from the Jiangnan region. Today was April 3rd, with Tomb Sweeping Day tomorrow, so the club had already started their holiday break. Chu Yunxiu pretended to be annoyed, pouting as she asked, what were you so busy with just now that you didn't answer my video call? Suze shifted his sitting position, pushed the clutter on his desk aside, and replied calmly, I was at an internet cafe with lots of people around. I was worried someone might recognize you, which wouldn't look good. What's the big deal? Who says professional players can't date? She huffed dismissively. Even if I lose some fans, it wouldn't be that many. Who knows? Suze shrugged, then added half jokingly, half seriously. So you wouldn't mind if I told people my girlfriend is Chu Yunxiu? That depends on how well you perform. Only if you're good enough. Chu Yunxiu replied with a hint of playful arrogance, somewhere between feigned anger and delight. Here came the classic routine, the typical, depends on your performance. Both understood each other's game perfectly well. Suze rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully. So what kind of performance are we talking about? That's for you to figure out, she said with a smile in her eyes. Suze's mind quickly reviewed the information he'd gathered over the past month. Chu Yunxiu, born August 3rd, 2000, 22 years old, blood type B, Leo. Personality, gentle, resilient, straightforward. Hobbies, binge-watching shows, gossiping, and occasional flights of fancy. This was all surface-level information he already knew, but he realized he needed more direct action. Wait. Suze suddenly looked up, as if he'd made some kind of decision. I'm going to S-City tomorrow. Huh? That's so sudden. Chu Yunxiu looked surprised. Yeah, it is pretty sudden. Hard to explain, but I think I might have left something important there, Suze said mysteriously. What thing? I'll tell you when I see you tomorrow. Suze smiled enigmatically. They chatted casually for a few more minutes before ending the call. After hanging up, Suze immediately logged into his Hair Like Snow account and messaged Jean Lulan to ask about the material preparations. The reply came back, still need a little more. Go ahead and make some first. I might not have time these next few days, Suze responded. Soon after, Jean Lulan delivered the materials. When Suze opened the trade window, he discovered that a little more really meant just a tiny amount was missing. I'll cover the rest, he typed, then immediately began crafting the silver equipment. Blueprints, data, and tools were laid out in order as his fingers flew between keyboard and mouse. Silver equipment crafting wasn't complicated. With the right plans and materials, it could be completed in minutes. Piece after piece of equipment materialized in flashes of light, each with perfect attributes. Once finished, the system notification showed 20 million credits deposited. Jean Lulan was equally efficient. Great doing business with you. Jean Lulan sent a thumbs-up emoji. Yeah, I'm logging off now. Suze was about to close the trade window and go offline when Jean Lulan stopped him. Wait a minute. Brother, you mentioned level 75 silver equipment after-sale service before. Do you have some inside information? Is level 75 opening up? I have an uncle. You know how it is, Suze casually deflected. Just knowing is enough. You can prepare in advance. Best of luck in the professional competitions. With that, he logged out of the account and took a deep breath. Now it was time to upgrade his silver equipment. Suze scraped together some materials from Ijan and barely managed to upgrade Flowing Light to level 65. Next, he turned his attention to myriad forms. The upgrade requirements weren't too harsh, and he swept up all the orange and purple gear needed to go from level 35 to 70. However, due to limited materials, Radiant Light could only be temporarily stopped at level 50. He didn't want to completely drain Ijan dry. Once all 6 pieces of silver equipment on Luoji Yunyan were upgraded to level 50, Suze officially took control of this unspecialized account and began working on the Enter God's Domain quest series. The final hurdle was achieving 100 consecutive wins in the arena. By now, the overall level in the 10th server had caught up with the pace, so he didn't need to cross servers for PvP. The opponents he matched against were generally mediocre in skill. Suze kept myriad forms in katana mode, sweeping through the battlefield with one man and one blade. Most fights ended in under a minute. If he switched forms, he could finish in 40 seconds, and when he was in peak condition, he could even end fights in 10 seconds, making it look ridiculously easy, like chopping vegetables. The awakening skill attached to his silver weapon was his trump card, but he had no intention of using it. Around 2 a.m., he successfully claimed his 100th victory, and the quest notification flashed by. Around the same time, Luoji Yunyan left the Happy Guild just before midnight. The Guardian Demon God provided too few free attribute points, so he planned to join a major guild in God's Domain. However, with no dungeons available before level 55, Suze had to embark on the long road of outdoor grinding once again. When farming monsters, he most commonly used the dual pistol revolver form, myriad forms, revolver. Fighters will have been upgraded to tier 7, and when firing at full capacity, the bullet trails swept across the grassland like dense lines of fire, dropping monsters in droves. The only regret was that the unspecialized class lacked area attacks, with almost no AoE skills among the low-tier abilities, so he could only compensate with hand speed and positioning. While he was focused on clearing monsters, a berserker quietly stopped nearby. ID, sleep another summer. The player stared at Suze's attack speed for half a minute, becoming increasingly shocked. This was completely unreasonable. Rat-a-tat-tat. A string of bullets suddenly shot toward him at lightning speed, tearing through the air like electricity. Sleep another summer quickly raised his sword and barely managed to block with a defensive stance. I mean no harm, he typed an explanation. Is that so? Suze replied with just 3 words. Sleep another summer thought for a moment, then decided to voice his confusion. You're that Yiliang-chun, right? Why are you playing an unspecialized? In his view, with that level of skill, the opponent could dominate with any mainstream class. Yet he chose to walk the deadened path of unspecialized. Dunless he thought he was the next Jun Ma Xiao. Suze countered. Why can't I play an unspecialized? The era of unspecialized players is long over. But my era is just beginning. Your era? Sleep Another Summer typed these 3 words and then fell silent. He looked down at his character interface, feeling a mix of emotions who didn't want to usher in their own era, but his dawn came too late, and the sun was covered by clouds before it could rise. Suze said no more and continued farming monsters. Gunshots and monster death cries intertwined as his experience bar steadily climbed. A few minutes later, Sleep Another Summer sent another message. You still haven't answered me. Are you a pro player, right? Not yet, but you have good eyes. Are you a pro player too? Suze replied. I used to be, Sleep Another Summer answered. A retired pro player? Suze said. Zai Shui Xia didn't respond, just parked his character nearby to observe quietly. He quickly noticed something. Luo Ji Yunyan's basic attack damage was ridiculously high, clearly exceeding the normal values for characters of the same level and class. Something's off about your unspecialized character. Zai Shui Xia couldn't help but type. Who would play an unspecialized character if it wasn't broken? Suze shot back. A fair point. Zai Shui Xia was left speechless. A few seconds later, Suze typed another message. If you're not busy, help me grind some monsters. He immediately sent over a party invitation. Zai Shui Xia readily accepted but remained motionless. Watching his teammate neither help nor contribute while still taking experience, Suze grew annoyed. If you're not going to help, I'm kicking you. Just dealt with my hand injury for a moment. Instead of typing, Zai Shui Xia's cheerful male voice came through voice chat. Hand injury? That must make gaming inconvenient. Leave the party, I'll grind alone, Suze said flatly. Zai Shui Xia's voice suddenly shot up. Who are you looking down on? I can't handle a few small monsters. Quite the temper. Want a duel? Suze hated being yelled at. Without another word, he kicked Zai Shui Xia from the party, and the two instantly turned hostile. Suze controlled his character to slide in with an attack. Unexpectedly, Zai Shui Xia reacted lightning fast, executing a mountain crusher on the spot. This move required extremely high operation skills and hand speed, revealing considerable ability. Suze dropped his casual attitude and immediately responded with a revolver barrage. Zai Shui Xia moved like lightning, weaving in his pattern before raising his blade starting with reverse slash, attempting to launch his opponent airborne. Suze jumped back to dodge, following up with flying shot suppression while airborne. Not bad. Both muttered in appreciation almost simultaneously, but neither backed down. Zai Shui Xia was first to activate his burst skill, Berserk, for 20 seconds. Strength, attack speed, movement speed, and status resistance were all enhanced, while intelligence and both defenses dropped significantly. Giving me such an opening? Suze taunted verbally while his operation remained flawless. Berserkers became more dangerous as their health dropped, so he refused to let his opponent close in, maintaining distance while dealing continuous damage. No matter how skillfully Zai Shui Xia moved, he inevitably lost health to the bullets. Suze's goal was clear: survive these 20 seconds. The moment the timer ended, his opponent immediately activated his awakening skill, Bloodlust Combat. This state was mutually exclusive with Berserk, but provided 25 more combat power than Berserk, plus super armor. More troublesome was the Bloodlust effect attached to attacks. Positive Bloodlust. Absorb 10 of enemies' lost health for yourself. Negative Bloodlust. Trade your own health for devastating damage to your opponent. Ready to go on the offensive? Suze aimed at the screen, still composed. His opponent clearly wanted to use low health for a comeback kill, but he sneered inwardly. Dream on. Want to trade health? Go ahead. Suze continued shooting while repositioning, his aim precise as bullets steadily chipped away at his opponent's health. Soon, Zai Shui Xia's health bar dropped below 50. Class Skill Blood Awakening activated. To be honest, the Berserker is absolutely the strongest among all swordsman classes. In that other world, there's even a household saying that goes Red Dog is #1 in the world. Legend has it that a low-health Red Dog could instantly kill a full-health weapon master with just one ultimate skill. While the Berserker in glory isn't quite that exaggerated, its power isn't far off. Suze had no intention of giving his opponent any chance for a low-health comeback. In front of the screen, he furrowed his brow, his hands rapidly striking the keyboard as his operation tempo suddenly accelerated. Luaji Yunyan's revolver bullets poured down like a torrential downpour. Caught off guard, Zai Shui Xia couldn't help but gasp. This fast? Before his words even finished, he gritted his teeth and sped up too, his fingers almost becoming a bluer never accepted defeat. Unfortunately, disappointment struck again. In a contest of hand speed, he had picked the wrong opponent. Suddenly, Zai Shui Xia's operation showed a brief pause, and the opening was instantly caught by Suze. Luaji Yunyan controlled the recoil and fired in bursts, the muzzle flash tracing a brilliant trajectory. Zai Shui Xia gritted his teeth and tried to recover, but it was far too late. Step shot activated, ignoring recovery frames, and the bullets continued tearing through his health bar. In the end, the low health comeback never materialized. Zai Shui Xia was sent back to the main city's respawn point, and as his screen turned gray, his level 70 orange weapon katana also dropped. However, he couldn't care less about that orange weapon at the moment. Only one thought filled his mind. He had actually lost. At the respawn point, a sudden sharp pain spread through his right hand, the culprit behind his crucial mistake moments ago. Zai Shui Xia's vision seemed somewhat dazed. Am I getting old? After recovering briefly, he searched for Li Yunyan's ID, only to discover that the other player had disabled friend requests. He just wanted to know who his opponent really was. Wins and losses were common, but he had lost to a launcher who only used a revolver and barely cast any skills, and the opponent was only level 50. He simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. So Zai Shui Xia directly teleported back to the grinding spot, where he could see from afar that Luoji Yunyan was picking up the two pieces of equipment from the ground, and then continued grinding monsters. At least the opponent hadn't brought backup. What? Not convinced. Suze raised an eyebrow. Who exactly are you? Zai Shui Xia suppressed his emotions. Li Xiaoyao, Suze said casually. Zai Shui Xia fell silent for a long moment, only replying with a string of ellipses. Li Xiaoyao? I might as well be Jingtian. He thought to himself. Suze suddenly became serious. That pause, you had just know it wasn't intentional, was it? Caused by a hand injury. Zai Shui Xia tried to preserve his last bit of dignity. I thought so. You didn't lose unfairly, Suze nodded. But your damage output was off. Want to know why? I'd be grateful to know. Zai Shui Xia really wanted to understand, or he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Suze hesitated for 2 seconds, then said flatly, 7th level fighters will. What 7th level fighters will? Zai Shui Xia was stunned. When you were bleeding health, I triggered 7th level fighters will on you, Suze explained. No way. Where did you get 7th level fighters will? Zai Shui Xia was going crazy, suspecting he had encountered a lunatic. Can it be crafted on his skills? Suze asked back. So you're saying that's a silver weapon in your hands? Zai Shui Xiao's eyes sharpened. What, want to steal it? Suze smiled playfully. That's not what I meant. But could you tell me which club you're with? A silver weapon that can craft awakening skills isn't simple. Zai Shui Xia remained persistent about Suze's identity. Suze raised an eyebrow. Before asking about someone else's identity, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Well, I'm Sun Jiping. Ever heard of me? Zai Shui Xia said. Sun Jiping. That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before, Suze said. Have you heard of falling flowers and scattered leaves? Sun Jiping pressed. That also sounds familiar. Suze frowned, trying to recall. He wants to go pro, so he should at least know about Team 100 Blossoms, right? Sun Jiping was almost losing it. Had he really been forgotten already? Oh, I remember now. Sun Jiping from Team 100 Blossoms, right? I've heard so much about you. Suze finally had his moment of realization. Cut the crap. Sun Jiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now it's time you told me who you are. Instead of answering directly, Suze threw out a statement. I can heal your hand injury. Huh? Sun Jiping was stunned, thinking he'd misheard. Say that again. I said, I can heal your hand injury. Suze repeated patiently. So many specialists in B City couldn't do anything about it, but you can? Who exactly are you? Sun Jiping questioned skeptically. Believe it or not, that's up to you. But you had to leave the professional scene you loved because of your hand injury. That must be painful, right? You should trust me, Suze said calmly, then asked, sleep through another summer? How many summers have you slept through already? I'd love to sleep, but you need to give me something convincing. Sun Jiping raised an eyebrow. Does it matter how many summers you've slept through? That's just the pain in your heart, a dream you can't escape from. I'm the 107th generation heir of the medical saint lineage, specializing in acupuncture. Suze casually announced his credentials. In his previous life, he had indeed learned some acupuncture. Heir of the medical saint? Do you have any proof? Sun Jiping remained doubtful. When I, Suze, do things, I don't need to explain myself to others. For someone who questions me like you do, I wouldn't treat you no matter how much money you offered. Suze waved his hand dismissively, his tone quite aggressive. This left Sun Jiping speechless for a long moment. Let me think about it. I just made an appointment with a specialist here. The doubt remained, but he didn't dare completely dismiss the possibility. Don't think about it. I'm in H City right now. Come find me before 2 p.m. tomorrow, and I guarantee I'll cure you. Miss the deadline, and the offer's off the table. Suze spoke with absolute certainty. Highly skilled doctors often had their pride. Sun Jiping had heard about this before, but the guy was just too young. Can I ask how long the treatment would take? He inquired cautiously. Do you want the truth or a lie? Suze asked back. The truth, of course. Sun Jiping's brow furrowed again. The truth, you'll be fine within a day. The lie, 3 months. Isn't that backwards? Sun Jiping was speechless. You're way too confident in your medical skills. You know nothing about my medical abilities, Suze said indifferently. Remember to bring your driver's license when you come tomorrow. We'll talk when I get there. I'll add you on QQ, and we can arrange a meeting place then, Suze added. I never said I was going. Sun Jiping stubbornly replied. I'm not begging you to come, but this opportunity only comes once, and so does youth. How you handle it is up to you. Suze dropped this line and turned back to continue grinding monsters. Sun Jiping hesitated for a long time. The guy was at least a highly skilled quasi-professional player surely. He wouldn't be running some kind of scam, right? After thinking it over, he decided to take the gamble. Send me your QQ number. I'll come find you tomorrow. He then logged off and booked a 7:30 a.m. flight. Suze remained in the game, grinding monsters and leveling up. There weren't many players online at 3 or 4 a.m. Suze maintained his 7th-tier fighter's willpower and spent the entire night grinding monsters with high intensity. Around 11 in the morning, Suze received a message from Sun Jiping, arranging to meet at a coffee shop. The shop wasn't far from Shanglin Garden, so he decided to walk there. On the way, he first stopped by a medical supply store to buy a set of acupuncture needles. The clerk assumed he was planning to learn acupuncture on his own, and Suze just nodded perfunctorily before hurrying away. As he pushed open the glass door of the coffee shop, the rich aroma of roasted coffee beans hit him. Suze glanced around and spotted Sun Jiping sitting by the window. The man wore a dark hoodie, his shoulders broad and posture upright, with sharp cheekbones that gave him a rugged appearance. Suze walked straight to the table and sat down. Sun Jiping, you are Suze. He introduced himself and gestured to the server for 2 unsweetened Americanos. Should we start the treatment now or wait a bit longer? Now? Right here. Sun Jiping looked stunned. I brought everything with me. I can treat you on the spot. Suze patted his canvas bag. Is this reliable? Sun Jiping couldn't help but ask. Absolutely reliable. Cut the chatter. I have other things to do later. Suze picked up his coffee, then set it down again, adding, but let's be clear, if I cure your hands, you'll join me in going professional, and you'll bring Zhang Jiala along too. Deal. These conditions made Sun Jiping suddenly serious. Anyone bold enough to discuss the future before treatment must be confident they wouldn't ruin his hands. If you can really cure me, I'd sell myself to you. As for Zhang Jiala, I can't make promises for him. No problem. We'll talk to him together when the time comes. He won't refuse a champion's request. Suze stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Give me 2 minutes. In the restroom, fluorescent lights made the tiles gleam harshly. Suze locked the door, took out the silver needles he'd just bought, and without hesitation, inserted 7 needles into the inner side of his left forearm. The needle tips disappeared deep into his flesh, and bright red blood quickly covered the needle shafts. His real trump card wasn't medical skill, but his god's left hand. 5 minutes later, he removed the needles, tossed them into the sink to wash away the blood, wrapped them in tissue, and returned to his seat. Let's get started. He checked the time. The effect was limited and couldn't be delayed. Sun Jiping stared at the 7 silver needles with their dark red tinge. Why are they a different color? How many acupuncture sets have you seen? These are ancestral heirlooms, supposedly made from meteoric stone. Suze fabricated smoothly. All right, I'll keep quiet. Sun Jiping placed his arms flat on the table, watching Suze work. Suze first inserted needles below Sun Jiping's elbows, then followed the meridians down to his wrist joints. The moment the needles pierced his skin, Sun Jiping drew a sharp breath, but gritted his teeth and stayed still. Is this feeling normal? My arms are burning hot, but I can't feel anything in my wrists. That's right. You'll be cured when sensation returns to your wrists. Suze picked up his Americano and sipped it slowly. After more than 10 minutes, Sun Jiping suddenly looked up. I can feel something. My hands are cool. Am I healed? Wait 1 more minute. Suze watched the second hand tick by. The moment 60 seconds passed, he quickly removed the needles. The originally bright red needle shafts now showed a strange dark red-black color. He wrapped them in tissue and tossed them into the trash bin behind him. Done. Try it yourself. Sun Jiping clenched his fists and rotated his wrists, moving faster and faster, but felt no more stabbing pain. He even felt his hand speed was quicker than during his peak period. In his excitement, he glanced at the trash bin. Can't those needles be used again? No, they're spent after 1 use. But weren't they ancestral heirlooms? Even ancestral heirlooms can only be used once. Suze rolled his eyes. Sun Jiping's nose tingled with emotion. This person had actually used ancestral silver needles on him in a single treatment. Such trust and investment made his blood surge with warmth. What a true brother. A scholar dies for those who appreciate him. The fire in his heart had died out that summer. But now, in this winter, that fire was rekindled. Did you bring your driver's license? Suze asked. Yes, I did. Sun Jiping patted the backpack on the chair beside him, where a corner of the zipper had come loose, revealing part of a document holder. Everything's in there. Good. Let's go buy a car, then head to S City. Suze nodded, speaking rapidly. What are we going to S City for? Sun Jiping asked instinctively. To find Chu Yunxiu. Suze answered straightforwardly. You want to recruit Chu Yunxiu too? Sun Jiping was stunned, calculating carefully himself, plus Zhang Jiala, plus Chu Yunxiu. This lineup. Were they trying to form a galactic fleet? I'm going to ask Chu Yunxiu on a date. You don't mind being the driver, do you? Suze clarified. Being the driver is no problem. Sun Jiping had originally wanted to gossip about Suze and Chu Yunxiu's relationship, but decided against it. He didn't consider himself a busybody. The two left the coffee shop and walked along the street for less than 3 minutes before reaching the nearest car dealership. Before they had fully stepped through the entrance, a salesperson was already approaching with a welcoming smile. Gentlemen, a BMW will do. Suze interrupted, dispensing with pleasantries. For BMW, we recommend this model 1.03 million, very suitable for your status. The saleswoman was halfway through her description when she noticed Suze had already pulled out his card. Swipe it. Signing, verification, registration, temporary plate. Suze simply said, next step, to every part of the process. And in less than half an hour, they were driving the new car out of the showroom. Once on the highway, Sun Jipping gripped the steering wheel and turned his head to ask, you said you want to go professional. Have you thought about which team to join? If you go back to 100 Blossoms directly, Zhang Jiala would definitely welcome you. Would you have the nerve to go back to 100 Blossoms? Suze countered. Then what do you mean? Start from the Challenger League. Form your own team? Something like that. Add Yishio, and we'll sweep through the professional scene. Our goal isn't just the championship, it's winning the championship undefeated. Suze's expression was serious. Let me get this straight, ho's Yishio. Sun Jipping raised an eyebrow. That's Yichio. You, me, Yichio, and if we bring Zhang Jialu, definitely have the strength to go undefeated. Sun Jipping nodded in agreement. He knew Suze's skill level. Back when Suze was level 70 against his level 50, he had still lost. By the way, I heard Yichio has a silver weapon called the Myriad Manifestations Umbrella that can switch forms. Since you play unspecialized, why don't you ask him to make you one too? It's not Yichio, it's Yishio. And I might use Blade Master in competitions. Suze corrected. Alright, Yishio then. What's your Blade Master called? I might have heard of it. Dancing Rain. But don't mention my unspecialized account to Anyani, it needs to stay secret. So you're the Dancing Rain who's been stirring up trouble in the heavenly domain lately? Sun Jipping had obviously heard the name. Night swept past the windshield as the headlights turned the highway into a gray-white ribbon. Suze leaned back in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. Sting hadn't slept a wink since last night. Sun Jipping was equally tired, yet mentally energized by the prospect of returning to competition. Matches and victory, that was enough. The distance from H City to S City wasn't far. Upon arrival, they chose a hotel closest to the Misty Rain Club. Suze's luggage consisted of only 2 account cards, while Sun Jipping had just his backpack. How long are we planning to stay here? Sun Jipping asked a rather crucial question. Depends on the situation. Could be a day or 2, could be a month or 2. Suze replied casually. He wasn't one to move around much by nature, but once he decided to set off, he was like a bird freed from its cage, eager to explore every corner of the sky. Yishio is still training the newcomers over there, so let them get some practice first. I need to make a trip. Help me contact Zhang Jiala. With that, he pushed open the door and left. Walking out of the hotel entrance, Suze immediately dialed Chu Yunchio's number. I'm near your club now. When are you free to meet? Tomorrow works. The club has arrangements today. Chu Yunchio responded briefly on the other end. All right, you handle your business first. After hanging up, he strolled along the street, picked out a few clothing stores to buy himself some new clothes, then headed back to the hotel carrying bags of various sizes before logging online. Did you find Zhang Jiala? He asked, turning to Sun Jipping who was sitting beside him. Still negotiating. Sun Jipping replied with just 2 words. Oh, where? I'll go take a look. Suze perked up, hadn't expected Yishio to be able to persuade Zhang Jiala to join them, but if Sun Jipping was handling it, there was real hope. Sunset Falls. Sunset Falls. Suze paused. He frequented that place, beautiful scenery, one of Glory's popular dating spots for couples. Though when he went there, it was usually for PvP. Why choose that place? Several guilds just fought over a boss. Zhang Jiala was there, so I went over. Sun Jipping answered while looking at him. What's with that expression? Nothing. Suze waved his hand and smoothly changed the subject. Was the boss the hermit fighter alien? Who got it? 100 Blossoms. So how did your chat with Zhang Jiala go? He said he can join, but we have to win the championship first. If we don't, he'll come after me. Sun Jipping smiled wryly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Just a championship, no big deal. Suze spoke as if it were nothing. Tell him to start preparing his victory speech. After saying this, he controlled, falling paper becomes clouds, and headed towards Sunset Falls. The waterfall cascaded down with mist swirling around, and by the rock stood 2 characters side by side, Sleep Through Summer, and Dazzling 100 Blossoms. The former was Sun Jipping, the latter, naturally, Zhang Jiala. Why did we have to come here to talk? Zhang Jiala seemed somewhat sullen. For the atmosphere. Suze landed, and stood in line with the other 2. Old Sun told you, right? To join our team, you first have to fight through the Challenger League, win all the way into the Alliance, then win all the way to the championship. Sounds like a pre-written script, Zhang Jiala muttered, then suddenly became serious. Did you heal Old Sun's hand? Of course. Suze nodded. Thank you. Zhang Jiala was very earnest. Suze raised an eyebrow. Sun Jipping himself hadn't formally thanked him, so this caught him slightly off guard. It's nothing. Actually, I have a massage technique that can achieve results similar to Old Sun's current condition. Old Sun's condition hasn't declined at all. I was wondering how that was possible. Zhang Jiala pondered for a few seconds, but couldn't suppress his curiosity. After all, healing a hand injury in just one day, if it weren't for his complete trust in Sun Jiping, he would have suspected it was all staged just to trick him into joining the team. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, Suze replied indifferently. After saying this, he suddenly remembered something. His brow twitching slightly was neither the team captain nor the owner, so the signing fee matter wasn't really his call. With both masters already here, it would be embarrassing if Team Happy couldn't handle it. Sun Jiping turned his head, his tone straightforward. I'm fine with anything, as long as I can compete. Same here, I just want the championship, Zhang Jiala added. Suze touched his nose tip and offered a compromise. How about 1 million each as a token? The Challenger League doesn't count, it only starts when we actually enter the professional circle. He even had the absurd thought flash through his mind for a moment. Start my own team and send Yishio straight home to inherit the family business in the Challenger League. Though it was just a passing thought. I want to know, who actually calls the shots in your team? Isn't it Yishio? Zhang Jiala asked, puzzled. Yishio makes most of the decisions, but I only focus on competing. Yishio handles tactical arrangements. I'm pretty free, no signing fee needed, Suze answered. Zhang Jiala complained. That sounds very unprofessional. Being professional in matches is what matters. Don't you have tactics? The return of dazzling 100 blossoms to the scene, just thinking about it gets the blood pumping, right? Tactical execution, coordination, that's what matches are about, Suze shrugged. This response left Zhang Jiala speechless, but he couldn't help complaining. Don't make professional matches sound so easy. Matches only have winning and losing. We're not just going to win, we're going to win beautifully. Suze's tone was passionate and stirring. According to you, the championship is guaranteed? Zhang Jiala asked. Absolutely. Look at our lineup with me here. Nothing can go wrong. Suze's confidence even infected Sun Jiping. Thinking about the lineup, Sun Jiping finally noticed something odd. He was a berserker, Zhang Jiala was a spitfire, Yishio was an unspecialized character, Suze was a blade master or unspecialized. Who would be most suitable for the final position? The three chatted for a while longer, then Suze invited the two to level up together. Previously, his character, Falling Paper and Drifting Clouds, had already joined the 100 Blossoms Guild. For the next 2 days, he practically lived in the hotel, leveling up. Having someone to carry you really made a difference, with the experience bar rising rapidly. On the 3rd day, Suze kept his appointment to meet Chu Yunxiu. They chose a dessert shop. Chu Yunxiu was bundled up tightly, wearing a mask and oversized glasses, looking like she was terrified of being recognized. That outfit of yours? Suze looked for 2 seconds, then suggested. How about we find somewhere with no people? Like where? A hotel. Chu Yunxiu's tone turned half cold. Do you think I'm that kind of casual person? Not at all. Suze raised his hands. I can only come out for a little while. I have to go back to the club Laturway, have an away game tomorrow, Chu Yunxiu said. Suze rested his chin on his hand, musing. Then it's rare that you made time for a date. Her eyes became alert. What bad idea are you plotting now? How about joining our team? Suze finally spoke up. Chu Yunxiu fell into silence. Suze stared at her face and said seriously. I've thought it over, and I don't have anything good to give you, so I might as well give you a championship. However, with Chu Yunxiu wearing a mask, Suze couldn't see any changes in her expression. Hand me a championship? You've got some nerve. Chu Yunxiu chuckled, her mask puffing out slightly. I'm serious. Suze rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. I've almost assembled the core team members. Oh, who do you have? Chu Yunxiu raised an eyebrow. Sun Jiping, Zhang Jiala, plus you and me. Suze counted off. This team has tremendous potential. He hadn't even mentioned Yishio's name yet. Even if you get Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala back, can you guarantee a championship? Chu Yunxiu's tone was skeptical. And if you have to start from the Challenger League, wouldn't that waste a year of my career? But I'll be there with you during that year, won't I? Suze flirted casually, then grew serious. Besides, staying with Misty Rain, you'll probably never win a championship in your lifetime. And you look 18 after a year of development. You'd only be 19. You mean you want me to retire for a year first? Chu Yunxiu frowned deeper. If Misty Rain won't release you, you'd have to retire for a year anyway. I can't afford your contract buyout fee. Suze spread his hands, then pulled out a bank card and placed it on the table. This card has 8 million yuan, basically all my savings. Consider it compensation for 1 year, and I'll give you a championship in Season 10. You? Chu Yunxiu stared at the card, then looked at Suze's calm demeanor. You're not joking? No. Suze's expression was serious. But it sounds so fantastical. Chu Yunxiu even doubted whether the card actually contained 8 million. 8 million wasn't a huge amount, but it wasn't small either. It was roughly equivalent to her transfer fee plus signing bonus. In normal procedures, the transfer fee goes to the team while the signing bonus goes to the player, and there's usually a significant difference between the two amounts. Suze smiled lightly. What's wrong with being a little fantastical? I think you'd like it. He pushed the bank card into her palm. Think it over carefully. I've given you everything I wanted to give. The decision is yours. There's really 8 million? Chu Yunxiu was still in disbelief. Why do you doubt me? Suze frowned slightly. It's not doubt. Aren't you afraid of losing both the money and the person? She asked what concerned her most. I told you, I like taking risks. 8 million is just the entry fee. Suze remained nonchalant, as if he truly didn't care about the money. The calmer he appeared, the more restless Chu Yunxiu became. She couldn't understand how someone could treat 8 million so casually. Her gaze swept back and forth across Suze's face as she couldn't help but whisper, Are you from a wealthy family? No. Then why? Chu Yunxiu waved the card in her hand, leaving the rest of her sentence unspoken. I want to compensate you for a year, and I want to give you a championship. Suze shook his head. A championship isn't something you can get right now. What seemed like a perfectly normal gesture to Suze felt as fantastical as a fairy tale to Chu Yunxiu. On her way back to the club, she felt completely dazed. Passing by a bank, she was inexplicably drawn inside. Inserted the card in, the balance showed exactly 8 million yuan. Chu Yunxiu had always been rational, yet also emotional. Her rationality made her verify the truth, while her emotions made her want to join this unknown adventure. And the entry fee was also 8 million. Chu Yunxiu had gone to compete. She neither gave Suze a direct answer nor sent any messages for several days. Suze stared at the empty chat window and could only shake his head helplessly. The ripples in his heart that had formed from waiting gradually settled back to calm, and his attention returned to the game once more. Another month flew by in the blink of an eye. The professional league's regular season was nearing its end, and Suze's falling paper and drifting clouds finally reached level 70. On that very day, his phone rang. It was Luo Ji calling. What's the meaning of sending me a bank card? When Luo Ji received the package, he had thought it was a game account card, but upon opening it, he discovered it was a real bank card with his name on it. I sold off a batch of silver equipment, Suze explained while organizing his gear. You provided technical support, so it's a 50-50 split. Your share is 10 million. But I didn't really help that much. Luo Ji hesitated on the other end of the line. The basic theory was your idea. I just refined it a bit. The refinement was enough. Most people couldn't have done it. Suze's tone was calm, but left no room for argument. Keep the card. I still need manufacturing plans for 2 silver weapons. I'll send the files to your email shortly. Help me refine them again. All right, I'll take a look later, Luo Ji agreed. I've been researching skill point strategies recently and have almost finished organizing them. I'll send you a copy later, but don't share it with others. Understood. After hanging up, Suze logged into the game and browsed through the document Luo Ji had just sent. He switched to the arena channel and called out to Sun Jiping, who was operating his character. Old Sun, let's go do some quests. Quests. Sun Jiping controlled his character to roll and dodge, his voice carrying a hint of confusion. Skill point quests. I have a strategy guide, Suze replied, looking up at his screen. Oh, Sun Jiping simply responded with a light acknowledgement. His attitude unusually calm. His experiences with dramatic ups and downs had made him rarely moved by external matters. The two quickly progressed through the quests following the guide. Midway through, Sun Jiping's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID. Alu has arrived. He's downstairs at the hotel. I'll go down to meet him. Go ahead. Suze continued his operations without pause, responding indifferently. Zhang Jiala's arrival meant it was time for Suze to return to H City. He had stayed in S City long enough, and the hotel's high fees had long been weighing on his mind. In fact, he had remained for 2 reasons: waiting for Chu Yunxiu's reply and waiting for Zhang Jiala to arrive. Now that the latter had been accomplished, he sent Chu Yunxiu a message asking to meet that evening. As night fell, the three first enjoyed a hearty meal at a nearby restaurant. Halfway through dinner, Suze took out his phone to check the time, stood up to bid farewell to the two, and left to keep his appointment. Chu Yunxiu had chosen a park within a residential community as their meeting place. In the evening, cool breezes swept through the tree-lined paths, surrounded by residents walking with their children and elderly people leisurely exercising. Suze walked along the bluestone path under the dim streetlights and spotted Chu Yunxiu sitting alone in a pavilion from afar. She wasn't wearing sunglasses, only a disposable mask, and waved at him when she saw him approaching. Suze walked closer and looked around. There are only elderly people and children here. No one would recognize you, right? Just to be safe, Chu Yunxiu replied softly. You're not being cautious about me, are you? Suze half joked, but didn't press further. Tell me, what did you want to see me about? Chu Yunxiu looked around again, ensuring no one was paying attention, then raised her hand to remove her mask, revealing her delicate features clearly under the dim light. Suze gazed at her for a moment. Have you seen enough? She felt somewhat uncomfortable under his stare and turned her head away. I'm planning to go back tomorrow. Suze withdrew his gaze and informed her in an ordinary tone. So suddenly? Chu Yunxiu was slightly startled. Well, I can't keep staying in hotels forever. I've been spending Lao Sun's money lately, which makes me feel pretty awkward. Suze said this matter-of-factly. There's a saying, isn't there? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon, or something like that. But how can outsiders tell whether someone is truly sincere? Anyone can say sweet words, but sweet doesn't necessarily mean sincere. Suze had always believed that winning over women required both strategy and boldness. As for sincerity, it only counts as sincerity when the other person believes it. At this moment, after hearing this, Chu Yunxiu tilted her head slightly. Lao Sun is senior Sunjiping, right? Yeah. Suze nodded. You're out of money? I sent it back home. How much did you send? 800,000. So how much do you have left now? Just a car and a suitcase. Suze said meaningfully. Through this back and forth, Chu Yunxiu grew increasingly curious. You don't even have money for yourself, so why did you give me so much? It seems you still don't understand. Suze smiled, his tone suddenly becoming profound. When he grew quiet like this, he always carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. In the brief silence, Chu Yunxiu opened her mouth several times only to close it again. Suddenly, a cool hand gently covered the back of hers. Suze made no other movements, simply holding her hand quietly. After a few minutes passed, he leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "Close your eyes." Why? Chu Yunxiu's heart skipped a beat, but she still closed her eyes with some anticipation. The next second, she felt an unfamiliar yet warm sensation on her lips. The June night breeze carried moisture, and in the pavilion, moonlight scattered down as the silhouettes of a man and woman quietly embraced. When their lips parted, Chu Yunxiu's face was flushed red in the night. Suze, always one for quick decisions, spoke directly. Let's get a room. Isn't this too fast? Chu Yunxiu rarely showed such coyness, completely different from her usual cheerful self. I'm a bit eager. If you think it's too fast, we can wait. Suze considered himself theoretically well prepared, though he'd never actually practiced. Let's wait a bit longer. I'm not ready yet. That's fine. Suze reined in his emotions and brought up another matter. About what we discussed last time, how are you thinking about it? Let's wait until after the playoffs. All right, don't feel pressured. I just feel like this would be unfair to Misty Rain. Chu Yunxiu hesitated. You're too soft-hearted. If anyone should feel sorry, it shouldn't be you. Misty Rain's style has always limited you. I'll be there with you. Suze's tone was calm, yet every word struck home. For him, inviting Chu Yunxiu to join his team was simply about giving her a championship. Even if she didn't play, that would be fine. But he understood that Chu Yunxiu would never sit on the sidelines. That was her passion. What he could do was ensure her efforts were rewarded. The story will be published tomorrow. Originally planned to wait until District 11 opened, but since it's happening early, let me go through the future settings once more. You can decide for yourselves whether to continue reading. 1. Competition format. Season 10 changes the format. First trial at the Asian Games. Team matches split into 2 rounds. Tower defense. 9 defensive towers, 1 revival crystal. Destroy the crystal first, so enemies can't revive, then eliminate all opponents to win. Capture the flag. Map has 5 flags east, south, west, north, center. Occupy flags to score points, first to 1,000 wins. Death allows revival, but requires time. 2. Map selection. No home-away advantage, only order matters. Example. Team A selects individual match map team, B selects arena match map team, A selects tower defense map team, B selects capture the flag map. Order priority determined by a non-scoring solo match between both sides. 3. Commentary. Must be 1 male and 1 female MLF male pairing doubles viewership. 4. Second Awakening. Later chapters will feature Second Awakening, enhancing all classes, including unspecialized. This isn't Dungeon Fighter style awakening, so stay tuned. Interested readers, please look forward to it. After escorting Chu Yunxiu back, Suze returned to the hotel. In the room, Zhang Jiala and Sun Zhiping were hunched over their computers grinding skill points. Hearing Suze push open the door, Zhang Jiala immediately looked up with a teasing tone. Oh, Dr. Su is back from his date with the beautiful Miss Chu? You really shouldn't have come back. Don't call me Dr. Su. People who don't know better might think I'm some quack. Suze couldn't be bothered with him and got straight to the point. Hurry up and max out those skill points. At the mention of skill points, Zhang Jiala kept joking around but couldn't help being curious. Speaking of which, your new team is really something else, even coming up with skill point farming guides. Do the quests first. Suze didn't want to explain too much. This stuff was hard to put into words. There were quite a few quests that gave skill books. Suze's unspecialized account had incredible luck, maxing out 5,000 points in just 3 days. The Blade Master account was a bit slower but still reached the full amount on the 4th day. After finishing the quests, the 3 of them charged into the heavenly domain to hunt bosses everywhere. They were all under the 100 Blossoms Guild, so naturally they were participating in guild boss raids. But the old rules still applied. They had to get at least 1/3 of any materials that dropped. Time slipped away in the monotonous cycle of grinding monsters and hunting bosses. Before they knew it, June was nearly over. News also came out that Team Misty Rain had been eliminated in the semi-finals of the playoffs. At noon that day, Chu Yunxiu's call finally came through. How did it go? Suze answered. We parted on bad terms. Chu Yunxiu's tone was casual, but Suze could tell she was hurting inside. You should learn from Zhang Jiao when playing professionally. You need to think of yourself first. Don't worry, I'll lead you guys to a championship, he comforted her. Zhang Jiala immediately protested from nearby. Hey, stop dragging me into this. Suze glanced at him. Pack your bags, we're heading back to H City. Time to give Yishio a little shock. Just thinking about it was amusing. Zhang Jiala grinned mischievously. Sounds good, this'll be exciting. With max skill points in hand, he felt like he could already touch the championship trophy. Of course, this confidence came more from Sun Zipping for Zhang Jiala. Recreating the dazzling 100 blossoms with Sun Zipping might be even more important than the championship itself. The three checked out of the hotel and drove to the location Chu Yunxiu had arranged. In fact, they had stayed in S City all this time just waiting for her. When they picked up Chu Yunxiu, she only brought one suitcase, leaving everything else in the house. She had bought the same apartment complex Suze had visited before. Hello, seniors. She politely nodded to Zhang Jiala and Sun Zipping. Both men nodded back in acknowledgement. After loading the luggage into the trunk, the four officially set off for H City. In the back seat, Suze chatted casually with Chu Yunxiu. I bought an elementalist account from the 10th server. Want it? Suze asked offhandedly. Sure, but I'm very picky about character names. Chu Yunxiu was intrigued. The game ID is Cloud Dream Marsh. Cloud Dream Marsh, that's just okay. Wait, who said anything about dreaming about you? She caught on and reached out to smack him. Zhang Jiala in the passenger seat couldn't help turning around. This isn't just okay, it's a max skill point account with a level 60 top-tier silver weapon. What? Really? Chu Yunxiu's mouth fell slightly open as she glanced at Suze beside her, hoping to hear his explanation. Instead, her mouth was suddenly covered literally, physically muffled nearly, making her roll her eyes in exasperation. Oh, come on. Zhang Jiala in the passenger seat dramatically turned his head away, his expression looking like he'd just swallowed a fly. Sun Zipping, behind the wheel, silently pressed the accelerator and increased their speed by a few kilometers per hour, desperate to escape the nauseating pink atmosphere filling the car. Fortunately, Suze had no intention of tormenting his two buddies for the entire journey after all. He feared they might snap and take everyone down with them. A few hours later, the car pulled up smoothly at Shangling Garden. The four of them first dumped their luggage in Suze's room, then headed straight for Happy Internet Cafe. At that moment, in Happy's training room, Yishio and Wei Chun were huddled over their computer screens, deep in discussion. Excellent Era actually signed Xiao Shikinthus is going to be trouble. Wei Chun frowned, his fingertips drumming restlessly on the desk. With Xiao Shichin, Excellent Era is finally complete. Yishio lit a cigarette, his tone unusually grave. Excellent Era's fallen so low they're stuck in the Challenger League, and he still jumps in? What kind of judgment is that? Wei Chun muttered. Yishio shrugged. Why are you panicking? Even if we really lose, you can still make a fortune selling strategy, guides you won't starve. I'd rather starve. Wei Chun slammed the table with a crisp bang. We must win the championship. Yishio exhaled a puff of smoke. Don't just talk about one Xiao Shikin Watt. If Excellent Era recruits a few more top players, are you going to jump out that window? Damn. Besides this guy surnamed Xiao, who else would be that stupid? Wei Chun immediately switched to vicious mode. Though he'd been indifferent to Xiao Shichin before, now he wanted nothing more than to grind the man into the ground. Suddenly remembering something, his expression darkened further. Where has Suze been all this time? He didn't run away, did he? Said he went traveling. We's got nerves of steel. Yishio spread his hands helplessly. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of dramatic entrance music like something from a gambling movie suddenly echoed outside the training room, and the door swung open. Everyone turned in unison. Suze swaggered in with three people behind him, all radiating an explosive aura as if they were about to claim territory. Yishio had just swallowed a mouthful of water and immediately spat it out. What are you doing here? He slammed the table and stood up. Zhang Jiala removed his sunglasses with a cold smile tinged with personal grudges. So the legendary glory textbook knows fear? Guess why we're here. Don't tell me you're here to join our team. Yishio genuinely didn't dare think in that direction. Lucky you, that's exactly why we're here. Zhang Jiala's tone was loaded with implication. Hearing this, only Yishio and Wei Chun immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. These were genuine top-tier fighters. Nearby, Chungwa leaned close to Yishio's ear and whispered, Yishio, the people Suze brought also want to join? You seem to know them. Know them too well. Yishio smiled bitterly. Suze then pulled up a chair and sat across from Yishio. The people I brought want to join, have no problem with that, right? You'll have to discuss that with the boss. Yishio passed the buck to Chungwa. Of course they're welcome to join. Chungwa immediately made the decision. All right, I'll take them back to their accommodations first. Suze nodded and stood to leave. Yishio turned to Chungwa in disbelief. You agreed without even knowing who they are? Who are they? Chungwa was genuinely puzzled. Among the three people Suze had brought, only Sun Zipping wasn't wearing a mask and sunglasses, and Chungwa didn't recognize Sun Zipping. Sun Zipping with his scattered blossoms, Zhang Jiala with his 100 blossoms, and Chu Yunxiu, captain of Team Misty Rain. Yishio immediately felt a headache coming on. Chunghua, standing across the practice station, was completely stunned, her mouth hanging open for what felt like an eternity. Suze clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. Let me explain. Yunxiu retired a year ago and will join Happy in Season 10. Old Sun and Old Zhang will compete in the Challenger League and fight their way to the championship, will win that championship. At this point, he turned his gaze toward Yi Xiu and Wei Chun. You two are planning to retire after winning one championship, right? Why not make it bigger? What do you say? Yi Xiu and Wei Chun exchanged glances, falling into a long silence. After a moment, Yi Xiu finally asked, I'm curious, how did you manage to bring these three here? Don't worry about that. Suze waved his hand dismissively. Even he found Happy's current lineup absurd. 5 captain-level players anchoring the team, enough to handle any unpredictable situation. The stronger the team, the more at ease he felt. If there's nothing else, I'll take them to arrange their accommodations, Suze said, turning to leave. Go ahead. Yi Xiu nodded. After Suze and the others left the training room, Wei Chun was the first to speak. Well, all the big shots have come to our side. Yeah. Yi Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained puzzled. I can't figure it out if A's can bring all these legends here. Why would he want to join us? I can't figure it out either. Wei Chun scratched his head. At first I thought he came for Tang Rou, but now it's obviously not that. You think he came for me? Yi Xiu chuckled. Don't dream. If he started his own team for the Challenger League, they'd be more terrifying than Excellent Era. Don't forget, Luo Ji has a great relationship with him too. Wei Chun clicked his tongue. Put that way, it really is scary. Several top-tier legends plus Luo Ji, who has exceptional talent in the silver equipment field. The professional league isn't that simple. Yi Xiu shook his head. Even if Zhou Zikai, Huang Xiaodian, Yuan Zhou, and Wang Jieshi formed a team together, they wouldn't be guaranteed a championship. But their chances would be pretty good, right? Wei Chun countered. Indeed they would be, which is why the unspecialized class is our trump card. Use it well, and it can change everything. Yi Xiu said. Wei Chun thought about their current lineup and laughed with schadenfreude. Anyway, the advantage is on our side now. Excellent Era thinks signing Xiao Shiqin will turn things around. Wait until they see our roster, they'll probably be scared senseless. I can't wait to see Zhao's expression. Will he despair? Don't celebrate too early. Yi Xiu threw cold water on his enthusiasm. We still need to prepare what needs preparing. Don't think having skilled players means we can rest easy. Meanwhile, Suze's group returned to their lodgings. The simple corridor was quiet, with several doors lined up neatly. Pick an empty room, 2 people per room. Suze handed keys to the 3. If you're not satisfied, I can rent separate places for you. Nothing to be unsatisfied about. Sun Jiping shrugged. Since Old Sun didn't mind, Zhang Jiala naturally had no objections either, and Chu Yunxiu nodded readily. Then settle in for now. There's still time before the Challenger League. Let's work on coordination and getting back into form, Suze said. Unlike Yi Xiu's side, where they had to train newcomers like Baozi in the online game, his team consisted entirely of professional veterans. Their coordination focus would be purely on tactics rather than basic operations. While Yi Xiu needed to guide newcomers in the online game, Suze's group didn't need that. Suze was also playing the online game, but he wasn't teaming up with Yi Xiu and the other. She was going solo. Meanwhile, after Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala finished tidying up their room, they joined the others in Happy Internet Cafe's training room since the computers in the dorms weren't set up yet, leaving everyone to practice at the cafe. The only exception was Suze, whose room had been equipped with a gaming setup early on. Pushing the door open, Suze pulled Chu Yunxiu into the room and pinned her against the wall with his arm. I couldn't hold back anymore, he said. Though his movements were urgent, he managed to restrain himself from going any further. Did you trick me into moving in with you? Chu Yunxiu glanced at him sideways. Not exactly a trick. Suze scratched his head, then changed the subject. You've been retired for a year, want to go out and relax. Maybe travel somewhere? Who told you I retired? Chu Yunxiu couldn't help but laugh. I just didn't renew my contract. I'm a free agent now, not retired. Oh, I see. You're really impressive. I don't understand these things. Suze could only express his admiration. That's such an awkward compliment. Chu Yunxiu rolled her eyes, though she couldn't hide the smile tugging at her lips. Suze seized the opportunity to ask. You need to maintain your competitive form, right? How do I maintain it? High intensity PK. You in? I'm in. Let's log on. Chu Yunxiu didn't back down one bit. Entering the game, Suze announced. You've seen Yi Xiu's unspecialized, let me show you mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the account, Falling Paper, and Drifting Smoke, came online. You're unspecialized? Chu Yunxiu was puzzled, but in the arena screen, the silver weapon, myriad manifestations, suddenly transformed, unleashing an endless barrage of attacks. Her mouth fell open, and Suze found himself wanting to put something in it. Go easy. Go easy on me. Chu Yunxiu cried out. You bastard, you little punk. I'm counting to 3. But Suze continued his full assault, with Falling Paper and Drifting Smoke, claiming 5 consecutive victories. Can't you let me win just once? Chu Yunxiu grumbled in dissatisfaction. When couples spar, shouldn't there be some consideration? Want to switch characters? Suze laughed. Let's go with Blade Master. I'm scared of your unspecialized. Chu Yunxiu waved her hand. She had originally thought sharpshooter countered elementalist, but after facing Suze's unspecialized, she learned what a complete counter really meant. During the character switch, she stared at myriad manifestations curiously. This silver weapon is different from Yishio's thousand chance umbrella. How did you make it? Lucky break, Suze smiled bitterly. A few days ago, he had tried to craft another one, but got stuck on the first generation flowing light. Glory's developers seemed to have fixed the bug, making it impossible to create a shattered but not broken flowing light, which meant he couldn't make a second myriad manifestations. Fortunately, myriad manifestations had amazing durability and was easy to repair, though it did cost some orange and purple weapons. When they entered the arena again, Suze used Blade Master this time, and, holding back slightly, lost the match. Impressive. Impressive. He applauded genuinely. You didn't hold back, did you? Chu Yunxiu threw him a loaded question. Suze quickly changed the subject. Are you hungry? Should we go out for dinner? A little, Chu Yunxiu said. After dinner, Chu Yunxiu went to find Su Muqiu. As for what the two best friends wanted to chat about, Suze had no intention of getting involved. He returned to his room and took a quick hot shower in the bathroom. Water cascaded down as he towel dried his hair until it was half dry. Just as he was pulling his t-shirt halfway on, someone pushed open the bathroom door. Steam dispersed as their eyes met in midair. You're back. Suze's tone was calm, as if he had anticipated this scene all along. Chu Yunxiu's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. As a seasoned soap opera enthusiast, she had seen plenty of melodramatic scenarios. Accidental exposure between male and female leads was nothing new to her. Suze wasn't flustered either, having experienced his fair share of situations. He even naturally cupped Chu Yunxiu's face and kissed her, the kiss lasting a full half-minute. When it ended, he said casually, I'll head out first. Chu Yunxiu stared at his retreating figure and muttered, young age, big nerve. She washed her hands and left the bathroom, questioning him offhandedly. Come clean, how many girlfriends have you had? You seem pretty experienced. Really haven't had any, Suze said while casually toweling his hair. I've watched too many Korean dramas, you know. Is that so? Then tell me what you've watched. All right, actually I'm an alien, Suze said with complete seriousness. Have you seen My Love from the Star? Puffed. Chu Yunxiu finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Fine, fine, I believe you've watched plenty of Korean dramas. The two continued chatting about random gossip, with Chu Yunxiu doing most of the talking while Suze listened quietly with unusual patience. Halfway through their conversation, Chu Yunxiu went into the bathroom to shower while Suze started up his computer to play ranked games. However, within minutes, he found himself absent-mindedly staring at the doorway. The bathroom door opened, and through the steamy mist, Chu Yunxiu emerged wearing a purplured silk nightgown, her long legs still glistening with water droplets. A beauty fresh from her bath so stunning it was impossible to look away. Suze's gaze burned with intensity. Chu Yunxiu keenly noticed and walked to his side with a warning. If you dare have any improper thoughts, you're dead. Can't even think about it. Suze's lips curved upward. I'll allow you to fantasize a little, she huffed. All right then, I'll accept your permission. Who asked for your acceptance? I'll say what I want. Before she finished speaking, Suze stood up and gently pressed her onto the bed. But he wasn't being inappropriate. He simply placed his hands on her temples, his fingertips cool to the touch. Chu Yunxiu initially wanted to push him away, but the refreshing coolness spread instantly, so she closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Want me to massage your shoulders to help you relax? Suze asked. You know massage too? Chu Yunxiu opened her eyes and realized they were so close their breaths mingled, making her heart race inexplicably. Of course, Suze boasted. Why do you think Sun Jiping was willing to go pro with me back then? I was the one who healed his hand injury. I'm the 69th generation heir of the medical saint lineage, specializing in therapeutic massage. Mentioning Sun Jiping's hand injury did lend credibility to his claim. After a moment's consideration, Chu Yunxiu generously turned over and lay on her stomach. Then go ahead and massage. Suze sat on the edge of the bed, his palms settling on those straight, yet slightly voluptuous long legs. The moment his fingertips brushed against her skin, he felt its silky smoothness, soft as cream. The massage began, and Suze could feel Chu Yunxiu's soft body through her thin nightgown. He didn't dare apply too much pressure, gently kneading along her shoulders and neck with his warm palms. Ah! Chu Yunxiu let out a soft moan, the lingering tone making her appear even more alluring. Don't make sounds like that. Suze's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to maintain control, a wild thought flashing through his mind. I'll try to stay quiet. Please continue. Chu Yunxiu's face flushed red as she buried her head in the pillow. After a while, she whispered a reminder. I think you can use a bit more pressure. You can speak louder. Right now with these kitten-like sounds, people might get the wrong idea about what we're doing. Suze tried to sound casual, but his trembling fingertips revealed his struggle for self-control. Chu Yunxiu fell silent for a moment before softly speaking. Suze, I like She never finished her sentence, but Suze completed it for her. You like Suze, right? I know. She let out a gentle murmur. I'll wait for you. Suze's tone was gentle yet resolute. He understood that if she didn't have feelings for him, Chu Yunxiu wouldn't have left Yinyu, nor would she have come to live with him. This girl who was willing to take risks and be wild with him didn't want to treat her carelessly like he had with others. He knew that if he made a move tonight, winning over Chu Yunxiu would be almost effortless, but he chose a purer way to love her. This was a reward for the brave adventurer, in compensation for the championship and year of youth he owed her. So that night, the two experienced almost everything couples could do, stopping just short of the final step. Even so, like all lovers in the throes of passion, their feelings intensified rapidly in just one night. The next day, morning light filtered through the curtains onto the bed where a man and woman slept in each other's arms. When the sunlight hit Suze's face, he slowly awakened and leaned down to kiss the beauty in his arms on her forehead, only to discover she was already awake. Thinking of mischief again, Chu Yunxiu looked up and rolled her eyes at him. What bad intentions could I possibly have? Suze raised his eyebrows with a smile. You have plenty of bad intentions. You saw right through Mado. You have divine insight or something? Chu Yunxiu sat up, stretching and running her fingers through her long hair, her snow-white shoulders and slender waist fully visible. I still haven't settled the score with you about lying about your age. She glanced at him with annoyance. Are you sure I lied? Suze asked with a knowing smile. You said you were 20, and I thought you were at most 2 years older than me. Turns out you're only 19, barely 18 at the time, while I'm almost 23 now, 3.5 years older than you. If word gets out, won't people say I'm robbing the cradle? She sounded dejected. I said, love you 20. I never added the word years. Suze explained earnestly. Oh really? So if someone else asked, would you also say 20? Chu Yunxiu grew more irritated. Only the first person would get that answer, and you happen to be the first. Happened. Chu Yunxiu snorted coldly. The feeling you give me is extraordinary. Suze pulled her into his arms and said softly, you're one of a kind. How could you be compared to anyone else? Save it. That line only works on naive girls. Though she spoke dismissively, she wasn't truly angry, just wanted to tease him a bit, but found she couldn't intimidate him at all. Aren't you a young girl? Or are you calling yourself an old lady? Suze grinned mischievously. There you go again, with your shameless flirting. Chu Yunxiu's lips curved into a smile, though she wondered to herself, why was she so powerless to resist? In the following days, Suze and Chu Yunxiu would occasionally go out shopping, but they spent most of their time staying in their room, playing games. The two had almost completely forgotten about the training room. In early August, when news broke that Chu Yunxiu did not renew her contract with Team Misty Rain, it immediately sparked widespread speculation in the professional circle. Which team would she join? However, very few people, fewer than 10, actually knew she was currently in a relationship, and they were all exclusively members of Team Happy. On this particular day, the two had just returned from S City. The trip was for Chu Yunxiu's birthday celebration at home, and she had also introduced Suze to her parents. As soon as they put down their luggage, Suze sat down at the computer and logged into Glory. After completing the final task to boost his attribute points, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. At this point, the unspecialized account, Falling Paper and Drifting Smoke, had become a tier stronger than the Blade Master account, Hair Like Snow. The former was equipped with 9 pieces of silver equipment, all at least level 60, while Hair Like Snow only had a full set of orange equipment aside from the level 70 silver weapon, Flowing Light. Without equipment, Falling Paper and Drifting Smoke had base attributes of only 1360 points. Since unspecialized characters don't change classes, they naturally lack class corrections, with a fixed growth value of 3. Leveling up to 70 only provided 210 points in each of the 4 main attributes. Adding the 90 points in each attribute gained from quests brought the total to 300 points each. Finally, with the 160 free attribute points provided by the Guild Guardian Demon God, a max level account's base stats reached their limit. This highlighted the importance of equipment. The boost from 9 pieces of silver equipment combined was truly terrifying. Based on personal preference, Suze allocated his free attribute points primarily to Spirit and Strength, adding 80 extra points to each. Ultimately, Falling Paper and Drifting Smoke displayed 1672 Strength and 1639 Spirit on the character panel. Looking at the numbers alone, this wasn't considered top tier in the professional circle, not to mention the god tier characters in account cards. Even most frontline characters from championship teams had higher stats, but this didn't mean Suze's silver equipment wasn't excellent. There were 2 reasons for this. First, he lacked armor specialization. Second, the entire silver equipment set focused on hidden attributes like elemental attack, critical rate, attack speed, movement speed, and attack and damage bonuses. With these additional attributes, Falling Paper and Drifting Smoke was no worse than professional accounts with armor specialization. The 1672 strength was certainly no small number. It was questionable whether Yishiu's Lord Grimm had even broken 1300. Moreover, aside from the level 70 silver weapon, The rest of the silver equipment was only level 60, meaning its potential hadn't reached the ceiling yet. As for hair like snow, with its full orange equipment set and silver weapon, the panel attributes were equally impressive, though the compatibility wasn't as good as the unspecialized account. However, just the 2000 strength alone could rank in the top 10 in the professional circle. Online games ultimately revolve around equipment, but skill is equally indispensable, and the threshold for the professional league requires both. Thinking about this, Suze reached into the mini-fridge and pulled out 2 ice creams, handing one to Chu Yunxiu. He unwrapped his own and sat back down at the computer, casually asking, "Are you planning to compete in the Challenger League?" "You want me to compete in the Challenger League?" Chu Yunxiu licked her ice cream and looked up at him with a smile. She had almost no resistance to sweet things. "Yi Xiu asked me to check with you, but it's totally fine if you don't want to join. It's just a challenge match anyway. I can go solo and wreck them all." Suze threw out this statement with complete confidence. Chu Yunxiu tapped his forehead lightly with her finger, her eyes crinkling as she smiled. "I'm worried you'll get beaten to a pulp, so I'd better go help you out." "Oh, so concerned about me?" Suze deliberately raised his voice. "Of course." Chu Yunxiu gave him a playfully teasing, caring smile, putting on the air of someone happy to play the big sister role. Suze didn't call her out on it, thinking to himself, if she wants to play big sister, let her. At this moment, Suze was half-leaning on his dorm bed, scrolling through professional esports news. Huh? Blue Rain has transfer news? Lu Hanwen, 14 years old? What the hell? He sat up abruptly, completely confused. A 14-year-old transfer? Something feels off about this. Chu Yunxiu casually sat on the edge of the bed, waving her phone in front of his face. This news is already several days old. Blue Rain is using transfer as a publicity stunt to build hype for their rookie. What it really means is, new talent debut, other teams back off. But a 14-year-old professional player? That's really pushing the lower limit, isn't it? Suze muttered. Chu Yunxiu nodded and added. In the early years, the league required players to be at least 18 full legal adults. Back then, society was still full of prejudice against esports, thinking it interfered with studies and was a waste of time. Later, several major titles drove industry growth, and league regulations evolved. Age is no longer an automatic disqualifier. But someone like Lu Hanwen registering at 14, this is the first time I've heard of it. I heard he can execute 8 afterimages with Sword Shadow Step. Sure, there are flaws, but at only 14, his growth potential is enormous. She narrowed her eyes, studying Suze. Feeling the pressure? Suze crossed his arms and snorted. Zero pressure. When I make my move, even slightly, it's the pinnacle of human ability. A thoroughly Chinibu declaration. You're right. Chu Yunxiu rolled her eyes, though she couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. Then she lightly covered her stomach. I'm hungry. Then let's go eat. Suze pulled her up from the bed in one swift motion. After dinner, the two headed to Happy Internet Cafe's training room. By now, Happy's team roster was roughly assembled. Yi Xiu, Wei Chun, Tang Rou, Bao Rongxing, and Winnie, Luo Ji, Sun Jiping, Zhang Jiala, and Su Zi, exactly 9 people. Xiao Yifun's status remained uncertain, while Chu Yunxiu's temporary assignment here actually came with considerable pressure, since she was originally Misty Rain's captain. Suze felt guilty about this, but could only quietly take note. Today Luo Ji had just finished a project assigned by his advisor and came to report in, which was why Suze made a special appearance. He stretched and asked, "That cleric still hasn't arrived?" Yi Xiu pulled out his phone to check. "Should be here tonight. Since we're not at full strength, how about a practice match first?" Suze knew the other party wanted to drill the team, so he went with the flow. "How should we divide teams? How about this: the people you brought form one team, the people I brought form another?" Yi Xiu's mouth twitched. With that division, do we even need to play? According to Suze's grouping, his side would be Suze, Chu Yunxiu, Sun Jiping, Zhang Jiala, and Luo Ji, while Yi Xiu's side would be Yi Xiu, Wei Chun, Tang Rou, Bao Rongxing, and Winnie. Suze spread his hands with a grin. Never mind Luo Ji, just the first 4 are enough to completely demolish Yi Xiu's group. Time passed bit by bit. Xiao Yifun had arrived at Happy Internet Cafe 3 days ago and was now sitting comfortably in a corner of the training room. Today, Chunguo walked in carrying her laptop and announced loudly, "Registration is open. Everyone, get your ID cards ready." Upon hearing this, everyone reached into their pockets or wallets to pull out their ID cards and handed them to her. "How about we name the team Happy?" she asked while verifying the information. "Whatever," Yi Xiu replied lazily. Chunguo pressed her lips together, then decided to speak her mind. "I really hope we can use this name. It might sound a bit cheesy, but it has special meaning for me." "You're the boss, your call," Yi Xiu shrugged. "If anyone has a problem with it, just fire them." Ahem. Suze, who had been listening quietly, cleared his throat softly. Yi Xiu raised an eyebrow. "You wouldn't have an objection, would you? The name is a bit tacky, but whatever." Suze waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to dwell on it, then added with a smile, "The fire of Happy can spread across the plains. That doesn't sound too bad. Night?" I think so too. Chen Guo beamed with satisfaction. With no objections from the group, she immediately logged onto Glory's official website and entered their information on the Challenger League registration page. With the final keystroke, the profile for Team Happy was officially uploaded. The numbers on the right side of the registration page kept scrolling. Chen Guo quickly returned to the main interface, just catching a glimpse of Team Happy flashing by in the scrolling window. 3,647, she exclaimed. When she first entered the page, there were 3,644 teams, and in just a few minutes, 3 more had been added. Chen Guo had never seriously followed the Challenger League before and had no impression of the scale of participation, only remembering occasional mentions in the news. That's normal, Yishio chuckled. It's only mid-August. The registration threshold is low, just 6 people and 6 max-level characters, so anyone can gather friends to form a team and play. The skill levels vary wildly. After completing the registration, Chen Guo stared at the page for a while longer. The numbers refreshed automatically, jumping every 10 seconds or so. Suddenly, Team Happy appeared in the scrolling window again, and she excitedly grabbed Yishio's sleeve. Look, that's us. Are you sure? Yishio smiled knowingly. Try searching for Team Happy. Chen Guo paused, then immediately typed Happy into the search bar. The results instantly showed over 40 entries, all containing the word happy. Ahem. Yishio leaned over to glance at the screen and cleared his throat with feigned composure. Only 45 teams, not too bad. The number isn't that high. Suze, listening to their conversation, could only cover his face and look up at the ceiling speechlessly. When will the schedule be released? Chen Guo clicked on schedule arrangement, but the page showed no information available, so she turned to ask Yishio. That'll have to wait until registration closes this month. They'll arrange it based on the total number of teams. When the time comes, use the registration information you signed up with to log in here, and you'll be able to see our match schedule and opponents. Yishio finished speaking and tapped his fingers on the keyboard twice, as if demonstrating his point. What if we want to know about Jiashi's schedule? Chen Guo immediately asked. Then ask Mu Cheng. Yishio tilted his chin up, passing the question to their gunner. If we face Jiashi, we'll just crush them directly. I'll only play in the individual matches, and you can use the team matches for training. Suze interjected, his tone casual and breezy, as if Jiashi were just an ordinary obstacle. Let's stick to scrimmages for now. Yishio shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. In the following days, Xing Xian Internet Cafe suddenly became as bustling as a market fair. The reason was simple: Chen Guo had launched a free internet for 2 weeks promotion. The official explanation was a send-off for Team Xing Xian's participation in the Challenger League. An internet cafe team being this generous? Many players marveled as they stood at the entrance. Of course, they're trying to break into the professional scene, someone immediately chimed in. Isn't this basically trash-talking Jiashi to their face? Among the discussions, Jiashi fans were the first to explode with emotion. What random nobodies are these, daydreaming in broad daylight? One fan finally couldn't help but shout. Haha. Ignore them, they're just trying to get attention. Someone nearby laughed dismissively. These days, people will say anything for Famithid boast their way to the moon. Team Xing Xian. That name sure sounds impressive, haha. Mockery, jeering, curiosity, various voices merged into a cacophony at the cafe entrance. Whether they were Jiashi fans or not, criticizing Xing Xian had almost become politically correct at this moment. Suze stood at the training room window upstairs, able to see the crowd's movement through the glass and hear the mixed discussions. He frowned at it, didn't like this kind of high-profile publicity. Is it necessary to be so high-profile? He turned to ask Yishio. The boss wants to do this. What can we employees do about it? Yishio shrugged, putting on an innocent expression of, I'm not in charge here. Whatever. Suze sighed lightly and had to turn his attention back to the screen. The scrimmage was about to begin. The scrimmage didn't follow Suze's initial suggestion of fixed grouping, but instead used a cross-combination method based on combat power. The combat power ratings were based on individual comprehensive strength. Yishio, 10 points, Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala, 9 points each. Suze and Chu Yunxiu, 8 points each. Wei Chun, 7 points. Xiao Yifan, 6 points. Tang Rou, 5 points. Bao Rongxing, 4 points. And Winnie and Luo Ji, 3 points each. 11 players totaled 72 points, plus Chung was 2 points, made exactly 12 people, satisfying the 51 scrimmage configuration, 5 starters and 1 substitute. The only unchangeable condition in the rules was that Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala must appear together. 100 Blossoms blood and scenery combination would be meaningless if separated. This round's grouping was as follows. Suze's team. Suze, Chu Yunxiu, Wei Chun, Xiao Yifan, Tang Rou, totaling 34 points, with Luo Ji as substitute. Yishio's team. Yishio, Sun Jiping, Zhang Jiala, Bao Rongxing, and Winnie, totaling 35 points, with Chun Guo as substitute. As soon as the roster was finalized, Wei Chen stood in the middle of everyone with a stern face, beginning to explain competition rules to the newcomers. Suze's side had a full 4 people who had never played in official matches. Although Xiao Yifan came from Tiny Herb's youth training and had never been on an official match stage, he wasn't unfamiliar with the rules, yet still listened attentively to Old Wei's explanation. A match consists of 3 parts: individual duels, arena battles, and team fights. In the individual duels, each side sends 3 players for unknown matches, with winners earning 1 point each for a total of 3 points. The arena battles also feature 3 players from each side taking turns, where the first team to lose all 3 members is defeated, and the victor gains 2 points. It's important to note that players who participate in individual duels cannot join the arena battles, and the tactical mind games actually begin during the team formation phase. Since this was just an internal scrimmage, the rules weren't as complex. After Wei Chun explained the format, he announced it was time for tactical assignments. The training room was spacious enough that the 2 teams, separated by nearly 10 meters and communicating through headsets, couldn't overhear each other even if someone got excited and raised their voice. Given the practice nature of this match, Happy defaulted to team voice chat for real-time coordination. Knowing Yishio's shameless tactics, he's definitely planning to steal points from us in the individual duels and arena battles. Wei Chen analyzed while crushing his cigarette in the ashtray and turning on his mic. They've got Sun Jiping, Zhang Jiala, plus Yishio himself. I bet they'll send at least 2 for the individual matches. As for who'll defend in the arena, that's anyone's guess. His tone was serious, hoping to spook the team into staying alert. But just as Su Muching was about to lighten the mood with a laugh, a text message appeared from Yishio's side. How about we make this interesting? The team channel fell silent. Then Yishio typed another line. Let's play 5 training matches today and decide the winner by total score. The winning team picks an MVP who gets priority crafting rights for a silver equipment piece. Silver equipment was undoubtedly precious for Happy given their current material shortage, so everyone agreed. Yishio's move was mainly to boost motivation through rewards. Better get those materials ready. Wei Chen shouted toward the other side, trying to gain some psychological advantage. Win first, then we'll talk. Yishio's text drifted over unhurriedly. Wei Chen's fighting spirit instantly peaked as he continued advising through voice chat. Don't overthink Ithiri, definitely going for points in individual and arena matches. They only have 3 real fighters over there. What are you panicking about? Su Muching complained. Yishio isn't as terrifying as you make him sound. Even if we lose the team fight, it's still unclear who'll dominate the individual duels and arena battles. With that, she took command. Individual duels Luoji first, Wei Chen second, Chunghua third. Arena battles Baozi first wave, Tang Rou second wave, I'll anchor third. Wei Chen immediately caught the implication. You want to play the Tianji horse racing strategy? Why not? Su Muching answered decisively. Can you be sure Yishio's team will send their strongest horse first? Wei Chen remained skeptical. Su Muching nodded with confidence. Pretty certain. Today's training focus is getting newcomers familiar with the process. I bet Yishio will go first in individual duels to demonstrate. You might be right about that. Wei Chen couldn't find any fault with Su Zhe's current arrangements. After everything was settled, Su Zhe typed a message in the channel. We can start now. Yishio had been waiting for quite some time and immediately replied. You guys pick the map first. Luoji, you choose the map. Su Zhe unceremoniously handed the decision over to Luoji. For summoners, maps that were too open made them vulnerable to being overwhelmed in one rush, while overly simple maps lacked space for tactical maneuvering. However, Luoji's data demolition style thrived in complex environments. Without hesitation, he selected Desolate Town 7, one of the series maps. This map was on a 17th of a large-scale map, with crisscrossing narrow streets and alleys filling the entire abandoned town. As long as he could corner someone in an alley, a group of summons could gang up on a single target. Just imagining that scene was brutal enough. The opponent was indeed Yishio. After loading finished, Luoji's character, Dim Light, spawned at a narrow alley entrance. With no one around, he immediately summoned monsters and deployed his forces. However, summons only lasted about 2 minutes, so time was of the essence. Facing an opponent like Yishio, he didn't dare hope for victory, could only give his absolute best performance. After all, everyone believed that as the weakest player sent out, his chances of winning were virtually zero. Dim Light cautiously searched the alleys for traces of Lord Grimm. Meanwhile, from the spectator's perspective, Yishio's Lord Grimm had already climbed the towering clock tower in the center of the desolate town, overlooking more than 70% of the area, with Luoji's every move in full view. This kid was careless, should have secured the clock tower first. Wei Chen sighed. Su Zhe shook his head. He couldn't have taken it. Besides, Yishio won't stay on the tower for long. Sure enough, after locking onto his target, Lord Grimm immediately descended and charged straight toward Luoji. On Luoji's end, he commanded his summons to demolish walls and dig paths, trying to renovate an ideal battlefield for himself. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Ziath. Demolition had barely begun when Lord Grimm arrived at the alley entrance. The narrow street ultimately limited maneuverability, so even Yi Xiao would need some effort for a quick victory. Seeing this, Luo Ji quickly had his summons block the alley, but the unrestricted, unspecialized class could fly. Lord Grim maneuvered through several aerial moves and closed in on dim light. Just as the ambush was about to succeed, Lord Grim suddenly retreated several steps and flew out of the alley. The next second, the walls on both sides came crashing down. Beautiful, Wei Chun shouted excitedly, then realized what had happened. Luo Ji had already used his summons to weaken the walls to critical health during his initial reconnaissance, deliberately waiting for Yi Xiao to walk into the Tropa classic case of waiting by the tree stump for rabbits, luring the enemy into a snare. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao had sensed the flaw in advance and narrowly escaped. Beautiful, my ass. Suze rolled his eyes. Look at Luo Ji's condition. Wei Chen looked down to see that dim light was buried somewhere unknown, but his health was rapidly dropping. When the walls completely collapsed, he had been buried alive by the debris from his own trap. Pretend I didn't say anything, Wei Chen said, looking up at the sky speechlessly. Luo Ji had intended a mutual destruction strategy. As long as his health dropped slower than Yi Xiao's, he could win. Now that his plan had failed, he was left with nothing but the tragedy of taking a passive beating. If it were someone else, he might have actually succeeded with that ambush, but unfortunately his opponent happened to be Yi Xiao, Suze said with regret. Yi Xiao knows you guys too well. Plus, summoners naturally have lower health than unspecialized characters. This kind of situation might work for wearing down opponents in arena matches, but here it's hopeless, Wei Chen added. Chu Yunxiu spoke up from the side. Luoji wasn't suited for arena matches. His playstyle relied heavily on map control. Suzy made this casual assessment while keeping his eyes glued to the big screen. Old Wei's up next. The first individual match came to an end. Luoji removed his headset and said apologetically, sorry about that. Don't worry about it. We weren't counting on you to win anyway. Consider this a warm-up for the team match. Suzy waved dismissively, his tone nonchalant. That's one way to comfort someone. Chu Yunxiu rubbed her forehead helplessly. Is that really how you console people? Ahem, let's watch the match. Suzy cleared his throat and refocused on the arena. The second match featured Wei Chen's windward formation against Bao Rongxing's steamed bun invasion. Old Wei better not screw this up, Suzy muttered under his breath. Just wait and see. Wei Chen lifted his chin with a hint of arrogance, though his expression had already turned serious. He'd fought Bao Rongxing before and had been pushed to the brink of defeat several times. She couldn't afford to be careless. Both sides started without the dramatic ups and downs of the first match. Wei Chen relied on his seasoned experience and refined game sense to maintain steady control, ultimately securing the victory. The third match pitted Chu Yunxiu's Cloud Dream Marsh against Winnie's Little Cold Hands. This is bad. There's definitely something wrong with this tactical arrangement. Wei Chen glanced at the lineup and muttered quietly. Should have swapped Yunxiu for Little Tang instead. This is going to make the arena match tough. The other side has Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala. Tang Rou raised an eyebrow at his words, but said nothing, though she shot Wei Chen a defiant look. Everyone understood the subtext. Wei Chen essentially meant, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, thinking it was overkill to send Chu Yunxiu against Winnie. Being treated as the team's second weakest player naturally didn't sit well with Tang Rou. The match began with Chu Yunxiu launching into an aggressive assault, her storm-like output forcing Winnie into a desperate cycle of healing himself. The outcome was practically predetermined. Suzy was already giving his pre-arena match briefing in the team channel. In the upcoming arena match, Yifan and Tang Rou should focus on wearing down either Sun Jiping or Zhang Jiala's condition. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to take this. The individual matches concluded quickly, bringing the score to 21 with Suzy's team in the lead. Yixiu's team had map selection rights for the arena match and locked in Harbor Town, a comprehensive map that allowed for street fighting, indoor combat, and even water battles. Their intention was clearly to help team members adapt to diversified combat scenarios in advance. As the battle was about to begin, Suzy encouraged his team through the channel. Don't feel any pressure, just play normally. Got it, Xiao Yifan responded. The loading screen flashed by, revealing the starting lineup. 1-inch Ash versus Dazzling 100 Blossoms. Xiao Yifan's opponent was actually Zhang Jiala. Yixiu's team's batting order caught Suzy somewhat off guard. He'd expected them to start with Chunghua, or at least Sun Jiping if not her. However, the order alone wasn't enough to change the overall situation. The match began, and 1-inch Ash immediately ran to a street corner. For Xiao Yifan, whether playing as a Ghost Formation Master or Ghostblade, facing an ammunition expert meant he absolutely couldn't fight indoors to get pinned down and destroyed for sure. Street combat wasn't a good strategy either. The Ghost Formation Master needed to control sight lines and set up formations, but the streets were too open with little cover. The moment they faced off, the ammunition expert's firepower erupted like a bundle of fireworks, leaving Xiao Yifan barely any room to breathe. In less than a minute, he was defeated, only managing to deal about 30 health damage and drain 45 of Zhang Jiala's mana. In the spectator seats, Suze maintained a relatively calm expression, while Wei Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips and mutter under his breath. This is getting tough. It's fine. Suze glanced at the arena. Tang Rou just needs to drain more mana later, and I can still handle a Ana versus 3. Do you think I can't beat him? Tang Rou's tone sounded calm, but Suze still caught the emotion beneath. It'd be even better if you can win, he shrugged. Chu Yunxiu patted Tang Rou's shoulder and cheerfully added, go for it. I believe in you. The two women exchanged glances without saying more. The second arena match began immediately. As the countdown ended, Tang Rou controlled Soft Mist and headed straight for the map center. The moment she stepped onto the street, various flashbangs and smoke grenades came flying. Then a grenade whistled through the air. Tang Rou instinctively raised her hand and executed Sky Strike. Bang! The impact grenade exploded instantly, sending Soft Mist flying from the blast. For this type of contact-detonated grenade, complete evasion was the only option, but Tang Rou lacked experience, and her fighting style was too aggressive. This is bad. Suze rubbed his forehead, sensing trouble ahead. Battle mages lacked strong gap-closing skills, becoming passive once gunner classes created distance. Moreover, Tang Rou's technique wasn't top tier, while her opponent was a master like Zhang Jiala. The situation unfolded exactly as he predicted. On the street, 100 Blossom-style explosions formed a line of fire, keeping Soft Mist firmly suppressed. Fortunately, Tang Rou's footwork was decent, occasionally dodging the core damage of some grenades. After several rounds of probing, Soft Mist's health dropped to 60, while dazzling 100 Blossom's mana fell to less than 12. There's still a chance. Wei Chen spotted the data and felt relieved. Tang Rou stared intently at the screen and suddenly unleashed Dragon Raise's head. The audience looked puzzled. No one understood the purpose of this move. Zhang Jiala was also confused and shifted slightly, elegantly dodging, but the surging white dragon suddenly tilted midair, its head grazing dazzling 100 Blossom's shoulder. Hit! Everyone, including Suze, was stunned. Dragon Raise's head? Wei Chen clicked his tongue. More like, Dragon tilts head, couldn't quite raise it, Suze joked, but still added approvingly. But it worked. Dragon Raise's head directly took 20 of dazzling 100 Blossom's health. Tang Rou's brilliant play instantly boosted her confidence. While Zhang Jiala was clearly shaken, his rhythm slightly disrupted. Eventually, his mana ran out and he lost in direct combat. Well done. Now we're in good shape, Suze exhaled in relief. With the remaining opponents being Chen Guo and Sun Zhiping, Suze felt confident about securing victory. The third arena match pitted Tang Rou against Chen Guo, with Han Yanrou facing Zhu Yanxia. Han Yanrou's health was already low, and Chen Guo's gameplay was riddled with mistakes. In less than a minute, the screen froze on Han Yanrou's victory effects. Tang Rou showed no mercy, her fluid combos completely dominating Chen Guo. If they weren't close friends, it would be hard to believe these two were best friends rather than bitter enemies. The fourth match saw Tang Rou against Sun Zhiping. Fierce power clashed with wild aggression, weapons colliding in showers of sparks. Both players pursued maximum damage output, their head-to-head fighting style pushing the match's pace to its limit, with victory decided in an instant. The fifth match featured Su Zhe against Sun Zhiping, Fa Ru Shui versus Zai Shui Yixia. Zai Shui Yixia's health bar had only dropped by 10, leaving 90 remaining, with mana nearly at full capacity. For most classes, dropping to 90 health meant being at a disadvantage, but Berserkers were the exception. They would even deliberately take damage to trigger their burst potential. The characters entered the map loading screen. While the screen was still loading, Suze's fingertips rapidly tapped the keyboard, getting into rhythm. Once loading completed, his declaration appeared in the chat box. Let's go head-to-head. Exactly what I want. Sun Zhiping responded. Both players simultaneously directed their characters toward the center of the map. The next second, triple slash attacks launched together, light and shadow forming two deadly blades as close quarters combat erupted. The sound of clashing metal rang continuously through their headphones, the heavy swords crushing weight against the lightsabers' swift strikes. Heavy swords had long recovery times, but high damage. Lightsabers had fast attack speed with minimal stun frames. Normally, once a heavy sword connected, lightsabers could only be suppressed. But today, in Su Zhe's hands was the silver weapon Lu Guang, a faith-level handcrafted lightsaber. Amid the flying sparks, Fa Ru Shui unleashed a series of high-frequency basic attacks, forcefully gaining the upper hand in damage. The health bars continuously updated. Fa Ru Shui 82, Zai Shui Yixia 60. Su Zhe knew what to expect. Sun Zhiping would likely counterattack when his health dropped to 50, and he was waiting for that moment. However, Sun Zhiping suddenly struck early. At 60 health, Zai Shui Yixia activated Bloodthirsty Berserk while unleashing Raging Blood Torrent, sending wide-range crimson slashes across the battlefield. Su Zhe's hand speed increased another level as he immediately executed an evasive maneuver. Zai Shui Yixia's health instantly dropped below 50, triggering the Blood Awakening passive. The massive sword struck the ground as Sun Jiping executed Mountain Crusher on the spot. Suze controlled Fa Ru Shui to jump backward, canceling the stun frame and immediately following up with Rising Dragon Slash in the same frame. Sun Jiping smoothly followed with Wave Splitter, sending sword energy surging forward. In the spectator seats, Chu Yunxio's heart tightened, thinking Suze was about to take a direct hit. However, Suze executed a move that no one had anticipated. He swiftly adjusted his position, executing a silver light falling blade to evade the attack range of splitting wave slash. Then, taking advantage of the brief stun period after Zai Shui Yixia unleashed his splitting wave slash, he immediately followed up with an upward strike. The upward sword thrust launched his opponent into midair. Suze quickly followed with a displacement step, executing a seamless triple slash with 3 streaks of cold light, keeping Zai Shui Yixia suspended in the air, unable to land. The white flash of draw blade was like a suddenly unsheathed frost blade, followed by flowing heart, rising that sent his opponent even higher. Aerial combo slashes created sheets of blade light, while silver light falling blades spinning edge slashed diagonally downward. The moment he landed, he connected with flowing heart, leap, using the blade tip to spring back up. Consecutive thrust and flowing heart. Pierce alternated like mirror images, combining 2 skill sets to deliver an 8-hit combo, with Starlike Sword Light pinning the airborne Zai Shui Yixia motionless. In just a few seconds, the combo count had rolled to 30. But he didn't stop. Suze was determined to finish his opponent in one combo, immediately activating Sword Dominates the World. Sword momentum erupted as a second upward strike launched Zai Shui Yixia into the air again. Flowing Heart, Fury activated, instantly boosting attack power by 10%. Seizing this advantage, he decisively unleashed the level 70 ultimate skill, Phantom Formless Sword. His fingertips moved rapidly across the controls as over 10 segments of light blades materialized in both substance and shadow, sword phantoms creating layers of afterimages. When the dust settled, Zai Shui Yixia's health bar showed only 2 remaining. He's not dead. Suze was slightly surprised. In that moment of distraction, his opponent seized the opportunity. Soul-devouring blood hand suddenly reached out, dragging him into attack range. Destruction Slash's blood energy exploded, Whirlwind Slash's blade force stirred up violent currents, and Earth-splitting slash cracked the ground. Fa Ru Shui's health dropped like a severed artery, plummeting rapidly. At the critical moment, Suze forcibly executed a recovery roll, followed by triple slash to create distance, then immediately countered with Blade Storm. Finally, he pressed Sword Shadow Step, his form creating multiple afterimages across the arena. With displacement acceleration and evasion abilities, even the highly skilled Sun Jiping was powerless to turn the tide. In the end, a clean and decisive draw blade finished the match arena battle, victory. Don't play so close to the edge. Are you trying to give this old man a heart attack? Wei Chun patted his chest with lingering fear. You should have landed a few more hits before that phantom formless sword to avoid all this trouble. Fa Ru Shui's health was down to less than 20, just now you almost got counterkilled. Suze shrugged. I was trying to conserve mana. What mana are you conserving? You're the last person left. Wei Chun was both amused and exasperated. All right, I'll be more careful next time. Suze said no more. Seeing the minor dispute between the two, the others nearby didn't interrupt. After several days together, everyone had their own interpretation of Suze's personality. In Xiao Yifan's eyes, he was a cool and aloof big shot who spoke little. Luo Ji saw him as an elegant and easygoing philosophy enthusiast with occasional moments of adolescent drama. Wei Chun found him proud but not unreasonable. In Tang Rou's view, he was multifaceted and complex, almost like having multiple personalities. Chu Yunxiu regarded him as an enigmatic treasure of a guy logically clear-minded, yet always unpredictable. With both individual matches and arena battles concluded, the score stood temporarily at 4-1. Next came the team competition, where both sides needed to agree on a practice map. As fellow team members, they should discuss together to find a suitable venue for tactical training. Considering tactical arrangements and execution, I think the Broken River map would be excellent. Zhang Jialu was the first to speak. Broken River is indeed quite good. Sun Jiping nodded. I think it's great too. Wei Chun chimed in agreement. Although these two hadn't competed recently, they'd been following professional matches closely and knew the map characteristics well. Broken River works. 10 minutes to prepare tactical arrangements. Then we'll start training in 10 minutes. Yi Xiu said. The Broken River map forms a perfect square, divided by diagonal lines into 4 triangular regions. The upper and lower symmetrical triangular areas consist of 2 stone forests, while the left and right symmetrical areas contain 2 wooded forests. The stone forests and woodlands feature winding, interconnected paths where vision is constantly blocked by massive rocks or tree canopies. Between the 2 diagonal lines, the northeast to southwest diagonal forms a straight highway that cuts through the entire map like a suture line. The other diagonal from northwest to southeast is a roaring torrent. But this river is abruptly severed by the highway at the very center, appearing broken in half, hence the name, Broken River. The rushing waters flow in opposite directions, as if originating from the breaking point and racing toward both ends, crashing into the map's edges at the northwest and southeast corners to form two waterfalls. Behind the waterfalls lie open map exits. Any character who leaps in will be immediately declared dead by the system and eliminated from the match. The two teams spawn at the southwest and northeast corners respectively, and besides these two locations, each of the four triangular regions contains a character swap zone, adding further variables to the competition. After finalizing the basic terrain information, Wei Chun, Su Zhe, and Chu Yunxiu gathered together and quickly entered the tactical planning phase. Wei Chun recalled Yi Xiu's habits while tapping his keyboard. Yi Xiu's side will almost certainly deploy the 100 Blossoms style. Sun Jiping handles the assault. Zhang Jiala provides support and field control. Plus Yi Xiu's unspecialized at this team battle won't be easy. His speech was measured, but every word hit the mark, and he fell into brief contemplation after speaking. Su Zhe shook his mouse and chuckled softly. Don't panic. They have 100 Blossoms, but we have sword and sorcery. Su Zhe and Yunxiu can handle Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala. But the question is who's going to deal with Yi Xiu? And who can actually contain him? The so-called sword and sorcery referred to the combination of a blade master and elementalist, with distinct roles in assault and field control, very similar to the 100 Blossoms style. The difference lay in their approach. 100 Blossoms shrouded itself in mist with hidden dangers that outsiders could barely perceive, while sword and sorcery laid all threats in the open with an attitude of come at us if you dare, creating more direct psychological pressure. It was difficult to determine which was superior. Victory still depended on execution and team coordination. A team battle ultimately involved 5 players plus 1 substitute, not just a 2-person showcase. However, in terms of sustained combat capability, sword and sorcery ultimately fell short of 100 Blossoms. While Su Zhe's individual damage output was fierce, Chu Yunxiu was constrained by mana limitations. Elementalist skills consumed high amounts of mana, and control abilities had long cooldowns, putting them at a natural disadvantage in prolonged battles. Su Zhe's analysis made Chu Yunxiu frown as well. If we go with man-to-man coverage, there really isn't anyone who can suppress Yi Xiu. After a moment of thought, Wei Chun proposed a new strategy. How about trying sword and curse? Yunxiu and Tang Rou could work together to mark Yi Xiu, while Yi Fun holds off their other 2 players. What do you think? Though the logic was clear, Chu Yunxiu shook her head. The idea is not bad, but the opposing team might not cooperate. Sword and curse can't beat 100 Blossoms, and even sword and sorcery isn't guaranteed to win. Her tone was calm, yet she didn't hide her concerns. The reason 100 Blossoms had gained such renown in the league was precisely due to its remarkable mobility capable of both aggressive assault and clean retreats, able to shift battlefields at will. Sword and sorcery, on the other hand, favored positional warfare, setting up a firepower network before unleashing full force. But if opponents refused to engage in direct confrontation and instead pulled back and retreated, the positional advantage would instantly crumble. Chu Yunxiu spread her hands. First and foremost, it's about mobility. 100 Blossoms can freely shift battlefields, capable of both aggressive assault and graceful withdrawal. Sword and sorcery is actually better suited for positional warfare. But what can you do when the enemy refuses to engage in positional combat? I bet Yi Xiu and his team will adopt guerrilla tactics, and the one doing the roaming can only be Yi Xiu himself. They might go with a 41 formation or possibly 32, but either way, Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala will definitely stick together, Su Zhe quickly concluded. With only minutes left of the 10-minute tactical discussion period before the match, he confirmed his lineup one last time: Troubling Rain, Lord Grimm's Formation, Cloud Dream Marsh, Soft Mist, and Dim Light. Plus their 6th man, Chao Yifun's Inch of Ash, then pressed the ready button without hesitation. The map loaded, and Su Zhe's team of 5 spawned in the southwest corner, while Yi Xiu's team appeared diagonally opposite in the northeast corner. 32. Su Zhe issued his brief command. 3 players advanced along the main diagonal road, while the other 2 slipped into the left forest, ready to provide mobile support or set up ambushes. The stealth group was undoubtedly led by Dim Light. If they wanted to achieve the element of surprise, he couldn't march boldly down the main road. As a precaution, Su Zhe chose to accompany Luo Ji. On the main road, Wei Chun, Chu Yunxiu, and Tang Rou advanced cautiously, maintaining their triangular formation at a steady pace. Less than 3 minutes in, the enemy revealed themselves. Berserker, Sleep for Another Summer, and Launcher, Dazzling 100 Blossoms, blocked the path ahead. Also 32. Su Zhe muttered under his breath, his gaze locked firmly on the 100 Blossoms and Bloody Massacre duo. With them positioned in the open, there must be ambushes in the forests on either side. Left or right? Better not run into them in the same patch of woods, he murmured to himself, then ordered Luo Ji, start summoning. Send all the minions to tear them apart. Luo Ji immediately controlled Dim Light. and several small-bodied summons emerged from the underbrush, using their compact size to lurk silently among the tree shadows. Battle had erupted on the main road, but Yishio's 3 players still hadn't shown themselves. Suze couldn't spare more attention and barked, "Charge!" The next moment, the swarm of summons burst from the forest with a thunderous roar, rushing straight at Hundred Blossoms and Bloody Massacre's firing line. Troubling Rain followed close behind, with Suze controlling his character to lead the charge, determined to pin Sun Jiping's sleep for another summer in place, while Luoji's summons worked to disrupt Zhang Jiala's firing rhythm as much as possible. Just then, a figure suddenly flew out from the right forest, unspecialized Lord Grim. However, his target wasn't Suze, but Wei Qin's windward formation. Warlocks had light armor but could control the battlefield, making them indeed easier to handle than Chu Yunxiu. Yishio hadn't been able to lock onto dim light immediately, so he could only eliminate this key artillery piece first. He was clearly somewhat caught off guard by dim light's appearance. With Wei Chun being targeted, he immediately shouted, "Protect me! Quick, protect me!" Tang Ro's soft mist immediately charged forward, her fists wrapped in icy wind as she rushed toward Lord Grim, while Chu Yunxiu did her best to hold off Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala. Finally, Troubling Rain broke through to Hundred Blossoms and Bloody Massacre. Bullet screens and sword light intersected as health bars plummeted rapidly, but Suze forcibly blocked Sun Jiping's attempt to withdraw. Battle lines erupted simultaneously on the narrow main road and in the forests on both sides, with the fight instantly reaching white-hot intensity. Everyone knew that just one round of mistakes would be enough for their opponents to tear them apart. Suze versus Sun Jiping. The moment both sides met in the center of the wilderness, the battle instantly fractured into several fronts. Dim light and Chu Yunxiu engaged Zhang Jiala, while Wei Chun and Tang Ro surrounded Yishio. From Yishio's camp, the brawler's steamed bun invasion and the cleric Little Cold Hands had also appeared. Whoever drew first blood would seize the initiative. 1. Main front Suze versus Sun Jiping. Suze controlled Hair Like Snow and immediately activated Sword Dominion. Clashing blade energy heated with Sleep One More Summer. Though their offense and defense were fierce, neither could gain the upper hand. Just then, steamed bun invasion burst from the forest, charging straight into the battle circle. Without hesitation, steamed bun invasion sided with Sun Jiping, instantly doubling the pressure on Suze. 2. Flanking support Chu Yunxiu and Dim Light. Chu Yunxiu and Dim Light quickly provided support. Seeing the situation, Suze switched to his backup weapon, the first-generation Flowing Light. With dual blades in hand, his stance transformed as he activated Extreme Rising Dragon Slash. The 3-stage movement sent Hair Like Snow soaring high into the sky. 3. Zhang Jiala's Range Dilemma. Zhang Jiala tried to control Dazzling Hundred Blossoms to shoot down the airborne Hair Like Snow, but discovered his range fell short. The moment he looked up exposed an opening. Chu Yunxiu seized the opportunity, decisively activating Full Concentration, and her next spell fired instantly Flame Storm. The blazing inferno swept across, instantly trapping Sun Jiping, steamed bun invasion, and Zhang Jiala in the burning zone. 4. The cleric's crucial interrupt. Chu Yunxiu wanted Cloud Dream Marsh to chant the level 70 ultimate Heaven's Thunder, Earth's Fire, but Wenyi's Little Cold Hands had quietly circled to the flank. A precise, sacred fire hit its mark, silencing Cloud Dream Marsh and completely disrupting the advantageous situation. 5. Aerial Strike Silver Light Falling Blade. The airborne, Hair Like Snow seized the timing gap and executed Silver Light Falling Blade. Silver Blade light fell like a meteor, its range expanding with altitude, completely covering Sun Jiping and Steamed Bun invasion. Upon landing, Suze launched Steamed Bun into the air with an upward strike, then followed with Great Draw Slash. This strike drove straight forward, intended to support Wei Chun and Tang Ro while creating obstacles for Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala. 6. Dual Front Melee. The launched Steamed Bun invasion recovered upon landing, crouching in one fluid motion as a brick flew instantly. Simultaneously, Sleep One More Summer raised his hand for a blood sword attack. Suze activated Invincible Guard, blocking both the brick and blood energy. He immediately countered with 5-hit combo. The first 3 strikes forced his opponents to retreat. Then he paused briefly to mislead their intentions before the final 2 explosive hits left Sun Jiping stunned. 7. Weapon Switch Second Generation Flowing Light. The 10-second cooldown passed in an instant as Suze switched back to the level 70 silver weapon, Second Generation Flowing Light. At that moment, Steamed Bun Invasion and Sleep One More Summer had formed a pincer attack, but Suze gave them no opportunity from behind, forcibly activating the super armor of Flowing Heart, Rise. While ignoring Steamed Bun's control attempts, he launched Sun Jiping into the air, simultaneously sending Sleep One More Summer flying, then followed with aerial combo slashes. Just before landing, Fa Ru Shui circled behind Zai Shui Xia and unleashed the swordsman's level 70 ultimate skill, Phantom Invisible Sword. Halfway through the 8th-stage Sword Shadow combo, Suze had Fa Ru Shui roll to the side and quickly followed up with Shadow Step. Baozi Ruqin panicked on the spot, wildly throwing out various skills, and nearly turned Fa Ru Shui's real body into Swiss cheese. Although the chaotic scene caused Suze some trouble, it also allowed him to spot an opening. Taking advantage of Baozi Ruqin's skill cooldown, he aggressively charged his character toward Zai Xia. Sun Jiping's technique was decent, but ultimately fell short. Suze caught him with an uppercut, launching Zai Xia into the air just as his health bar reached critical levels. Suddenly, the screen was engulfed in blinding white light. Suze's heart skipped a beat as he could only make his character charge blindly. When the white light faded, smoke spread across the battlefield. It was interference laid down by Qian Huami Run. The operator Zhang Jiala's support abilities were second to none in the professional circle. Zai Xia and Baozi Ruqin seized the opportunity to recover most of their health and charged at Fa Ru Shui again. Suze caught sight of Xiao Shou Bing Liang in his peripheral vision and gritted his teeth in frustration. He almost rushed over to kill the cleric first, but immediately came to his senses that was Yishio's trap. Keep that cleric in check, he ordered Luoji, then turned to face the two-person assault. Switching weapons, the silver light rising blade gleamed as it struck, directly hitting Baozi Ruqin and knocking him back a considerable distance. The first-generation flowing light didn't deal high damage, but right now only a quick kill would work, even if it meant burning through high-level skills and mana. Uppercut. Wind remains grass exhausted, welcoming wind single blade strike. Against wind stab, sword falls from sky, a 5-hit burst combo that sent Baozi Ruqin straight to a black screen. Immediately after, Zai Xia roared forward with the Berserker's level 70 skill, Raging Blood Torrent. Lava-like blood energy erupted from beneath his feet. Suze activated Invincible Block in advance, avoiding the knockup, but still taking burn damage that reduced him to 31 health. Using 5-stage slash to create distance, he turned and executed a great draw slash, but his target was Qian Huami Ren. Earlier, Chu Yunxiu had been restraining Xiao Shou Bing Liang. Giving Zhang Jiala a chance to counterattack had to be eliminated quickly. Following up with Extreme Rising Dragon Slash, Suze simply ignored Sun Jiping and went straight for Qian Huami Ren. At this point, Wei Guang's summoned creatures were nearly depleted, so he decided to summon the strongest elemental-type creature that could only exist for 4 minutes, the Elemental King. Meanwhile, Han Yanro had fallen, Yingfeng Buzhen was in dire straits, and Jun Mo Xiao, blessed by Xiao Shou Bing Liang, was unstoppable. Yun Xiu, prepare thunder and fire, Suze shouted as silver light falling blade descended from above. Zhang Jiala frantically threw bombs, but with 31 health, Suze could afford the gamble. He tanked the explosion to pin down Qian Huami Run, followed by thunder and fire crashing down from above, with the Elemental King adding an elemental cannon shot. The triple strike eliminated Qian Huami Ren. At the same time, Jun Mo Xiao finally defeated Wei Chen's Yingfeng Buzhen. The battle became 3v3, with Yifan's, Ecu and Hui and Chungwa's character rushing to the battlefield. Suze gave brief instructions. I'll take on Yishio, you handle Old Sunday. This was the most suitable arrangement. An elementalist versus a berserker was actually manageable, but definitely couldn't beat Yishio's unspecialized character. Suze controlled Fa Ru Shui to charge at Jun Mo Xiao and said to Luoji, handle the priest. Just as Fa Ru Shui closed in, Jun Mo Xiao finished off the stubborn Yingfeng Buzhen, then received the priest's blessing, gaining comprehensive boosts to all stats, attack speed, and movement speed. Although his mana was nearly depleted, killing Fa Ru Shui with only 20 health remaining wouldn't be difficult provided Yishio could find an opening, which Suze clearly wouldn't give him. At this moment, it was Dual Blade Master versus Myriad Manifestations Umbrella Unspecialized. Come on, let's fight Hedon, Yishio typed. Suze didn't even look, completely ignoring the message. Right now, they had the advantage. Once Ecun Hui arrived, the scales would tip, and victory would be his. Yishio wanted a direct confrontation? Sorry, but while fierce, Suze wasn't stupid. What, are you scared? Let me see your dual blade style. Yishio continued with trash talk. We're teammates, so let's skip the trash talk, shall we? Suze quickly replied. Before the words had settled, Jun Mo Xiao launched a thorn vine, attempting to knock Fa Ru Shui airborne. Suze made a slight positional adjustment and easily dodged. Playing dirty, he coldly remarked. Verbal output is still output. It's common in professional matches. Yishio shot back. Suze couldn't be bothered to respond further and unleashed a great sword draw slash. Oh my, you learn fast, Yishio said, sliding to the side and easily avoiding it. Natural talent, no need to make a big deal of it, Suze replied. Don't keep dodging, that's no fun. Yishio continued typing mockingly. Dodging? Who are you looking down on? Suze replied while executing a 5-hit combo. After the first strike, he suddenly turned and moved at high speed, targeting Zai Xia directly. Zai Shui Xia immediately retreated, but 4 steps weren't enough distance to stay safe. Su Zhe followed up with breaking limits rising dragon slash, 3 movement phases, with the final strike launching Zai Shui Xia into the air. Chu Yunxiu delivered precise damage, finishing off the low health target in 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu controlled Jun Mo Xiao to attack, transforming the myriad manifestations umbrella into a Gatling gun, bullets pouring out. Fa Ru Shui tanked the damage with low health, forcing out several key skills from Jun Mo Xiao before inevitably falling. The rest is up to you, Su Zhe felt relieved. The moment Fa Ru Shui fell, Chu Yunxiu seemed to ignite, unleashing various skills in a furious barrage, managing to kill Jun Mo Xiao on the spot during the skill gap. At this point, Xiao Yifan finally arrived at the battlefield controlling the Blade Master, Yiciyuan Hui. Yes, Blade Master, not Phantom Demon. When Su Zhe decided to let Luo Ji go first, he never intended to play a supportive Phantom Demon. With the current situation being 3v2, Blade Master was more suitable than Phantom Demon. This was the best outcome Su Zhe had envisioned. Even better originally, he thought it would end up being 2v3, with Yishio's side having 3 and his side having 2. Yishio was definitely out of mana, and Yiciyuan Hui could absolutely defeat a mana-depleted, unspecialized character. Chu Yunxiu's sudden burst caught Su Zhe off guard, and the match outcome was self-evident. On Yishio's side, only the mediocre cleric in Wenny and the even more mediocre Chunghua remained. How could they possibly stand against Chu Yunxiu, Xiao Yifan, and Luo Ji combined? The first scrimmage went to Su Zhe's team with a score of 9-1. As headsets came off and before anyone could relax, Yishio spoke up. 5-minute break. Then we review. Post-match analysis was standard procedure in the professional scene. For most players, winning or losing wasn't the key point, improvement was what mattered. During the break, Yishio and Wei Chen expertly lit their cigarettes, white smoke instantly filling the training room. Hey, don't smoke in the training room. Chungua's eyes went wide, but the 2 veteran smokers completely ignored her. Seeing others puffing away, Chu Yunxiu unconsciously bit her lower lip. She hadn't smoked in several days. Su Zhe, I want to. No, you don't. Su Zhe cut her off before she could finish. Wait here, I'll go downstairs and get you ice cream. With that, he pushed through the door and left, completely missing the sly smile playing at the corners of Chu Yunxiu's mouth. She'd long since discovered that whenever she mentioned wanting to smoke, Su Zhe would rush to bring her ice cream or lollipops, rain or shine. He was so easy to manipulate, and quite amusing too. Just before 2 o'clock, Su Zhe returned carrying a large bag of bottled water, ice cream in tow. After distributing the water, it was time for the review session. Let's begin the analysis. Yishio called out, and the training room's large screen immediately replayed the recent team fight. Watching the footage, he asked Su Zhe, who called the shots in that round? Who set the strategy? I did. Su Zhe answered straightforwardly. Is there a problem? Not really. Yishio nodded. Mei Guang's sudden appearance was indeed unexpected. But I'm curious, why didn't you focus fire on the cleric from the start? Focus the cleric? Would you guys have let us? Su Zhe countered. Absolutely not. Yishio replied, even faster. There you have it. Rather than trying to kill the cleric while fighting through your interference, it was better to go straight for the berserker. No one was stopping me. Su Zhe shrugged. Yishio was momentarily speechless. It did make sense. Still, he added. But you can't just let the cleric survive until the end, right? Doesn't matter. After wiping out everyone else, one cleric can't cause any real trouble, Su Zhe said flatly. This comment left Winnie with mixed feelings. He admitted his skills were limited, but if he had even half of Zhang Xinjia's technical ability, would the opposing team still dare ignore him? Others feared being focus fired. He actually wanted to experience being taken seriously for once. Now look at this situation. His own teammates were letting opponents kill him, while those opponents said they couldn't be bothered. Who exactly were his allies here? During the 30-minute review, Yishio pointed out everyone's strengths and weaknesses, also providing improvement suggestions. Soon, the second scrimmage was about to begin. In the following 4 training matches, Su Zhe's team never managed to win a single team battle. However, his squad continued to perform steadily in individual matches and arena battles, securing points in all 4 rounds without a single loss. The final score was locked at 25-25, a rather dramatic number. This tie came with a bit of luck. In the second and fourth rounds, Yishio's side sent 2 top players to compete in individual matches, essentially forfeiting the arena battles beforehand. Su Zhe was the arena defender, and unless Yishio stepped in personally, it was nearly impossible for them to score points there. Meanwhile, Yishio could secure at least 1 point in individual matches, and since Su Zhe wouldn't participate in those, the calculation was crystal clear. Fortunately, Chu Yunxiu really delivered, defeating Sun Jiping both times they faced off. After 5 training matches, the breakdown was: Su Zhe's side, 20 points from individual matches and arena battles, 5 points from team battles. Yishio's side, 20 points from team battles, 5 points from individual matches. It was a perfect mirror symmetry, exactly 25-25. So which team wins? Baozi looked disappointed, unwilling to accept this tie. How about a tiebreaker? Unknown duel. Winner takes all. Suze suggested. Let's skip the duel. We've been at this for so long. We'll just say you guys won. Yishio lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. That works for me. Suze had no objections. Seeing how easily he gave in, Yishio chuckled. I thought with your pride, you'd at least insist on a duel to settle things. You're overthinking it. Winning without fighting is best. Suze shrugged. Seems like you have a lot of misconceptions about me. You're picking up trash talk pretty quickly. Yishio teased. Suze was speechless, was telling the truth. So how did that become trash talk? Too lazy to explain, he changed the subject. Can we vote for MVP now? Sure. Since it's a tie, everyone gets to vote. Just type the name in the public channel. Yishio replied. The votes quickly flooded the screen. Zai Shui Yixia, Qian Huami Run, Yunming Zhe, Ingfeng Buzhan, Yixiyuan Hui, Mei Guang, Jun Mo Xiao, and Han Yanruade IDs all typed Fa Ru Shui. Baozi Ru Qin, Xiao Shou Bing Liang, and Zhu Yan Zai 3 votes for Jun Mo Xiao. Fa Ru Shui himself voted for Yunming Zhe. The result was obvious. Suze's character, Fa Ru Shui, topped the list with 8 votes, earning the MVP title fair and square. As for whether the vote count was rigged, well, yes and no. After all, while Suze wasn't great at tactical planning, he was meticulous in team battle. She was the spearhead, initiating fights and providing support, flawless in both eliminations and cleanup, except he couldn't heal. Speaking of healing, he actually had an unspecialized character, but he didn't want to reveal that just yet. Everyone has their little secrets, right? Wow, 8 votes. Well-deserved MVP. Yishio wasn't surprised by the result. Was Jun Mo Xiao's performance bad? Not really. Overall, everyone was improving. Luo Ji's data demolition style and disruption tactics, these 2 completely new approaches were eye-opening, and his blossoming chaos was even better than before. Tang Rou's budget version of Dragon Raises Its Head was still stunning enough. After 5 training matches, the afterimages of her sword-trembling technique continued to dazzle everyone, while Chu Yunxio's Elementalist became increasingly bold and aggressive, executing fire-based combos with crisp precision. The spectators could clearly see that almost every player had made tangible progress during this round of training matches, which was exactly the fundamental purpose of their sparring sessions. The so-called prizes were merely additional motivation. During the post-match award ceremony, Suze suddenly turned to Yishio. I want a cloth armor top. Cloth armor. Yishio was momentarily stunned, then realized. For an elementalist? Yes. So you're definitely having Yunxio compete in the Challenger League? Yishio confirmed. Didn't you ask about this before? Suze didn't answer directly. Last time I only asked if you were planning to have Yunxio compete, but my suggestion is it's better if she doesn't. Yishio took a breath and continued. Yunxio leaving Misty Rain has already upset their fans. If she really goes to compete in the Challenger League, online harassment could come crashing down at any moment. Since Misty Rain announced that Chu Yunxio hadn't renewed her contract, there had indeed been plenty of negative comments online. Chu Yunxio herself didn't mind. Staying at Misty Rain for life wouldn't get her a championship anyway, and she wanted to be selfish for once. But Suze still felt somewhat guilty after all. He was the one who encouraged Chu Yunxio to leave her old team. Hearing Yishio's persuasion, he hesitated for a moment. Then Yunxio won't compete in the Challenger League for now. That's the safest approach. We have enough people for the Challenger League right now anyway. Yishio nodded, then suggested, should we change the silver equipment crafting to swordsman gear instead? No need, just make the cloth armor. Suze still insisted. Still for Yunxio? Why not? Suze asked back. We won't need it for now, right? Yishio sighed. He always hated waste, but the other party was determined to give good things to his girlfriend first. Don't look so pained. Suze said with exasperation. Could we possibly lose in the Challenger League? Losing isn't likely, but it's better to be as stable as possible. Yishio remained cautious. At this moment, Chu Yunxio suddenly spoke up. I can compete in the Challenger League. No need, I'll go. You can stay home and watch dramas. After Suze finished speaking, he looked at Yishio helplessly. I'm really done with you. Fine, I'll come clean actually, I already have a set of silver equipment. Everyone was stunned. Only a few people knew, besides Sun Jiping, Zhang Jiala, Chu Yunxio, and Luo Ji, no one else. This set of silver equipment was equipped on the unspecialized account, Falling Paper and Drifting Clouds. Why didn't you bring out your silver equipment if you already had it? Yishio was speechless. What's the point of hiding it? It's just a Challenger League match. I'm too lazy to use silver equipment. Suze shrugged. But since you want stability, I'll bring it out. Don't underestimate excellent era. Yishio still reminded him. Don't worry, I want to enter the professional scene more than you owe them a championship. Suze's expression was calm, yet revealed stubbornness. Yishio said no more. He also felt he was being somewhat overly worried. With their current lineup, if they could really fail in the Challenger League, they might as well all go home. The brief discussion ended, and after everyone exchanged training insights, They all rushed into the realm of the gods to begin the next round of wild boss competition. Training matches weren't held daily, twice a week was sufficient. The rare materials seized from the realm of the gods were distributed based on most improved rather than MVP, with obvious motivational effects. 2 weeks quietly passed, and on September 1st, the ninth season began. September's arrival also marked the closing of the transfer window. Before the final deadline, the league remained bustling with activity. Lin Jingyan officially joined Tyranny. Thunder's captain Xiao Shiqin switched to Excellent Era. Jia Ximing moved to Void. Excellent Era's He Ming and Lu Hao both transferred to Thunder. Blue Rain's powerhouse Yu Feng chose 100 Blossoms. 301 Degrees, Grinding King, Su Bin went to Tiny Herb, while Deng Fuxing simply retired. The newcomers debuting alongside Season 9 were equally impressive. Blue Rain brought in the 14-year-old prodigy Lu Hanwen with his account Driftwood, playing as a Blade Master. Void recruited Guide Saijia with the ID Blue Drive. An Exorcist, Righteousness signed 5 players at once: Lu Guaning, Guxia, Zhong Yeli, Zhou Yunhai, and Wen Kabei. Tyranny added Qin Miyun, the sharpshooter, 9 degrees below zero. Originally, rumors suggested Zhang Jiala would join Tyranny, but Suze intercepted him, though it ultimately fell through. Suze felt no regret about this. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. What truly surprised Suze was Misty Rain's sudden decision to hand the captain position to a newcomer. This person was merely a third-tier celebrity from the entertainment industry, yet took control of the Wind City Misty Rain account, with actual skill levels remaining a mystery. Suze could only shake his head and sigh. That's really something, Misty Rain. Meanwhile, Misty Rain also recruited Shu Kursen and Shu Kai, who operated the sharpshooter accounts Who Doesn't Bow and None Dare Strike Back, respectively. On September 1st, all teams had to complete their final registration, and the roster was finalized that day. After registration ended, officials immediately announced the new season's schedule, and teams quickly entered their targeted preparation phase. Simultaneously, promotion for the new season's Challenger League followed closely. Seeing the sudden surge of sharpshooters on the registration list, Suze joked, "Did someone raid a sharpshooter nest?" He suspected this trend was somewhat influenced by Zhou Zikai. From several meters away, Yi Xiu lazily replied, "I heard he's considered Glory's #1 player now." Suze rested his forehead on his hand, staring boredly at his computer screen. "Yeah, many people say that. Let's focus on our Challenger League first," Yi Xiu tossed out. Suze stretched and yawned, redirecting his attention back to the screen. This year, 14,218 teams registered for the Challenger League, over 1,000 more than last year, with the league heavily promoting this as influence reaching new heights. After random pairings, battles, and multiple adjustments, only 20 teams from these 14,218 would advance to offline competition. At that stage, the format would shift from pure elimination to group round-robin plus elimination, ensuring truly strong teams remained. In previous years, the Challenger League typically drew little attention at this stage. Eliminated teams were weak with few fans, making it hard to generate excitement. But this year was different. On one hand, the powerhouse Excellent Era, boasting 3 All-Stars, was surprisingly competing here. On the other hand, there was the buzzworthy Happy team. Especially with Happy, when people saw Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala's names clearly listed on the roster, they even wondered if they were seeing things. After seeing the results over a dozen times, the names were consistently Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala. The question was whether these two names truly belonged to the legendary gods they had in mind. Regardless of the answer, Happy's popularity instantly skyrocketed several levels. Meanwhile, Excellent Era also received the same news. How could Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala end up on Yi Qiu's team? Tao Xian frowned, his inner panic nearly overflowing. If these two really joined Happy, wouldn't the dynasty he had painstakingly built over the years be in jeopardy? The most frustrated was Xiao Shiqin. Originally arriving at Excellent Era with high ambitions, ready to make his mark, he nearly blacked out when he saw that string of names on the roster. However, he remained rational. Happy's truly formidable core was nothing more than Yi Qiu plus Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala. Sun Jiping had been retired for years, so his condition was definitely not what it used to be. Wei Chun, though a former Blue Rain captain, was already aging. Xiao Yifan lost to Li Xian in the rookie competition, making him merely a prospect. As for Suze, he had only heard of that hair like snow being active in the realm of the gods, estimating his skill level to be at most equivalent to Righteous/'s players. In terms of overall strength, Excellent Era possessed god-tier accounts and top equipment, giving them decent odds. Fortunately, Chu Yunxiu didn't appear on Happy's roster, or Xiao Shiqin wouldn't be able to smile. Setting aside Excellent Era's frustration for now, in Happy's training room, everyone saw their first-round Challenger League opponents name the whole world suffers from insomnia. The team members stared at this grandiose name in silence for quite a while. "I think our name Happy is actually quite excellent." Yi Xiu spoke first, his tone completely serious. Everyone nodded eagerly. "Actually, the whole world suffers from insomnia, works too." Just has too many characters, Suze commented. Might as well just call it Insomnia Team. Making opponents lose sleep would be quite satisfying. Too bad they probably can't pull it off. As his words fell, everyone was speechless. Friday evening, the first round of the Challenger League was about to begin. This year's format had changed, drawing particularly high attention. In the match rooms, teams flipped coins to determine home and away order, then selected maps. The system set strict preparation. Times exceeding the limit would result in forfeiture. With numerous first-round teams, chaos ensued, and quite a few were ruthlessly eliminated by the system. Happy certainly wouldn't stumble in such shallow waters. However, their opponents, the whole world suffers from insomnia, only had 4 people show up. In the channel, the 4 players were frantically arguing. Where are those 2? Why aren't they here yet? He said he'd take a nap this afternoon and tell me he overslept? Spectators immediately flooded the screen with jeers. In the end, those 2 missing members never appeared. The Challenger League required 6 registered players, but allowed 4 to compete. Training match then? Suze asked casually. Facing opponents missing 2 players, he lacked enthusiasm but wouldn't mind taking on all 4 single-handedly. Yi Xiao remained steady. Training is definitely needed. Little Tang, Yi Fun, Baozi, and Winnie, Luo Ji, plus methods enough. Clearly, he treated the Challenger League as the perfect practical classroom. Unsurprisingly, they easily won the first match. Great start. Chen Guo was thrilled, though seeing everyone else's calm demeanor, she realized that such an expected victory wasn't worth too much celebration. The first round of the Challenger League drew record-breaking viewership, but compared to the next day's professional league opening match, it was nothing. On the day of the opening match, Chen Guo sat behind the internet cafe counter as usual, opening the live stream window. Among the 10 simultaneous matches, she finally settled on Samsara versus Righteousness. Following league tradition, the opening match always featured the defending champions against a new team, and Righteousness happened to have deep ties with Happy. Jean Lulan had been complaining to Yi Xiao on QQ every few days, growing more nervous as the match approached. The match was held at Samsara's home venue. The biggest change of the new season was the full introduction of holographic projection in all arenas. The league had been planning this for years, with all major team venues undergoing renovations. The holographic display at Samsara's home venue during the All-Star period was just the first glimpse of this technology in official competition. Now the plan was finally rolling out, with holographic projections descending simultaneously across all 10 opening match venues. Light and shadow intertwined as glory maps appeared 3-dimensionally before the audience, with flashing blades and swords seeming to dance right beside them, igniting everyone's emotions. The result was unsurprising. Last season's champions Samsara crushed Righteousness with a clean sweep. The moment the final whistle blew, Yi Xiao's QQ was flooded by Righteousness's 5 core members, with a row of crying emojis particularly eye-catching. As the opening match concluded, news topics exploded instantly. The media's hottest focus was Blue Rain's new recruit Lu Hanwen, the youngest professional player in history. After the All-Star player's departure, he directly stepped into the starting position. At the post-match press conference, the club kept this 14-year-old strictly protected. But how could the reporters give up? Interview requests flew toward Blue Rain Club like snowflakes. Lu Hanwen's skills might not yet reach God-tier level, but his 14-year-old age alone was enough to spark endless imagination. If he continued growing for a few more years, how strong would he become once his technique matured? Unlike Yi Xiao and others who constantly followed the professional scene, Suze remained his usual independent self. He always lived in the moment, and since he hadn't truly entered the professional circle yet, he couldn't be bothered with industry affairs. For him, once he joined, all he needed to say was, "I'm invincible. You all do whatever." Time quietly passed, and 2 weeks flew by in the blink of an eye. On Monday of the new week, the next round matchups for the Challenger League were announced. Happy would face Team Excellent Era. Compared to those flashy team names, Excellent Era was so understated it was almost forgettable, yet its standardized format revealed its origins. Excellent Era, the team that was relegated during the 7th season of the professional league. In the 8th season's Challenger Series, they fell in the final decisive match. The 9th season arrived in a flash, and after Xingxin delivered a brilliant opening victory in their debut match, they found themselves drawn against Team Wuji. Team Wuji was founded in the 5th season. After officially joining the professional league, they struggled for only 3 years before being eliminated, with their best ranking being 15th place. In the professional scene, they certainly couldn't be considered powerhouses, but once placed in the Challenger Series, this team was more than capable of looking down upon all rivals. The championship of each Challenger Series had almost been monopolized by former professional teams, like them teams without superstars, but with every member being competent, characters equipped with several pieces of silver equipment, with the rest being top-tier orange gear. In comparison, Xingxin's equipment was much more modest. Suze now had a full set of silver equipment, but most pieces remained at level 60 and hadn't been transferred to his Blademaster account, Fa Ru Shui yet. The others were even more strapped. Sun Jiping, Zhang Jiala, Yishio, and Wei Chun each possessed only one silver weapon. Team Wuji. Yishio weighed their options mentally. Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala turned their gazes in unison towards Suze. Don't look at me like that. Suze spread his hands. I only have crafting blueprints for light armor and cloth armor, and the materials are incredibly expensive. Besides, it's just Wuji we're dealing with, no need to make such a big production out of it, right? I'll take on 3 in the arena matches, then sweep 5 in the team competition. I should be able to take down 2 or 3 at least, and the rest should be easy pickings, shouldn't they? His tone was casual, but everyone remained uneasy. Strength was one thing, but competitions couldn't be taken lightly. At least let's upgrade our equipment first. If we can't get silver gear, we can at least gather some orange equipment. Chen Guo proposed a plan, already having a strategy in mind. There was only one way to gather equipment: quickly throw money at it. Silver equipment might not be available even with money, but orange gear could be purchased from players, as long as they were willing to pay top dollar. Yishio nodded in agreement, then looked around at everyone. Does anyone have friends or relatives? Let's borrow whatever orange equipment we can. Huh. Chen Guo was stunned. She had never imagined they could actually borrow equipment. For competitions it sounded like some amateur operation. Do you have any connections? Yishio simply threw the question back to her. I don't think I really do. Chen Guo thought for a moment and shook her head helplessly. She had plenty of friends, but none of the players she knew had orange equipment lying around. Professional teams looked down on it, while ordinary players treasured it like precious gems. The gap in their circles was too wide. I remember you have a good relationship with Team Righteousness. Suze suddenly spoke up. I made 3 sets of cloth armor for them before. Think you could borrow them? Yishio raised an eyebrow, genuinely didn't know about this, as Jean Lulon had never mentioned it to him. Old Wei's Warlock, Yifan's Ghostblade, and Luo Ji's Summoner are all cloth armor classes. Borrowing those 3 sets of armor would be enough. Suze spoke as if it were no big deal. You made silver equipment for them? Yishio confirmed. They paid for it. Suze replied simply, offering no further explanation. However, Yishio didn't press for details and went to contact Jean Lulon. In the end, Yishio decided to borrow 29 pieces of silver equipment from Righteous Slash, distributing them evenly among Happy's 5 characters, with each getting roughly 6 pieces. Glory characters could equip a full set of 12 items, so this borrowed set would only cover half their needs, but it was already considered luxurious by current league standards. Last season's statistics showed that professional players averaged only 5.27 pieces of silver equipment per character. Among these silver pieces were 2 weapons, 22 armor pieces, and 5 accessories. As Yishio scanned through the attribute panels one by one, he immediately formulated the optimal distribution plan in his mind. The 2 weapons corresponded to Battle Mage and Cleric respectively, and since Happy had both classes, he naturally wouldn't pass them up. Lending 29 pieces of invaluable silver equipment to Yishio all at once couldn't be done without hesitation, but Lu Guaning ultimately made the decision to agree, trusted Yishio's character. The only condition was that Righteous Slash still needed to train with their equipment, so the handover would take place on Friday, the day of the match. While Yishio busily recorded the equipment data, Suze watched from the side, shaking his head. This is way too cautious. Just how afraid is the captain of losing the Challenger League? After dinner, everyone was called to the living room. The space was arranged according to the original layout of Happy Internet Cafe's training room, with the projection screen lowered in front of the TV wall. Yishio's personally edited highlight reel of Team Void's Challenger League matches from last season began playing. Team Void's 6-character lineup consisted of Spellblade, Elementalist, Chi Master, Warlock, Cleric, and Launcher. The montage ended with flashy professional-level displays, and after Yishio briefly introduced these 6 core players, he looked around at everyone. What do you think are the characteristics of this class configuration? He didn't intend to force-feed conclusions into the newcomers' minds. And when he was the first to speak, no pure melee classes, 3 all-ranged or area effect classes with long attack distances and wide coverage areas. For clearing waves of mobs and dungeons, this kind of combination is very strong. Yishio nodded, exactly. The core attacking class for their entire team battle strategy is. Before he could finish, another video segment was already playing. 5 players seamlessly coordinating with the Spellblade, layering wave after wave of area coverage attacks across various maps. These several coverage tactics have obviously been practiced extensively. Watch the footage first, and I'll explain in detail later. Our core objective is figuring out how to counter these strategies. Yishio's tone remained steady, but he had set the training direction for everyone. This opponent came from the professional scene with their own established system, making targeted training the most effective approach for Happy's group of newcomers. The battles continued playing on the projection screen, and just like before, Yishio didn't immediately begin his analysis. When the recording finally ended, he casually selected a segment to play while asking everyone for their thoughts. Suze leaned back against the sofa, his tone casual. My take is that I won't participate in the team competition. It's a good opportunity for the rookies to get some practice. Yishio had always been indifferent about training newcomers, so he nodded. Alright, but we should still bring Lele along for stability. Stop giving people random nicknames, Zhang Jiala said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Isn't this more affectionate? Yi Xiu grinned. Too affectionate. It's giving me goosebumps. Zhang Jiala waved his hand dismissively. The atmosphere in the living room was relaxed. Everyone listened to their banter while turning their heads away to suppress their laughter. Suze lazily stretched and stood up. I'm heading back to my room. Getting a bit sleepy. Everyone was already used to his early retreats. Aze is great in every way, except he's too lazy, Yisho commented as he watched Suze head upstairs. His commanding skills are excellent, but he can't be bothered to put in the effort. Sun Jiping chuckled and spoke up for him. He doesn't have any pressure, so naturally he's like this. With you training the newcomers, he doesn't need to worry about anything. He's basically a free agent. This free agent is way too free, Yisho said with a wry smile, rubbing his forehead. For ordinary players, being a free agent meant providing mobile support in team matches, requiring excellent strategic awareness. Suze wasn't just free during matches, his daily life was equally carefree. To him, competition seemed more like entertainment. While everyone continued studying tactics, Suze had already returned to his room on the second floor. Since the team was competing, all 11 members had moved into this small villa. With 11 people sharing the space, everyone roomed in pairs except Suze, who had a room to himself. Chu Yunxiu had moved in with Tang Rou in the adjacent fifth room. After entering his room, he casually locked the door and logged into his long-unused, unspecialized account, falling paper and drifting smoke, transferring all 11 silver equipment pieces to his Blade Master account hair like snow. Although these silver pieces were only level 60, their additional attributes were in a league of their own. To craft them, Suze had paid a considerable price, even borrowing materials that Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala had saved up. Both trusted Suze's abilities and didn't ask questions. At this stage, Hair Like Snow was no less impressive than any god-tier character. The complete silver equipment set was divided into two sets, Black Hole and Radiant Light. The Radiant Light set aside, the key was the Black Hole Sita 6-piece accessory collection. 3 pieces, 10 critical rate, attacks with 15 lifesteal. 5 pieces, 10 attack speed, 10 attack power, 15 movement speed. 6 pieces, grant skill Black Hole Annihilation, allowing percentage-based exchange between HP and MP with no cooldown. Combined with his dual blade techniques, Suze could genuinely take on 5 opponents single-handedly in the Challenger League. Unless he faced Excellent Era, he could single-handedly sweep through the entire Challenger League. As for Team Void, he might struggle, but with his unspecialized account, the outcome would be uncertain. Sigh, I should have known better than to join Happy. Playing the Challenger League solo would have been much more fun, he sighed, feeling like much of the excitement had been stripped away. In a sour mood, he decided to go online for some entertainment. He controlled falling paper and drifting smoke, equipped it with the Blade Master's original gear, and began wandering around the heavenly domain, casually grinding monsters. After playing for several hours, his phone suddenly vibrated a message from Chu Yunxiu, saying she was already outside his door. Suze glanced at his phone and saw it was nearly midnight. Suze opened the door to find Chu Yunxiu standing before him. She wore a light blue silk nightgown that hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating her graceful figure. Clutching her laptop, she pushed past him into the room, climbed onto the bed, and immediately powered up her computer. Before Suze could even ask what she was doing, Chu Yunxiu's eyes remained fixed on the screen as she spoke first. I'm here to binge-watch my show. Just watching shows? Suze asked with a smile as he closed the door. Of course. Ruru has a match tonight, and if I stay up watching in our room, I'll disturb her, she explained lazily, lying on her side. Ruru? You two are that close? Suze asked casually, settling into his desk chair. You wouldn't understand female friendship, Chu Yunxiu replied, glancing up at him. Their eyes met. Her eyebrows curved like spring willows, her skin glowed with a lustrous sheen, and her smile carried a languid contentment. Her slender waist appeared even more alluring in her prone position, and her slightly parted lips seemed capable of driving bees and butterflies wild with desire. She said nothing explicit, yet seemed to hint at everything. The night was soft and warm, the lighting dim and golden. Suze rose from his chair and walked to the bedside. Words became unnecessary, and action spoke louder. The next morning, the downstairs dining table held a simple breakfast. A glass of warm milk, 2 slices of toast, 3 pieces of lettuce, and nothing more. Everyone seemed in good spirits except Tang Rou, who rubbed her eyes drowsily. Suze bit into his bread and noticed his teammates' glances before Yunxiu spoke up. Isn't Yunxiu coming down for breakfast? We need to head to the training room for our 6th practice match in 5 minutes. She's taking the day off, Suze replied, glancing at his 7th Azandiu and Xiaomi 8 phone. It was 9:10 a.m. Taking a day off? Yunxiu raised an eyebrow. Training won't go well with one person missing. Then we'll do 5v5. Missing a 6th player is the perfect excuse to kick out the boss, Suze said nonchalantly. If she hears you say that, she'll nag you to death, Yishio shook his head. Apart from Suze, no one dared speak so casually about their boss Chun Guo, not out of disrespect, but because of his naturally carefree personality. You're the boss? Okay, got it. So what? That was Suze's typical response, and indeed, there usually wasn't a so what. After breakfast, everyone jogged to Happy Internet Cafe, treating it as morning exercise and warm-up. Chun Guo planned to install computers on the first floor of their residence for future training, but until the equipment arrived, they still had to use the cafe. With one person missing from the training room, they had to reorganize teams. Based on skill ratings. 1. Suze, Yishio, Xiao Yifan, Bao Rongxing, Concealed Light 31 points. 2. Sun Jiping, Zhang Jiala, Wei Chun, Tang Rou, and Wenyi 33 points. With insufficient players, individual matches remained, but the arena matches were reduced to 2 participants. The official match began. In the first individual match, Yishio went first, facing the opposing team's Cleric and Wenya Classic, Tianji's horse racing strategy that effectively countered Yishio. In the second match, Suze's team sent out the rogue Bao Rongxing against tactician Wei Chun. Bao Rongxing was defeated. In the third individual match, Suze's team sent out Xiao Yifan, but the opposing team had no one left to field. The current score stands at 21. As the arena tournament began, Suze was the first to take the stage. The system randomly generated the lava arena, map shaped like a massive well with a narrow stone platform at its center, surrounded by churning molten lava. Any character falling into it would instantly take fire damage and suffer a 5-second burn effect. Once the map loaded, the Blade Master Hair Like Snow spawned on the southern platform, while the Battle Mage, Cold Mist Gentle, appeared on the north side. The two characters faced each other across the scorching lava, only able to approach via jumping platforms. Cold Mist Gentle struck first, raising her spear and leaping into the air. Her skill, Soaring Dragon Ascension, created a trail of spear flames as she thrust forward. Suze didn't retreat. Instead, he instantly activated his dual blade form, using Invincible Guard to absorb the damage before stepping off the stone ledge and launching Ultimate Rising Dragon Slash in counterattack. However strong you are, I'm stronger. However fierce you are, I'm fiercer. 3 consecutive Rising Dragon strikes connected midair as Hair Like Snow raised his blade high, sword light gathering into silver light falling blade that crashed down from above. The sword energy tore through rock, sending molten lava flying, as blazing flames scattered like a volcanic eruption, sparks exploding in midair. Should rising fireworks be viewed from below or from the side? Tang Rou had never considered this question until now, as she controlled Cold Mist Gentle facing the oncoming swordsman. Her blood instinctively boiled. Perhaps the answer lay within this very clash. Without hesitation, she chained Heroic Dragon Army Breaker into Furious Dragon Piercing Strike, followed by a series of low-level skills and high-frequency combo patterns. The keyboard clicks under her fingers became a torrential storm, but Cold Mist Gentle's equipment was too weak. Her attacks hitting Hair Like Snow felt like striking a heavily armored knight. Suze barely exerted any effort, ending the battle in less than 20 seconds. During the ending countdown, Hair Like Snow's dialogue box displayed. Didn't sleep well last night? Didn't sleep, Tang Rou replied flatly. Their exchange ended there as the system advanced to the next match. The second round opponent was Zhang Jiala's launcher, Dazzling 100 Blossoms. The lava terrain heavily favored ranged combat, allowing the launcher to kite while using explosions to fish, turning the lava splashes into secondary fire damage. As the creator of the 100 Blossoms playstyle, Zhang Jiala's timing for detonations and distance control was extremely precise. Against anyone else, falling into this combo sequence would likely mean defeat. However, under Suze's overwhelming stats and mobility, these harassment tactics ultimately couldn't deliver a killing blow. After several minutes of intense battle, though Suze was continuously worn down, he still managed to close in with swift positioning. During the fight, he quietly raised his hand to cast Black Hole Annihilation, using the distorted gravity to pull Dazzling 100 Blossoms into striking range before delivering the final blow. Post-battle statistics showed Hair Like Snow at 34 health and 67 mana. And so the third round began, with the final opponent being Sun Jiping's Berserker. The third arena match had just begun when Yishio turned to his 3 teammates and said, "Get ready for the team competition." Huh. Xiao Yifan, sitting at his computer, was slightly stunned. The third player hadn't even entered yet, and the captain was already certain of victory? Yishio continued explaining, "As long as Aze doesn't make mistakes, it's a sure win. Fa Ru Shui has maxed out attributes, plus Dual Blade Stylino character can suppress him right now. Not even bosses unspecialized." Baozi turned his head to interject. "Not for now, my equipment isn't as good as his," Yishio shrugged, then added. "Also, don't call me boss, call me captain. People might think we're running some gang." Keyboard clicks echoed continuously, and while they chatted, Suze had already removed his headset. The arena match was over. He had effortlessly defeated 3 opponents in a row. Equipment advantage was one factor, But more importantly, his skills had reached their peak. If he had to face Sun Jiping, Zhang Jiala, and Tang Rou simultaneously, he wouldn't be confident. But in unknown arena matches, his opponents couldn't make waves. Unplugging the data cable, Suze suddenly asked, winning the Challenger Tournament arena gets 2.5 points, right? Yeah, the Challenger Tournament is single elimination, not like the regular season where they count whole points. Yishio nodded. After a full round of home and away games, it still evens out. What's the point of all this fancy stuff? Suze complained. Who knows? Don't overthink it. Yishio was also stumped and could only brush it off. Suze was quiet for 5 seconds, then looked up and said, whatever, we'll just crush them all anyway. After a while, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. We should put some pressure on them. How about we skip the Challenger Tournament and come back when we face Excellent Era? Yishio nearly choked. You guys? You mean me and Old Sun and the others? That's not putting pressure on them. That's putting pressure on me. Stop messing around. This is my only chance. Yishio rubbed his forehead. Then what do you want? Suze raised an eyebrow. You be the sixth man. I feel secure with you around. Why not Old Zhang? We agreed to bring Zhang Jiala on stage before. Old Zhang suddenly has something come up. Yishio sighed. Suze was puzzled. Yishio added, I heard the league is planning a new tournament. They're preparing for it. Old Sun and the others are probably busy with that. New tournament? When? Not sure. I saw the news in the group chat today. Seems like the Esports Association wants to cooperate with the league. Break time was almost over, so Yishio waved his hand. Let's stop chatting and play the team match. In the following scrimmage, Suze played steadily without showing off any godlike moves. He didn't care about being the sixth man. What concerned him more was, why was Glory suddenly adding tournaments? Were the gears of fate about to turn? The answer was becoming clear. During All-Star Weekend, Yi Liangchen had emerged from nowhere, making the league realize there were surprisingly many hidden masters among casual players. The new tournament was tailor-made for these players. Glory's growing popularity had finally made the Esports Association restless. Back when Glory wasn't popular, they looked down on the game, so the league had to organize competitions themselves. That's why the Glory Professional Alliance ran their own competitions. The Glory Alliance was a joint organization between the Professional League and Glory's official management. After finishing the practice match at 3 in the afternoon, Suze left the training room, head down scrolling through his phone as he walked towards Shanglin Garden. In the chat group, messages from professional players kept popping up. Did you hear? Glory is planning to add a new tournament. It doesn't sound like a tournament exactly, more like a cross-server event. Cross-server? Tell us more. It's different from cross-region. It's an international public event where overseas players can participate too. Suze raised an eyebrow, deciding to check the official website for announcements when he got back. On the way, he noticed his shoelace had come loose and crouched down to tie it. Just as he bent over, someone collided with him from behind. His reflexes kicked in, and before losing his balance, he quickly turned around and pulled the person in front of him as a cushion. Thud, both of them fell to the ground, their bodies pressed against the floor. Suze looked up and was surprised to see it was Tang Rou who had bumped into him. He immediately raised his hand to protect the back of her head, preventing it from hitting the hard ground. They stared at each other for 2 seconds. Tang Rou suddenly closed her eyes, pressed her lips together, and remained silent. Suze didn't linger on the moment. He rolled over and stood up, pulling her to her feet. Why are you back too? I thought someone was ambushing me. Your reflex. Are you hurt? No. Tang Rou shook her head, pausing for a moment. I'm not feeling well, so I came back to rest. Not feeling well. Suze reached out and placed his hand on her forehead. It was slightly warm, so he kept his hand there for a full 3 minutes. During this time, Tang Rou stood quietly, neither speaking nor moving. You have a slight fever. Suze withdrew his hand. And Tang Rou pressed. And what? Suze looked puzzled. You touched my forehead for 3 minutes, and all you have to say is a slight fever. Her expression was complicated, but she seemed to feel much better because of that touch. The thought made her even more confused. Well, you'll feel better after some sleep. Suze concluded. The atmosphere grew awkward. Suze brushed the dust off his clothes. My clothes got dirty. Let's head back. He took the lead, with Tang Rou following silently behind, her gaze complex. Walking ahead, Suze wasn't oblivious to what was happening. In his previous life, his friend Junlin had encountered a similar situation. A girl he liked in his youth had rejected him, yet she would linger outside their classroom every day after school because Junlin's desk mate was her best friend. Junlin never realized she had been secretly in love with him all along. When he finally got a girlfriend, he suddenly found out the truth, and coincidentally, his girlfriend was also that girl's best friend. When Junlin told him about it later, Suze had felt nothing but sympathy for the mess. Now he seemed to be caught in the same kind of ambiguous and awkward whirlpool. This was exactly that feeling. Suze and Tang Rou returned to their residence, one after the other. As soon as they stepped into the first floor, they saw Chu Yunxiu sitting at the dining table, holding chopsticks and eating with great relish. Did you cook for yourself? Suze walked over and casually pulled out a chair to sit down. Chu Yunxiu nodded lightly. but her gaze shifted between the two of them. Are you done with training? We came back early to cook for you. Suze pointed at the nearly empty bowl in front of her. But apparently you beat us to it. I was hungry, so I just made something simple. Not much though. Chu Yunxiu lifted her chopsticks to point at the few remaining noodles in the pot, her tone matter-of-fact. Last night's passionate encounter should have left Chu Yunxiu unable to get out of bed today, but under Suze's massage techniques passed down through who knows how many generations, she now felt no soreness in her waist or pain in her legs, with only a faint blush still coloring her cheeks. I'm heading upstairs first. After saying this, Suze went up to the second floor. Back in his room, he opened his computer and went straight to the Glory official website. The latest announcement on the homepage read, the 11th server will launch with a large amount of new content and events on opening day. The announcement didn't provide more details, likely because the officials hadn't finalized everything yet, and were just releasing preliminary information to let players prepare in advance. Suze, familiar with the original story, naturally knew that the new server's opening meant the level cap would increase to 75. But with the official announcement coming 2 months early, it obviously couldn't be as simple as just opening levels, new maps, and new dungeons. There were probably bigger moves planned. Thinking about this, he smirked and muttered to himself. Things seemed to be getting interesting. The door opened with a click as Chu Yunxiu poked her head in. Did you bully Ro? She got straight to the point as soon as she entered. What? Suze was taken aback. Her clothes are torn, and her arm is injured. When I asked her about it, she was evasive. Chu Yunxiu frowned. There was a bit of a misunderstanding. Suze's tone carried a note of apology. Is her arm seriously injured? Dislocated shoulder. Chu Yunxiu sighed. Why don't you take her to the hospital? She's a celebrity after all, and S City isn't far from H City. There are quite a few Glory fans here, and she's afraid of being recognized. Suze pondered for a few seconds. If it's just a dislocation, I can handle it. Let me go take a look. He got up and left the room. At the door next door, he knocked. Creaked, door opened, and Tang Ro appeared wearing a loose short-sleeved shirt, her right hand hanging limply with her fingertips trembling slightly. Should I set it back for you? Suze asked directly. Tang Ro pressed her lips together and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Suze gripped her wrist with one hand and placed the other on her shoulder, positioning the muscles, force angle, and rotation range with precise accuracy. Crack crack, 2 crisp sounds. Tang Ro sucked in a sharp breath, her delicate eyebrows furrowing tightly, but she forced herself not to cry out, only letting out a soft hiss from her throat. Suze lifted her sleeve to confirm the bone was back in place, then gently pushed. Take a hot bath, and you should be fine. Tang Ro responded softly. I'm going. Suze turned and closed the door. With the door shut, only Chu Yunxiu and Tang Ro remained, looking at each other. As a woman, Chu Yunxiu could guess about 70 to 80% from Tang Ro's expression, feeling inexplicably complicated. I feel like your relationship with Suze is a bit strange. She spoke softly. Is it? Tang Ro's gaze was evasive. Anyone can see it. Chu Yunxiu placed the ice pack in her hand on the table, her tone carrying an indescribable meaning. Can you tell me about what's between you two? Sure. Chu Yunxiu smiled and began recounting how she first met Suze. As the afternoon sunlight gradually dimmed, the two chatted leisurely along the way, starting from the earliest details of their acquaintance to their first team dungeon run. Lost in animated conversation, time slipped away unnoticed until evening arrived. When their stomachs protested simultaneously, they exchanged glances, laughed, and got up to find food. The streetlights at the residential complex entrance had just flickered on, their orange glow stretching their shadows long and thin. Aren't you going to call Suze? Tang Ro suddenly asked. Forget about him. All men are jerks anyway. Chu Yunxiu feigned disdain, grabbing Tang Ro's hand and dragging her toward the snack shop at the street corner. Let's eat first. After filling their stomachs with hot dinner, the two naturally took a stroll along the stone pathways of the complex. The cool evening breeze lifted their hair as they walked side by side, their rapport deepening, as if an indescribable thread had formed between them. They settled on a bench in the center of the complex. The roadside plane trees rustled softly, and occasionally children's laughter drifted from afar. At first, I thought Suze liked me. Tang Ro spoke first, gently gripping the edge of the bench. Later I realized he wasn't as enthusiastic as before. He's never too enthusiastic with anyone. Chu Yunxiu said, resting her chin on her hand. What about you? What? Isn't he enthusiastic with you either? Chu Yunxiu fell silent for a moment, looking down at her feet. His attitude toward me. It's not really enthusiasm. It's more like a sense of responsibility. Responsibility? Tang Ro frowned. Yeah, like how my dad treats my momless romance, more routine. Chu Yunxiu's expression grew complex. So last night you two? Nothing happened between us last night. Chu Yunxiu immediately shook her head. She wasn't the type to lay everything bare. Don't you find that boring? Tang Ro remained curious. Not really. He does make me laugh sometimes. It's just that he's naturally reserved, and it feels like he's a walking contradiction, like he's. Chu Yunxiu paused, searching for words. Like he has multiple personalities? Tang Rou finished for her. Something like that. Though most of the time he's normal. Chu Yinxiu shrugged. People say everyone has different faces for different people, but I think Su Zhe has 1,000 faces all by himself. Tang Rou offered her assessment. The longer I know him, the less I understand him, yet I can't help wanting to figure him out, Chu Yunxiu said softly. In truth, the world wasn't short of people like Su Zhe. Those who had experienced too much, whose spirits seemed scattered and then reassembled, eventually displaying signs resembling multiple personalities. But they were simply stuck in a prolonged phase of wanting to transcend, but temporarily unable to. Moreover, Su Zhe had experienced transmigration, making the mental impact even greater. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough to keep his scattered personalities well organized and under control. Simply put, Su Zhe could become aloof, dramatic, melancholic, sinister, or even suddenly manic at any moment like a summoner controlling summoned beasts. As long as his main personality gave orders, these summoned beasts would obey. But once the main personality went idle, other personalities might emerge to cause trouble. On the bench, the two continued chatting for quite a while before heading back along the cobblestone path as night deepened. In the dim yellow light of the building, Tang Rou suddenly stopped and said quietly, What if I told you I liked him? How would you react? That's your business. Chu Yunxiu glanced at her. I'm actually not angry that you're telling me. What I hate most are people who say one thing to your face and do another behind your back. Actually, Chu Yunxiu had noticed the signs long ago. Now that Tang Rou could be so direct about it, it actually seemed refreshingly honest. At least this type of person wouldn't inspire disgust. In comparison, those manipulative types were far more nauseating. Time flew by quickly, and Friday arrived as scheduled. Room 117 in the Glory Arena Challenge viewing area was now packed to the brim with spectators drawn by Happy's journey. In the first round of challenges, Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala had never shown up. Now, facing a real professional team, surely they would have to reveal their trump cards? The buzz of discussion among players rose and fell throughout the venue, with everyone still most concerned about two names. Whether Sun Jiping was really that battle maniac, and if Zhang Jiala was still the master of 100 Blossoms style. Inside room 117, some were diehard fans of Team 100 Blossoms, carrying mixed emotions, both fearing that Happy's side really did include their former idols, and secretly hoping deep down to see familiar faces again. These spectators were divided into two camps, pure team fans on one side, and supporters who only followed individual players on the other. Under normal circumstances, fans mostly followed the players themselves. Only powerhouse teams like Excellent Era with 3 consecutive championships could cultivate large numbers of team fans. Zhang Jiala's personal charisma was extremely high, so his individual fanbase was no smaller than any club's. All challenge procedures were automatically reviewed by the system, and the dedicated arena had made detailed preparations for this entire process. The match would officially begin at 8 o'clock sharp. Before 7:55, both sides would flip a coin to determine home and away, with the winner immediately selecting the map. Then both teams would submit their batting order, and the system would pull the corresponding characters into the arena when the countdown ended. Until characters were pulled into battle, neither side would know who their opponents had sent out. This was completely consistent with professional league rules. At exactly 8 o'clock, the second round of the challenge, Team Happy versus Team Wuji, began right on time. The first round would be on Wuji's home field. As a former professional team, they naturally wouldn't make the rookie mistake of time running out before selecting a map. As soon as time was up, both characters for the first individual match were forcibly pulled into their battle positions by the system. Team Wuji's first contestant was the launcher Don Gun. This class wasn't Wuji's core tactical focus, but it was their current captain's signature character. The visitor who had accompanied him a few days ago and seemed familiar to Yi Xiao, but whose name he couldn't quite recall, was the operator of this character, Wu Chun. Records showed he had served as Wuji's vice-captain for 3 full years, was relegated with the team in Season 7, and afterward his whereabouts drew little attention, since he wasn't a major star after all. Happy's side directly sent out Yi Xiao, immediately putting maximum pressure on Wuji. Following Su Zhe's suggestion, he planned to secure 1 point first in the individual matches, then use the remaining rounds for training. It didn't matter if the others won or lost, the key was gaining experience from actual combat. In the team match, he and Aze would still be there as backup. Yi Xiao had calculated everything clearly in his mind. After both characters appeared, the match map was immediately announced: Riverside Water Gallery. The battle could begin as soon as both players pressed the confirmation key. If no one confirmed within 5 minutes, the system would force entry into combat. This map. Yi Xiao looked at the map name and muttered under his breath. Riverside Water Gallery was a semi-aquatic map, and the gap between professional players and ordinary gamers showed even more in water combat. Players can choose to avoid water combat and simply not engage with it, but professional players can't afford that luxury. If they neglect this aspect of the game, their opponents will likely exploit that weakness. Water combat is universally acknowledged as the most dreaded aspect of professional play. Nobody enjoys it, yet no one dares skip the training. At this moment, Team Excellent Era had deliberately chosen Riverside Water Corridor, a half-water, half-land map, clearly intending to use their professional water combat skills to bully the grassroots team happy. Unfortunately, their choice wasn't thorough enough. The half-water terrain meant the other half was land, and with match situations changing in an instant, it would test on-the-spot judgment even more. The countdown ended and the map loaded. Both characters spawned at opposite corners as usual, separated by a winding water corridor. When Yishio's Lord Grimm first appeared on screen, Team Excellent Era's Wu Chun felt his scalp tingle. He had specifically watched Lord Grimm's performance in the first round, fully aware of the unspecialized, terrifying capabilities, though he had never faced him in actual combat. Wu Chun knew his chances of winning were extremely slim. After a moment's thought, his mood improved considerably. If Happy had put Lord Grimm in the individual competition, he definitely wouldn't appear in the group arena. If he really lost, it would only cost 1 point. But if he could somehow pull off a win, that would be even better. Unfortunately, in less than a minute, he was beaten so thoroughly he couldn't tell up from down, suffering a crushing defeat. Happy scored first blood, leaving the spectators who had come specifically to watch them fail feeling frustrated. We've been warming up our keyboards, and this is the level Excellent Era brings. If you don't step it up, we're going to flame Excellent Era directly. Since Happy hadn't fallen yet, the keyboard warriors held back for now. They firmly believed in whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. As long as Happy became overconfident, a sudden reversal would create the most satisfying dramatic irony. Thus, everyone eagerly anticipated the second individual match. Happy sent out Xiao Yifan with his Ghost Blade 1-inch Ash, while Excellent Era fielded a launcher named Shoot Here. This launcher wasn't part of Excellent Era's regular 6-man team roster since clerics rarely appeared in individual or group arena matches. Teams always cultivated a 7th player as their ace substitute, and Shoot Here filled exactly that role. For the second map, Excellent Era again chose Riverside Water Corridor. When the countdown ended, Shoot Here immediately rushed toward 1-inch Ash's direction, clearly more aggressive than Wu Chen had been. Xiao Yifan on the other side was equally decisive. 1-inch Ash twisted his body and dove into the water with a splash. The water beneath the corridor wasn't deep, and the ripples quickly settled, leaving the surface completely still. Or rather, 1-inch Ash simply wasn't moving. If he was moving, that would prove one thing: professionalism. Players without professional training rarely mastered the technique of moving through shallow water without disturbing the surface. This was mandatory curriculum in professional water combat training. 1-inch Ash's operator was Xiao Yifan. Currently, only Team Excellent Era knew this information, having learned it by chance when Tao Xian brought Xiao Shiqin and Sun Xiang for their visit. Even Xiao Yifan's former team, Tiny Herb, had no idea where the young player who hadn't received a contract renewal had gone after leaving. Since even Tiny Herb didn't know, Team Excellent Era certainly couldn't realize that their opponent's lineup included a championship team alumnus. Though he had been a benchwarmer on that championship team, Xiao Yifan had still endured that powerhouse's rigorous training. At this moment, 1-inch Ash was steadily advancing along the bottom, silently closing in on his target, preparing for a surprise approach. The Wuji player realized his opponent knew underwater stealth techniques, and since this adversary was no ordinary competitor, he immediately stopped in his tracks, his gaze locked onto the water where 1-inch Ash had vanished. The surface showed no ripples, but since this map's water only reached knee-deep, any character moving underwater would cast shadows on the riverbed that couldn't be completely hidden. Unfortunately, the distance was too great and the angle too high for him to spot that dark silhouette. So he carefully monitored the water's surface while cautiously advancing with Shoot Here, completely abandoning his initial aggressive mindset. Moving closer, he still couldn't see 1-inch Ash anywhere. Shoot Here paused for 2 seconds, then rapidly fired into the shallow water. Gunners excelled at mid to short range suppression. Exploratory sweeping fire was both safe and mana-free, so he could spam without worry. He thought to himself, regular attacks don't cost mana anyway, so fire away. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled underwater. He caught sight of that shadow, his eyes blazing with intensity. Found you. All available skills immediately poured toward that area as bullets and beams instantly blanketed the water. Simultaneously, he accelerated his character forward, seeking an angle for direct, overhead view of the riverbed to continue the assault. Through a series of sliding steps and jumps, he flowed like water across the artificial corridor. Pop! A soft sound cut through the air as Shoot Here's movement suddenly froze, a blue-white aura flashing briefly before vanishing. The Wuji player jerked his camera angle and saw the Ice Soul Guardian, beneath the water, fragmented by surface refraction, yet still firmly trapping the area beneath his Fitan Ice formation. The Ghost Blade's ice array lay hidden underwater, perfectly encompassing the entire corridor within its control. In his pursuit, he had stepped right into the trap. But this was only the beginning. Blade formations, plague formations, blood formations. ghostly powers summoned in succession as multiple ghost arrays stacked and erupted within moments. Shoot Here's status effects piled up like a bouquet of lights, practically a complete abnormal status collection. The water surface suddenly exploded as 1-inch ash burst forth. The Calamity Blade pulsed with dark purple light, ghostly sword energy condensed into solid form, striking directly at Shoot Here Tombstone of Death combined with Ghostly Feast. One move to determine life and death. One strike to decide victory and defeat. The battle ended. The audience was completely stunned. The live stream chat instantly flooded with keyboard warriors. Can Team Wuji even compete anymore? With this skill level, they shouldn't bother with the Challenger League. Can't even beat Hapa, no wonder they got relegated. Time to find factory jobs. Compared to these online taunts, Team Wuji below felt like they'd been slapped across the face. They had planned to use the map to suppress their opponent, never expecting to be thoroughly schooled by that same map instead. This round wasn't just a loss of points, it was humiliating. But the system wouldn't give them time to lick their wounds. As soon as the judgment ended, it jumped directly into the third individual match. The map for the third round was, remarkably, Riverside Corridor once again. Team Wuji clearly had done their homework on this map, using it for all 3 individual matches. Their intention to crush their opponents was crystal clear. Their choice also carried a hint of arrogance. They were convinced that even after watching the map 2 or 3 times, Xingxin's players wouldn't grasp its essence. However, right after the second match ended, Team Wuji could no longer remain calm. With the map already set and unchangeable, regret was pointless now. For the third match, they sent out their team's warlock, Leopold. Xingxin responded with their own warlock, Ingfeng Bujin, operated by Wei Wuxian Wei Chun, a guy with a terrible reputation but unfathomably deep skills. In same-class duels, skill gaps get magnified, while character hardware equipment and skill points also determines victory. Team Wuji was confident they held the advantage here. Xingxin was just a grassroots internet cafe team. Their players' skill level was already surprising enough. But how strong could their characters possibly be? How could their equipment and skill points possibly be more luxurious than a professional club's? Thinking this, they couldn't help but smile. The earlier tension from reminding each other to be careful was completely washed away by this smile. The spectators had just been slapped in the face by Xingxin once, yet they remained more cautious than Team Wuji. The disdain persisted, but with the outcome still undecided, they temporarily held back their complaints. The match countdown finished. Though Leopold was brimming with confidence, he remained cautious in his movements. Ingfeng Bujin, however, swaggered forward with an "I fear no one" stride, advancing straight toward his opponent. The comment spammers nearly couldn't restrain their keyboards, yet didn't dare mock rashly. Leopold proceeded along his planned route, when suddenly the area above darkened. He quickly adjusted his view upward. Storm clouds were gathering. Chaos reigned. Startled, he immediately rolled away from the area while turning his camera to confirm. Sure enough, it was Ingfeng Bujin raising his staff and chanting the spell. How is this possible? The black rain continued pattering down behind him, but Leopold was stunned logically. They shouldn't be within each other's attack range yet. Looking at Ingfeng Bujin again, he was indeed at least 3 character lengths away. He had no idea that his opponent's silver weapon came with casting range bonuses. At this distance, he couldn't see Ingfeng Bujin's specific equipment details. The first Chaos Rain had barely finished when follow-up spells came one after another. The corridor terrain was narrow, and Leopold's attempts to dodge sideways were repeatedly blocked by walls, leaving him no escape route. Left with no choice, he could only engage in a direct skill exchange. But to compete in operations with Wei Wuxian, one had to ask, did he really have that level of skill? Facts proved he didn't. After several struggles, Leopold's health bar hit rock bottom, declaring his defeat. Xingxin's individual matches, complete victory. Seeing Team Happy's unstoppable momentum, the trolls who had been waiting to mock them were left speechless. At this point, anyone who dared to say a single bad word about Team Happy would immediately be scorned by the surrounding audience, and no one wanted to play the fool. Thus, the enormous public pressure naturally shifted onto Team Infinite. Team Happy's players seemed to have pretty decent equipment, even better than ours. Wuchen lowered his voice, unable to hide the depression in his heart. Everyone stay calm. Team Happy doesn't have many capable fighters. He quickly reassured his teammates upon seeing their low morale. Hold steady, we can win the arena matches. Wuchen quickly chimed in. That's right, most of Happy's players are rookies. Their individual skills might be a bit stronger at best, but team matches are all about coordination. Soon enough, the team arena competition officially began. Team Happy's first contestant took the stage battle, Mage Cold Smoke Soft. Team Infinite's first Chi Master Sky Rage. Suze still hadn't shown himself. This guy who never liked to show off in public had always been too lazy to bother with opponents who weren't strong enough. Therefore, all attention focused on Cold Smoke Soft. During this period, Cold Smoke Soft was undoubtedly Happy's hottest player and the most hated existence among the trolls. Countless self-proclaimed experts had previously taken turns challenging Happy, only to fall beneath her war spear. On the rare occasions when opponents managed to win by luck, she would quickly reclaim victory in subsequent rematches, leaving the trolls unable to find any weak points to exploit. Now that the challenge matches were single elimination, they finally saw hope of taking down Cold Smoke Soft once and for all. Thinking of this, the previously silent mockers became excited again, their scattered cheers gradually building into a wave as the entire venue went wild cheering for Team Infinite Sky Rage. For a moment, Sky Rage seemed like a star player. Both contestants took their seats as the system loaded the map, Riverside Water Gallery. When the map was announced, even the audience felt dizzy. This map again. 3, 2, 1. The system countdown ended, and the team arena competition officially began. Because Cold Smoke Soft had fought so many times before, the spectating players could practically recite her entire equipment set from memory. However, when her character refreshed, the audience was stunned. Was this person still the same Cold Smoke Soft? From head to toe, her equipment had been completely overhauled. Don't tell me she switched to all God-tier equipment? Many people thought with alarm. Their concerns weren't unfounded. Cold Smoke Soft was now wearing a full 5 pieces of silver equipment. Only then did people truly sense Team Happy's terrifying potential. The battle erupted instantly. Cold Smoke Soft moved like lightning, taking down 2 opponents right from the start, her war spear dancing through the air with intersecting lights and shadows, instantly crushing Sky Rage and the second team member. Team Happy's goal isn't just the challenge tournament theory aiming for the league championship, someone in the audience exclaimed with a trembling voice. Little Tang, take down all 3. Chungwa clenched her fists tightly in the player section, shouting toward the arena. Tang Ro nodded slightly, her gaze locking onto Team Infinite's third player with focused concentration. At this moment, Cold Smoke Soft still had 56 health and 43 mana remaining in this condition. She had a real chance of taking down the final opponent. She seemed genuinely much stronger now, perhaps blessed by some mysterious power. Team Happy swept Team Promise 5.5-0, securing a clean victory in the individual matches right from the start. The team competition was still ahead, and Yishio had already mapped out every position and rhythm step by step before the match. As the 6th player, Suze only needed to wait for orders, but seeing his team's overwhelming advantage, he simply treated the professional match as casual entertainment and pulled out his phone to play some card games. I'll take Landlord. I'm taking it double. Super double. Amid the sound effects of jumping cards, Suze successfully claimed the landlord position, starting with a lonely 6. Immediately after, a player named Lu Lai Fo Zhu mercilessly threw down a 2. Suze made note of this name, thinking he'd show him what payback meant later. The opponent Lu Lai Fo Zhu then unleashed a series of consecutive pairs, leaving only 4 cards, even having the leisure to pour his teammate a cappuccino. That teammate wasn't to be outdone either, throwing down a bomb. Suze immediately countered with his own bomb, followed by a 5-star bomb and rocket, then a plain combo within 2 rounds, directly ending the game. After finishing several rounds of the card game, Happy's team competition had also concluded. Suze still hadn't needed to play. The audience erupted instantly. Team Happy is so amazing. Those who had prepared to mock Happy found themselves covering their faces in dismay, wondering how they'd been slapped in the face again. Even the professionally trained Promise couldn't stop them. Would it really take a powerhouse on par with Excellent Era to contain this new force? At this thought, many could only shake their heads with bitter smiles. In Happy's training room, seeing the score locked in, Suze stretched lazily. Looks like I didn't need to step in after all. Yeah, huh. Yishio shot him an exasperated look, though he couldn't stop his teammates' leisurely attitude. Meanwhile, at Excellent Era Club, damn, the moment Happy secured 9.5 points, Tao Xian slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. The stream chat flooding with Team Happy is so amazing stung his eyes even more. Is Happy really that formidable? Tao Xian's face was ashen. With Ichio there, their strength is naturally superior to many teams. Chui Li had to respond. What about Team Promise then? Are they just an ordinary team too? Tao Xian pointed at the screen, pressing for an answer. Chun Yihui silently sympathized with Chui Li's question would be difficult for anyone to answer. However, Chui Li remained composed and spoke eloquently. Although Team Promise was relegated 2 years ago, their current strength is nothing like before. That year they sold their core character, and their captain and core player left the team as well. Their failure in the Challenger League the following year made things even worse. Now only 1 player on the team is from before the relegation, while the others are basically thrown together temporarily. I heard even their manager doubles as a player. Strictly speaking, their level doesn't deserve the title professional team. This thorough analysis surprised even Chun Yihui. Truly worthy of a manager, his research was comprehensive. After finishing, Chui Li secretly wiped away. Sweat had simply seen the situation turning bad and quickly searched online on his phone, piecing together this explanation. Promise wasn't weak enough to warrant such extensive research, but given the current circumstances, he could only stabilize Tao Xian first. Team Promise really wasn't weak enough to require such extensive homework from him. He had simply seen the match situation going awry and very wisely scrambled to search online on his phone, organizing this explanation. Actually, Happy winning like this was a good thing. When they truly believed themselves invincible, they would inevitably crash hard. After the second round of the challenge tournament ended, Team Happy returned to their relaxed and enjoyable routine of hunting wild bosses in the online game. In the quiet morning internet cafe, Suze sat leisurely with steaming hot soy milk and fried dough sticks, chewing slowly. The keyboard lights flickered in front of him, creating a particularly comfortable atmosphere. Just as he was enjoying this peaceful moment, a sharp screech of brakes came from the entrance as a beat-up electric scooter nearly scraped the door frame, rushing inside. Boss Lady Chingua was busy counting last night's earnings when the sudden commotion startled her so badly she almost threw her ledger. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she saw the young rider adjust his helmet and bow repeatedly. Sorry. I'm here to deliver news. There are reporters who want to interview you from Esports Home. Esports Home. Chingua was stunned. This name carried serious weight in the esports world, one of the most authoritative print media outlets. She quickly handed the young man a bottle of water, told him to wait a moment, and hurried inside to find Yishio. Upon hearing Esports Home, Yishio hadn't even lit his cigarette yet, but his eyes were already smiling. Good opportunity. We need the exposure. So we should accept the interview? Chingua confirmed. No reason not to. Yishio shrugged. But what about you? Chingua was still worried. Yishio never accepted interviews. He could even skip the league's mandatory pre- and post-game press conferences. Me? They don't even know what I look like. Yishio seemed completely unconcerned. So how do you plan to introduce yourself? I'll just say I'm Yishio. He said it as if it were obvious. Chungwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wouldn't that still be interviewing you? Doesn't matter. Yishio smiled. There won't be many opportunities anyway. Why won't there be many? Chungwa was puzzled. I don't have much time left. Yishio lightly flicked his cigarette pack. His words hinted that he didn't plan to stay in the professional scene much longer, but Chungwa didn't catch the underlying meaning and thought he was just joking. Since Yishio agreed, Chungwa stopped asking questions and picked up her phone to have the front desk bring the Esports Home reporter to the back room. However, Yishio reminded her, shouldn't we ask the others' opinions? What if someone doesn't want exposure? You're right. Chingwa immediately went to consult the team members. She and Yishio exchanged glances, both thinking of Tang Ro's situation. The girl had an extraordinary temperament, and from her appearance, it was clear she wasn't someone who relied on working at an internet cafe to get by. Perhaps she wouldn't want media attention. When Tang Ro heard about the interview, she simply nodded lightly, clearly not minding. Instead, it was Wenyi who waved his hands frantically like a rattle drum, firmly refusing. When everyone pressed for reasons, he blushed and confessed. The new semester had started so long ago, but he still hadn't reported to school. If the news came out, the school would definitely know he had run off to compete, and the administration wouldn't accept that excuse. All right, Shaoan, do as you wish. The reporter will be here soon for the rest of you. Chen Guo instructed and turned to go greet the visitor. Less than 10 minutes later, the door was pushed open again. Chen Guo entered carrying a document bag, but she was limping. Everyone stood up simultaneously, with Tang Ro being the first to rush over and support her. What happened? Sorry, my driving skills are terrible. I almost had an intimate encounter with the steps just now. Chen Guo laughed awkwardly. Behind her, a young man followed step by step, scratching the back of his head continuously with a face full of embarrassment and panic. This was the reporter from Esports Home, looking quite distressed. After getting the address of Team Happy's residence from the Happy Internet Cafe, he rushed over immediately. The alley was narrow, and he rode his old electric bike at breakneck speed, the bell clanging loudly all the way. Chen Guo had been waiting at the entrance based on his description, and as soon as she spotted the wobbling electric bike, she was certain this was Chang Xian. She had just stepped into the middle of the road to greet him when the rider suddenly started serpentine drifting. The front wheel shook as he swerved left and right, barely maintaining his balance. Finally, with a bang, the handlebars gently bumped into Chungua's waist. Ouch! Chungua staggered from the impact and winced in pain, but still managed to force a smile. It's fine. Welcome. Chang Xian quickly braked and practically jumped off the bike, frantically trying to steady her. Boss Chen, I'm so sorry. Should we go to the hospital first? Despite the collision, they didn't skip the pleasantries and introductions. Chungwa waved off his concerns and led Chang Xian inside, while calling out to the living room. Everyone, let me introduce you to Chang Xian, a reporter from Esports Home. You should sit down first. Tang Ro had already hurried over to help Chungwa to the sofa. While catching her breath, Chungwa smiled and gestured toward Tang Ro. This is Tang Ro, the player behind the battle mage Soft Mist. Ah, Chang Xian gasped softly. Having done his homework before the interview, he knew that Soft Mist had swept through opponents in the early Challenger League matches, especially yesterday's Honor vs 3 performance in the group arena against Excellent Era, making her currently Happy's most acclaimed player. But seeing her in person, he discovered that this gaming prodigy was actually such a stunning beauty. Gripping his DSLR camera, Chang Xian thought to himself, why bother writing an article? Just a couple of photos would probably send shockwaves through the glory community. Not to mention the beautiful team owner Chunghua. Beside her, he'd never seen anything like this in the entire professional league. The camera was already hanging around his neck, and he was considering whether to ask for some pose shots first, but Tang Rou was still busy taking care of Chunghua, so he hesitated to interrupt. While he was deliberating, Chunghua had already turned to another person. This is Xiao Yifan. Chang Xian instinctively looked up at the mention of the name. Xiao Yifan was originally with Team Tiny Herb, and after his contract expired, he joined us. His character is the Ghost Blade 1-inch Ash. Chungua's introduction was straightforward. What? Chang Xian nearly dropped his lens cap. A member from two-time championship winner Team Tiny Herb had actually joined Happy? This was explosive news. He stared wide-eyed at Xiao Yifan. Xiao Yifan straightened his back under that intense gaze. He had already been practically invisible at Tiny Herb with almost zero media contact, and now facing the reporter's shock, he stammered, I, twice before suddenly blurting out, I'll go get some water. Then he turned and actually ran off. Soon, Chungua's gaze shifted to Wei Chun as she introduced him. This is Wei Chun, the operator of Windward Formation. Chang Xian was slightly taken aback. The man standing before him, with his stubbled face and appearance of someone in his 30s or 40s, didn't match his impression of a professional player at all. Can professional players really look this much like middle-aged guys? He wondered to himself. Wei Chun immediately caught his hesitation, grinning with a raspy, smoker's voice. Being doubted is what this old man hates most. Listen up, the former captain of Blue Rain, operator of Soxar, that's me. Chang Xian's back tensed up, and his body involuntarily shuddered. While Wei Chen's name didn't ring a bell, he was well aware of the weight behind the titles Blue Rain Captain and Soxar Operator. This uncle before him was actually a remarkable figure. Seeing his reaction, Wei Chen burst into laughter and patted Chang Xian's shoulder. Young man, stay calm. If you get scared by mere titles, how are you going to conduct interviews? I. Chang Xian's face turned red as he stammered like Xiao Yifan, whom he had previously interviewed. Chunghua smoothly took over the conversation. This is Bao Rongxing, we all call him Baozi. He's the operator of the brawler Steamed Bun Invasion. Chang Xian perked up his ears, waiting for more background information, but the introduction abruptly ended. He replayed it in his mind. That's it? Strange, something felt missing. Earlier introductions had featured a beautiful woman, then someone from Tiny Herb, followed by a former Blue Rain captain. He had unconsciously assumed that every excellent era player has an extraordinary background, was a given rule, but Baozi's introduction was so simple it felt jarring. While he was still puzzled, Baozi stepped forward, eyeing his legs with complete seriousness. This little reporter looks pretty honest. Otherwise, for bumping into our boss, I'd at least break one of your legs. Holy crap, Chang Xian's knees immediately trembled. The way the other person's gaze measured his legs like a ruler made him unable to treat this as a joke. I hope I don't actually leave here missing a leg, he thought nervously. After finally steadying his emotions, he quickly asked the question he'd been preparing. I heard that Excellent Era also has Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala as players. Where are they? And is Yi Qiu really on your team? Su Zhe, who had just finished breakfast, wiped his hands and spoke calmly. You came at the wrong time. They're not here. In reality, Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala were in the next room grinding dungeons, busy stockpiling rare materials for a new event coming in over a month, with no plans to participate in the Challenger League. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Chang Xian shifted his gaze to Su Zhe and politely asked, and you are? Chunghua hesitated for a moment. Su Zhe was their absolute trump card aside from Yi Qiu, and she had wanted to keep him somewhat hidden. However, Su Zhe didn't mind and casually said, drifting snow. Drifting snow? Chang Xian's eyes widened, even becoming moist for a moment. Give me back my equipment. The truth was, Chang Xian wasn't just an esports media professional, was also a devoted Glory player himself. His work revolved entirely around Glory, and even during his leisure time, his entertainment activities were still primarily centered on Glory. In the realm of the gods, Chang Xian also maintained a striker account with equipment that wasn't top tier, but was certainly respectable. However, he soon encountered a nightmare player called Hair Like Snow, cornered him in the wilderness, killed him repeatedly, and stole at least half of his equipment. While doing research for interviews, Chang Xian had seen the name Hair Like Snow on Happy Team's registration roster. But since the player never appeared in matches, he assumed this person hadn't ended up joining Happy after all. Who would have thought that today, the owner of Hair Like Snow, Su Zhe, would be standing right in front of him? Hearing Chang Xian actually ask for his equipment back, Su Zhe casually glanced around, briefly wondering whether offending a reporter was wise. However, he had always done things his own way, so he said coolly, one piece of silver equipment, would that be enough compensation? Silver equipment. Chang Xian's breathing quickened. You're going to compensate me with silver equipment? That was incredibly generous. Not compensation, Su Zhe shook his head. Find me in the realm of the gods, and I'll send you coordinates. Bring as many people as you want, I'll be alone. If you can actually kill me, whatever equipment drops is yours. You. Chang Xian stammered twice, but couldn't manage another word. What he really wanted was to save face, but when it came to actually fighting, facing Su Zhe, who was even more ruthless than Baozi, he simply lacked the confidence. As both sides remained at an impasse, Qiao Yifan returned with water, completely unaware of the situation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he handed the cup to Chang Xian, saying, "Have some water." This sudden appearance of a water delivery guy left Chang Xian unsure how to respond, while others around them facepalmed at the scene was just too bizarre. Chang Xian's face flushed red, and he even regretted saying, "Give me back my equipment." The other party's response, "Bring people to kill me, and all the equipment is yours," was so domineering it was impossible to refute. In fact, Hair Like Snow did indeed have a fearsome reputation in the realm of the gods. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Chengguo quickly tried to smooth things over. "Little Chang, how about this? How much was that equipment worth? I'll buy it." "Not much money, just around 10,000 yuan," Chang Xian said offhandedly. But when he met Su Zhe's calm yet cold gaze, he quickly backtracked. "Never mind, it's just a small matter." 10,000 yuan is hardly a small matter, Chengguo frowned. "I'll pay the 10,000. Su Zhe took over, looking at Chang Xian. "In the future when you're in the wilderness, remember to bind your equipment so it won't drop when you're killed." In his view, the realm of the gods was inherently dangerous, and if you didn't bind your equipment and it got dropped, you could only blame your own bad luck. He remembered playing Legend in his previous life that was truly ruthless, with dozens or even hundreds of players blocking safe zones, where the slightest carelessness would get you killed, and some even specifically targeted wealthy players who were idle to ambush and steal their equipment. Online games were meant to be places where grudges and vendettas played out freely. "You steal my equipment, I'll get people to take you down." It was all about survival of the fittest, where strength reigned supreme. Su Zhe was about to transfer 10,000 yuan, but Chang Xian still refused. Su Zhe just shrugged in response, "Take it or leave it." The money transfer failed, but the interview had to continue. Chang Xian adjusted his voice recorder, and when he looked up, his eyes were filled with the urgency and curiosity characteristic of a professional journalist. "I really want to know." He cleared his throat and threw out the question he most wanted to ask. "Is Yi Qiu, the former captain of Team Jiashi and the legendary player Yi Qiu, on your happy team?" Chen Guo instinctively looked toward Yi Qiu, and the others also turned their gazes to him, clearly anticipating his response. Yi Qiu lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his expression lazy yet thoughtful. Him." Yi Qiu smiled. "You could say he's here, or you could say he's not." "What does that mean?" Chang Xian frowned and pressed further. "You'll understand when the time comes." Yi Qiu raised his hand in a wait-and-see gesture, with an inscrutable smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "How cunning," everyone thought simultaneously. Chang Xian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't pursue. Further exclusive interviews required finesse, and once the atmosphere became tense, it would be difficult to recover. He wanted the scoop too badly, so he decided to let this question slide for now. After a brief silence, Chang Xian shifted the topic to outside criticism about Happy's arrogance. "It's clear you're all very confident. Do you think Happy's strength is enough to overthrow Team Jiashi?" "As long as it's a competition," Yi Qiu spread his hands, his tone casual yet confident. "Nothing is impossible." Chang Xian nodded and quickly flipped to find his next key point. "Could we talk about the unspecialized character you're currently using? From what I understand, Jun Mo Shao possesses a particularly magical silver weapon that can transform into multiple forms at will." "Yes." Yi Qiu's answer was brief, but didn't evade the question. "This weapon seems tailor-made for an unspecialized. Could you share your thoughts? Creating it must have taken considerable effort, right?" Everyone looked at Yi Qiu again, and they saw him lower his eyes slightly, his voice suddenly slowing. "I had a friend who was exceptionally good at glory. Later, he died." After these words, he let out a long sigh, showing no excess emotion, yet conveying an indescribable heaviness. Chang Xian, who frequently interacted with people, wasn't unfamiliar with such sudden emotional shifts, but he hadn't expected it to happen at this moment. He was stunned for 2 seconds, wondering if he should respond, but ultimately couldn't help asking, "Is that it?" "That's it." Yi Qiu nodded. The air in the room seemed to be sucked out for a moment, and everyone exchanged glances. It sounded more like a cold joke made up on the spot, yet there were no flaws to pick apart. Was Yi Qiu being evasive, or did he have deeper meaning? No one dared to question him directly. Chang Xian was even more caught in a dilemma. Interview subjects came in all varieties, and you couldn't do this job without resilience. He had thrown out his question with great anticipation, only to receive a story of, "I had a friend who was exceptionally good at glory, and later he died." Apart from crying internally, there was nothing else he could do. Chang coughed awkwardly and pulled his recording pen back in an unnatural manner. The story of Team Happy had left him so stunned that his thoughts went blank, and he couldn't think of what question to ask next for a moment. Steadying himself, he quickly turned his attention to Qiao Yifan and smoothly launched into a conversation that gradually deepened. Xiao Yifan was honest by nature, answering whatever he was asked, though his responses weren't exactly explosive in terms of news value. However, his identity as a former tiny herb trainee did carry some intrigue, and Chang consoled himself that there was still material to work with. After organizing his brief notes on Yifan, Chang's gaze drifted to Tang Rou. The girl's outstanding appearance made this rookie reporter feel somewhat nervous. He took several sips of water to compose himself before speaking. Before coming here, I kept wondering what kind of player the battle mage Soft Mist would be. To be honest, I never imagined it would be such a beautiful young lady. You flatter me. Tang Rou smiled and nodded graciously. May I ask how long you've been playing Glory? Chang continued. If you mean just trying it out, I experimented with it quite early on. But if you're talking about seriously playing, I only started from the 10th server, Tang Rou answered straightforwardly. Only 6 months of serious play. Chang nearly dropped his pen on his notepad. What exactly was Team Happy's background? Either legendary monsters or server newbies. Either simple trainees or demonic PK maniacs. Their roster configuration was entirely extreme. He suddenly realized that for this interview, he didn't need to dig deep into personal histories. These backgrounds and statistics alone were enough to write a compelling team feature. How did these people encounter Glory, and how did they come together? He wondered to himself, only to find that his conventional outline now seemed remarkably pale. In comparison, the members' identities and statistics were already eye-catching enough. No matter how extraordinary their stories might be, they probably couldn't compete with these extreme resumes for attention. There's plenty of time ahead. This phrase suddenly popped into Chang's mind. Happy had only reached the second round of the Challenger League, and while they had just defeated the professionally backed Excellent Era with a decisive score, no one could guarantee how far they would go. Before their fame was fully realized, there was no need to exhaust all the stories at once. The material he had gathered was already sufficient. Could I take a group photo of you all? Having made up his mind, Chang was quite satisfied with his harvest. He was convinced that Happy had enormous potential, and the material should be released gradually to build a long-term relationship. During the interview, he too was growing. Learning to leave room for more was more important than emptying everything at once. As for the photo, most team members shook their heads in refusal, with only Chun Guo finding it acceptable. Chang thought to himself that this beautiful boss was a first in the league and might attract considerable attention. After he left, everyone in the internet cafe returned to their busy routines, and life temporarily returned to calm. A few days later, Happy Internet Cafe welcomed a new visitor, Excellent Era's Captain Wu Chun, who chose to join Happy's guild. Yes, the guild, not the team. He had already turned away before the Challenger League was even finished. After all, Happy only needed to win one more individual match to secure their position, and Excellent Era's other members had long lost heart, going their separate ways in the online matches. After Wu Chen moved in, the dormitory became noticeably cramped. Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala simply moved out. They basically wouldn't participate in the Challenger League anymore, unless they happened to face Excellent Era, in which case they might come back. On November 3rd, Glory's official team dropped a bombshell announcement. The annual Glory anniversary celebration arrived as scheduled, and beyond the customary opening of Glory's 11th server, the developers simultaneously released a massive new expansion pack. The level cap, which had remained unchanged for 3 years, was raised directly from level 70 to 75. This update brought with it brand new main storyline quests, team dungeons, professional skills, equipment sets, and several fresh maps. For casual players, this meant a wealth of new content to explore, and nearly everyone was cheering. However, for the ongoing professional league, Season 9 suddenly found itself shrouded in uncertainty. The level increase would bring comprehensive changes to attributes, skills, and equipment, inevitably triggering tactical innovations that every team would need to discover through actual combat. The season's competitive landscape, which had been gradually taking shape, could very well be completely disrupted. But this was merely the first update the developers released. Simultaneously, the game introduced 3 new trial towers: the Tower of Heroes, the Tower of Lament, and the Endless Tower. 1. The Tower of Heroes consists of 15 floors, with rankings based on completion time and rewards distributed every Sunday. Top-ranked players receive limited rare materials for that week, with the material types rotating weekly. 2. The Tower of Lament features 50 floors, also ranked by completion time with Sunday rewards, offering significantly more generous prizes than the Tower of Heroes. 3. The Endless Tower, as its name suggests, has no floor limit. Players can climb as high as they're able, with difficulty scaling accordingly, making it virtually impossible to complete entirely. Rankings are determined by the highest floor reached, and the tower's challenges are divided by profession. The game's 25 existing professions, including unspecialized characters, each have independent leaderboards, with the top 20 players in each profession earning exclusive titles. These titles function as a character's 13th piece of equipment, directly providing attribute bonuses that grow stronger with higher floors reached. Title levels correspond exactly to the floors achieved in the Endless Tower, theoretically without limit. Beyond the trial towers, the anniversary celebration launched 6 additional activities and competitions. Crazy Thursday, City League, University League, World Invitational, Endless Arena, and Battle of Ascension, listed in order of prestige. Crazy Thursday is positioned as a cross-server event for all players, opening cross-server guild wars every Thursday with the usual rankings and rewards. The City League and University League are secondary competitions held annually, where yearly champions gain direct entry into the professional esports system and earn qualification to challenge higher-tier tournaments, operating similarly to Challenger Series. The World Invitational represents the pinnacle of international competition, led by China and featuring professional players from 15 other countries, though only National League champions are eligible to participate. Professional esports represents the fusion of esports associations and professional leagues, with the latter being a combination of Glory teams and Glory's official organization. Collectively known as professional leagues, the latest tournament format officially incorporates the endless confrontation into international competitions, requiring each country to form a national team covering all professions. National team rosters are limited to 25 players, with each of the 25 professions represented exactly once without duplication, and the tournament rules will differ from current league regulations. The subsequent Battle of Apotheosis is not technically an independent tournament, but rather an extension of the endless confrontation. Participants must face off against players of the same profession from 15 different countries in rotation, with the player achieving the most victories officially recognized as the strongest in that profession. With multiple tournaments launching simultaneously, schedules will inevitably be compressed, making timing particularly tight. However, all of this must wait until after the 9th season concludes. The 9th season champion will receive direct entry to the World Invitational, while all other new tournaments will officially launch in the 10th season, with the Endless Confrontation and Battle of Apotheosis scheduled for season's end, and the other 4 tournaments able to begin earlier. The collegiate and city leagues move at the fastest pace. Registration begins November 5th. Competition starts swiftly on November 8th, running for 8 weeks total with results determined within 2 months. Due to rushed preparation, officials have clarified this inaugural edition is transitional in nature, with the format to be redesigned next year. Compared to challenge tournaments that often run for most of the year, the collegiate and city league cycles appear remarkably brief. Participation requirements are also extremely clear. The collegiate league is limited to official esports departments from high schools or universities. The city league is restricted to several key cities designated by officials. Happy unfortunately doesn't meet either of these strict conditions, which is somewhat disappointing. Additionally, the Glory League is actively applying for inclusion in the Asian Games, with success still uncertain, but officials promise results will be announced soon. Regular season play will pause for 1 week before the new expansion launches, allowing teams to adjust their strategies. The major version update releases an enormous amount of content all at once, leveling quests, brand new dungeons, expanded maps, field bosses with an information overload that players struggle to digest immediately. While ordinary players may never encounter world bosses, everyone must face the leveling process. Speaking of leveling, the Tower of Heroes deserves mention. This dungeon can be challenged 3 times daily, with each attempt offering substantial experience plus treasure chest rewards. 1. Clearing 5 floors yields a bronze chest, theoretically capable of producing purple equipment, though drop rates are extremely low. 2. Clearing 10 floors yields a silver chest, with minimal chance of producing orange equipment. 3. Full completion yields a gold chest, typically containing rare materials that can only be obtained through this method. More importantly, the experience gap between floors 14 and 15 is nearly triple, significantly affecting players' leveling pace. With only 1 month remaining until the new expansion launches, Suze currently has no time to spare for any league preparations. After all, regardless of the game, updates invariably bring conflict. Racing for first clears, competing for resources, everything requires staying 1 step ahead of others. Fall behind, and you'll be left in the dust by the top tier for a very long time. Over the past month, Suze had devoted nearly every spare moment to preparation, organizing equipment, studying class data, simulating various combat scenarios, even running through strategies in his head before sleep. As the calendar pages turned 1 by 1, time had arrived at the late night of December 3rd. The second hand ticked forward, completing its final movement. Midnight struck, and December 4th officially arrived. Glory players around the world seemed to flood the servers simultaneously as if by prior arrangement. Guild chat and world chat were instantly flooded with new dungeon and new boss messages, creating a festive atmosphere. Yet Suze huddled in the dim light of his rental apartment, fingers tapping the keyboard, positioning himself as just an ordinary player. He had his character, hair like snow, stand in the most inconspicuous corner of the main city, making no mention of the buzzing new content, instead quietly setting his sights on the Tower of Heroes. The Tower of Heroes belonged to the 3 great trial towers, known for its harsh rules. Suze first found the tower's guide NPC in the main city plaza. After a brief dialogue, his character was teleported to the first floor. The system panel simultaneously displayed a full page of rules, which he scanned through line by line. 1. All classes are prohibited from using skills above level 50 within the tower, including awakening skills. 2. After clearing each floor, the system only restores 10 of health and mana. This means if you consume too much mana or lose too much health early on, you'll likely find yourself with empty mana and critical health later, vulnerable to being taken down in one hit by the Tower Guardians. 3. The Guardians consist of all 24 classes from Glory. Even though the Tower of Heroes only has 15 floors, it's enough for challengers to experience the suppression of every class. Even harsher than I imagined. Suze's lips curved slightly upward as he closed the panel and pressed the start button. A 10-second loading bar began. The progress bar filled gradually, and his character, hair like snow, appeared in a flash of light at the center of the arena. Simultaneously, the first Tower Guardian spawned across from Hema Striker. The gauntlets gleamed with metallic luster, and the air seemed to carry the muffled sound of knuckles cracking. However, these Tower Guardian classes weren't bound by the restrictions. They could use skills above level 50. The battle began with Suze launching a Shadow Sword step as his opening probe. 8 afterimages spread out with flickering cold light, but the Tower Guardian seemed like a super AI with built-in wall hacks, instantly locking onto Suze's true form and delivering a devastating punch that tore through the air fast as a point-blank flash. Suze was caught off guard and failed to dodge in time, but his reflexes still saved his life. He instantly switched to first-generation flowing light stance, raising his arm in an invincible block as his dual blade flow activated. The moment the metallic clash ended, his silver light rising blade traced a brilliant arc, launching the Guardian into midair. Before the enemy could land, Shadow Veil Step followed seamlessly. Suze's form scattered like mist, dashing, slashing, basic attacks, and skills weaving together into a chain whip in the air. Against this type of super AI, Shadow Veil Step remained effective. Nearly every professional player knew this technique. The difference was whether they chose to use it. If you couldn't even master advanced techniques, you might as well find a factory job. That saying held true. As Suze fought, he mused that this trial tower was probably the developer's way of forcing players to hone their skills. The second floor confirmed his suspicion. The moment the new Guardian Swordsman appeared, it cracked Shadow Veil Step within 0.1 seconds, its blade flashing dangerously close to a counterkill. Suze immediately realized the opponent was accessing his first floor data, analyzing his habits in real-time, true big data super AI. He smirked. Combat habits meant virtually nothing to him. He was as spontaneous as improvisational jazz. While Shadow Veil Step was no longer an instant kill technique, it hadn't been completely neutralized either. The Guardian Swordsman suddenly executed Sword Dominion, followed immediately by Shadow Sword Step, with 8 afterimages blocking all escape routes. What? Suze's heart jolted, but he steadied his breathing in that moment of shock. His Great Draw Slash shattered all the afterimages, followed by Breaking Limit Rising Dragon Slash to extend the combo, then Silver Light Rising Blade to launch his opponent skyward again. Before landing, he switched to Irregular Shadow Veil Step, his trajectory resembling a scrambled EKG. The unique variations of the Dual Flow series were trump cards his opponent lacked, and he finally broke through the defense, defeating the swordsman and advancing to the third floor. Over the following floors, the algorithm's flaws became apparent. The more data it processed, the more complex the calculations became, causing prediction accuracy to plummet. It was like big data knowing someone loved sweets originally, having 90 confidence they'd eat sweets today, but if that person suddenly diversified their tastes, the system could only predict with 20 accuracy or less. This was exactly Suze's situation now. His repertoire of techniques exploded in variety, leaving the big data system unable to find any rhythm. Conversely, the Guardian classes seemed mass-produced, their moves becoming bizarre and clingy. They adapted to strength with strength, weakness with weakness, supposedly perfect sparring partners for skill development. But for Suze, who had already reached the ceiling, this Tower of Heroes only helped him twist his combat style into more diverse forms, with the side effect of being disgusting, as he frowned while fighting. By the 10th floor, Suze finally encountered a predicament. His stamina was running low. Jumping, sprinting, and rolling consumed stamina at an alarming rate, and the Tower of Heroes prohibited the use of any consumables. Each floor cleared only restored 10 of health and mana, but stamina had to recover naturally. If not for the Hair Like Snow class having a naturally high stamina pool in its equipment and stats, Suze would have collapsed long ago. His character could only slow down the offensive, relying on scattered basic attacks and precise positioning to buy time, allowing the slowly climbing stamina bar to barely recover. To conserve rolls and sprints, his mana and health were gradually whittled away. Meanwhile, his positioning was forced to become extremely precise, never taking 2 steps back when one would suffice. calculating every inch. The trial tower was meant for tempering. The name, Tower of Heroes, perhaps intended for true heroes to grow stronger through repeated brushes with death. The Tower Guardians possessed individual strength far exceeding field bosses, but lacked the massive health pools of outdoor bosses. This was the essence of tower combat. On the 10th floor, the system spawned 2 Guardian classes simultaneously. Suze no longer dared to prioritize efficiency. Battles that once took a minute now stretched to 5 minutes before he could safely finish them. The 11th floor still featured dual Guardians, as did the 12th. Upon reaching the 13th floor, the difficulty spiked dramatically. 3 Guardians appeared. Half an hour later, he had conquered all 15 floors of the Tower of Heroes. Suze released his mouse, leaned back into his gaming chair, and stared at the ceiling at the classic 45-degree angle. Contemplating life. Why was this so difficult? After briefly catching his breath, he opened the leaderboard. Personal record 57 minutes, 33 seconds 11, ranked second. Who's in first place? He frowned and clicked for details. First place, Linglong, class, summoner, time, 39 minutes 41 seconds 33. A summoner? Suze fell silent. On the 15th floor, he had encountered a summoner along with 2 other classes. What appeared to be a Ana vs 3 was actually Ana vs Susan, as each summoned creature fought like a dungeon boss, with complete skill sets and overwhelming presence. If not for these summons having manageable health pools, allowing him to use his ultimate, Black Hole Annihilation, for a last-second sweep while nearly depleted, clearing would have been impossible. Suze had thought reaching the top made him one of the rare few. That first place should rightfully be his. Yet now a summoner had easily beaten him by nearly 20 minutes. The Tower of Heroes adjusted Guardian difficulty based on the challenger's strength, so rankings alone couldn't definitively judge an opponent's skill, but he had a nagging feeling that this Linglong was no weakling. Meanwhile, in a villa at Thompson Riviera in S City, a young woman with shoulder-length twin tails was operating a Glory account. Her left hand rested on the keyboard, revealing 6 slender fingers. On screen, her summoner character idled near an NPC in the main city, constantly approached by players trying to chat, though she remained silent. What attracted them wasn't appearance or equipment, but the prominent ID above her character Linglong, the one who had just claimed first place in the Tower of Heroes. Countless players and esports professionals were curious about Linglong. The girl sipped some water from her desk and muttered to herself, "The Tower of Heroes lacks challenge. Let's check out the Endless Tower." She spoke with the NPC, and in a flash of white light, her character teleported to the Endless Tower entrance. At the same time, numerous renowned professional players also logged into the Endless Tower. They were targeting the titles available to the top 20 equivalent to equipment pieces with significant impact on competitive matches. At that moment, Suze opened the golden chest from clearing the Hero's Tower. As expected, his consistently terrible luck didn't surprise him this time either, yielding only a level 75 purple equipment piece, though at least it could serve as research material for silver gear. Better than nothing, he muttered under his breath, tossing the equipment into his backpack. The Hero's Tower was temporarily put on hold. Continuing to farm, it would only repeat his current clear record unless his entire equipment set underwent a qualitative change. Rather than waste time, he decided to tackle the Endless Tower instead. Securing the high tribute title first would make returning to the Hero's Tower much easier. As for the Tower of Lament, that thing was even more troublesome than the Hero's Tower, with regular potions completely banned throughout, bosses with ridiculously thick health bars, and sticky mobs. However, the Tower of Lament wasn't entirely without remedies. Killing mobs or bosses would drop exclusive potions. Mana recovery, health recovery, stamina recovery, the works, usable only within the tower, serving as temporary supplies for tower climbing. He wasn't in a rush right now. The title took priority. In comparison, the Endless Tower's overall difficulty was lower than the other 2 towers, but the higher the floor, the fiercer the monsters became. 2 Kuan hours later, he was standing on the 124th floor, facing monsters at level 90, a full 15 levels above the player level cap. Fortunately, his first-generation flowing light, silver weapon was powerful enough, delivering explosive damage with each greatsword swing, combined with 15 Damagito health conversion and Black Hole Annihilation's magic conversion, achieving nearly infinite sustain. After another 2 Kuan hours of fierce battle, Suze finally fell on the stairs of the 169th floor. However, the 168th floor clear reward didn't disappoint him. The title, chosen one, was his. His attribute panel immediately fluctuated. All 4 core attributes 168, stamina, poise, attack speed, casting speed, movement speed 16.8. High poise meant significantly reduced hit stun, and players who obtained this title were no longer on the same level as ordinary players. Staring at the newly refreshed attributes, Suze fell into contemplation. Every class could compete for the top 20 title rankings in the Endless Tower, but those with the actual strength to make the leaderboards were few and far between. Even professional players found it difficult to secure consistently, at least in the swordsman class. If Suze were willing to transfer his equipment to other swordsman accounts and operate them personally, he could completely dominate multiple class leaderboards. But doing so would be rather unethical. So he decided to consider it carefully. Perhaps just taking on a few boosting orders would suffice. Meanwhile, at Blue Rain Club, Huang Xiaodian had just finished pushing through the Endless Tower and also obtained Chosen One. His floor record showed 151 floors. Seeing the improved attributes, Huang Xiaodian could barely contain his laughter. Then he walked over to Captain Yu Wenzhou's side and saw the title Sorcerer Soksar, with the Chosen One title from the 143rd floor. Not bad, Captain. Yu Wenzhou smiled lightly, his expression calm. Huang Xiaodian stepped in front of him in 2 strides, his face beaming with excitement. Captain, guess what floor I reached? After saying this, he had already planned to respond with a casual smile later, making sure not to seem too excited to maintain his cool image. I saw at 151 SD floor. Very impressive. Yu Wenzhou calmly stated the number. Only the 151st floor, huh? Captain, why are you so calm about this? Huang Xiaodian immediately bristled. He could tell from his captain's tone that reaching the 151st floor seemed like nothing special to him. Yu Wenzhou closed his panel and explained casually, because you're late. If you'd come 5 minutes earlier, I might have been a bit more excited. Then why aren't you excited now? Huang Xiaodian protested. Instead of answering directly, Yu Wenzhou opened the Endless Tower's Blade Master rankings and pointed to the first place. Rank 1, Troubling Rain, Level 70 Blade Master, Tower Floor, 168. Damn it, it's that Troubling Rain again. Huang Xiaodian instantly felt deflated. He'd suffered losses to this guy before when playing on his alt account, and now even with his main account fully equipped with level 70 top-tier silver gear, he was still beaten by 17 floors. How was that even possible? Yu Wenzhou was equally curious and asked, when you went looking for Yi Qiu before, you encountered this Troubling Rain, right? Yeah, that guy is even more shameless than Yi Qiu, but his skills are genuinely strong. After complaining, Huang Xiaodian muttered, but how did he clear the 168th floor? Does he have better equipment than me? Why can't it be that his technique is better than yours? Yu Wenzhou delivered the blow mercilessly. I'm guessing Troubling Rain is Lord Grim 99 certain. Huang Xiaodian clenched his fists defiantly. Plus, that guy's silver weapon is ridiculous. If I fought him in a balanced match, I wouldn't necessarily lose. Though he spoke stubbornly, he knew deep down that his technique was indeed lacking, but he couldn't lose face. Yu Wenzhou just chuckled and turned his attention to the communication panel. Soon after, Chun Yilao, the guild leader of Blue Brook Guild in the God's Domain, connected. Yu Wenzhou asked, did you find that Yi Lianshan who played Gunner during last year's All-Star Weekend? Chun Yilao smiled bitterly. The few we found weren't very skilled. However, there's an unaffiliated account called Drifting Paper and Smoke that was just a level 1 new account at the time, so we didn't pay attention. Later, this account's level suddenly skyrocketed, but unfortunately, they refuse friend requests. An unaffiliated account. Yu Wenzhou was stunned, not expecting the answer to be an unaffiliated player. Why an unaffiliated account? Yes, and they've already entered the God's Domain. Their strength is unfathomable. They often kill players and scavenge in the wilderness. They're now a player in the 100 Blossoms Valley Guild. Chun Yilao reported. 100 Blossoms Valley. Yu Wenzhou pondered for a moment, seemingly calculating something. Seeing Chun Yilao hesitating to speak, he asked, do you have something to say? Chun Yilao chose his words carefully. This Drifting Paper and Smoke has stolen many wild bosses from our Blue Brook Guild. I understand. Anything else? Yu Wenzhou chuckled softly. He was well aware that Blue Brook Guild hadn't provided many rare materials recently, and Chun Yilao was probably looking for excuses. No, nothing else. Chun Yilao awkwardly fell silent. Keep monitoring Drifting Paper and Smoke. I estimate this person will appear soon. Yu Wenzhou's tone was confident. Chun Yilao naturally understood his reasoning. With the Endless Tower online, as long as Drifting Paper and Smoke hadn't quit the game and learned about the existence of the Chosen One title, they would definitely come to challenge it. They only needed to station people in various main cities near the teleportation NPC. If nothing went wrong, they should be able to catch this player called Drifting Paper and Smoke. Noon, December 4th. Suze had just finished an 11-hour overnight grinding session, successfully leveling his main character, Fa Ru Shui. To level 73, the massive experience from the Endless Tower had been instrumental. When mealtime arrived, he headed downstairs to find only Luo Ji and Winnie at the dining table, with several home-cooked dishes already laid out. Suze rolled up his sleeves and started eating immediately. Let's wait for the others, and Winnie gently reminded him. With his keen perception, he could vaguely sense an intimidating aura from Suze that rivaled Han Wenqing's. Why so many rules? Though Suze spoke dismissively, he still put down his chopsticks. He calculated inwardly. They were all professional players, so eating quickly and getting back to practice would be most practical. What made it especially urgent was that he was secretly maintaining an unspecialized alt account to take on paid jobs. Within 2 minutes, Luo Ji went upstairs to call everyone down. Professional players needed to eat on schedule. Was essential for maintaining their physical condition. As people gradually gathered, the dining room became lively. After Yishio took his seat, he glanced at the leaderboard and patted Su Zhe's shoulder with a smile. Not bad. Second place in the Hero's Tower. First place among Blade Masters in the Endless Tower, 17 floors higher than Huang Xiaodian. Can we not mention second place? Su Zhe frowned. He'd rather take third than hear the word runner-up. Think second place is embarrassing? Yishio teased. Whatever. Su Zhe brushed it off vaguely, looking around. Is no one else coming down? Ro is still grinding the Hero's Tower. She told us to eat first, Chu Yunxiu answered from the side. Su Zhe nodded and continued eating with his head down. His eating manner was elegant yet efficient. After the meal, he turned to head upstairs. If you're free tonight, let's run some dungeons together, Yishio called after him. We'll see about tonight. I'm going to catch up on some sleep first. With those words, Su Zhe had already disappeared around the stairway corner. Back in his room, he immediately logged into his alt account, Ling. Sleep? Not happening. Taking on paid jobs was the top priority. Fa Ru Shui's silver equipment was quickly transferred to the alt, and a new endless tower climbing session officially began. Compared to his main account, Ling looked pitiful with only 4,980 skill points. Fortunately, with the level 75 update, the skill point cap had increased, and new quests could make up for some of the deficit, with a theoretical maximum of 6,000 points. Even so, maxing out all level 75 skills remained impossible. Each level required over 40 points, meaning at least 400 points for full mastery. Su Zhe had already prioritized the Blade Master's 4 level 75 skills in his mind: Falling Petals style, Meteor style, Void Breaking style, and Returning Wind style. Taking advantage of the Endless Tower's popularity, Su Zhe quickly pushed Ling floor count higher, then took on paid jobs, trading titles for materials. Drawing from his previous tower climbing experience with falling snow like hair, Su Zhe found the ascent much faster this time, using his One Sword Above Clouds account. 8 hours later, One Sword Above Clouds successfully broke through the 170th floor of the Endless Tower, a full 2 floors higher than his previous record of 168. Since the Endless Tower only allowed one challenge attempt per week, he'd have to wait until next Monday to push for higher floors. Su Zhe wasn't in any rush. By next week, all his accounts would reach level 75. The real issue was the shortage of silver equipment upgrade materials. The Tower of Wailing was the best source for rare materials. Before heading there, he first ran the Hero's Tower 3 times with One Sword Above Clouds. Learning from past experience, he deliberately played like an ordinary player, then suddenly unleashed devastating combos at crucial moments to crush the Tower Guardians with stunning speed. After 3 clears, he had mastered the tower's rhythm, setting his fastest record at 45 minutes, 34 seconds, and 28 milliseconds. Unfortunately, this still placed him second. Linglong, you've certainly caught my attention, Su Zhe muttered to himself, curious about who could possibly hold first place. His QQ avatar flashed frantically as Yishio sent a message. Want to join a 10-man dungeon run of Bandit Stronghold? Going for a record? Are you addicted to record breaking now? Su Zhe frowned. He had zero interest in mere dungeon records now. If it were the 40-man raid Ancient Ruins, that would be different. Ancient Ruins had launched with the new expansion as a 40-man large-scale assault dungeon. Entry required meeting 4 conditions simultaneously: max level, the chosen one title, completion of a specific quest chain, and clearing the Hero's Tower. In short, only max-level heroes bearing the chosen one title could set foot in Ancient Ruins. Since no one had reached max level yet, this dungeon remained out of reach for now. He replied to Yishio, "Find someone else. I'm busy here." Closing the chat window, he took several screenshots of his tower achievements and posted them on the forum with the caption, "Tower clearing service available for Hero's Tower and Endless Tower. Payment in rare materials only. PM with offers." After posting, he switched to another computer to wait for responses. Deliberately keeping potential clients waiting was a business tactic. Definitely not, because he was actually busy. Based on past experience, the post would first attract trolls and keyboard warriors. Once they finished their noise, serious players willing to negotiate prices would emerge. Next, he transferred his silver equipment back to falling snow like hair and teleported to the new main city, City of the Forgotten. This was a city inhabited by ancient humans who called themselves Celestials. Legend told of a distant age when alien beings from beyond the Glory continent invaded, bringing tremendous destruction. The Celestials fought them in bloody battles that lasted for years, ultimately achieving mutual annihilation. The aliens were repelled beyond the continent's borders, while the Celestials vanished from history. But now, the Celestials had returned. In the easternmost region of the Divine Realm on the Glory continent, a space-time rift had appeared. Dark purple fissures crisscrossed through the air like a giant dragon's wound, flickering with dangerous electric arcs. Beside the rift, an NPC clad in silver-white armor stood quietly. He claimed to be from the Celestial Realm, serving as the captain of an assault team from a certain tribe, and his name was Ferlin Rod. Suze controlled his character, hair like snow, as he stepped onto the ground where broken stones and withered grass intertwined, walking up to Furlan. The NPC spoke first. Greetings, brave hero. Are you here to assist us? Three options immediately appeared on the screen. A. Hero? What hero? Who are you people? B. Who are you? Why has a space-time rift appeared here? C. Yes. Following the principle of know yourself and know your enemy, Suze decided to understand the situation first and clicked option A. Furlan explained with a grave expression. 30,000 years ago, 12 apostles from another realm descended upon the Glory continent, attempting to devour this land as sustenance. We Celestials fought a great war against the 12 apostles to protect the Glory continent. 11 of the 12 apostles were defeated by us, but since they possessed immortal bodies, they could only be sealed away. The last apostle had special abilities that even sealing couldn't contain, so we could only keep him blocked outside the Glory continent. Now that the space-time rift has appeared again, it means that apostle is about to break through our barriers and return to this land. And you are the chosen one we have selected, a hero meant to oppose the apostles. The information text disappeared, and another prompt appeared. Are you willing to assist us? A. Yes. B. Wait a moment. Suze chose option A. Furlan continued his explanation. Once you enter the space-time rift, you will arrive at the area where we first battled the apostles, the ancient ruins. There, you must search for 5 space-time stones. Their power will transport you to the scorching canyon where the 6th apostle, the Lord of Flames, resides. Only by stopping the Lord of Flames there can the Glory continent be saved from catastrophe. However, with your current strength, you're still too weak and need at least one companion. As soon as he finished speaking, the NPC seemed to forget his previous instruction and asked again, are you willing to assist us? Suze facebombed and cursed silently. This NPC's AI still isn't smart enough. Without saying anything aloud, he clicked option wait a moment. As hair like snow turned to leave, another player approached from the opposite direction. Above their head, the title, Chosen One, gleamed brightly, but what truly caught Suze's attention was the striking ID, Linglong. What shocked him even more was that this player had already reached level 75, and the version update had been live for less than a day. While theoretically possible to reach level 75 by completing all the trial towers, it showed this person's remarkable efficiency. Suze himself was level 73, having spent nearly 10 hours on his other character, one sword above the clouds, naturally falling behind. He paused his actions to observe. Linglong had come alone, obviously for the same quest. Since the number requirement was clear, teaming up wouldn't hurt. Without hesitation, Suze directly sent a team invitation right to the other player's face. System notification. Player Linglong has declined your team invitation. Heh. Suze shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. No matter, he calculated silently celestial realm quests required teams, and once she realized this, her attitude would likely soften. With this in mind, he simply stopped where he was and waited quietly. Nearly 2.5 minutes later, a message appeared in the local channel. Linglong. Not bad skills, 3rd hero. Here for the quest too? Want to team up? 3rd hero, ranked 3rd on the Hero Tower leaderboard. Suze narrowed his eyes, sensing deliberate condescension. Suze, you're not bad either. Chosen 158. When he first saw the ID Linglong, he had specifically checked her stats 158th floor of the Endless Tower, first place on the summoner rankings, only 10 floors below his own. At this thought, Suze chuckled. Though her floor count was lower, reaching the 158th floor was no mere stroke of luck. It demonstrated genuine skill. So he sent another team invitation. This time, Linglong didn't refuse. After forming the team, Suze had his character speak with the NPC, Furlan, and was finally transported into the temporal rift. Ancient ruins stretched before them, the ground littered with broken walls and debris, an ashen sky pressing down oppressively, kilometer-deep chasms crisscrossing the landscape as if the earth had been violently torn apart. The quest log updated collect temporal stones within the ruins, with a 33 drop rate from killing monsters. Creatures wandered in groups around them. Fire Elemental level 75 elite. These were their targets. Temporal stones were elemental stones, the very energy crystals that fire elementals love to devour. The Fire Lord had created them to swallow the stones, then reclaim the elementals, using temporal power to descend upon the Glory continent, and he was close to success. We each fight our own. Free-for-all looting okay? Suze confirmed the distribution rules. Whatever. Linglong replied curtly with 2 words. Suze said no more, charging at the nearest fire elemental with a thrust attack. Amid the crisp sound of impact, he glanced at his teammate from the corner of his eye. Linglong was surrounded by 4 summoned creatures: small dragon, ice wolf, thunder eagle, and spirit cat, representing fire, ice, light, and dark elements respectively, the standard for beast formation. Her control was astonishingly fast, as if she were simultaneously commanding all 4 beasts. But Suze understood that no one could truly multitask on four fronts. This relied more on lightning-fast switching and pre-programmed commands. She had each summon follow preset trajectories while instantly switching to the next. To achieve this level required 1. Precise predictive ability. 2. Meticulous strategic thinking. 3. Split-second visual adaptation. 4. Multi-threaded operational coordination. 5. Formidable calculation speed and manual dexterity. Missing even one element would make such fluid execution impossible. In just 3 seconds, the four beasts completed their positioning as Linglong unleashed the level 75 core skill Beast King. For elements formation, flames swirled, frost condensed, lightning arced, and shadows spread as all four summons received comprehensive attribute boosts in one seamless motion. This display of speed forced Suze to take the player called Linglong seriously. At this moment, Linglong controlled the Thunder Eagle to pull monsters. The Thunder Eagle dove and rolled, its sharp beak skimming over the lava as it provoked every fire elemental along the way. Meanwhile, the small dragon hovered at fixed coordinates, continuously spitting blazing fire serpents that coiled into red whirlpools in the air. Both Suze and Linglong knew that fire elementals were naturally immune to fire damage, but their purpose was merely to draw aggro. Sure enough, when struck, the fire elementals turned and gave chase. In less than half a minute, Linglong had lured over 20 fire elementals to one spot. The Thunder Eagle carved a sharp angle in the air, bringing the monster group to the designated location, where the Ice Wolf and Spirit Cat, which had been lying in ambush, suddenly pounced out like lightning to block the elemental's escape route. Switch! Linglong called out sharply. Skill light flashed as she and the Thunder Eagle swapped positions, instantly removing her from the battle circle. Immediately after, she summoned two small spirits to the ground again. Light gathered as they fused on the spot into a large spirit double their size. The large spirit charged into the monster cluster, trailing brilliant golden flames, its body suddenly expanding. Boom! An impact like apocalyptic fire waves, carrying an aura of world-ending destruction, completely obliterated the 20-plus fire elementals without leaving even ash sand. Instant kill. This was the summoner's ultimate skill, Spirit Sacrifice, with power comparable to the assassin's Death Strike and the Ghost Array Master's Spectral Feast. It sacrificed the summoned creature's life as the cost, almost equivalent to soul self-destruction in fantasy novels. The damage was proportional to the summoned creature's remaining existence time and health points. Since Linglong's spirit had just been summoned with full health and time, its power was naturally maximized. Suze, watching from afar, drew in a sharp breath, sweat rising from his palms as if the room temperature had increased by several degrees. He turned his head only to realize he hadn't even turned on the heater. Looking back at the screen, Linglong was already crouched down collecting loot. She had gathered 15 spacetime stones total, leaving none behind. Suze didn't mind. He had originally suggested they fight separately and loot freely. On the other side, he controlled Fa Rouge Shui to slay about 10 fire elementals, which dropped 4 spacetime stones. She still needed one more. A few minutes later, the 5th stone finally dropped. With a click of the cursor, a system prompt appeared. Teleport to Scorching Canyon? Yes. After the screen loaded, his character landed in a canyon with a dark red theme. Mist rolled between the rock walls, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of sulfur. Suze immediately checked his status bar. Fire Curse Layer 1, corroded by fire elements, losing 200 health points per second, stacks 1 layer every 10 minutes, doubling the damage. Spacetime Turbulence, due to being in spacetime turbulence, can remain for 4 minutes 53 seconds with spacetime stones. After confirming the debuffs, he immediately opened the quest log. Quest Series Legend of the Apostles 3. Objective: the 6th Apostle, Lord of Flames, is using fire elementals to absorb spacetime power. Please eliminate 300 fire elementals to cut off his power source. In Scorching Canyon, there were even more fire elementals. However, killing 300 fire sprites in 5 minutes? Suze immediately felt his scalp tingle. How was that even possible? The countdown timer blinked in the upper right corner of the interface. With no time to complain, his hands flew across the keyboard as he sent a quick message to his teammate Linglong. Only 5 minutes left, hurry. What 5 minutes? Linglong replied unhurriedly. 5 minutes remaining, no wait. Now it's only 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Suze stared at the glaring red numbers while maneuvering his character into the monster pack. I still have 14.5 minutes on my end. Maybe you don't have enough spacetime stones, Linglong explained. Seeing this message, Suze's hands paused and his mouth twitched. Was Glory's official team setting trap quests? He cursed silently. How cunning. He only had 5 spacetime stones in his inventory, so his stay was limited to 5 minutes, while Linglong carried 15 stones and could naturally remain for 15 minutes. But now, complaining was pointless. He decisively switched to the first-generation Flowing Light, drew his greatsword, and unleashed a great draw slash. In a sweeping arc, silver-white sword energy instantly swept across, covering over 100 fire sprites. But the moment the sword chi touched the monsters, it was suppressed by spatial forces, drastically reducing the damage. The reason was obvious. Great Draw Slash was pure physical damage output with no elemental affinity, and the dungeon's extremely high spatial element concentration naturally penalized physical attacks. Even worse, he had replaced all the ice attribute equipment on Hair Like Snow with silver gear, turning him into a pure physical damage class that was particularly disadvantaged here. Seeing Suze suddenly pull over 100 fire sprites, Linglong's previously calm expression furrowed into worry. Are you crazy? Pulling so many monsters are you going to get me killed? She switched to voice chat. Her voice was crisp and clear, but Suze had no time to appreciate it. I'll handle pulling the monsters. You keep using spirit sacrifice to clear the field. This place is hostile to physical classes and counting on you. Stop talking nonsense, Linglong snorted softly. Over 100 fire sprites clustered together, orange-eared flames roaring and surging. Neither dared to relax, their nerves taut as bowstrings. Suze charged forward, retreated, and sidestepped, using positioning to maintain aggro. Since he started playing Glory, he had always been the main DP. She never imagined he'd one day have to survive by pulling monsters. Soon after, Linglong's elemental power erupted. The white light of spirit sacrifice consumed their vision, instantly reducing nearly 50 fire sprites to ash. Since spirits had no physical form, the monster models could overlap each other, which was precisely why she could eliminate large groups in one strike. With over 50 monsters defeated, the ground sparkled with pale blue dots, all space-time stones. Suze stared at the pile of drops, suddenly questioning reality. Linglong saw them too and reminded him. Try picking them up. He maneuvered his character to first pull away the remaining aggro, then returned to collect the drops. As the last stone entered his inventory, the countdown timer on screen immediately surged upward. His remaining time had increased. How is it? Linglong confirmed. Time increased, Suze replied briefly. So what were you panicking about earlier? Linglong's tone carried displeasure. Hearing the dissatisfaction in her voice, Suze fell silent. With the space-time stone providing backup, Suze finally felt at ease. He planned to slowly grind down the remaining 200 or so fire sprites with Linglong. Their efficiency proved far better than expected. In less than 20 minutes, the duo had cleared out a full 300 fire sprites, while the Apostles' Teleport 3 was also successfully completed. However, before they could catch their breath, the scorching canyon suddenly shook violently. The surrounding fire sprites seemed driven by an invisible force, frantically converging, with their numbers piling up and their flames burning brighter. In just 10 seconds, their forms merged and expanded within the blazing fire, forcibly condensing into an 8-meter-tall flame giant. A crimson name appeared above the giant's head: Lord of Flames, Ragnaros avatar, level 80. Insignificant insects, how dare you steal my power? Feel the burn of eternal flames. Ragnaros' roar thundered through the headphones, his voice hoarse and deep, like an old bellows crashing into molten lava, radiating suffocating pressure. Suze sighed inwardly. Glory's development team really went all out with this update. But the pressure was mounting. His class wasn't suited for tanking in such scenarios, and now facing the Lord of Flames, even just an avatar was overwhelming enough. He couldn't even imagine how powerful the true form would be. Suze frowned and asked Linglong beside him, "Can you take it down?" "What do you think?" Linglong snapped back irritably. A brand new boss with completely unknown mechanics who could guarantee victory? Their hesitation lasted barely 3 seconds before the Lord of Flames raised his hand, instantly covering the entire screen with crimson flames. Linglong couldn't react in time and was immediately reduced to 0 health, collapsing on the spot and being teleported back to the Forgotten City for revival. Suze activated Invincible Block just in time, keeping his health intact, but was still knocked down by the burning shockwave, his character completely losing control. A classic scripted death. Strangely, though he clearly hadn't died, he still couldn't move. Before Suze could think further, a group of figures rushed in from the other end of the canyon. Leading them was Captain Ferran Road, a knight-class character clad in silver-blue heavy armor with a shield crackling with lightning. 4 team members followed close behind: a priest, elemental mage, assassin, and gunner, all launching an assault on the Lord of Flames. Battle erupted instantly. Lightning, frost, and holy radiance wove together in overwhelming visual effects. Ferran Road's shield struck repeatedly, unleashing blue-white lightning serpents. The priest whispered prayers as blessing and healing auras scattered in waves. The elemental mage summoned freezing tides that encased large areas of ground, only to be melted through by the intense heat. Though Suze could barely make out the skill patterns, he noticed these celestial beings wielded abilities that were clearly more spectacular and devastating than the player versions, like the difference between a basic edition and a premium upgrade. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. The 5 celestial beings fell one by one, leaving only Ferran Road and the priest struggling to hold on. The Lord of Flames was also battered, his blazing light flickering chaotically with cracks appearing across his form. as if he might collapse at any moment. At that instant, Ragnaros unleashed another wave of flames that covered the entire battlefield. As the massive flames roared toward him, Suze's character suddenly regained mobility. The first thing he did upon standing up was activate Invincible Block. On the other side, the priest cast a protective barrier, enveloping Phylon Lauda within it. Blazing flames instantly consumed both figures, with the priest bearing the brunt of the inferno. His fate was sealed. Yet even so, the barrier was torn open by the flames, and Phylon Lauda was still scorched by the fire, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Suddenly, Suze's game interface froze slightly, as if some force had abruptly hit the pause button. He sat stunned before his computer, completely bewildered by what had just happened. At that moment, in S City, G Provinciate, the headquarters of Tungfei Gaming Company, the creators of Gloria technician in the technical department frowned sharply at rows of server screens. Data anomaly. The news quickly reached the upper management of all departments, and an emergency meeting was called. How did this hair like snow manage to escape the scripted death? The operations manager's face was grim as his gaze swept across the conference room. You'll have to ask the technical department, a supervisor replied quietly. He has a silver weapon and created skills outside the game rules, said Lin Chun, the young equipment manager, standing up with a tone of self-reproach. I bear responsibility for this. When that silver weapon called Flowing Light first appeared, I thought since a player could create it, we should let it remain in the game. I never imagined it would evolve into this situation. After a moment of silence, Lin Chun took a deep breath. Regarding this matter, I resign in acknowledgement of my responsibility. Will resignation solve anything? The general manager tapped the table. The level 75 major update. How many years of effort did we put into it? Now with such a massive bug, the urgent matter is how to handle it. The air was tense for several seconds. I suggest we directly use the 6-word mantra, someone spoke up. The so-called 6-word mantra was that system message, network connection interrupted. That works. The general manager nodded. Quickly get rid of hair like snow. Absolutely not. A balding man in his 50s slammed the table in opposition. Even if we force him offline, he still has that silver weapon, which will continue to disrupt game balance. Then what do you suggest? The general manager asked. Destroy that silver weapon. Destroying a player's equipment without cause would have too great an impact. Hair like snow is quite well known. Lin Chun frowned, then proposed. Let the Lord of Flames burn out the silver weapon's durability until it naturally breaks, but we must compensate the player. All eyes turned once again to the general manager. Agreed, let's proceed with that plan. Execute immediately. The meeting ended, departments rushed to their posts, and programmers rapidly typed adjustment commands. In the game, Suze was shocked to discover that the durability of his first-generation, Flowing Light, was depleting at a visibly rapid rate. Dropping this fast? He exclaimed quietly. Seconds later, the silver sword completely melted, leaving only a mass of scalding dark red metal shaped like a heart. Simultaneously, the Lord of Flames transformed into firelight and vanished without a trace. Suze controlled his character to pick up the object on the ground. A system notification appeared. Molten Heart Sacred Relic Material. Sacred Relic Material? Suze was stunned for 2 seconds, then broke into a smile. Trading a level 30 first-generation Flowing Light for Sacred Relic Material isn't bad after all. With materials, I can craft again. However, he was particularly intrigued by this Sacred Relic Material. Nothing similar had ever appeared in Glory, and he couldn't understand why his first-generation Flowing Light had transformed into it. What he didn't know was that the first-generation Flowing Light had become a thing of legend, never to be crafted again. At this moment, the Scorching Canyon had returned to tranquility, but Suze discovered he had no idea how to leave this place. With about 10 minutes remaining before the dungeon's automatic teleportation, his health points were steadily dropping. Left with no choice, he raised the last first-grade health potion in his hand and drank it down in one gulp, barely managing to stop his health bar from continuing its decline. Team channel suddenly flashed with Linglong's inquiry. What's your situation over there? Why aren't you dead? Suze had just wiped away the remaining potion liquid from the corner of his lips and casually typed 2 words, glitched. He couldn't be bothered to explain further, since he himself couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. He just felt that everything in the game seemed off, yet he couldn't pinpoint the key issue. At this moment, Suze had no idea that Glory's officials had secretly imposed sanctions on him. Linglong was obviously puzzled by this response, but since the quest was completed, she had only asked casually anyway. Seeing that Suze didn't want to elaborate, she simply logged out of the game. Before long, Suze received a new private message. This time the sender was Driftwood, Lu Hanwen's competition account, though the person operating it now was Huang Xiaotian. What do you mean by taking power-leveling jobs on the forum? Have you lost your mind? Suze replied with a simple question mark. Don't play dumb with me. Isn't the one-sword Soaring Cloud account with you? Huang Xiaotian cursed as he pressed for answers. It's me, so what? Suze responded unhurriedly. Do you know the consequences of doing this? What consequences could there be? It's just a title. Whoever has the skill can compete for it. Suzai's reply remained calm and indifferent. He could roughly guess what Huang Xiaodian was worried about, that he would dominate the rankings. The matter wasn't huge, but it wasn't trivial either. Only the top 20 in the Blade Master class could obtain the Chosen One title, which was equivalent to having a 13th piece of equipment. Next, various definitions of God-tier accounts flashed through Suzai's mind. Most people believe that a God-tier account must simultaneously meet three criteria: sufficient skill points, the most suitable silver equipment, and extremely high panel attributes. But in his view, this definition wasn't accurate. First, regarding max skill points alone, the Excellent Era Guild had over a dozen characters that could meet this standard. Second, silver equipment wasn't non-transferable. If you equipped Desert Dust's standard silver gear set onto Cold Hands, which also had max skill points, theoretically Cold Hands could be called a God-tier account, but others probably wouldn't acknowledge it. Suzai felt that those so-called God-tier accounts, if stripped of their silver equipment, couldn't really be considered godly at all. Rather than calling them God-tier accounts, it would be more accurate to say God-tier silver equipment. It was nothing but an empty reputation. However, the appearance of the Tower of Infinity promised to change all this. The Chosen One title was bound to the character. If you ranked in the top 20 in a given week, you could obtain the title, but if you dropped out of the top 20 the following week, the title would disappear as well. Imagine this. If you possessed top-tier silver equipment and obtained the Chosen One title in the first week, it would be equivalent to having a 13th piece of equipment, providing significant improvements to both your panel stats and actual combat performance. Wouldn't reaching the top again the following week be easier? Wouldn't you be able to stay ahead step by step? Yes. Once someone falls behind in the early days of a new server, they might never recover, and Huang Xiaodian was worried he'd become one of those unlucky players. It was still the first week, so the competition for major titles among players was merely exploratory. The real bloodbath would begin next week when most experts had reached max level and all the top-tier level 75 equipment was in place, entering the brutal phase of one step to heaven, one step to hell. Experience showed that players who secured titles in the second week could basically maintain their throne as long as no major accidents occurred. By then, truly God-tier accounts would emerge, and whoever held the equipment advantage could leave others far behind from the start. Professional players had a natural advantage, but Suzai was no slouch either. He also possessed silver equipment, and with his swordsman rankings in the single digits at first and second place, securing two God-tier accounts was a piece of cake if he wanted. He could even monopolize the entire leaderboard. This was the real source of Huang Xiaoyan's anxiety as the Sword Saint. If he couldn't even get a title, it wouldn't just be embarrassing, it would directly impact competitions. Everyone else would have enhancement titles except him, and his account would be doomed to trash tier status even if fully equipped with silver gear. Thinking this through, Suzai fell into brief contemplation, then sent a private message to Lu Mu. What do you want? What do I want? I want to convince you to be kind. Huang Xiaodian replied instantly. I'm short some materials to upgrade my silver equipment, so I'm afraid I can't be kind. Suzai calmly typed back. The other side went silent for a long while before responding. What do you need? Send it over. Suzai smiled slightly and immediately sent over a massive list of materials. You want this much? Huang Xiaodian nearly exploded seeing the list. I can promise not to take power leveling jobs, and I'll give one sword above the clouds to your Blue Rain team. This account had 4,980 skill points before the version update. Suzai quickly followed up. Right now, one sword above the clouds still holds first place in the Tower of Infinity. You know what that advantage means, right? This, first place, wasn't first among swordsmen, but first overall across all classes. Zhou Zikai's one-shot piercing clouds and hair like snow were both at 168 floors, Wang Jieshi's Vicaria at 167 floors. Yishio's Lord Grim was stuck at 156 floors due to incomplete silver equipment. Only two players of the unspecialized class had entered the Divine Realm, with no competition between them. Hearing the heavyweight condition of giving one sword above the clouds to Blue Rain, Huang Xiaodian hesitated for a long time. In the club's training room, he turned to look at Yu Wenzhou. Yu Wenzhou nodded slightly. I've already consulted with the manager. We can accept. The 174 record plus 4,980 skill points is indeed a huge advantage. With the captain's approval, Huang Xiaodian stopped hesitating and immediately replied. I'll have Bluebrook Guild's President Chun Yi Lao contact you. Okay. Suzai readily agreed. At 2:30 a.m., both parties completed an astounding transaction. Suzai traded one sword above the clouds for a mountain of rare materials. However, just as the deal settled, on December 5th, Tuesday, the Professional Alliance suddenly issued new regulations. Professional players were prohibited from power leveling the Tower of Infinity, with violators facing revocation of their professional player status. Seeing the announcement, Huang Xiaodian looked up at Yu Wenzhou. Yu Wenzhou was equally speechless. Though he didn't really regret those materials, what they really wanted was the one sword above the clouds account. Suzai also saw the announcement and thought to himself that it was fortunate he had acted quickly enough. Imagining whether Huang Xiaotian might storm over to confront him, he couldn't help but show a rather mischievous smile. At this moment, the most important thing was to deliver the materials to Luo Ji and have him study the heart of lava while he was at it. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Suze cracked it open to find Luo Ji standing in the hallway, carrying a bulging laptop bag on his shoulder, his expression showing a mix of excitement and caution. After exchanging greetings, Luo Ji entered the room, took a seat at the desk, and skillfully opened his computer. Upgrade the silver equipment as soon as possible. There's big action planned for next week, Suze said while pushing the materials box to the corner of the desk. Luo Ji put on his headphones, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he first pulled up the materials list, then weighed the heart of lava in his palm before beginning to search through data. You're saying this thing is a product formed after the first generation flowing light melted, right? He confirmed. Yes, Suze nodded. Any discoveries? Luo Ji pondered for a moment. I have a theory. Do you remember when you specifically requested that the flowing light be broken but not completely shattered? I remember. Didn't that already succeed? Suze was slightly puzzled, but immediately followed up. What do you mean? This heart of lava also belongs to flowing light derivative materials, Luo Ji said, dragging his mouse to a newly created plan. I'm wondering if we can use it to directly upgrade myriad manifestations. Are you confident? Suze's eyes gleamed. 90%. Luo Ji answered conservatively, though he couldn't hide the certainty in his voice. 90% was enough. Suze simply waved his hand. Go ahead and do it. Arrange it quickly. At this point, the level 70 silver weapon myriad manifestations theoretically required 7 level 75 weapons as materials to advance, but Luo Ji took an alternative approach, deciding to use the heart of lava to replace the entire plan. In less than a minute, the upgrade progress bar jumped from 0 to 100, and new equipment data appeared on the screen. Myriad manifestations katana form. Level 75. Weight 1.1 kilograms. Attack speed 15. Physical attack 920. Magic attack 930. Additional attributes. Critical rate 25. Movement speed 15. Attack speed 20. Strength, stamina, intelligence, spirit 10. Dark attribute attack. Dark attribute enhancement 100. Cannot be sealed, e.g., Exorcist's sealing talisman. Crafting skill. Forest of all things can replicate and use all classes awakening skills. 66-second cooldown. Repeated casting will override the previous awakening skill. The screen's bright light revealed the weapon's new form. The originally black, silver, and white katana had now been dyed black-red by the power of the heart of lava, with faint dark blade auras emanating from both thin edges, indicating the dark attribute attack effects. Suze had originally thought the heart of lava would bring fire attributes, but unexpectedly, what emerged was dark attributes. For him, the difference between fire and dark wasn't absolute. What truly mattered was only the enemy's resistance. Some were immune to fire, others to dark. No attribute was strongest, it all depended on the opponent. With myriad manifestations upgraded, Suze began considering the remaining silver equipment. Fortunately, after several months of research and development, Luo Ji had already designed a complete set of leather armor silver equipment specifically tailored for the unspecialized character, falling paper, and drifting smoke. This time, there shouldn't be any issues like the ones that occurred when crafting the Radiant Light equipment set. Last night, Suze used his alternate character Fa Rushue to obtain a batch of brand new materials from Blue Brook Guild, all leather armor components. He had already made up his mind battle mages specialized in leather armor, and once the set was complete, he could lend it to Tang Rou for emergencies. Han Yen Rou had always lacked good equipment, and Yi Xiao didn't have time to help her farm the Tower of Infinity. Her skills weren't mature enough yet, making it practically impossible for her to compete for titles. Therefore, crafting silver-grade leather armor had become an urgent priority. With time running short and the task demanding, Suze worked tirelessly at the crafting station, cutting, stitching, embedding, and reinforcing each step executed cleanly and efficiently. In less than an hour, a leather armor set called Time was completed. Though it remained at level 60, he hadn't been able to obtain the rare materials needed to upgrade it to level 75. Even so, Blue Rain Club had been generous enough to provide these materials, and there was no point dwelling on it now. He laid the Time equipment set before him and examined it carefully. The 5 pieces of level 60 silver equipment provided the following stats: defense and magic resistance aside. Attack speed 15, movement speed 19, jump 20, strength and intelligence 700, spirit 150. 3-piece set effect, strength and intelligence 15, attack power, and critical rate 20. 5-piece set effect, additional attack 900. Critical hits increase critical damage by an extra 50. The stats were clear at a glance. While it still fell short of level 75 top-tier orange equipment, it was sufficient for now. Suze decisively equipped the Time set, then transferred the Black Hole equipment set from his Fa Rushue account. After completing his preparations, he headed straight to the Tower of Infinity. The unspecialized class had limited competitive advantage to begin with, so he casually cleared up to floor 153 before stopping. The moment he exited the tower, a circle of players surrounded him, all bearing Blue Brook Guild emblems above their heads. Suze paused, wondering if last night's material transaction would somehow implicate Luo Ji Yunyan. Being cautious, he remained silent, first finishing his conversation with the NPC before preparing to teleport to the Tower of Courage. Expert, please wait. From the crowd, Chun Ilao suddenly spoke up. Suze thought to himself, are they really looking for me? He adjusted his camera angle toward Chun Ilao but remained silent. If it was a misunderstanding, wouldn't it be embarrassing to step forward? Chun Ilao continued. Our captain you would like to discuss something with you. Could you spare a few minutes? All right. Having received materials from them last night, he couldn't very well be rude. Soon, a warlock with the ID Soxar approached and sent a team invitation. Suze clicked accept and typed in the team channel. Yu Wenzhou. That's me, came the concise reply. I've been watching you for a while, Yi Liangchen. You're not a professional player, are you? Of course I, Yi Liangchen, am not a professional player. What do you want? Suze replied. Yi Liangchen wasn't, but he couldn't very well reveal that he was Suze. Interested in joining Blue Rain? Yu Wenzhou extended an olive branch. Not interested. I don't like being managed, Suze answered straightforwardly. This was also one of the reasons he ultimately chose Team Happy. Happy had relaxed management and didn't even require him to take a salary. The team chat fell silent for a second before the other side sent an understood emoji. With the invitation declined, Yu Wenzhou didn't press further. Suze politely said goodbye, left the team, and walked away. Not taking a salary was one thing, but refusing management was another. This approach wouldn't work with other teams. When Yu Wenzhou heard that comment about not liking to be controlled, he knew the conversation was over. Things like salary and profit sharing could still be negotiated, but those four words, I don't take orders, shut down all possibilities. He had simply admired Yi Liangchen's skills and thought it would be great to recruit him for the team, but if rejected, he could only let it go. I remember you saying you wanted to enter the professional scene, right? Yu Wenzhou continued the topic. There aren't many teams with loose management, and their overall strength is generally mediocre. Unless you go to Happy, or form your own team, start from the City League, win the national championship, and you can advance to the professional league. He explained it clearly. First win the City League championship in your local city, then compete against champions from other cities in what's called the national championship. This process was similar to the collegiate league, except the collegiate league involved cross-regional battles from the start, and winning the championship meant direct entry to the professional alliance with no further competitions. In just a few sentences, Yu Wenzhou had analyzed Suze's situation with remarkable accuracy. By the way, I remember you played sharpshooter very well. Why did you switch to practicing unspecialized? Yu Wenzhou asked. Unspecialized is fun, Suze replied with a smile, then raised his hand to check the time. If there's nothing else, I'm going to run the Tower of Bravery. I still have series quests to do later. All right, you go ahead. Let's add each other as friends. If you ever want to join Blue Rain, just let me know. Our management isn't actually that strict, results matter most. Yu Wenzhou extended the invitation. After the friend request was accepted, Suze talked to an NPC and was teleported into the Tower of Bravery. The unspecialized played differently from the Blade Master. His operating style instantly became fierce and aggressive, with his APM staying in the red zone almost throughout. Compared to the Blade Master, the unspecialized could truly learn something in the Tower of Bravery. Know yourself, then defeat yourself. This challenging concept was perfectly embodied by the algorithmically complex Guardian classes. Unfortunately, there were no unspecialized Guardians in the tower, let alone weapons like the myriad manifestations umbrella or all things. Even so, Suze still dominated the big data, completing it in 27 minutes, 21 seconds, and 54 milliseconds. After refreshing the leaderboard, he raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, finally, I'm not in second place anymore, right? Second place was still that summoner named Linglong, who had also improved with a best time of 35 minutes, 44 seconds, and 37 milliseconds. Third was Wang Buliuxing. Fourth was One Shot Piercing Clouds. Fifth was One Autumn Leaf. Sixth was Dancing Rain. And seventh was Desert Dust. What shocked players was that from 3rd to 30th place were all well-known professional accounts. Yet first and second place were held by completely unknown IDs. The world channel in the heavenly domain instantly exploded. Is Glory bugging out? An unspecialized and a summoner took first and second place. Could they be pro players' alternate accounts? But we've never heard of them. Even if they were pro players, it's impossible to be so overpowered that they'd crush Wang Buliuxing and one-shot Piercing Clouds, right? In Blue Rain's training room, Yu Wenzhou also saw the clear time of the top player, Luo Ji Yunyan, and his jaw clenched. It seems I still underestimated him. Is the unspecialized really that invincible? Yu Wenzhou said to Huang Xiaodian. The key question is, what gives an unspecialized player the ability to do this? You don't have a myriad manifestations umbrella-level silver weapon, right? And to achieve this record, His equipment would need to be top-notch too. Huang Xiaodian scratched his head, growing more confused by the minute. Indeed, this was hard to explain. High-level rare materials had long been monopolized by pro teams and guilds. The batch of materials they'd given to Hair Like Snow last night was just low-tier stuff they temporarily had no use for. Yu Wenzhou speculated, I suspect this drifting paper and misty clouds might be backed by some major guild, or even a pro team guild. Before he finished speaking, Yu Wenzhou had a flash of inspiration, as if struck by lightning, and suddenly sat up straight. What if Hair Like Snow and drifting paper and misty clouds are the same person? Huh? That can't be right. Isn't his name Yi Liangchen? Huang Xiaodian was dumbfounded, then shrugged. Who knows if Yi Liangchen is even his real name? He could just as easily be called Zhao Ritian or Long Outyin. The more Yu Wenzhou thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. For the unspecialized class, first there was Lord Grimm, now there's drifting paper and misty clouds. Could it be that? Huang Xiaodian met his captain's gaze, but didn't voice the rest of the thought. You have a better relationship with Yi Qiu, Yu Wenzhou instructed. Find a chance to probe around. With that, he pushed his chair back to his computer. Their conversation ended there. Meanwhile, on Su Zhe's side, drifting paper and misty clouds had topped the Tower of Courage leaderboard with an extremely short clear time, immediately drawing massive attention. Fortunately, he was playing an unspecialized character, which could learn thief skills like stealth and pickpocket. The pre-class change stealth only lasted 3 minutes, with a 1-minute cooldown that started timing after breaking stealth, but those 3 minutes were enough for him to avoid most prying eyes. When he appeared at the space-time rift in the City of the Forgotten, he still ran headfirst into a 5-person team. Swordsman, 1 sword from the east. Berserker, 1 blade to the Yellow Springs. Chi Master, wind sweeps away clouds. Knight, wind and frost. And Cleric, redemption. They belonged to the Red Dynasty, Team Red Dawn, piercing through the darkness of daybreak. Their prized possessions were 2 heavy swords, Shatter Illusion, and Cleave Apart, wielded by 1 sword from the east and 1 blade to the Yellow Springs respectively. Strictly speaking, Red Dynasty wasn't yet a true professional team. Like Happy, they were still at the Collegiate League level. The Level 75 update had only entered its 2nd day, but changes to the Professional Alliance had begun a month ago, and the secondary leagues had already been battling for a month. The Red Dynasty team before him was a popular and widely recognized force in the collegiate leagues. Red Dynasty had quite a reputation, even Su Zhe had heard of them, though not extensively. This 5-person squad from the Red Dynasty featured an unusual composition of 2 carries and 3 supports. The Blade Master and Berserker served as the dual damage cores. While the Chi Master could deal damage, she primarily fulfilled a support role within the team, especially with her level 75 skill Meridian Block, 5 branches that broke intelligence, strength, agility, vitality, and spirit, each corresponding to weakening different attributes of the target. The Knight was a high defense main tank, handling charges, initiations, and aggro management in one seamless flow. Finally, the Guardian Angel possessed characteristics of both Knight and Priest. Though her defense fell short of a Knight's and her healing couldn't match a Priest's, she could shoulder both responsibilities in critical moments. However, Su Zhe had yet to determine the true capabilities of this particular Guardian Angel. The 5 players blocked the street entrance. Su Zhe said nothing, but his body leaned slightly forward, ready to draw his blade at any moment. Interested in a fight? The leading Berserker, 1 blade to the underworld, taunted through the public channel. Heh, unknown or all together? Su Zhe replied with casual indifference. Since you're so confident, friend, we should show our respect. 5 against 1 isn't fair. You wouldn't mind 2 against 1, would you? After 1 blade to the underworld finished speaking and raised his sword, the other 3 immediately retreated, leaving only him and the Blade Master, 1 sword from the east. Clearly, they weren't giving him room to refuse. Su Zhe chuckled inwardly, had already set his sights on the silver gleaming weapons across from him. This was the City of the Forgotten, a chaotic main city that allowed PK and even equipment drops upon death, so he was naturally eager to draw his blade. Both sides launched almost simultaneously. 1 sword from the east and 1 blade to the underworld stepped forward in sliding motions, their triple/light trails crisscrossing as they rushed in. The underworld even activated Berserk directly, instantly maxing out his strength and attack speed, his heavy greatsword creating howling wind sounds. The east simultaneously lit up, sword dominates the world, following up with a headwind thrust. Su Zhe was intimately familiar with the Blade Master class and knew the usual follow-up patterns for headwind thrust. He tapped his heel and jumped back half a step, dodging the subsequent slashes. Falling paper like smoke immediately switched weapons, the katana spinning at his fingertips into myriad forms, revolver, sparks flying as bullets fired in succession, forcing both opponents back. The underworld tanked the bullets' heat in, his health bar dropping rapidly under Berserk status, yet he stubbornly blocked their line of sight, providing cover for the East's assault. The 2 coordinated seamlessly, almost replicating the shadow tactics of Sun Jiping and Zhang Jialion selling health, the other seeking openings. After just 3 seconds of combat, Red Dynasty's dual carries already felt the pressure. Whether probing or forcing aggressive advances, they could never pin down falling paper like Smoke's position. In the instant both were puzzled, the revolver transformed into a war spear against Su. Zay suddenly closed in, launching an upward heaven strike that sent the underworld flying, then followed with falling flower palm. The palm force sending the berserker flying far away. Meanwhile, the assassin awakening passive weak point attack on falling paper like Smoke had already taken effect, hitting weak points dealt double damage, which in strict terms was an even more powerful skill than Fighter's Will. However, Fighter's Will provides comprehensive character enhancement. For casual players, given Su Zay's current hand speed, even in a one-ever Sustwo situation, he might not be able to consistently execute 150 combos. This is because Fighter's Will gains its 8th stage after level 75, which only activates upon achieving 150 combos, offering 8.5 attack speed boost, 36 movement speed points, and 390 strength points, all of which are irresistible temptations. At this moment, Luaji Yunyan launched an uppercut that sent his teammate flying, then spun around to charge at Yi Jiandong. The latter was stunned. He had clearly seen his opponent switch weapons just moments ago, yet in less than 5 seconds, the weapon changed again. What was going on? Before he could finish processing this thought, Su Zay controlled Luaji Yunyan to switch back to the katana, delivering a reverse slash that sent the still buffering Yi Jiandong flying. In less than half a second, the katana transformed into a revolver, and Luaji Yunyan unleashed a recoil-controlled burst, targeting the swordsman's weak spots. The devastating damage made Yi Jiandong gasp. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but complain in the channel. The Red Dynasty's 2 carries had never fought against a vagabond. The vagabond era had long passed, and even then, they needed a silver weapon capable of form switching to shine. Their lack of experience cost them dearly. In reality, these 2 players' skills would rank as solid mid-tier in the professional league. His weapon is strange, be careful. Yi Dao Huangquan rushed in to assist, warning in a low voice. Perfect, let's kill him and see if we can get that weapon to drop. Yi Jiandong responded, and the 2 flanked him from left and right again. Seeing his opponents closing in, Su Zay dropped his casual attitude. He activated Shadow Cloak, forcing the 2 into chaotic positioning. Following up, he deployed Blade Formation, swinging his katana rapidly with Half Moon Slash and Full Moon Slash striking in succession. Just then, Yi Jiandong counterattacked with a Zape triple slash. Su Zay's lips curved slightly. Ghost Claw. The Ghost Swordsman's level 1 aerial skill instantly activated, but Yi Jiandong barely dodged it. No matter. Luaji Yunyan suddenly executed a sliding tackle charge. Don't underestimate me, bastard. Yi Jiandong couldn't help but curse. But before he finished speaking, he noticed his opponent had force-cancelled the slide with a small jump mid-motion, continuing the charge without pause. The katana switched to revolver, then instantly back to katana. Frequent weapon changes disrupted his judgment. He thought Su Zay was going to follow up with gunner skills, but no gun techniques came. Actually, the sliding tackle was indeed a gunner skill, but it didn't require holding a gun. Su Zay's real killing move was the Berserker's charge, thrust similar to a knight's charge. The impact hit, and Yi Jiandong felt as if his waist had been struck by an iron hammer, nearly suffering kidney failure on the spot. Fortunately, Yi Dao Huangquan had arrived. This time, Yi Dao Huangquan directly activated his awakening skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. This skill's intensity scaled with Berserk. If Berserk added 100 strength, Bloodthirsty Frenzy would increase it by another 20, equivalent to 120 strength. Additionally, it provided 20 seconds of super armor, life steal, and blood burst damage enhancement, with a 40-second cooldown. The Bloodlust Frenzy skill was also available on Luaji Yunyan's silver weapon, Myriad Forms. However, as a freelancer class, Luaji Yunyan lacked the Berserker's Fury-type skill bonuses, which meant Bloodlust Frenzy only unleashed half its potential power, the other half manifested in the 20-second super armor and lifesteal effects. The moment the skill activated, Su Zay's character's eyes suddenly glowed crimson, as if ignited by bloodthirsty instinct. At the same time, Yi Dao Huangquan charged forward with his heavy sword, executing a reverse slash from a tricky angle. Su Zay sidestepped to dodge the wave splitter, then completely ignored Yi Dao Huangquan, and turned to unleash a devastating combo on the airborne Yi Jiandong. Luaji Yunyan's health bar continued to drop, damage dealt by Yi Dao Huangquan's relentless pursuit. But the Black Hole set's built-in 15 life steal, combined with Black Hole Annihilation's magic conversion, caused his health and mana to fluctuate wildly like an erratic heartbeat monitor. In less than 10 seconds, Su Zay used a full combo to turn Yi Jiandong completely gray. He glanced down at the drops, 2 pieces of equipment, but no silver weapon pawang. Too lazy to bend down and collect them, he controlled Luaji Yunyan to turn around and face the still attacking Yi Dao Huangquan. Without Yi Jiandong to form their twin sword combination, Red Dynasty's dual carries instantly lost their ability to counter Suze. Suze exploded into action with lightning-fast inputs, chaining skills with fluid precision. Even without landing hard crowd control on Yidao Huangquan, he forced the kill through sheer, overwhelming damage output. More ironically, his opponent was forcibly killed while his super armor was still active for a berserker. This was the most humiliating death possible, bar none. Who told them to provoke a monster like Suze? A golden flash erupted as Yidao Huangquan dropped the silver weapon, Qinli. Seeing this, 3 Red Dynasty members in the distance immediately sprinted over, determined to reclaim the drop. Just then, a black shadow leaped out the ninja, Huiran Bujuan. Spectators cried out, "It's Huiran Bujuan, stop him." This player was the notorious scavenging king of God's domain, purely focused on looting. Unlike Fa Rushue who caused trouble everywhere, his reputation wasn't much better. Suze also spotted Huiran Bujuan and immediately hurled several shuriken. The ninja moved with graceful agility, dodging perfectly with elegant positioning, snatched up Qinli, and bolted away. The remaining 3 Red Dynasty members had average mobility for their classes. How could they possibly catch up? They could only watch him escape in the distance, seething with frustration. The 3 rushed to Luaji Yunyan's side, with Fengwan Yunqian demanding in a low voice, "Why didn't you stop him?" Suze paused for a few seconds, then replied coolly, "That's your problem." With that, he controlled Luaji Yunyan to give chase. Huiran Bujuan's equipment and speed ultimately couldn't match Suze's. In less than a minute, Luaji Yunyan had closed in on his target. At that moment, Huiran Bujuan was hiding in a concealed corner, preparing to log off and escape, but several shuriken pulled him into combat status. "You moved pretty fast there. I was still thinking about whether I wanted someone else's silver weapon, but you sure didn't hesitate." Suze controlled falling paper and mist as he stood beside the pile of corpses, his tone half-mocking. Near the dungeon exit, the glowing equipment icon was still flickering on the ground. If he wanted to pick it up, it wasn't Tireless Troublemaker's place to interfere. Tireless Troublemaker didn't respond, just made his character step back slowly. Suze followed with a couple of steps, continuing over voice chat. "Give it back. Just do me this favor." "Why should I do you any favors?" Tireless Troublemaker finally spoke up, his voice tinged with impatience. Just then, 3 players from Team Red Dynasty rushed over, their footsteps echoing urgently through the headphones. Suze kept his eyes on Tireless Troublemaker and said, "The silver weapon won't do you much good anyway. You'll just sell it for some cash." "Some cash is good enough for me." Tireless Troublemaker's attitude was firm. "Then I'll offer 100,000. I'll buy it directly." Suze's offer came without hesitation. Tireless Troublemaker wasn't stupid. He immediately shot back. "A silver weapon is worth more than 100,000, right? This cleaver is top tier too. You think you can brush me off with 100,000? 100,000 really isn't small change." Suze raised an eyebrow. "Besides, I'm the one who dropped this silver weapon. You stole my stuff, and I'm paying to buy it back. I'm already being pretty reasonable about this." The 3 Red Dynasty players arrived nearby. Wind Sweeping Clouds made a quick decision. Stop wasting time talking to him. Just kill him. In Glory's rules, items just picked up by players would definitely drop upon death, and the 3 were obviously tired of dragging this out. But Suze raised his hand to stop them. Wind Sweeping Clouds frowned. "What do you mean? I'm negotiating with him. Your business can wait." Suze replied coolly, then turned back to Tireless Troublemaker. "Now it's 50,000. Selling or not? Pay first." Tireless Troublemaker held his ground. "Hand it over first." After a brief silence, Tireless Troublemaker recognized his situation and reluctantly opened the trade window, passing over Cleaver before asking reluctantly, "When will you pay?" "Come to Xingxin Internet Cafe in H City, Z Province to get it." Suze's response was casual. "Can't you just transfer it to my account?" Tireless Troublemaker was dissatisfied. "No. Take it or leave it." Suze offered no second option. "Fine, send me the address later." Tireless Troublemaker accepted the friend request and logged off sullenly. With the deal settled, Suze turned his attention to the 3 Red Dynasty players and spread his hands. "You saw what happened. I paid money to buy this weapon back. You should show some appreciation, right? Just 50,000. Give me your account number. I'll transfer you 100,000. The extra is for your trouble." Wind Sweeping Clouds waved his hand generously. "Talking money hurts feelings. Just give me some materials." Suze smiled as he sent a frighteningly long materials list to the nearby channel. The dense list of material names immediately filled the screen. Wind Sweeping Clouds' mouth twitched. "These together are worth more than 100,000, right?" "Yeah, about 500,000 worth of materials." Suze's tone was calm. "More than that." Wind Sweeping Clouds smiled bitterly. "With the current version update, market prices have all risen. We'd have to pay 50% above market rate to collect all this stuff." In fact, most of what Suze wanted were regular dungeon materials. With Glory's tens of millions of players crowding the trading market, the new version had simply raised the price of everything. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suze had already fleeced quite a few people, and he planned to keep doing exactly that. The equipment on Suze's two accounts was basically accumulated bit by bit through scavenging and fleecing others. At that moment, Yi Jiandong Lai and Yi Dao Huang Quan arrived from the respawn point in the Forgotten City. Give me back my silver weapon. Name your price. Yi Dao Huang Quan said straight to the point. I'll keep it for now. You bring materials to trade for it. Suze responded while pulling up the stats panel for Qinli. Qinli level 70 heavy greatsword. Weight, 4.1 kilograms. Attack speed, 3. Physical attack, 1080. Magic attack, 810. Strength, 123. Additional, critical rate 30, attack power 30. Attribute, fire damage, fire enhancement 50. Special effect, attacks have a chance to reduce enemy MP by 10, 20-second cooldown. Looking at these stats, Suze knew this self-crafted silver weapon was top tier for its level. The mana drain effect was particularly devastating once targeted. Magic users would break out in cold sweats. Fortunately, it had that 20-second cooldown restriction. Yi Dao Huang Quan spoke coldly. I'm starting to suspect you're working with Hui Renbu Wan, deliberately trying to scam our materials. You're the ones looking for trouble, aren't you? Even if I am, so what? Suze shrugged indifferently. Since you admit it, don't blame us for being ruthless, Yi Dao Huang Quan said as the 5 Red Dynasty members formed a semicircle, closing in. Suze narrowed his eyes. Don't want Qinli anymore? Or do you really think you can keep me here? I said name your price. If you won't cooperate, let's see if you can escape from all of us working together. Yi Dao Huang Quan revealed his trump card. Fine. 50 million. Suze raised his hand, making a 5 gesture. 50 million? Are you insane? Yi Dao Huang Quan took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. You told me to name a price. Suze spread his hands as the air instantly grew tense. After a moment, Yi Dao Huang Quan said through gritted teeth, we can give you materials, but you need to return the silver weapon first. If it stays with someone else too long, it'll be trouble if they study it. Unlike Lu Guanning, this person wasn't trustworthy, so Suze remained skeptical. He glanced at the 5 opponents, weighing his options. Yi Jiandong Lai chimed in. Can't we just transfer money to you so you can buy the materials yourself? Too much trouble. Suze replied with just 2 words, leaving everyone speechless. So he found it troublesome, but everyone else didn't? While the 5 Red Dynasty members were confident they could kill Luo Zhiyunyan in a 5-on fight, they weren't sure they could actually stop him from escaping. Suze was also secretly watching the knight Feng Xuanj. If the knight's taunt skill hit, he'd be forced to attack that target, which would be quite troublesome. The standoff continued. Suze raised his voice. Give me a straight answer. Can't you think bigger? I'm busy and don't have time to waste here with you. We're equally busy. 30 minutes bring the materials. Yi Dao Huang Quan's tone was far from friendly. Fine. But you all back off first to avoid any sneak attacks, Suze said unhurriedly. Hearing his suspicious tone, the 5 Red Dynasty members gritted their teeth again. This is too much. Let's just take it by force. Qinli is only worth about 2 million. We can just make another one. Yi Dao Huang Quan whispered to his teammates. No, money isn't the issue. If Qinli gets studied and then countered, that would be real trouble. The usually silent guardian Angel Jioshu spoke up. They were from B City University and members of the esports club. The club's activities weren't limited to just Glory alone. In recent years, as Glory's popularity soared, the Glory Alliance partnered with the National Esports Association. The former focused on Glory tournaments, while the latter covered almost all competitive games. The 5 members of Team Red Dynasty knew that Glory had been included as an Asian Games event. Once the official channels opened, they would compete for spots on the Asian Games roster. For this reason, they absolutely couldn't let the core data of their silver weapons fall into outsiders' hands. The agreed-upon half-hour passed in a flash. Red Dynasty played no tricks, and although the materials they brought were somewhat insufficient in quantity, Suze didn't mind. He had originally thought that with such a high material list, the other party would surely haggle, but Red Dynasty didn't even bother to negotiate. They accepted everything outright. This kind of honesty actually made Suze feel a bit embarrassed. You guys are really straightforward. I'd be happy to work with you again if there's a chance, he said with a teasing smile. Don't worry, there won't be a chance. The player with ID, One Blade to the Underworld, snorted coldly. If not for his excellent upbringing, anyone else would have started cursing by now. Suze didn't take offense and shrugged. Don't speak so absolutely. I have several silver equipment crafting blueprints on hand. How about trading them for some materials? Get lost. One Blade to the Underworld refused bluntly. I really do have them. Suze still wanted to try. Even if you do, we don't want them. Tisk, no appreciation for good stuff. Your loss? Suze couldn't be bothered to waste more time and controlled his character to head straight for the space-time rift. The Apostle series quests required a team, and given the current atmosphere, inviting Red Dynasty again was clearly unrealistic. He simply waited at the dungeon entrance for someone with fate. In less than 10 minutes, a fighter-class character approached. ID Fist dominates the world. Whether this was the right person remained to be seen. Suze directly sent out a team invitation. Fist dominates the world's abilities spoke for themselves. ranked 79th overall in the Tower of Heroes, and 7th on the fighter leaderboard in the Endless Tower. In less than 10 seconds, the other party accepted and spoke in the team channel. Friend, I'm here to do quests. Is there something you need? This polite tone made Suze raise an eyebrow. He had assumed that someone with a fist-dominates style ID would be an arrogant player, but unexpectedly, they spoke so courteously. I'm also here for quests. The Apostle series requires a team want to do it together. Suze replied. Sure, but I'm not very good at playing. Please forgive me if I make mistakes. Fist dominates the world responded. You're not good at playing? Suze's mouth twitched slightly. Someone who could reach the Apostle quest entrance claiming they weren't good. What did that make the millions of players struggling in the Trial Tower feel? Fist dominates the world seemed to sense his confusion and proactively explained. I transferred from another game and only started in God's domain a few days ago. I used to compete in StarCraft tournaments. Oh, mentioning StarCraft, Suze immediately thought of that famous meme. How can you lose with flying dragons in your face? So he asked the soul-searching question, what level champion are you then? Silver Professional League champion. Suze was shocked. For real. What started as a casual question turned out to reveal an actual champion. He still harbored some doubt. You're not lying to me, are you? Really not lying. My name is Zwa Qfenju, can search for it online. I've also competed in other events with pretty good results. The player calling himself Zwa Xiofeng responded calmly. In reality, Zwa Xiofeng had also noticed falling paper and drifting smoke's ranking and recognized the other party's skill, which was why he revealed his identity. Zwa Xiofeng? All right, I believe you, Suze said, immediately switching back to his desktop and quickly searching for information about Zwa Xiofeng on Baidu. The webpage popped up with concise information at a glance. Zwa Xiofeng, male, 20 years old, from G City, G Province, professional StarCraft player, former champion of the domestic Silver Professional League, and runner-up in the International King of Fighters tournament. 5 seconds later, Suze switched back to the game and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're really that skilled? You just spent those 5 seconds investigating my background, didn't you?" Zwa Xiofeng's tone was calm, yet he hit the nail on the head. How could that be? What can you possibly do in 5 seconds? I was just shocked. Suze laughed it off, though he was somewhat surprised that the other person had even noticed his brief absence from the game. Is that so? Zwa Xiofeng didn't pursue the matter further and changed the subject. It's quite an honor to shock the #1 warrior. Haha, you flatter me. Suze laughed perfunctorily twice, then got down to business. So are you planning to transition to competing in Glory? Have any teams approached you? A few teams have contacted us, Zwa Xiofeng replied casually. Us? Suze caught the keyword. Are there many of you? Quite a few, all jumping over from other games. We originally wanted to form a super team, Zwa Xiofeng paused, then added, Glory is getting more and more popular, and according to inside information I received, the Glory Alliance and the Esports Association have entered into deep cooperation. They'll be participating in the Asian Games next month. The Asian Games, huh? Suze nodded. He'd heard rumors too. However, compared to major tournaments, he was more interested in those transitioning players. How many of you are there exactly? From what you're saying, it sounds like the super team didn't work out. Around 30 to 40 people, Zwa Xiofeng gave him the number. 30 to 40? That's more than enough to form 3 full teams. Suze clicked his tongue. Exactly. The Esports Association is planning to expand by 2 more slots, so Glory will have 24 teams in total, Zwa Xiofeng sighed. But Glory isn't such a simple game. I don't think we newcomers can achieve good results, so I'm planning to join Tyranny first. Suze raised an eyebrow. Going after Han Wenqing? Pretty much. I want to learn from the King of Fighters veteran, Zwa Xiofeng answered honestly. Tyranny might not think much of you, Suze commented offhandedly. Han Wenqing is still very strong, definitely stronger than you. If you really join Tyranny, you'll probably have to wait a year or 2 before getting a chance to play. We'll see. I'm still observing for now. Zwa Xiofeng remained nonchalant. After chatting for a bit, Suze remembered he still had a quest active. He controlled his character to talk to the NPC Faran Rod and teleported into the ancient ruins together with Zwa Xiofeng's Fist Dominates the World. Suze had done the same quest before with his swordsman character Hair Like Snow, so he was naturally familiar with it. He casually turned on voice chat. Collect more space-time stones later. About 20 per person should be enough. Okay, Zwa Xiofeng simply acknowledged without asking questions. The two officially began grinding monsters. Unlike last time, Suze's unspecialized character was equipped with the silver weapon Myriad Manifestations, which had dark attribute attacks, making it much easier to clear the fire spirits. In contrast, Zwa Xiofeng's pure physical class struggled somewhat against fire attribute monsters. Suze occasionally glanced at his teammates' operations and found them very smooth, though it seemed the other player hadn't mastered some advanced techniques yet. To be fair, Zwa Xiofeng had solid fundamentals as awareness and mechanics were both above the passing line. What he truly lacked was real combat experience. Of course, the appearance of the Trial Tower could significantly shorten the growth cycle for newcomers like him. After Suze farmed 20 space-time stones for himself, He helped Zhuo Qiufeng run through another round following the same process as the first time. The two entered the scorching canyon once again, with the system still requiring them to kill 300 fire spirits. This time Su Zhe had plenty of time and didn't pull over 100 monsters at once like before. Besides, the unspecialized class inherently lacked large-scale AoE skills, so even if he wanted to, he couldn't manage such an exaggerated pulling method. When the 300th fire spirit fell, the Fire Lord's avatar descended according to script. Su Zhe reminded him, "Be careful, this boss is really strong." Then he immediately charged forward with his character, hoping to burst down the Fire Lord before it could speak. But he realized he was overthinking if Avatar opened with a full-screen flame attack, filling the entire view with skills before leisurely delivering its lines. Su Zhe and Zhuo Qiufeng couldn't even hear those lines because the system had already teleported them both back to the Forgotten City's respawn point. At that moment, Su Zhe began to question reality. He had thought that being the party leader would trigger the hidden storyline, but that wasn't the case. The fact that he witnessed the battle between the Fire Lord and Phylon Rod last time was most likely because the Blade Master's innate, invincible parry had blocked the critical damage, giving him the chance to observe what followed. Zhuo Qiufeng's voice pulled Su Zhe back from his thoughts. "I guess this quest series is finished, right?" "It's done," Su Zhe confirmed. "If you want to do raids in the future, just find a team. Let's add each other as friends then. Call me when you want to do raids. I heard the rewards are really good," Zhuo Qiufeng said. Su Zhe sent a friend request, which Zhuo Qiufeng quickly accepted. Just then, several flashes of white light appeared at the respawn point someone was logging in. Su Zhe instinctively activated his stealth skill, his gaze sweeping toward the three newly appeared IDs. One Autumn Leaf, Soul Extinguisher, and combat form players from Team Excellent Era. The Excellent Era members also noticed the brawler dominating Heaven standing nearby. They had obviously heard of this recently famous, unspecialized player. Xiao Shiqin immediately had Soul Extinguisher approach Zhuo Qiufeng for small talk. Su Zhe couldn't be bothered with their conversation and instead studied the Excellent Era players' characters. Their visible equipment looked ordinary, clearly having stored their silver weapons in their inventories to prevent them from being dropped. With just that glance, an evil thought sprouted in Su Zhe's mind, his gaze locking onto one Autumn Leaf. He was currently using an unspecialized account and had specifically learned the thief's pickpocket skill. Unlike Yi Xiao, who was shameless but extremely pure in his class choices, Su Zhe was more interested in the gameplay mechanics themselves. Pickpocketing was useless in professional matches, so Lord Grimm hadn't learned it, but Su Zhe had not only learned it, but maxed out the skill level, achieving a frighteningly high success rate. Combined with proper technique, where to touch was equally important. He maneuvered falling paper like smoke to silently approach, extending a pair of evil hands toward one Autumn Leaf's waist. Pickpocket skill activated. An item entered falling paper like smoke's inventory. The moment the theft occurred, Sun Xiang had already reacted. On screen, one Autumn Leaf's war spear was empty-handed. He immediately executed Dominating Crush, trying to shake the stealth thief out of the shadows, but the attack missed, and the target remained hidden. "Damn!" A crisp curse echoed through Excellent Era's training room. "What happened?" Xiao Shiqin looked up, staring intently at his teammate's screen while noticing that the ID Fist Dominates the World in his chat window instantly turned from white to red hostile status. "Someone attacked you?" He immediately understood the situation. Fist Dominates the World's companion made a move? The City of Forgetting was an open-world map where even at respawn points, players could freely turn hostile. Knew this all too well. "There's a thief. My Xia was stolen." Sun Xiang gritted his teeth, his voice low and heavy, causing the air in the entire training room to freeze for a moment. "What? Xia was stolen? Find that person quickly." Xiao Shiqin's breathing tightened, his tone rising 2 notches. Sun Xiang said no more, controlling his character to launch Dragon Soars through heaven in a suspicious direction. The earlier Dominating Crush hadn't been entirely fruitless, had caught a barely audible footstep sound when the opponent's foot had lingered half a beat too long while dodging. At this moment, in the game screen, the brilliant dragon surged forward. Su Zhe's falling paper like smoke was still in stealth, movement speed reduced to 50, completely unable to dodge this linear assault. He was forced to manually cancel stealth, rolling sideways and sliding several feet along the ground, barely avoiding the dragon's head. "Oomph, finally found you." Sun Xiang snorted coldly, jerking his mouse as the brilliant dragon suddenly turned around, executing a 180-degree return. Dragon's return. Dragon's return? Su Zhe's heart tensed as he operated the myriad manifestations umbrella and blade form to block, simultaneously being pushed back by the impact's aftershock, crashing toward one Autumn Leaf. He remained completely composed, instantly executing triple slash to cut in with the momentum. While Dragon Soars through Heaven's recovery period hadn't ended, he smoothly transformed the blade into a dagger, delivering a kidney strike directly to the opponent's waist. Kidney strike hitting a vital point could cause up to 6 seconds of stun and reduce both attacks by 20, with unspecialized effects halved. Falling paper like smoke hadn't reached second advancement yet, only triggering 3 seconds of stun. Fortunately, one autumn leaf wasn't fully equipped with silver gear, otherwise even 3 seconds might not have been enough to control him. While Sun Xiang's character was stunned, another battle mage from excellent era, battle format, rushed forward and immediately cast Heroic Dragon Breaks Army, with a flame dragon wrapped in spinning spear shadows crashing towards Suze. Help me out. Suze shouted into voice chat. Zhuo Xiufeng. Huh? This? Zhuo Xiufeng looked bewildered. Seeing excellent era's members suddenly ganging up on falling paper like smoke was indeed somewhat dishonorable. When witnessing injustice, we must draw our swords to help. He raised his arms high, maneuvering his character to leap into the battle circle. At this point, the battle erupted in full 5 from excellent era against Suze and Zhuo Xiufeng, a stark numerical disadvantage. Suze looked at the 3 excellent era members who had already surrounded him. These 3 hadn't switched to their silver equipment yet, so they might not be able to handle him after all. Xiao Shirqin turned on his mic, his voice coming through the channel crystal clear. Falling paper and smoke. Return Xie, and we can let bygones be bygones. Suze didn't respond, simply making his character turn lightly in place, his gaze sweeping over the 3 approaching figures. Excellent era's strongest combination. 1 autumn leaf, battle format, and life extinguisher. Not far to the left, left autumn wind was being held down by 2 excellent era players. Those 2 had mediocre skills at best, but left autumn wind had just switched classes and was struggling even in a twin-owned situation, not to mention having to adapt to an entirely new control system. The situation was critical, and Suze pondered his escape strategy. Return Xie? Not a chance. He typed, Xie is mine now. Even Jesus himself couldn't take it back. 2 seconds later, he added, 3 million, and I'll hand over Xie immediately. This was merely a stalling tactique needed time. 3 million? Kill you, and we save every penny. Sun Xiang roared first. Before his words had even finished echoing, 1 autumn leaf was already raising his spear and charging forward. Battle format and life extinguisher followed close behind. Seeing negotiations had failed, Suze stopped wasting words. Want to fight? Then let's run. He was crystal clear in his mind. If it came to a real battle, he might not necessarily lose, especially since they hadn't equipped their silver gear yet. But why bother fighting excellent era to the death? Blazing white flames erupted from life extinguishers' backrocket boosters. Xiao Shirqin immediately gave chase. At the same time, Suze activated the thief skill Swift Movement on falling paper and smoke. The 15 movement speed bonus immediately stacked onto the character's already extremely high base speed, and his form shot away like a shadow. Although the effect was halved due to not having changed classes, this acceleration was enough to gradually widen the distance. Chase him, Sun Xiang bellowed. Life extinguisher and battle format charged ahead, while the 2 excellent era players who had been pinning down Fist Dominates the World also abandoned their pressure on left autumn wind and joined the pursuit. Mid-sprint, Xiao Shirqin raised his mechanical arm high. Mechanical drop. The sky was immediately streaked with over a dozen trails as missiles rained down like a downpour. Falling paper and smoke rolled left and right as flames and shockwaves sent sand and stones flying into the air, with black smoke instantly obscuring vision. The law of smoke: where there's smoke, there's no damage. The next second, falling paper and smoke burst through the billowing smoke screen and continued racing forward with wind beneath his feet. Switch to silver equipment. Now, Sun Xiang's face was iron gray. He had never suffered such humiliation. A professional team unable to take down a single unaffiliated player. An unaffiliated player. He ground his teeth in hatred at those words. The excellent era members switched their equipment sets, and once the silver gear was equipped, their movement speed and defense were comprehensively enhanced. But even so, they still couldn't catch up to falling paper and smoke. Only life extinguisher could occasionally close in using his boosters, but once the skill went on cooldown, he was shaken off again. Xiao Shirqin wasn't idle either, continuously releasing long-range artillery and control devices to prevent his target from completely escaping his sight. However, they weren't the only ones in the Forgotten City. 60% of the players who could make it to the deeper areas were professional players, and the rest were either semi-professionals or top-tier experts. None of them were easy targets. Several flashes of white light appeared at a corner of the city as over a dozen players logged in simultaneously. A squad from Team Myth. They had just steadied themselves when they saw a black-clad thief sweep past like a gust of wind, with missiles exploding at their feet behind him, making their eardrums ring. Boom. The flames sent everyone tumbling. The berserker in the group glared with fury. How dare you attack Team Myth? Kill them all. With that shout, blades and swords erupted in brilliant flashes. Pursuit, friendly fire, revenge skills of all kinds wove together into a spectacular sea of fire. And with that, the great melee was completely ignited. A massive battle erupted in the City of Oblivion. This explosive news spread across the entire server almost instantly, and the world chat channel immediately lit up like a powder keg, with blazing messages flooding the screen non-stop. Did you hear? There's a huge fight going down in the city of Oblivion. I heard about it ages ago. Several teams are going at each other's throats, burning through cash like crazy. A single potion that instantly restores 100 health and mana costs 300 gold coins. That's definitely expensive, but it beats getting killed and losing your silver gear. Holy crap, that intense. Which teams are fighting? Who knows? Don't go looking for trouble. A bunch of scavengers already got killed and sent back. How did this whole thing start? Can someone fill us in? Word is that Team Jiashir was hunting down Luoji Yunyan, but they ran into Team Shenhua. Jiashir's glory days are long gone, so naturally Shenhua didn't show them any respect, and things went to hell from there. What's the deal with Team Shenhua? Are they really that tough? They're one of the two new teams just approved by the Esports Association. All their members are players who transferred from other games. The world chat was buzzing with excitement, while the city of Oblivion had descended into complete chaos. The 5 members of Team Hongqiao had just completed the Apostle Quest series when a flash of white light appeared, and they all respawned together at the revival point in the city of Oblivion. Only players who had cleared the Tower of Heroes and held the title were qualified to respawn here. But right now, that qualification wasn't exactly a blessing. Any player who respawned here was bound to come under attack. At the same time, in a dark corner of the city of Oblivion, a 7-person squad was discussing in hushed tones. The city's in complete chaos. Must be those lunatics stirring up trouble, the elementalist whispered. We'll all be competing against each other eventually. Is this really appropriate? Another person frowned. They just wanted to test the strength of the major teams, but it looks like things got out of hand. Should we jump into this mess? Seems pretty fun. Orders have come down. The captain wants us to clear out the spectators and troublemakers. Someone interjected with confusion. I heard that Jiashir's one Autumn Leaf's silver weapon got stolen by Luoji Yunyan. What do the other teams think about that? That's between Jiashir and Luoji Yunyan. Let Jiashir handle it themselves. The other teams are having a free-for-all right now, treating it like practice. They mentioned that the professional league regular season was approaching, and only these new teams could step up for the Asian Games. The Esports Association was taking this opportunity to give the 4 new teams some exposure and help them gain fans. Meanwhile, in a conference room of a certain building, the lights burned bright. 7 or 8 captains and vice-captains from powerhouse teams sat in a circle, with League Chairman Feng Xianjun at the head of the table, his expression grim. The Asian Games schedule has been set. The Esports Association really has some nerve, actually sending a bunch of transfer players to compete, Feng Xianjun said with clear displeasure in his voice. What's the exact date? Zhang Xinjia, always sensitive about timing, immediately asked. Next month, from the 8th to the 14th, lasting 1 week. Before that, we need to hold qualifying matches. That's the best I could negotiate. Does anyone here know much about the foreign players? Glory's first participation in the Asian Games absolutely needs to make a strong impression, but I'm really worried about those players who just switched roles. Feng Xianjun sighed again. The conference room was brightly lit, yet it couldn't hide the shadows of concern on everyone's faces. The individual skills of foreign players are quite formidable. Yu Wenzhou flipped through the competition schedule in his hands, his tone steady but tinged with worry. Glory is all about teamwork. If foreign teams also send representatives from each club like we do, their coordination won't be very strong either. But don't forget, we still have to manage the regular season. I suggest we ask Yichio to lead those transitioning players. As his words settled, the room fell silent for 2 seconds. Yichio is still competing in the Challenger League. He might not agree to come. Feng Xianjun rubbed his temples. We have to try. I'm not too optimistic about those transitioning players either. Yu Wenzhou sighed softly. The schedule was already set and couldn't be changed for the Asian Games, as that would be breaking faith with the audience. Everyone understood this, yet no one felt happy about it. Should we deal with the turmoil in the online game? A team captain tentatively asked. Not for now. Feng Xianjun waved his hand slightly. Our league teams shouldn't get involved in this mess. It's a good opportunity to observe the strength of University League and City League teams. He closed his folder and made his decision. I'll personally go talk to Yichio about the Asian Games tomorrow. Thank you all for your hard work. Meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, firelight flickered between the dark stone walls of the city of the Forgotten. Suze still hadn't shaken off Excellent Era's pursuit. He maneuvered falling paper like smoke in a desperate sprint, but was cornered by the terrain into a dead end. Before he could turn around, a string of missiles cut through the air from the alley entrance. Can't run anymore, can you? Sun Xiang's one Autumn Leaf blocked the exit, his voice cold. Even if you return Xia now, we won't let you go. Beside him, Xiao Shiqing's life extinguisher held a steady position. Of the 5-man squad pursuing Suze, only these 2 remained. The other 3 had been tied up by other professional players, but Sun Xiang remained confident. Suze sneered, his tone leisurely. Just the 2 of you? What can you possibly do to me? The naked contempt ignited Sun Xiang's fury. He was most wary of the unspecialized class. Xiao Shiqing interrupted his outburst. Let's leave ourselves some room. Hand over Xia, and we'll pay you an additional 500,000. Excellent Dynasty's guild elites will arrive soon. Don't let this escalate to where no one can save face. Oh, calling for backup. Suze sounded relaxed, but his eyes caught sight of a large group of players rushing toward them from the distance, at least several dozen. Time didn't allow him to hesitate. Suze charged decisively. Falling paper like smoke's myriad manifestations, Umbrella transformed into a war spear, launching a sky strike directly at one autumn leaf. Sun Xiang countered with his own sky strike, skills clashing hidden in a shower of sparks. Both players had identical timing, their attacks canceling each other out in midair. Sun Xiang's individual skill was indeed formidable, was at his peak, with Xiao Shiqin providing support. Despite repeated probing attacks, Suze couldn't break through their two-man defense. Worse still, Excellent Dynasty's main force was closing in, the cold gleam of armor and staffs flickering at the street corner. Suze's situation was becoming increasingly precarious. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.